Chapter 1. The Dashwood family had long lived in Sussex. Their estate was large, and their home was at Norland Park, right in the center of their property. For many generations, they had lived there so respectably that they had earned the good opinion of all their neighbors. The previous owner of this estate was an unmarried man who lived to a very old age. For many years, his sister had been his constant companion and housekeeper. But when she died 10 years before he did, his home changed dramatically. To fill the gap she left behind, he invited his nephew Mr. Henry Dashwood and his family to come live with him. Henry Dashwood was the legal heir to the Norland estate and the person the old man planned to leave it to. In the company of his nephew, his wife, and their children, the old gentleman spent his days comfortably. He grew more and more attached to them all. The constant care that Mr. and Mrs. Henry Dashwood showed for his needs, which came not just from self-interest but from genuine kindness, gave him all the real comfort his age could receive. And the children's cheerfulness made his life even more enjoyable. From a previous marriage, Mr. Henry Dashwood had one son. With his current wife, he had 3 daughters. The son was a steady, respectable young man who was well provided for by his mother's fortune, which had been substantial. Half of it came to him when he turned 21. His own marriage, which happened soon after, added even more to his wealth. So inheriting the Norland estate wasn't nearly as important to him as it was to his sisters. Their fortune, apart from whatever they might get when their father inherited the property, would be very small. Their mother had nothing, and their father only had £7,000 of his own money to leave them. The other half of his first wife's fortune was also secured for her son, and Henry only had the right to use the income from it during his lifetime. The old gentleman died. His will was read, and like almost every other will, it brought as much disappointment as pleasure. He wasn't unfair or ungrateful enough to leave his estate away from his nephew, but he left it to him under conditions that destroyed half the value of the gift. Mr. Dashwood had wanted it more for his wife and daughters than for himself or his son, but it was secured for his son, and his son's son, a 4-year-old child, in such a way that left him no power to provide for the people he loved most and who most needed his help. He couldn't put any charges on the estate or sell any of its valuable timber. The whole thing was tied up for the benefit of this child, who during occasional visits to Norland with his parents had won over his uncle's affections with all those qualities that are perfectly normal in 2- or 3-year-old children. Unclear speech, a strong desire to get his own way, many clever tricks, and a lot of noise. These qualities outweighed all the value of the years of attention the old man had received from his niece and her daughters. He didn't mean to be unkind, though, and as a sign of his affection for the 3 girls, he left them £1,000 each. Mr. Dashwood's disappointment was severe at first, but he had a cheerful and optimistic nature. He could reasonably hope to live many more years and, by living economically, save a considerable amount from the income of an estate that was already large and could be improved almost immediately. But the fortune that had been so slow in coming was his for only 1 year. He lived only a year longer than his uncle, and £10,000, including the recent legacies, was all that was left for his widow and daughters. His son was sent for as soon as they knew he was in danger, and Mr. Dashwood urged him with all the strength his illness allowed to take care of his stepmother and sisters. Mr. John Dashwood didn't have the strong feelings of the rest of the family, but he was moved by such a request at such a time, and he promised to do everything in his power to make them comfortable. His father was reassured by this promise, and Mr. John Dashwood then had time to consider how much he could reasonably do for them. He wasn't a bad young man, unless being rather cold-hearted and rather selfish makes someone bad. But he was generally well respected because he behaved properly in carrying out his ordinary responsibilities. If he had married a kinder woman, he might have become even more respectable than he was. He might even have become kind himself, since he was very young when he married and very fond of his wife. But Mrs. John Dashwood was an extreme version of himself, even more narrow-minded and selfish. When he made his promise to his father, he planned to increase his sisters' fortunes by giving them £1,000 each. At the time, he really thought he could afford it. The prospect of £4,000 a year in addition to his current income, plus the remaining half of his own mother's fortune, warmed his heart and made him feel capable of generosity. Yes, he would give them £3,000. That would be generous and handsome. It would be enough to make them completely comfortable. £3,000. He could spare such a considerable amount with little inconvenience. He thought about it all day long, and for many days after, and he didn't change his mind. As soon as his father's funeral was over, Mrs. John Dashwood arrived with her child and their servants, without sending any notice of her intention to her mother-in-law. No one could dispute her right to come. The house was her husband's from the moment his father died, but her lack of consideration was all the worse for that. To a woman in Mrs. Dashwood's situation, anyone with normal feelings would have found this highly unpleasant, but she had such a keen sense of honor and such an idealistic generosity that any offense of this kind, no matter who gave or received it, disgusted her completely. Mrs. John Dashwood had never been popular with any of her husband's family, but she had never had the opportunity until now to show them how little attention she paid to other people's comfort when the situation required her to act. Mrs. Dashwood felt this rude behavior so keenly, and despised her daughter-in-law for it so deeply, that when the woman arrived, she would have left the house forever. Only her eldest daughter's pleading made her first think about whether leaving was the right thing to do, and her tender love for all three of her children convinced her to stay and avoid a break with their brother for their sake. Elinor, this eldest daughter whose advice was so effective, had a sharp mind and cool judgment that qualified her, though only 19, to be her mother's advisor. She was often able to counteract, for everyone's benefit, that impulsiveness in Mrs. Dashwood that would generally have led to poor decisions. She had an excellent heart, she was affectionate by nature, and her feelings were strong, but she knew how to control them. This was knowledge her mother had yet to learn, and which one of her sisters had decided never to be taught. Marianne's abilities were in many ways quite equal to Elinor's. She was intelligent and clever, but intense about everything. Her sorrows and her joys knew no moderation. She was generous, lovable, and fascinating, but she was everything except careful. The similarity between her and her mother was remarkably strong. Elinor watched with concern how excessive her sister's sensitivity was, but Mrs. Dashwood valued and encouraged it. They fed off each other in the intensity of their grief. The agony that overwhelmed them at first was deliberately renewed, was sought after, was created again and again. They gave themselves up completely to their sorrow, looking for ways to increase their misery in every thought that could provide it, and they were determined never to accept comfort in the future. Elinor was also deeply grieved, but she could still fight, she could still make an effort. She could discuss things with her brother, could receive her sister-in-law when she arrived and treat her with proper courtesy, and could try to rouse her mother to make a similar effort and encourage her to show similar restraint. Margaret, the other sister, was a good-natured, well-meaning girl. But since she had already absorbed a good deal of Marianne's romanticism without having much of her intelligence, she didn't, at 13, seem likely to equal her sisters when she got older. Chapter 2. Mrs. John Dashwood had now made herself the mistress of Norland, while her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law were reduced to the status of visitors. Still, she treated them with polite courtesy, and her husband showed them as much kindness as he could feel toward anyone beyond himself, his wife, and their child. He genuinely urged them to consider Norland their home, and since Mrs. Dashwood couldn't think of a better plan than staying there until she could find a house in the area, she accepted his invitation. Remaining in a place where everything reminded her of happier times was exactly what suited her temperament. When she was in good spirits, no one could be more cheerful than she was, or possess a greater degree of that hopeful expectation of happiness which is happiness itself. But in sorrow, she was equally carried away by her emotions, and as far beyond comfort as she had been beyond any sadness when happy. Mrs. John Dashwood completely disapproved of what her husband planned to do for his sisters. Taking £3,000 from their dear little boy's inheritance would impoverish him terribly. She begged him to reconsider. How could he justify robbing his child, his only child, of such a large sum? And what possible claim could the Miss Dashwoods have on his generosity for such a large amount, when they were only related to him by half-blood, which she considered no real relationship at all? Everyone knew that no affection was ever expected to exist between children from a man's different marriages. So why should he ruin himself and their poor little Harry by giving away all his money to his half-sisters? "It was my father's dying wish," her husband replied, "that I should help his widow and daughters." He probably didn't know what he was saying. I bet he wasn't thinking clearly at the time. If he'd been in his right mind, he never would have thought of asking you to give away half your fortune from your own child. He didn't specify any particular amount, my dear Fanny. He only asked me, in general terms, to help them and make their situation more comfortable than he was able to do. Maybe it would have been better if he'd left it entirely up to me. He could hardly have expected me to neglect them completely. But since he required a promise, I felt I had to give it. At least I thought so at the time. The promise was made and must be kept. Something has to be done for them when they leave Norland and settle somewhere new. Well then, let something be done for them, but that something doesn't need to be £3,000. Consider, she added, that once the money is gone, it can never come back. Your sisters will marry, and it will be lost forever. If it could somehow be returned to our poor little boy? Why, yes, said her husband very seriously, that would make a great difference. The time may come when Harry will regret that such a large sum was given away. If he ends up with a large family, for instance, it would be very useful to have. Absolutely. Perhaps then it would be better for everyone if the amount were cut in half. £500 would be a huge increase to their fortunes. Oh, that's incredibly generous. What brother on earth would do half as much for his sisters, even if they were full sisters? And as it is, only half-blood, but you have such a generous heart. I wouldn't want to do anything stingy, he replied. In situations like this, it's better to do too much than too little. At least no one can say I haven't done enough for them, even they can hardly expect more. There's no telling what they might expect, said his wife, but we shouldn't worry about their expectations. The question is what you can afford to do. Exactly, and I think I can afford to give them £500 each. As it stands, without any help from me, they'll each inherit about £3,000 when their mother dies, a very comfortable fortune for any young woman. Of course it is. And actually, it occurs to me that they don't need any additional help at all. They'll have £10,000 divided among them. If they marry, they'll certainly do well, and if they don't, they can all live very comfortably together on the interest from £10,000. That's very true, and so I'm wondering whether it might be better to do something for their mother while she's alive, rather than for them, some kind of annuity. My sisters would benefit from it as much as she would. 100 a year would make them all perfectly comfortable. His wife hesitated a bit before agreeing to this plan. True, she said, it's better than giving away £1,500 all at once. But then, if Mrs. Dashwood lives 15 years, we'll be completely cheated. 15 years, my dear Fanny, her life isn't worth half that long. Certainly not, but if you notice, people always seem to live forever when there's an annuity to be paid to them. And she's very strong and healthy and barely 40. An annuity is serious business. It comes due over and over every year, and there's no getting rid of it. You don't realize what you're getting into. I know all about the trouble with annuities because my mother was stuck paying 3 of them to old retired servants according to my father's will, and you can't imagine how much she hated it. Twice every year these annuities had to be paid, and then there was the hassle of getting the money to them. Then one of them was supposed to have died, but it turned out not to be true. My mother was completely sick of it. She said her income wasn't really her own with such constant claims on it, and it was particularly cruel of my father because otherwise the money would have been entirely at my mother's disposal, with no restrictions whatsoever. It's given me such a hatred of annuities that I'm sure I would never tie myself down to paying one for anything in the world. It's certainly unpleasant, replied Mr. Dashwood, to have those kinds of yearly drains on one's income. One's fortune, as your mother rightly says, isn't really one's own. Being tied down to regular payments of such a sum every quarter is not at all desirable. It takes away one's independence. Exactly, and you get no thanks for it anyway. They think they're entitled to it, you're only doing what's expected, and it doesn't create any gratitude at all. If I were you, whatever I did should be entirely at my own discretion. I wouldn't commit myself to giving them anything yearly. Some years it might be very inconvenient to spare 100 or even £50 from our own expenses. I think you're right, my love. It would be better if there were no annuity involved. Whatever I give them occasionally will be much more helpful than a yearly allowance, because they would only increase their standard of living if they were sure of a larger income, and wouldn't be any better off at the end of the year. It will certainly be much the best approach. An occasional gift of £50 will keep them from ever being short of money and will, I think, more than fulfill my promise to my father. Of course it will. In fact, to tell the truth, I'm convinced that your father never intended for you to give them any money at all. The assistance he had in mind, I'm sure, was only what might reasonably be expected of you. For instance, helping them find a comfortable small house, helping them move their belongings, and sending them gifts of fish and game when they are in season. I'd bet my life that's all he meant. Indeed, it would be very strange and unreasonable if he meant anything more. Just think, my dear mister, Dashwood, how extremely comfortable your mother-in-law and her daughters can live on the interest from £7,000, plus the £1,000 belonging to each of the girls, which brings them £50 a year each. And of course, they'll pay their mother for room and board out of that. Altogether, they'll have £500 a year among them, and what on earth could 4 women need more than that for? They'll live so cheaply. Their household expenses will be practically nothing. They'll have no carriage, no horses, and hardly any servants. They won't entertain and can have no expenses of any kind. Just imagine how comfortable they'll be. $500 a year. I honestly can't imagine how they'll spend half of it. As for your giving them more, it's completely ridiculous to think of it. They'll be much more likely to give you something. My word, said Mr. Dashwood, I believe you're absolutely right. My father certainly couldn't have meant anything more by his request than what you've described. I understand it clearly now, and I'll strictly fulfill my obligation through exactly the kind of assistance and kindness you've described. When my mother moves to another house, I'll readily help her get settled as much as I can. Maybe a small gift of furniture would be appropriate then. Certainly, replied Mrs. John Dashwood, but there's one thing to consider. When your father and mother moved to Norland, although the furniture from Stanhill was sold, all the china, silverware, and linens were saved and now belong to your mother. Her house will therefore be almost completely furnished as soon as she moves in. That's definitely something to keep in mind. Quite a valuable inheritance indeed, though some of that silverware would have been a very nice addition to our own collection here. Yes, and the breakfast china set is twice as beautiful as what belongs to this house. Much too fine, in my opinion, for any place they'll ever be able to afford to live in. But that's how it is. Your father only thought of them. And I have to say this, you owe him no special gratitude or obligation to honor his wishes, because we know very well that if he could have, he would have left almost everything in the world to them. This argument was irresistible. It gave his intentions the decisive push they needed, and he finally resolved that it would be completely unnecessary, if not highly inappropriate, to do more for his father's widow and children than the kind of neighborly gestures his own wife had suggested. Chapter 3. Mrs. Dashwood stayed at Norland for several months, not because she didn't want to leave once the familiar surroundings stopped triggering the intense grief they had caused at first. When her spirits began to recover, and her mind became capable of focusing on something other than dwelling on her sadness through melancholy memories, she was eager to go. She worked tirelessly to find a suitable home near Norland, since moving far from that beloved place was impossible. But she couldn't find anywhere that met both her ideas of comfort and convenience, while also satisfying her eldest daughter's more practical judgment. Elinor's steadier reasoning rejected several houses as too expensive for their income, even though her mother would have approved of them. Mrs. Dashwood had been told by her husband about his son's solemn promise to provide for them, which had comforted him in his final earthly thoughts. She didn't doubt the sincerity of this promise any more than he had, and she thought of it with satisfaction for her daughter's sake, though she personally believed that much less than £7,000 would keep her living comfortably. She also rejoiced for her stepson's sake, for the sake of his own heart, and she blamed herself for being unfair to him before by thinking he wasn't capable of generosity. His attentive behavior toward her and his sisters convinced her that their welfare mattered to him, and for a long time, she firmly trusted in his generous intentions. The contempt she had felt very early on for her daughter-in-law only increased with further knowledge of her character, which 6 months of living in the same house had provided. Perhaps, despite every consideration of politeness on Mrs. Dashwood's part and maternal affection on the other side, the two women might have found it impossible to live together so long if a particular circumstance hadn't occurred that made it even more desirable, in Mrs. Dashwood's opinion, for her daughters to stay at Norland. This circumstance was a growing attachment between her eldest daughter and Mrs. John Dashwood's brother, a gentlemanly and pleasant young man who had been introduced to them soon after his sister moved to Norland, and who had since spent most of his time there. Some mothers might have encouraged the relationship for financial reasons, since Edward Ferrars was the eldest son of a man who had died very wealthy. Others might have discouraged it out of caution, since except for a small sum, his entire fortune depended on his mother's will. But Mrs. Dashwood was influenced by neither consideration. It was enough for her that he seemed kind, that he loved her daughter, and that Elinor returned his feelings. It went against all her beliefs that differences in wealth should keep apart any couple who were drawn together by similar personalities, and the idea that everyone who knew Elinor wouldn't recognize her worth was incomprehensible to her. Edward Ferrars wasn't recommended to their good opinion by any special charm in his appearance or manner. He wasn't handsome, and his behavior required getting to know him before it became appealing. He was too shy to show himself to advantage, but when his natural shyness was overcome, his behavior showed every sign of an open, affectionate heart. He was intelligent, and his education had given him solid improvement. But he wasn't suited by either ability or personality to fulfill the wishes of his mother and sister, who longed to see him distinguished as they hardly knew what. They wanted him to make an impressive figure in the world somehow. His mother wanted to get him interested in politics, to get him into Parliament, or to see him connected with some of the important men of the day. Mrs. John Dashwood wanted the same thing, but in the meantime, until one of these superior achievements could be reached, it would have satisfied her ambition to see him driving an elegant carriage. But Edward had no interest in important men or fancy carriages. All his wishes centered on domestic comfort and the quiet of private life. Fortunately, he had a younger brother who was more promising. Edward had been staying in the house for several weeks before he attracted much of Mrs. Dashwood's attention, since she was at that time in such grief that she was indifferent to her surroundings. She only noticed that he was quiet and unobtrusive, and she liked him for it. He didn't disturb her mental anguish with inappropriate conversation. She was first prompted to observe and approve of him more by a comment Elinor happened to make one day about the difference between him and his sister. It was a contrast that recommended him most strongly to her mother. "It's enough," she said, "to say that he's unlike Fanny. That implies everything good. I love him already." "I think you'll like him," said Elinor, "when you know him better." "Like him?" her mother replied with a smile. "I don't feel any approval less than love. You may respect him. I've never known how to separate respect and love." Mrs. Dashwood now made an effort to get to know him. Her manner was engaging and soon eliminated his reserve. She quickly understood all his good qualities. Her conviction that he cared for Elinor perhaps helped her perception, but she really felt sure of his worth. Even that quiet manner, which went against all her established ideas of how a young man should behave, was no longer uninteresting when she knew his heart to be warm and his nature affectionate. As soon as she noticed any sign of love in his behavior toward Elinor, she considered their serious attachment certain and looked forward to their marriage as rapidly approaching. "In a few months, my dear Marianne," she said, "Elinor will in all likelihood be settled for life. We'll miss her, but she'll be happy." "Oh, Mama, how will we manage without her?" "My love, it will hardly be a separation. We'll live within a few miles of each other and we'll meet every day of our lives. You'll gain a brother, a real, affectionate brother. I have the highest opinion in the world of Edward's heart, but you look serious, Marianne. Do you disapprove of your sister's choice?" "Perhaps," said Marianne. "I may find it somewhat surprising. Edward is very kind, and I love him dearly. But still, he's not the kind of young man. There's something missing. His appearance isn't striking. It has none of that grace I would expect in the man who could seriously win my sister's heart. His eyes lack all that spirit, that fire, which immediately announce virtue and intelligence. And besides all this, I'm afraid, Mama, he has no real taste. Music hardly seems to attract him, and though he admires Elinor's drawings very much, it's not the admiration of someone who can understand their worth. It's obvious, despite his frequent attention to her while she draws, that he actually knows nothing about the subject. He admires as a lover, not as a connoisseur. To satisfy me, those qualities must be combined. I couldn't be happy with a man whose taste didn't match mine in every way. He must share all my feelings, the same books and music must delight us both. Oh, Mama, how lifeless, how dull Edward's manner was when he read to us last night. I felt so sorry for my sister. Yet she bore it so calmly, she hardly seemed to notice it. I could barely stay seated. To hear those beautiful lines that have often nearly overwhelmed me, delivered with such impenetrable calmness, such dreadful indifference. He certainly would have done better with simple and elegant prose. I thought so at the time, but you insisted on giving him Cowper. But Mama, if he can't be moved by Cowper, still, we must allow for differences in taste. Elinor doesn't have my feelings, so she may overlook it and be happy with him. But it would have broken my heart, if I had loved him, to hear him read with so little feeling. Mama, the more I know of the world, the more convinced I am that I'll never see a man I can really love. I require so much. He must have all of Edward's virtues, and his appearance and manners must enhance his goodness with every possible charm. Remember, my love, that you're not yet 17. It's still too early in life to give up hope of such happiness. Why should you be less fortunate than your mother? In only one way, my Marianne, may your destiny be different from hers. Chapter 4. What a pity it is, Elinor, said Marianne, that Edward should have no interest in drawing. A taste for drawing? Elinor replied. Why would you think he doesn't have one? He doesn't draw himself, true, but he really enjoys looking at other people's artwork. I can assure you he's definitely not lacking in natural taste, even though he hasn't had the chance to develop it. If he'd ever had the opportunity to learn, I think he would have drawn very well. He doubts his own judgment so much in these matters that he's always reluctant to give his opinion on any picture. But he has an instinctive sense of what's appropriate and a simple taste that generally guides him perfectly. Marianne was afraid of being rude and said nothing more on the subject, but the kind of appreciation that Elinor described, his reaction to other people's drawings, was very different from the passionate delight that Marianne believed was the only thing that could truly be called taste. Still, though she smiled to herself at what she saw as a mistake, she respected her sister for the blind devotion to Edward that caused it. I hope, Marianne, Elinor continued, you don't think he lacks taste in general. I really think I can say you don't, because you're perfectly friendly with him, and if that was your opinion, I'm sure you could never be polite to him. Marianne hardly knew what to say. She wouldn't hurt her sister's feelings for anything, but she couldn't say something she didn't believe. Finally, she replied, Don't be offended, Elinor, if I don't praise him as highly as you think he deserves. I haven't had as many chances to evaluate his personality, his interests and tastes, as you have, but I have the highest opinion of his goodness and intelligence. I think he's everything that's worthy and lovable. I'm sure, Elinor replied with a smile, that his closest friends couldn't be unhappy with praise like that. I don't see how you could express yourself any more warmly. Marianne was relieved to find her sister so easily satisfied. As for his intelligence and goodness, Elinor continued, no one who has spent enough time with him to have real conversations could doubt those qualities. How excellent his mind and his principles are can only be hidden by the shyness that too often keeps him quiet. You know him well enough to appreciate his solid worth, but you've been kept more in the dark about his personality quirks than I have, due to particular circumstances. He and I have spent a lot of time together, while you've been completely occupied, very lovingly, with my mother. I've seen a great deal of him, studied his thoughts, and heard his opinions on literature and taste. Overall, I'm confident in saying that his mind is well-informed, he loves books tremendously, his imagination is lively, his observations are accurate and correct, and his taste is refined and pure. His abilities improve the more you get to know him, just like his manners and appearance. At first glance, he's certainly not striking, and you could hardly call him handsome until you notice his eyes, which are unusually good, and the general sweetness of his expression. Now I know him so well that I think he really is handsome, or at least almost so. What do you think, Marianne? I'll think him handsome very soon, Elinor, if I don't already. When you tell me to love him as a brother, I'll see no more flaws in his face than I do now in his character. Elinor was startled by this declaration and regretted how carried away she'd gotten when talking about him. She realized that Edward ranked very highly in her opinion. She believed the feeling was mutual, but she needed to be more certain before Marianne's assumption about their relationship would make her comfortable. She knew that what Marianne and her mother guessed one moment, they believed the next. For them, to wish was to hope, and to hope was to expect. She tried to explain the real situation to her sister. I won't try to deny, she said, that I think very highly of him, that I greatly respect him, that I like him. Marianne burst out indignantly. Respect him, like him, cold-hearted, Elinor. No, worse than cold-hearted. You're ashamed of feeling more. Use those words again and I'll leave the room right now. Elinor couldn't help laughing. Forgive me, she said, and believe me, I didn't mean to offend you by speaking so calmly about my own feelings. Believe them to be stronger than I've admitted. Believe them to be what his qualities and the possibility, the hope, of his affection for me might justify, without being reckless or foolish. But you mustn't believe anything more than that. I'm not at all sure of his feelings for me. There are times when I doubt how much he cares, and until I know his feelings for certain, you can't be surprised that I want to avoid encouraging my own feelings by believing or calling them more than they are. In my heart, I have little doubt, almost no doubt, that he prefers me. But there are other things to consider besides his feelings. He's far from financially independent. We don't really know what his mother is like, but from Fanny's occasional mentions of her behavior and opinions, "We've never thought she was pleasant. I'd be very surprised if Edward himself doesn't realize there would be many obstacles in his way if he wanted to marry a woman who didn't have either a large fortune or high social status." Marianne was amazed to discover how far her mother's and her own imagination had gone beyond reality. "And you're really not engaged to him," she said, "but it will certainly happen soon. Two good things will come from this delay, though. I won't lose you so quickly, and Edward will have more opportunity to develop that natural appreciation for your favorite hobby that's so absolutely necessary for your future happiness. Oh, if he should be so inspired by your talent that he learns to draw himself, how wonderful that would be." Elinor had given her sister her honest opinion. She couldn't consider her feelings for Edward to be in as promising a state as Marianne had believed. There were times when he seemed low in spirits, which, if it didn't indicate indifference, suggested something almost as discouraging. If he was worried about her feelings for him, that wouldn't give him more than anxiety. It wouldn't likely cause the depression that often seemed to affect him. A more reasonable cause might be found in his dependent situation, which prevented him from acting on his feelings. She knew that his mother neither treated him in a way that made his home comfortable now, nor gave him any assurance that he could make a home for himself without strictly following her plans for his advancement. With this knowledge, it was impossible for Elinor to feel comfortable about the situation. She was far from counting on the outcome that her mother and sister still considered certain. In fact, the longer they were together, the more doubtful his feelings seemed. Sometimes, for a few painful minutes, she believed it was nothing more than friendship. But whatever its real limits, it was enough, when noticed by his sister, to make her uncomfortable and at the same time, which was even more common, to make her rude. She took the first opportunity to insult her mother-in-law about it, speaking so pointedly about her brother's great expectations, about Mrs. Ferrars's determination that both her sons should marry well, and about the danger facing any young woman who tried to trap him, that Mrs. Dashwood couldn't pretend to be unaware or try to stay calm. She gave her an answer that showed her contempt and immediately left the room, deciding that whatever the inconvenience or expense of such a sudden move, her beloved Elinor shouldn't be exposed to such hints for another week. In this state of mind, she received a letter in the mail that contained a particularly well-timed proposal. It was an offer of a small house on very reasonable terms, belonging to a relative of hers, a gentleman of importance and property in Devonshire. The letter was from this gentleman himself and written in the true spirit of friendly helpfulness. He understood that she needed a place to live, and though the house he was offering was just a cottage, he assured her that everything would be done to it that she might think necessary if she liked the location. After giving details about the house and garden, he urged her to come with her daughters to Barton Park, his own home, so she could judge for herself whether Barton Cottage, the houses were in the same parish, could be made comfortable for her with some changes. He seemed genuinely eager to help them, and his whole letter was written in such a friendly way that it couldn't fail to please his cousin, especially at a time when she was suffering from the cold and unfeeling behavior of her closer relatives. She needed no time to think it over or make inquiries. Her decision was made as she read. Barton's location in a county as far from Sussex as Devonshire, which just a few hours before would have been reason enough to reject all the possible advantages of the place, was now its greatest appeal. Leaving the Norland neighborhood was no longer something bad. It was something to be desired, a blessing compared to the misery of continuing as her daughter-in-law's guest. Moving away forever from that beloved place would be less painful than living in it or visiting it while such a woman was its mistress. She immediately wrote to Sir John Middleton, thanking him for his kindness and accepting his offer. Then she hurried to show both letters to her daughters so she could be sure of their approval before her reply was sent. Elinor had always thought it would be wiser for them to settle somewhere away from Norland than to stay among their current acquaintances. On that point, therefore, she had no reason to oppose her mother's plan to move to Devonshire. The house, as Sir John described it, was so modest, and the rent so unusually reasonable that she had no grounds for objection on either count. So even though it wasn't a plan that appealed to her personally, and even though moving so far from Norland was more than she'd wanted, she made no attempt to discourage her mother from sending an accepting letter. Chapter 5. As soon as her reply was sent, Mrs. Dashwood took great pleasure in announcing to her son-in-law and his wife that she had found a house and would no longer be inconveniencing them once everything was ready for her to move in. They were surprised by this news. Mrs. John Dashwood said nothing, but her husband politely expressed hope that she wouldn't settle too far from Norland. She was delighted to reply that she was moving to Devonshire. Edward turned quickly toward her when he heard this, and in a voice full of surprise and concern that needed no explanation, he repeated, "Devonshire, are you really going there? So far away, what part of it?" She explained the location. It was within 4 miles north of Exeter. "It's just a cottage," she continued, "but I hope to see many of my friends there. A room or two can easily be added, and if my friends don't mind traveling so far to see me, I'm sure I won't have any trouble accommodating them." She ended with a very kind invitation for Mr. and Mrs. John Dashwood to visit her at Barton, and she gave Edward an invitation with even greater warmth. Although her recent conversation with her daughter-in-law had made her determined to leave Norland as soon as possible, it hadn't changed her mind about her main goal at all. Separating Edward and Elinor was still the furthest thing from her intentions, and she wanted to show Mrs. John Dashwood, through this pointed invitation to her brother, how completely she ignored her disapproval of the match. Mr. John Dashwood told his mother repeatedly how extremely sorry he was that she had chosen a house so far from Norland that he couldn't help her move her furniture. He genuinely felt bad about this, because the small effort he had planned to fulfill his promise to his father was now impossible due to this arrangement. The furniture was all shipped by water. It mainly consisted of household linens, silverware, china, and books, along with Marianne's beautiful piano. Mrs. John Dashwood watched the packages leave with a sigh. She couldn't help feeling it was unfair that Mrs. Dashwood should have any nice furniture when her income would be so small compared to their own. Mrs. Dashwood rented the house for a year. It came furnished, so she could move in immediately. There were no problems with the agreement on either side, and she only had to wait for her belongings from Norland to be packed and to decide on her future household staff before heading west. Since she was extremely quick at handling anything that interested her, this was soon accomplished. The horses her husband had left her had been sold shortly after his death, and when an opportunity came up to sell her carriage, she agreed to do that too on the strong advice of her eldest daughter. If she had only considered her own wishes, she would have kept it for her children's comfort, but Elinor's practical thinking won out. Elinor's wisdom also limited their servants to 3, 2 maids and a man, whom they quickly selected from those who had worked for them at Norland. The man and one of the maids were sent immediately to Devonshire to prepare the house for their mistress's arrival. Since Lady Middleton was completely unknown to Mrs. Dashwood, she preferred to go directly to the cottage rather than stay as a guest at Barton Park. She trusted Sir John's description of the house so completely that she felt no curiosity to examine it herself until she entered it as her own home. Her eagerness to leave Norland was kept strong by her daughter-in-law's obvious satisfaction at the prospect of her departure, a satisfaction that was only weakly hidden under a cold suggestion that she delay leaving. Now was the time when her son-in-law's promise to his father could have been properly fulfilled. Since he had failed to do it when he first inherited the estate, their leaving his house might be seen as the most appropriate time for him to keep his word. But Mrs. Dashwood soon gave up all hope of this and became convinced, from his general conversation, that his help would extend no further than supporting them for 6 months at Norland. He talked so often about the rising costs of running a household and the constant demands on his money that any man of importance in society faced, that he seemed to need more money himself rather than having any intention of giving money away. Within just a few weeks of receiving Sir John Middleton's first letter at Norland, everything was settled enough in their future home to allow Mrs. Dashwood and her daughters to begin their journey. They shed many tears in their final farewells to a place they loved so much. "Dear, dear Norland," said Marianne as she wandered alone in front of the house on their last evening there. "When will I stop missing you? When will I learn to feel at home somewhere else? Oh, happy house, if only you knew how much I'm suffering as I look at you from this spot, from where I may never see you again. And you, familiar trees, but you'll stay the same. No leaf will wither because we're gone, and no branch will stop moving just because we can no longer watch you. No, you'll remain the same, unaware of the joy or sadness you cause, and unaffected by any change in those who walk in your shade. But who will be left to enjoy you?" Chapter 6. The first part of their journey was too melancholy to be anything but tedious and unpleasant, but as they neared the end of their journey, their curiosity about the area where they would be living began to overcome their sadness, and their first glimpse of Barton Valley as they entered it lifted their spirits. It was a lovely, fertile area with plenty of trees and rich grassland. After following the winding road for more than a mile, they reached their new home. A small green courtyard made up the entire front yard, and a tidy gate let them in. Barton Cottage was small but comfortable and well-designed as a house. However, it didn't look much like a cottage. The building was too symmetrical, the roof was properly tiled, the shutters weren't painted green, and there was no honeysuckle covering the walls. A narrow hallway ran straight through the house to the garden and back. On either side of the entrance was a living room, each about 16 feet square, and beyond those were the service areas and staircase. 4 bedrooms and 2 attic rooms made up the rest of the house. It had been built fairly recently and was in good condition. Compared to Norland, it was certainly poor and small, but the tears that memories brought on as they entered the house soon dried up. The servants' obvious joy at their arrival cheered them, and each family member decided to appear happy for the other's sake. It was early September. The weather was beautiful, and seeing the place for the first time under such favorable conditions gave them a positive impression that would help them appreciate it long term. The house was well situated. High hills rose directly behind it, and others weren't far away on either side. Some were open downs, others were farmed and wooded. The village of Barton sat mostly on one of these hills and created a pleasant view from the cottage windows. The view in front was even more extensive, taking in the whole valley and stretching into the countryside beyond. The hills surrounding the cottage enclosed the valley in that direction, though under a different name and following a different course, the valley opened up again between 2 of the steepest hills. Mrs. Dashwood was generally satisfied with the house's size and furnishings. Though her previous lifestyle made many additions necessary, she enjoyed decorating and improving things, and she had enough ready money to supply whatever was needed to make the rooms more elegant. As for the house itself, she said, "It's certainly too small for our family, but we'll make ourselves reasonably comfortable for now, since it's too late in the year for major improvements. Perhaps in the spring, if I have plenty of money, which I'm sure I will, we might think about building. These living rooms are both too small for the kind of gatherings I hope to have here often. I'm thinking of combining the hallway with one of them and maybe part of the other, leaving the rest as an entrance. With a new drawing room that could easily be added, plus a bedroom and attic space above, it would make a very cozy little cottage. I wish the stairs were more attractive, but you can't have everything, though I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult to make them wider. I'll see how much money I have left over in the spring, and we'll plan our improvements accordingly. Meanwhile, until all these changes could be made from the savings of a £500 annual income by a woman who had never saved money in her life, they were wise enough to be content with the house as it was. Each of them busied themselves organizing their personal belongings and trying to create a home by surrounding themselves with books and other possessions. Marianne's piano was unpacked and properly placed, and Elinor's drawings were hung on the walls of their sitting room. The next morning, soon after breakfast, they were interrupted from these activities by their landlord, who came to welcome them to Barton and offer them anything from his own house and garden that theirs might currently lack. Sir John Middleton was a good-looking man of about 40. He had visited Stanhill before, but it was too long ago for his young cousins to remember him. His face was completely good-natured, and his manner was as friendly as the tone of his letter. Their arrival seemed to give him real pleasure, and their comfort appeared to genuinely concern him. He spoke enthusiastically about wanting their families to live on the most sociable terms, and he pressed them so warmly to dine at Barton Park every day until they were better settled at home that, though his insistence went beyond what was polite, they couldn't take offense. His kindness wasn't limited to words. Within an hour of leaving them, a large basket full of vegetables and fruit arrived from the estate, followed before the end of the day by a gift of game. He also insisted on handling all their mail to and from the post office, and wouldn't be denied the pleasure of sending them his newspaper every day. Lady Middleton had sent a very polite message through him, indicating her intention to visit Mrs. Dashwood as soon as she could be sure her visit wouldn't be inconvenient. When this message was answered with an equally polite invitation, her ladyship was introduced to them the next day. They were naturally very eager to meet someone on whom so much of their comfort at Barton would depend, and her elegant appearance was encouraging. Lady Middleton was no more than 26 or 27. She had a beautiful face, was tall and striking, and carried herself gracefully. Her manners had all the refinement her husband's lacked, but they would have been improved by some of his openness and warmth. Her visit lasted long enough to somewhat diminish their first good impression by showing that, though perfectly well-bred, she was reserved and cold, with nothing to say beyond the most ordinary small talk. However, conversation wasn't really needed, since Sir John was very talkative, and Lady Middleton had wisely brought along their eldest child, a lovely little boy of about 6. This meant there was always one topic the ladies could fall back on in an emergency. They could ask his name and age, admire his looks, and ask him questions that his mother answered for him while he clung to her and hung his head. This greatly surprised her ladyship, who wondered why he was so shy in company when he could make plenty of noise at home. Every formal visit should include a child to help keep the conversation going. In this case, it took 10 minutes to decide whether the boy looked more like his father or mother, and in what ways he resembled either, since naturally everyone disagreed and everyone was amazed by the other's opinions. The Dashwoods would soon have a chance to discuss the rest of the children, as Sir John wouldn't leave without securing their promise to dine at the park the next day. Chapter 7. Barton Park was about half a mile from the cottage. The women had walked past the house on their way through the valley, but a hill blocked their view of it from home. The house was large and beautiful, and the Middletons lived with generous hospitality and style. Sir John cared about the hospitality, while his wife focused on the elegance. They almost always had friends staying with them and entertained more guests of all kinds than any other family in the area. Both of them needed this constant socializing to be happy. Despite their different personalities and behavior, they were remarkably similar in their complete lack of talent and taste, which limited their activities to a very narrow range when they weren't socializing. Sir John was a sportsman and Lady Middleton was a mother. He hunted and shot game while she indulged her children. These were their only interests. Lady Middleton had the advantage of being able to spoil her children all year long, while Sir John's hobbies only kept him busy half the time. However, their constant social commitments at home and elsewhere made up for what nature and education had failed to give them. This lifestyle kept Sir John in good spirits and gave his wife opportunities to show off her good manners. Lady Middleton took pride in her elegant dinner table and household arrangements, and this vanity was her main source of pleasure at any of their parties. But Sir John's enjoyment of company was much more genuine. He loved gathering more young people than his house could hold, and the louder they were, the happier he became. He was a godsend to all the young people in the neighborhood. In summer, he was constantly organizing outdoor picnics with cold ham and chicken, and in winter, he threw so many private dances that any young woman could attend plenty, unless she had the insatiable social appetite of a 15-year-old. A new family moving to the area always delighted him, and he was completely charmed with the residence he had found for his cottage at Barton. The Miss Dashwoods were young, pretty, and natural. That was enough to win his approval, since being natural was all a pretty girl needed to make her personality as appealing as her looks. His friendly nature made him happy to help people whose situation could be considered unfortunate compared to their past. So in being kind to his cousins, he felt the real satisfaction that comes from having a good heart. And in settling a family of only women in his cottage, he had all the satisfaction of a sportsman, because while a sportsman only respects other men who are also sportsmen, he's usually not eager to encourage their interest by letting them live on his property. Mrs. Dashwood and her daughters were greeted at the front door by Sir John, who welcomed them to Barton Park with genuine warmth. As he led them to the drawing room, he repeated to the young women his regret from the day before about not being able to find any attractive young men to meet them. They would only see one other gentleman besides himself, he said, a close friend staying at the house who was neither very young nor very lively. He hoped they would forgive the small size of the party and promised it would never happen again. He had visited several families that morning hoping to add to their numbers, but it was a full moon night and everyone already had plans. Fortunately, Lady Middleton's mother had arrived at Barton within the last hour, and since she was a very cheerful, pleasant woman, he hoped the young ladies wouldn't find the evening as boring as they might expect. The young women and their mother were perfectly happy to have two complete strangers join the party and didn't want anyone else. Mrs. Jennings, Lady Middleton's mother, was a good-natured, cheerful, plump, older woman who talked constantly, seemed very happy, and was rather crude. She was full of jokes and laughter, and before dinner was over had made many comments about lovers and husbands. She hoped they hadn't left their hearts behind in Sussex and pretended to see them blushing whether they actually were or not. Marianne was annoyed on her sister's behalf and kept looking at Elinor to see how she was handling these comments, watching with an intensity that caused Elinor far more discomfort than Mrs. Jennings's ordinary teasing could. Colonel Brandon, Sir John's friend, seemed no more suited by personality to be his friend than Lady Middleton was to be his wife or Mrs. Jennings to be Lady Middleton's mother. He was quiet and serious. However, his appearance wasn't unpleasant, despite Marianne and Margaret considering him an confirmed old bachelor since he was over 35. Though his face wasn't handsome, his expression was intelligent, and his manner was particularly refined. Nothing about any of these people made them appealing companions for the Dashwoods, but Lady Middleton's cold dullness was so particularly off-putting that in comparison, Colonel Brandon's seriousness and even the loud cheerfulness of Sir John and his mother-in-law seemed interesting. Lady Middleton only seemed to come alive when her 4 noisy children entered after dinner. They climbed all over her, tore her clothes, and put an end to any conversation that wasn't about them. That evening, when they discovered that Marianne was musical, they invited her to play. The piano was unlocked, everyone prepared to be delighted, and Marianne, who sang very well, performed most of the songs that Lady Middleton had brought to the family when she married. These songs had probably sat in the same spot on the piano ever since, because Lady Middleton had celebrated her marriage by giving up music entirely, even though according to her mother she had played extremely well, and by her own account had loved it very much. Marianne's performance received high praise. Sir John loudly expressed his admiration at the end of every song and talked just as loudly with the others while each song was playing. Lady Middleton frequently told him to be quiet, wondered how anyone could be distracted from music for even a moment, and asked Marianne to sing a particular song that Marianne had just finished. Only Colonel Brandon listened without going into raptures. He simply paid her the compliment of his attention, and she respected him for this, feeling that the others had forfeited her respect through their shameless lack of taste. His appreciation of music, while not rising to the passionate delight that could match her own, was valuable when compared to the awful insensitivity of the others. She was reasonable enough to accept that a man of 35 might well have outgrown intense feelings and refined enjoyment. She was perfectly willing to make all the allowances for the Colonel's advanced age that kindness required. Chapter 8. Mrs. Jennings was a widow with a comfortable income. She had only 2 daughters, both of whom she'd lived to see respectably married, so now she had nothing to do but marry off the rest of the world. She threw herself into this mission with passionate enthusiasm, within the limits of her ability, and never missed an opportunity to arrange matches among all the young people she knew. She had a remarkable talent for spotting romantic attachments, and had enjoyed the satisfaction of making many young ladies blush and feel flattered by hinting at their power over various young men. This kind of insight enabled her, soon after arriving at Barton, to declare with certainty that Colonel Brandon was very much in love with Marianne Dashwood. She'd suspected it on the very first evening they were together, based on how attentively he listened while she sang for them. When the visit was returned by the Middletons dining at the cottage, the fact was confirmed by his listening to her again. It had to be true. She was completely convinced. It would be an excellent match. He was rich, and she was beautiful. Mrs. Jennings had been eager to see Colonel Brandon well married ever since her connection with Sir John first brought him to her attention, and she was always anxious to find good husbands for every pretty girl. The immediate benefit to herself was considerable, since it provided her with endless opportunities to tease them both. At the park she laughed at the Colonel, and at the cottage she teased Marianne. Her teasing probably didn't bother the Colonel at all, at least as far as it concerned only himself, but to Marianne it was initially baffling. When she understood what Mrs. Jennings was getting at, she hardly knew whether to laugh at its absurdity or criticize its rudeness, since she considered it an insensitive comment on the Colonel's advanced age and his sad situation as an old bachelor. Mrs. Dashwood, who couldn't think of a man only 5 years younger than herself as being quite as ancient as he seemed to her daughter's youthful imagination, tried to defend Mrs. Jennings from the accusation of wanting to mock his age. But at least, Mama, you can't deny how absurd the accusation is, even if you don't think it's intentionally mean-spirited. Colonel Brandon is certainly younger than Mrs. Jennings, but he's old enough to be my father, and if he were ever lively enough to fall in love, he must have long since outgrown every feeling of that kind. It's ridiculous. When is a man safe from such teasing if age and frailty won't protect him? Frailty, said Elinor. Do you call Colonel Brandon frail? I can easily see that his age might seem much greater to you than to my mother, but you can hardly convince yourself that he can't use his limbs. Didn't you hear him complain about his rheumatism? And isn't that the most common ailment of old age? My dearest child, said her mother, laughing, at this rate you must live in constant fear of my decline, and it must seem like a miracle to you that I've survived to the advanced age of 40. Mama, you're not being fair to me. I know perfectly well that Colonel Brandon isn't old enough to make his friends worry about losing him naturally anytime soon. He could live 20 years longer. But 35 has nothing to do with marriage. Perhaps, said Elinor, 35 and 17 shouldn't have anything to do with marriage together. But if there happened to be a woman who was still single at 27, I wouldn't think Colonel Brandon's being 35 was any objection to his marrying her. A woman of 27, said Marianne, after pausing a moment, can never hope to feel or inspire love again. And if her home life is uncomfortable or her money situation is tight, I suppose she might force herself to accept the duties of a nurse for the financial security and social status of being a wife. There would be nothing inappropriate about his marrying such a woman. It would be a practical arrangement, and society would approve. In my view, it wouldn't be a real marriage at all, but that wouldn't matter. To me, it would seem like nothing more than a business transaction where each person wanted to benefit at the other's expense. I know it would be impossible, replied Elinor, to convince you that a woman of 27 could feel anything close enough to love for a man of 35 to make him a desirable companion. But I have to object to your condemning Colonel Brandon and his wife to being constantly confined to a sick room just because he happened to complain yesterday, a very cold, damp day, about a slight rheumatic twinge in one of his shoulders. But he talked about flannel undershirts, said Marianne, and to me, flannel undershirts are always associated with aches, cramps, rheumatism, and every kind of illness that affects old and feeble people. If he'd only had a high fever, you wouldn't have looked down on him nearly as much. Admit it, Marianne, isn't there something appealing to you about the flushed cheek, hollow eye, and rapid pulse of someone with a fever? Soon after this, when Elinor left the room, Marianne said, Mama, I'm worried about something health-related that I can't keep from you. I'm sure Edward Ferrars isn't well. We've been here almost 2 weeks now, and he still hasn't come. Only real illness could cause such an unusual delay. What else could be keeping him at Norland? Did you expect him to come so soon? Said Mrs. Dashwood. I had no specific expectations. Actually, if I felt any anxiety about it at all, it's been remembering that he sometimes seemed reluctant and unenthusiastic about accepting my invitation when I talked about his coming to Barton. Is Elinor expecting him already? I've never mentioned it to her, but she must be, of course. I think you're wrong, because when I was talking to her yesterday about getting a new fireplace grate for the spare bedroom, she said there was no rush since the room probably wouldn't be needed for a while. How strange. What could this mean? But their whole behavior toward each other has been impossible to understand. How cold and composed their last goodbyes were. How lifeless their conversation was on the last evening they spent together. Edward's farewell showed no distinction between Elinor and me. It was just the good wishes of a caring brother to both of us. Twice, I deliberately left them alone together on that last morning, and each time he inexplicably followed me out of the room. And when Elinor left Norland and Edward, she didn't cry the way I did. Even now her self-control never wavers. When is she ever sad or melancholy? When does she try to avoid company, or seem restless and unsatisfied when she's with people? Chapter 9. The Dashwoods settled at Barton with reasonable comfort. The house and garden, along with everything around them, had become familiar now. The everyday activities that had made Norland so charming were taken up again with far more enjoyment than Norland had been able to provide since their father's death. Sir John Middleton, who visited them every day for the first 2 weeks and wasn't used to seeing much activity at home, couldn't hide his amazement at finding them always busy. They didn't have many visitors apart from those from Barton Park. Despite Sir John's urgent requests that they socialize more in the neighborhood and his repeated promises that his carriage was always available to them, Mrs. Dashwood's independent spirit won out over her desire for society for her daughters. She firmly refused to visit any family that wasn't within walking distance. There were only a few families close enough, and not all of them were accessible. About 1.5 miles from the cottage, along the narrow, winding valley of Elinor that branched off from Barton's Valley, as I described earlier, the girls had discovered during one of their first walks an old, respectable-looking mansion. It reminded them a little of Norland, which sparked their imagination and made them want to know more about it. But when they asked around, they learned that the owner, an elderly lady with an excellent reputation, was unfortunately too frail to socialize and never left home. The whole countryside around them was full of beautiful walks. The high hills that beckoned from almost every window of the cottage, promising the wonderful pleasure of fresh air at their peaks, were a perfect alternative when the muddy valleys below hid their finer views. One memorable morning, Marianne and Margaret headed toward one of these hills, drawn by patches of sunshine breaking through a showery sky. They couldn't stand being cooped up any longer after 2 days of steady rain. The weather wasn't appealing enough to draw the other two away from their drawing and reading, despite Marianne's declaration that the day would stay fair and that every threatening cloud would clear away from their hills. So the two girls set off together. They climbed the hills cheerfully, congratulating themselves on their good judgment every time they glimpsed blue sky. When they felt the invigorating gusts of a strong southwestern wind on their faces, they pitied the fears that had kept their mother and Elinor from sharing such delightful sensations. "Is there any happiness in the world?" said Marianne. "Better than this? Margaret, we'll walk here for at least 2 hours." Margaret agreed, and they continued walking against the wind, fighting it with laughing delight for about 20 more minutes. Then suddenly the clouds gathered overhead, and driving rain hit them full in the face. Frustrated and surprised, they had no choice but to turn back reluctantly, since there was no shelter closer than their own house. They had one consolation, though, which the urgency of the moment made more appropriate than usual. They could run at full speed down the steep side of the hill that led straight to their garden gate. They took off. Marianne had the advantage at first, but a misstep brought her suddenly to the ground. Margaret, unable to stop herself to help, was carried along by her momentum and reached the bottom safely. A gentleman carrying a gun, with 2 pointers playing around him, was walking up the hill just a few yards from Marianne when her accident happened. He put down his gun and ran to help her. She had gotten herself off the ground, but her foot had twisted in the fall, and she could barely stand. The gentleman offered his help, and seeing that her modesty made her decline what her situation clearly required, he picked her up without further delay and carried her down the hill. Then, passing through the garden gate that Margaret had left open, he carried her straight into the house, where Margaret had just arrived, and didn't let go until he had seated her in a chair in the parlor. Elinor and her mother looked up in amazement at their entrance, while both stared at him with obvious wonder and secret admiration sparked equally by his appearance. He apologized for the intrusion by explaining what had happened, in such a frank and graceful manner that his uncommonly handsome appearance gained additional charm from his voice and expression. Even if he had been old, ugly, and crude, Mrs. Dashwood's gratitude and kindness would have been secured by any attention to her child. But the influence of youth, beauty, and elegance gave the action an appeal that touched her heart. She thanked him over and over, and with the sweet manner that always characterized her, invited him to sit down. But he declined, saying he was dirty and wet. Mrs. Dashwood then asked to know who she was indebted to. His name, he replied, was Willoughby, and he was currently staying at Elinor. He hoped she would allow him the honor of calling tomorrow to ask after Miss Dashwood. She readily granted the honor, and he then left, making himself even more intriguing in the middle of a heavy rain. His masculine beauty and exceptional gracefulness immediately became the subject of general admiration, and the teasing his gallantry earned at Marianne's expense gained particular energy from his attractive appearance. Marianne herself had seen less of him than the rest, because the blush that spread across her face when he lifted her up had prevented her from looking at him after they entered the house. But she had seen enough to join in all the others' admiration, and with an energy that always enhanced her praise. His appearance and bearing matched what her imagination had always pictured for the hero of a favorite story. In his carrying her into the house with so little ceremony, there was a quick thinking that particularly appealed to her. Every detail about him was interesting. His name was good, he lived in their favorite village, and she soon decided that of all men's clothing, a shooting jacket was the most attractive. Her imagination was busy, her thoughts were pleasant, and the pain of a sprained ankle was forgotten. Sir John called on them as soon as the next break in the weather that morning allowed him to get outside. When Marianne's accident was described to him, he eagerly asked whether he knew any gentleman named Willoughby at Elinor. "Willoughby," cried Sir John. "What, is he in the country? That's good news. I'll ride over tomorrow and ask him to dinner on Thursday." "You know him then," said Mrs. Dashwood. "Know him, of course I do. He comes down here every year. And what sort of young man is he? As good a guy as ever lived, I assure you. A very good shot, and there isn't a bolder rider in England." "And is that all you can say for him?" cried Marianne indignantly. "But what are his manners when you know him better? What are his interests, his talents and intelligence?" Sir John was rather puzzled. "Honestly," said he, "I don't know much about him and all that, but he's a pleasant, good-humored fellow and has the nicest little black pointer bitch I ever saw. Was she out with him today?" But Marianne could no more tell him about the color of Mr. Willoughby's pointer than he could describe to her the depths of his character. "But who is he?" said Elinor. "Where does he come from? Does he have a house at Elinor?" On this point Sir John could give more definite information. He told them that Mr. Willoughby had no property of his own in the area. He was only staying there while visiting the old lady at Elinor Court, to whom he was related and whose property he would inherit. He added, Yes, he's very much worth pursuing, I can tell you, Miss Dashwood. He has a pretty little estate of his own in Somersetshire besides. If I were you, I wouldn't give him up to my younger sister." Despite all this tumbling down hills, Miss Marianne shouldn't expect to have all the men to herself. Brandon will be jealous if she doesn't watch out. "I don't believe," said Mrs. Dashwood with a good-humored smile, "that Mr. Willoughby will be bothered by either of my daughter's attempts at what you call pursuing him. It's not something they've been raised to do. Men are very safe with us, no matter how rich they are. I'm glad to learn from what you say, however, that he's a respectable young man whose friendship would be appropriate. He's as good a guy as ever lived, I believe," repeated Sir John. "I remember last Christmas at a little dance at the park, he danced from 8 o'clock till 4 without sitting down once." "Did he really?" cried Marianne with sparkling eyes, and with elegance, with spirit. "Yes, and he was up again at 8 to ride to the hunt. That's what I like, that's what a young man should be. Whatever his interests, his enthusiasm for them should know no limits and leave him with no sense of fatigue." Yes, I see how it will be," said Sir John. "I see how it will be. You'll be chasing after him now and never think of poor Brandon." "That's an expression, Sir John," said Marianne warmly, "that I particularly dislike. I hate every cliché that's supposed to be witty, and chasing after a man or making a conquest are the most awful of all. They're crude and narrow-minded, and if they could ever have been considered clever, time destroyed all their wit long ago." Sir John didn't really understand this criticism, but he laughed as heartily as if he did, and then replied, "Well, you'll make conquests enough, I'm sure, one way or another. Poor Brandon, he's already quite smitten, and he's very worth chasing after, I can tell you, despite all this tumbling about and spraining of ankles." Chapter 10. Marianne's Rescuer. As Margaret called Willoughby, he went to the cottage early the next morning to check on them personally. Mrs. Dashwood welcomed him with more than just politeness, with genuine kindness that Sir John's description of him and her own gratitude inspired. Everything about the visit convinced him of the good sense, refinement, love, and domestic happiness of the family that fate had introduced him to. He didn't need a second meeting to be convinced of their physical beauty. Miss Dashwood had a delicate complexion, regular features, and a remarkably pretty figure. Marianne was even more beautiful. Though her figure wasn't as perfect as her sister's, her height made her more striking. Her face was so lovely that when people called her a beautiful girl, which was the usual flattery, they were actually telling the truth for once. Her skin was very tan, but it was so clear that her complexion was unusually radiant. All her features were attractive, her smile was sweet and charming, and her very dark eyes showed such life, spirit, and enthusiasm that you couldn't help but be delighted by them. At first, Marianne held back from looking at Willoughby directly because she felt embarrassed remembering how he had helped her. But when that passed, when she regained her composure and saw that he combined perfect manners with honesty and liveliness, and especially when she heard him say he was passionate about music and dancing, she gave him such an approving look that he spent most of his remaining visit talking to her. She only had to hear about any activity she enjoyed to start talking. She couldn't stay quiet when such topics came up, and she wasn't shy or reserved about discussing them. They quickly discovered they both loved dancing and music, and that this came from generally agreeing about everything related to both. Encouraged by this, she questioned him about books. She brought up her favorite authors and talked about them with such passionate delight that any 25-year-old man would have had to be completely insensitive not to immediately appreciate the excellence of such works, no matter how much he'd ignored them before. Their taste was remarkably similar. They both loved the same books and the same passages, or if any disagreement appeared, it lasted only until she could present her arguments and flash her bright eyes at him. He agreed with all her opinions and caught all her enthusiasm. Long before his visit ended, they were talking like old friends. "Well, Marianne," said Elinor as soon as he left, "I think you did pretty well for one morning. You've already figured out Mr. Willoughby's opinion on almost every important topic. You know what he thinks of Cowper and Scott, you're sure he appreciates them properly, and you've confirmed he doesn't admire Pope more than he should. But how will you keep this friendship going when you've rushed through every possible topic so quickly? You'll soon run out of favorite subjects to discuss. One more meeting will cover his thoughts on scenic beauty and second marriages, and then you'll have nothing left to ask about." "Elinor," cried Marianne, "is this fair? Is this right? Are my interests really so limited? But I see what you mean. I've been too comfortable, too happy, too open. I've gone against every conventional idea of proper behavior. I've been honest and sincere when I should have been reserved, lifeless, boring, and fake. If I'd only talked about the weather and the roads and only spoken once every 10 minutes, you wouldn't be criticizing me now." "My dear," said her mother, "don't be offended with Elinor. She was only joking. I'd scold her myself if she actually wanted to discourage you from enjoying your conversation with our new friend." Marianne softened immediately. On his side, Willoughby showed every sign that he was pleased with their friendship and clearly wanted to develop it further. He came to see them every day. At first, his excuse was checking on Marianne, but their increasingly warm welcome made such an excuse unnecessary before it became impossible to use, since Marianne had completely recovered. She was confined to the house for several days, but she'd never found being stuck at home less annoying. Willoughby was a young man with good abilities, a quick imagination, lively spirits, and open, affectionate manners. He was perfectly designed to win Marianne's heart. Along with all this, he had not only an attractive appearance but a natural passion that was now awakened and increased by her example, which made her care for him more than anything else. Gradually, his company became her greatest pleasure. They read, talked, and sang together. He was quite musically talented, and he read with all the sensitivity and spirit that Edward had unfortunately lacked. Mrs. Dashwood thought he was as perfect as Marianne did. Elinor saw nothing to criticize in him except a tendency, which strongly resembled what delighted her sister, to say too much of what he thought on every occasion, without considering the people around him or the circumstances. In quickly forming and expressing opinions about other people, in sacrificing general politeness for undivided attention when his heart was involved, and in too easily ignoring the rules of social propriety. He showed a lack of caution that Elinor couldn't approve of, despite everything he and Marianne said in its defense. Marianne began to realize that the despair that had seized her at 16 and a half, that she'd never see a man who could meet her ideas of perfection, had been hasty and unjustified. Willoughby was everything her imagination had pictured in that unhappy moment and in every brighter period as capable of attracting her. His behavior showed that his feelings were as sincere as his abilities were strong. Her mother, who hadn't had a single speculative thought about their marriage based on his financial prospects, was led by the end of a week to hope for and expect it, secretly congratulating herself on gaining two such sons-in-law as Edward and Willoughby. Colonel Brandon's preference for Marianne, which his friends had discovered so early, now first became obvious to Elinor, just when they stopped noticing it. Their attention and jokes were directed toward his more successful rival, and the teasing he'd endured before any real preference developed was dropped when his feelings actually began to deserve the ridicule that's justly attached to being overly sentimental. Elinor was forced, though reluctantly, to believe that the feelings Mrs. Jennings had assigned to him for her own satisfaction were now actually inspired by her sister. However much a general similarity of personality might encourage Mr. Willoughby's affection, an equally striking difference in character was no obstacle to Colonel Brandon's feelings. She saw this with concern because what could a quiet man of 35 hope for when competing with a very lively one of 25? Since she couldn't even wish him success, she sincerely wished he didn't care. She liked him. Despite his seriousness and reserve, she found him interesting. His manners, though serious, were gentle, and his reserve seemed to result more from some depression than from any naturally gloomy personality. Sir John had hinted at past injuries and disappointments, which justified her belief that he was an unfortunate man, and she regarded him with respect and compassion. Perhaps she pitied and respected him more because Willoughby and Marianne slighted him. Prejudiced against him for being neither lively nor young, they seemed determined to undervalue his good qualities. "Brandon is just the kind of man," said Willoughby one day when they were discussing him, "whom everybody speaks well of and nobody cares about, whom everyone's delighted to see and nobody remembers to talk to." "That's exactly what I think of him," cried Marianne. "Don't boast about it, though," said Elinor, "because you're both being unfair. He's highly respected by everyone at the park, and I never see him without making an effort to talk with him." "That you support him," replied Willoughby, "is certainly in his favor, but as for the others' respect, that's actually a criticism. Who would submit to the indignity of being approved by women like Lady Middleton and Mrs. Jennings if they could earn anyone else's indifference? But perhaps the criticism from people like you and Marianne will make up for Lady Middleton's and her mother's approval. If their praise is actually criticism, your criticism might be praise, since they're no less discerning than you are prejudiced and unfair. In defense of your protégé, you can even be sassy. My protégé, as you call him, is a sensible man, and good sense will always attract me. Yes, Marianne, even in a man between 30 and 40. He's seen a lot of the world, has traveled abroad, has read widely, and has a thoughtful mind. I found him capable of giving me a lot of information on various subjects, and he's always answered my questions with the promptness of good breeding and good nature." "In other words," cried Marianne contemptuously, "he's told you that in the East Indies the climate is hot and the mosquitoes are annoying." "He would have told me so, no doubt, if I'd asked such questions, but those happen to be things I already knew about." "Perhaps," said Willoughby, "his observations extended to the existence of wealthy colonials, gold coins, and sedan chairs. I'd venture to say his observations have reached much further than your fairness, but why should you dislike him?" "I don't dislike him. I consider him, on the contrary, a very respectable man who has everyone's good word and nobody's notice, who has more money than he can spend, more time than he knows how to use, and 2 new coats every year. Add to that," cried Marianne, "that he has no genius, taste, or spirit. His intelligence has no brilliance, his feelings no passion, and his voice no expression." "You judge his flaws so generally," replied Elinor, "and so much based on your own imagination, that the praise I can give him seems relatively cold and bland by comparison. I can only say he's a sensible man, well-bred, well-informed, with a gentle manner and, I believe, a kind heart." "Miss Dashwood," cried Willoughby, "now you're being unfair to me. You're trying to disarm me with reason and convince me against my will. But it won't work. You'll find me as stubborn as you are clever. I have 3 unanswerable reasons for disliking Colonel Brandon. He predicted rain when I wanted good weather, he criticized how my carriage hangs, and I can't persuade him to buy my brown mare. If it will satisfy you, however, to be told that I believe his character is otherwise irreproachable, I'm ready to admit it. And in return for an acknowledgement that must cause me some pain, you can't deny me the privilege of disliking him as much as ever." Chapter 11. Mrs. Had little when the Dashwood family first arrived in Devonshire, none of them could have imagined how busy their social calendar would become, or how many invitations and constant visitors would leave them with little time for quiet activities. But that's exactly what happened. Once Marianne had recovered, Sir John put into action all the entertainment plans he had been making. Private balls at the park began, and boating parties were organized as often as the rainy October weather would allow. Willoughby was included in every gathering, and the relaxed, friendly atmosphere of these parties was perfect for deepening his relationship with the Dashwoods. It gave him countless opportunities to witness Marianne's wonderful qualities, to show his enthusiastic admiration for her, and to receive clear signs of her affection in return. Elinor wasn't surprised by their attachment. She only wished they wouldn't display it so openly, and once or twice she gently suggested that Marianne might want to show a little more self-control. But Marianne hated hiding her feelings when there was nothing shameful about being open. She thought trying to restrain perfectly acceptable emotions was not only unnecessary, but a disgraceful surrender of reason to conventional and misguided ideas. Willoughby felt the same way, and their behavior always reflected these beliefs. When he was around, she had eyes for no one else. Everything he did was perfect. Everything he said was brilliant. If their evenings at the park ended with card games, he would cheat himself and everyone else just to make sure she got good cards. If they were dancing, they partnered each other for half the night, and when they had to separate for a few dances, they were careful to stand together and barely spoke to anyone else. This behavior naturally made them the subject of much laughter, but ridicule couldn't embarrass them and hardly seemed to bother them at all. Mrs. Dashwood shared all their feelings with such warmth that she had no desire to discourage this excessive display. To her, it was simply the natural result of strong affection in a young and passionate heart. This was Marianne's season of happiness. Her heart belonged completely to Willoughby, and the deep attachment to Norland that she had brought with her from Sussex was more likely to fade than she had ever thought possible, softened by the joy his company brought to her current home. Elinor's happiness wasn't as complete. Her heart wasn't as peaceful, and she didn't find their entertainment as purely satisfying. These activities provided no companion who could make up for what she had left behind, or who could help her think of Norland with any less regret than before. Neither Lady Middleton nor Mrs. Jennings could provide the kind of conversation she missed, although Mrs. Jennings never stopped talking and had shown her kindness from the beginning, ensuring Elinor got plenty of her attention. She had already told Elinor her life story 3 or 4 times. If Elinor's memory had been as good as Mrs. Jennings's storytelling ability, she would have known very early in their friendship every detail of Mr. Jennings's final illness and what he said to his wife just minutes before he died. Lady Middleton was more pleasant than her mother only because she was quieter. Elinor didn't need to observe long to realize that her reserved manner was just a calm exterior that had nothing to do with intelligence. She acted the same way toward her husband and mother as she did toward everyone else, so real friendship was neither expected nor wanted. She never had anything new to say from one day to the next. Her dullness was constant, even her moods never changed. And though she didn't object to the parties her husband organized, as long as everything was done in style and her 2 oldest children came with her, she never seemed to enjoy them any more than she would have enjoyed staying home. She added so little to everyone else's pleasure through conversation that sometimes they only remembered she was there when she fussed over her difficult boys. Only in Colonel Brandon, among all her new acquaintances, did Elinor find someone she could respect for his intelligence, who interested her as a friend, or who was enjoyable company. Willoughby was out of the question. Her admiration and affection, even her sisterly feelings, belonged entirely to him, but he was in love. His attention was completely focused on Marianne, and a much less charming man might have been more generally appealing. Colonel Brandon, unfortunately for him, had no such reason to think only of Marianne, and in talking with Elinor, he found his greatest comfort for her sister's indifference. Elinor's sympathy for him grew as she began to suspect that he had already experienced the pain of disappointed love. This suspicion came from some words he accidentally let slip one evening at the park, when they had sat down together by mutual agreement while the others were dancing. He was watching Marianne, and after several minutes of silence, he said with a weak smile, "Your sister, I understand, doesn't approve of second attachments." "No," Elinor replied, "all her opinions are romantic. Or rather, I believe she thinks they are impossible. I think she does. But how she manages this without thinking about her own father, who was married twice, I don't know. A few years, however, will base her opinions on the solid foundation of common sense and experience, and then they may be easier to define and justify than they are now, by anyone except herself." "That's probably true," he replied, "and yet there's something so sweet about a young person's prejudices that it's sad to see them give way to more conventional opinions." "I can't agree with you there," said Elinor. "There are problems with feelings like Marianne's that all the charm of enthusiasm and innocence can't make up for. Her beliefs all have the unfortunate tendency to disregard what's proper, and better knowledge of the world is what I see as her greatest possible benefit." After a short pause, he continued the conversation by saying, "Does your sister make any distinctions in her objections to second attachments? Or is it equally wrong for everyone? Are those who have been disappointed in their first choice, whether because of their lover's unfaithfulness or unfortunate circumstances, supposed to remain uninterested for the rest of their lives?" Honestly, I don't know the details of her principles. I only know that I've never heard her admit that a second attachment could ever be acceptable. "This," he said, "can't last. But a complete change of feelings, no, don't wish for it. When the romantic ideals of a young mind are forced to give way, how often are they replaced by opinions that are all too common and dangerous? I speak from experience. I once knew a lady who in temperament and mind was very much like your sister, who thought and judged as she does, but who because of a forced change, because of a series of unfortunate circumstances. Here he stopped suddenly, seeming to realize he had said too much, and his expression suggested thoughts that might not otherwise have occurred to Elinor. The lady he mentioned probably would have passed without suspicion if he hadn't convinced Miss Dashwood that what concerned her shouldn't have escaped his lips. As it was, it took only a small leap of imagination to connect his emotion with tender memories of past love. Elinor didn't probe further. But Marianne, in her place, wouldn't have been so restrained. Her active imagination would have quickly constructed the whole story, arranging everything in the most tragic order of disastrous love. Chapter 12. Elinor and Marianne share news. During their morning walk, Marianne showed her sister some letters from Willoughby. Despite everything Elinor already knew about Marianne's reckless behavior and thoughtlessness, she was shocked by how extreme these qualities appeared in the letters. Marianne excitedly told her that Willoughby had given her a horse, one he had bred himself on his estate in Somerset, perfectly suited for a woman to ride, without considering that their mother had no plans to keep any horses, or that accepting this gift would mean buying another horse for a servant, hiring someone to ride it, and building a stable for both horses. Marianne had accepted the present without hesitation and told her sister about it with pure joy. "He's going to send his groom to Somerset right away to get it," she added, "and when it arrives we'll ride every day. You can share it with me. Just imagine, dear Elinor, the joy of galloping across these hills." Marianne was very reluctant to wake up from such a happy dream and face all the unpleasant realities that came with this situation. For a while, she refused to accept them. As for hiring an additional servant, the cost would be nothing. She was sure their mother would never object, and any horse would do for the servant. He could always get one from the park. As for a stable, the simplest shed would be enough. Elinor then carefully questioned whether it was appropriate for Marianne to accept such a present from a man she knew so little, or at least had known for such a short time. This was too much. "You're wrong, Elinor," Marianne said passionately. "To think I know very little about Willoughby. I haven't known him long, that's true, but I know him much better than I know anyone else in the world, except you and Mama. It's not time or opportunity that determines intimacy, it's personality alone. 7 years wouldn't be enough for some people to get to know each other, and 7 days is more than enough for others. I would feel more guilty accepting a horse from my brother than from Willoughby. I know very little about John, even though we've lived together for years, but I formed my opinion of Willoughby long ago." Elinor thought it was best not to push that point any further. She knew her sister's personality. Opposition on such a sensitive subject would only make her cling more stubbornly to her own opinion. But by appealing to Marianne's love for their mother, and by pointing out the inconveniences that their indulgent mother would have to bear if she agreed to this increased household expense, which would probably happen, Marianne was soon convinced. She promised not to tempt their mother into such unwise generosity by mentioning the offer, and to tell Willoughby when she next saw him that she had to decline. She kept her word. When Willoughby visited the cottage that same day, Elinor heard her quietly express her disappointment to him about having to turn down his present. She explained the reasons for this change, and they were such that he couldn't possibly argue further. However, his disappointment was very obvious. After expressing it earnestly, he added in the same low voice, "But Marianne, the horse is still yours, even though you can't use it now. I'll keep it only until you can claim it. When you leave Barton to set up your own household in a more permanent home, Queen Mab will be there for you." Miss Dashwood overheard all of this. In the entire sentence, in the way he said it, and in his addressing her sister by her first name alone, she immediately recognized such a definite intimacy, such a direct meaning, that it clearly showed perfect understanding between them. From that moment, she had no doubt they were engaged to each other. This belief created no surprise other than that she, or any of their friends, should be left to discover it by accident, given their open personalities. Margaret told her something the next day that made this matter even clearer. Willoughby had spent the previous evening with them, and Margaret, having been left alone in the parlor with just him and Marianne for some time, had the opportunity to make observations. She shared these with her eldest sister with a very serious expression when they were next alone together. "Oh, Elinor," she exclaimed, "I have such a secret to tell you about Marianne. I'm sure she's going to marry Mr. Willoughby very soon." "You've said that," replied Elinor, "almost every day since they first met on Whitechurch Down. I believe they hadn't even known each other a week before you were certain that Marianne wore his picture around her neck, but it turned out to be only a miniature of our great-uncle. But this really is completely different. I'm sure they'll be married very soon because he has a lock of her hair. Be careful, Margaret. It might just be hair from some great-uncle of his. But really, Elinor, it's Marianne's. I'm almost sure it is, because I saw him cut it off. Last night after tea, when you and Mama left the room, they were whispering and talking together as fast as they could, and he seemed to be begging her for something. Then he picked up her scissors and cut off a long lock of her hair. It was all falling down her back. He kissed it, folded it up in a piece of white paper, and put it in his wallet. Given such specific details from such a reliable source, Elinor couldn't doubt the story, nor did she want to, since it perfectly matched what she had heard and seen herself. Margaret's perceptiveness wasn't always displayed in such a satisfying way for her sister. When Mrs. Jennings cornered her one evening at the park to get the name of the young man who was Elinor's particular favorite, something that had long been a matter of great curiosity to her, Margaret answered by looking at her sister and saying, "I can't tell, can I, Elinor?" This naturally made everyone laugh, and Elinor tried to laugh too, but the effort was painful. She was convinced that Margaret had settled on a person whose name she couldn't bear to hear become a running joke with Mrs. Jennings. Marianne felt sincerely sorry for her, but she did more harm than good to the situation by turning very red and saying angrily to Margaret, "Remember that whatever your guesses might be, you have no right to repeat them." "I never made any guesses about it," replied Margaret. "You're the one who told me about it." This made the group laugh even more, and Margaret was eagerly pressed to say something more. "Oh, please, Miss Margaret, let us know all about it," said Mrs. Jennings. "What's the gentleman's name?" "I can't tell you, ma'am, but I know very well what it is, and I know where he is too." Yes, we can guess where he is, at his own house at Norland, I'm sure. He's the parish priest, I bet." "No, he's not. He doesn't have any profession at all." "Margaret," said Marianne heatedly, "you know that all this is something you made up, and that no such person exists." "Well then, he must be recently dead, Marianne, because I'm sure there was such a man once, and his name starts with F." Elinor felt extremely grateful to Lady Middleton for observing at this moment that it was raining very hard, though she believed the interruption came less from any consideration for her than from Lady Middleton's strong dislike of all such crude subjects of teasing that delighted her husband and mother. However, the topic Lady Middleton had started was immediately picked up by Colonel Brandon, who was always mindful of other people's feelings, and both of them said a great deal about the rain. Willoughby opened the piano and asked Marianne to sit down and play. Through these various efforts by different people to change the subject, it was finally dropped. But Elinor didn't recover easily from the anxiety it had caused her. A group was organized that evening to go the following day to see a very beautiful estate about 12 miles from Barton. It belonged to a brother-in-law of Colonel Brandon, and they could only visit through his connections, since the owner, who was currently abroad, had left strict orders about this. The grounds were said to be extremely beautiful, and Sir John, who was particularly enthusiastic in praising them, could be considered a decent judge since he had organized trips to visit them at least twice every summer for the past 10 years. The estate included a magnificent lake, and sailing on it was to be a major part of the morning's entertainment. They would bring cold food, use only open carriages, and conduct everything in the usual style of a complete pleasure party. To some of the group, it seemed like a rather bold plan considering the time of year and the fact that it had rained every day for the past 2 weeks. Mrs. Dashwood, who already had a cold, was persuaded by Elinor to stay home. Chapter 13. Their planned trip to Whitwell turned out very different from what Elinor had expected. She was ready to get soaked, exhausted, and scared, but what happened was even worse. They didn't go at all. By 10 o'clock, everyone had gathered at the park where they were supposed to have breakfast. The morning looked pretty good, even though it had rained all night, since the clouds were clearing and the sun kept breaking through. Everyone was excited and in great spirits, eager to have fun and determined to put up with any problems rather than miss out. While they were eating breakfast, the mail arrived. Among the letters was one for Colonel Brandon. He took it, looked at the address, went pale, and immediately left the room. "What's wrong with Brandon?" said Sir John. Nobody knew. "I hope he didn't get bad news," said Lady Middleton. "It must be something serious to make Colonel Brandon leave my breakfast table so suddenly." About 5 minutes later he came back. "No bad news, I hope, Colonel," said Mrs. Jennings as soon as he walked in. "None at all, ma'am, thank you. Was it from Avignon? I hope it's not saying your sister is worse. No, ma'am, it came from London and it's just a business letter. But why did the handwriting upset you so much if it was only business? Come on, Colonel, that won't do. Let's hear the truth. My dear madam, said Lady Middleton, think about what you're saying. Maybe it's telling you that your cousin Fanny got married? Said Mrs. Jennings, ignoring her daughter's criticism. No, it's not that. Well then, I know who it's from, Colonel, and I hope she's doing well. Who do you mean, ma'am? He said, blushing slightly. Oh, you know who I mean. I'm very sorry, ma'am, he said, turning to Lady Middleton, that I got this letter today, because it's about business that requires me to go to London immediately. London, cried Mrs. Jennings. What could you possibly need to do in London at this time of year? It's a huge loss for me, he continued, having to leave such a pleasant group, but I'm even more worried because I'm afraid you need me there to get into Whitwell. What a crushing blow this was for everyone. But if you write a note to the housekeeper, Mr. Brandon, said Marianne eagerly, wouldn't that work? He shook his head. We have to go, said Sir John. We can't cancel when we're so close. You can't leave for London until tomorrow, Brandon, that's all there is to it. I wish it were that simple, but I can't delay my trip for even one day. If you'd just tell us what your business is, said Mrs. Jennings, we could see whether it could be postponed or not. You'd only be 6 hours later, said Willoughby, if you put off your trip until we get back. I can't afford to lose even 1 hour. Then Elinor heard Willoughby say quietly to Marianne, some people just can't stand having fun. Brandon is one of them. He was probably afraid of catching cold and made up this excuse to get out of it. I'd bet £50 he wrote that letter himself. I'm sure of it, Marianne replied. I know from experience there's no convincing you to change your mind once you've decided something, Brandon, said Sir John. But I hope you'll reconsider. Think about it. The 2 Miss Careys came all the way from Newton, the 3 Miss Dashwoods walked up from the cottage, and Mr. Willoughby got up 2 hours earlier than usual, all just to go to Whitwell. Colonel Brandon again said he was sorry for disappointing everyone, but insisted it couldn't be helped. Well then, when will you be back? I hope we'll see you at Barton, added her ladyship, as soon as you can leave London, and we'll postpone the Whitwell trip until you return. You're very kind, but it's so uncertain when I'll be able to come back that I can't make any promises. Oh, he has to come back, cried Sir John. If he's not here by the end of the week, I'll go after him. Yes, do that, Sir John, cried Mrs. Jennings, and then maybe you can find out what his business really is. I don't want to pry into other people's affairs. I suppose it's something he's embarrassed about. They announced that Colonel Brandon's horses were ready. You're not riding to London, are you? Asked Sir John. No, only to Honiton. Then I'll take the mail coach. Well, since you're determined to go, I wish you a good trip, but you really should change your mind. I assure you I can't. He then said goodbye to everyone. Is there any chance I might see you and your sisters in London this winter, Miss Dashwood? I'm afraid not at all. Then I have to say goodbye for longer than I'd like. To Marianne, he just bowed and said nothing. Come on, Colonel, said Mrs. Jennings, before you leave, tell us what this is all about. He wished her good morning and left the room with Sir John. All the complaints and disappointment that politeness had kept in check now burst out, and everyone kept saying over and over how annoying it was to be let down like this. I can guess what his business is, though, said Mrs. Jennings triumphantly. Can you, ma'am? Said almost everyone. Yes, it's about Miss Williams, I'm sure. And who is Miss Williams? Asked Marianne. What, you don't know who Miss Williams is? I'm sure you must have heard of her before. She's a relative of the Colonel's, my dear, a very close relative. We won't say how close so we don't shock you young ladies. Then, lowering her voice, she said to Elinor, she's his illegitimate daughter. Really? Oh yes, and she looks exactly like him. I bet the Colonel will leave her all his money. When Sir John came back, he joined in everyone's disappointment about the unfortunate turn of events, but concluded by pointing out that since they were all together anyway, they should try to enjoy themselves. After some discussion, they agreed that although real happiness could only be found at Whitwell, they might feel reasonably content by driving around the countryside. They ordered the carriages. Willoughby's was first, and Marianne never looked happier than when she got into it. He drove very fast through the park, and they were quickly out of sight. Nobody saw them again until they returned, which wasn't until after everyone else was back. They both seemed thrilled with their drive, but only said generally that they had stayed on the back roads while the others went up to the hills. They decided to have dancing that evening, and everyone would be extremely cheerful all day long. More of the Careys came for dinner, and they had nearly 20 people at the table, which Sir John noted with great satisfaction. Willoughby took his usual seat between the 2 older Miss Dashwoods. Mrs. Jennings sat on Elinor's right, and they hadn't been seated long before she leaned behind Elinor and Willoughby and said to Marianne, loud enough for both to hear, "I've figured out what you've been up to despite all your tricks. I know where you spent the morning." Marianne blushed and replied quickly, "Where?" "Didn't you know," said Willoughby, "that we had been out in my carriage?" Yes, Mr. Smartass. I know that perfectly well, and I was determined to find out where you went. I hope you like your house, Miss Marianne. It's a very large one, I know, and when I come to visit you, I hope you'll have redecorated it, because it really needed it when I was there 6 years ago." Marianne turned away, completely embarrassed. "Mrs." Jennings laughed loudly, and Elinor realized that in her determination to find out where they had been, she had actually made her maid ask Mr. Willoughby's groom, and that's how she learned they had gone to Elenham and spent a long time there walking around the garden and touring the entire house. Elinor could hardly believe this was true, since it seemed very unlikely that Willoughby would suggest, or Marianne would agree, to enter the house while Mrs. Smith was there, since Marianne didn't know her at all. As soon as they left the dining room, Elinor asked her about it, and was amazed to discover that everything Mrs. Jennings had said was completely true. Marianne was actually angry with her for doubting it. "Why would you think, Elinor, that we didn't go there or that we didn't see the house? Isn't it something you've often wanted to do yourself?" "Yes, Marianne, but I wouldn't go while Mrs. Smith was there, and with no other company than Mr. Willoughby." "But Mr. Willoughby is the only person who has the right to show that house, and since we went in an open carriage, it was impossible to have anyone else with us. I never spent a more pleasant morning in my life." "I'm afraid," replied Elinor, "that just because something is pleasant doesn't make it appropriate. On the contrary, nothing could prove it more, Elinor. If there had been anything really wrong with what I did, I would have felt it at the time, because we always know when we're doing something wrong, and with that feeling I couldn't have enjoyed it. But, my dear Marianne, since it's already led to some very rude comments, don't you now question whether your behavior was wise? If Mrs. Jennings's rude remarks are proof that our behavior was wrong, then we're all misbehaving every moment of our lives. I don't care about her criticism any more than I would value her praise. I don't think I did anything wrong by walking around Mrs. Smith's property or seeing her house. Someday they'll belong to Mr. Willoughby, and even if they were someday going to be yours, Marianne, that wouldn't justify what you did." She blushed at this hint, but it was clearly pleasing to her, and after 10 minutes of serious thought, she came back to her sister and said cheerfully, "Maybe, Elinor, it was poor judgment for me to go to Elenham, but Mr. Willoughby really wanted to show me the place, and it's a lovely house, I promise you. There's one particularly pretty sitting room upstairs. A nice, comfortable size for everyday use, and with modern furniture it would be wonderful. It's a corner room with windows on 2 sides. From one side, you look across the lawn behind the house to a beautiful sloping forest, and from the other you can see the church and village, and beyond them, those gorgeous bold hills we've admired so often. I didn't see it at its best, because the furniture was terrible, but if it were redecorated, Willoughby says a couple £100 would make it one of the most pleasant summer rooms in England." If Elinor could have listened to her, without being interrupted by the others, she would have described every room in the house with equal enthusiasm. Chapter 14. The abrupt end of Colonel Brandon's visit to the estate and his determination to hide its cause this situation completely occupied Mrs. Jennings' mind and kept her wondering for 2 or 3 days. She was quite the wonderer, as anyone would be who takes such a keen interest in everything their friends and acquaintances are up to. She wondered almost constantly what could be the reason for it, convinced there must be some bad news. She thought through every possible kind of trouble that could have affected him, determined that he couldn't have escaped all of them. "Something very sad must be happening, I'm sure," she said. "I could see it in his face. Poor man, I'm afraid his finances might be in trouble. The de Lafford estate was never worth more than $2,000 a year, and his brother left everything in a terrible mess. I really think he must have been called away about money problems. What else could it be? I wonder if that's it. I'd give anything to know the truth. Maybe it's about Miss Williams, and actually I bet that's exactly what it is, because he looked so uncomfortable when I mentioned her. She might be sick in town, nothing could be more likely, since I think she's always been rather sickly. I'd bet anything it's about Miss Williams. It's not very likely he'd be having financial troubles now, since he's such a careful man, and surely he must have cleared up the estate's debts by this time. I wonder what it could be. Maybe his sister is worse in Avignon and sent for him. His rushing off like that certainly seems like it. Well, I hope he gets through whatever trouble this is and finds a good wife while he's at it. This is how Mrs. Jennings wondered and talked. Her theories changed with every new idea, and they all seemed equally likely as they occurred to her. Though Elinor genuinely cared about Colonel Brandon's well-being, she couldn't summon all the amazement about his sudden departure that Mrs. Jennings wanted her to feel. Besides the fact that the situation didn't, in her opinion, warrant such prolonged surprise or endless speculation, her attention was focused elsewhere. She was completely absorbed by the strange silence her sister and Willoughby maintained about a subject they must know was particularly interesting to all of them. As this silence continued, it seemed stranger every day and increasingly inconsistent with both their personalities. Why they wouldn't openly tell her mother and herself what their constant behavior toward each other clearly showed had happened, Elinor couldn't understand. She could easily imagine that marriage might not be immediately possible for them. Though Willoughby was independent, there was no reason to think he was wealthy. Sir John had estimated his estate at about $600 or $700 a year, but he lived so expensively that his income could hardly cover it, and he had often complained about being poor. But she couldn't explain this strange secrecy they maintained about their engagement, which actually concealed nothing at all. It was so completely contrary to their usual opinions and behavior that sometimes she doubted whether they were really engaged, and this doubt was enough to stop her from asking Marianne directly. Nothing could have expressed more attachment to them all than Willoughby's behavior. Toward Marianne, he showed all the special tenderness a lover's heart could give, and to the rest of the family, he was as affectionately attentive as a son and brother. He seemed to consider and love the cottage as his home. He spent many more hours there than at Elenham, and unless some general invitation brought them all together at the park, whatever exercise took him out in the morning almost always ended there. He'd spend the rest of the day at Marianne's side, with his favorite hunting dog at her feet. One evening in particular, about a week after Colonel Brandon left the area, his heart seemed more open than usual to every feeling of attachment to everything around him. When Mrs. Dashwood happened to mention her plans to improve the cottage in the spring, he strongly opposed any changes to a place that his affection had made perfect. "What?" he exclaimed. "Improve this dear cottage? No, I will never agree to that. Not one stone must be added to its walls, not 1 inch to its size, if my feelings matter at all." "Don't worry," said Miss Dashwood. "Nothing like that will happen because my mother will never have enough money to attempt it." "I'm so glad to hear it," he cried. "May she always be poor, if she can't use her wealth any better than that." "Thank you, Willoughby, but you can be sure that I wouldn't sacrifice one bit of your local attachment, or anyone else's that I loved, for all the improvements in the world. You can depend on it. Whatever money I have left over when I do my accounts in the spring, I'd rather let it sit unused than spend it in a way that would cause you pain. But are you really so attached to this place that you see no flaws in it?" "I am," he said. "To me, it's perfect. More than that, I think it's the only kind of building where happiness is possible, and if I were rich enough, I'd immediately tear Camé down and rebuild it exactly like this cottage. With dark, narrow stairs and a kitchen that fills with smoke, I suppose," said Elinor. "Yes," he cried in the same eager tone, "with everything that belongs to it. Not the slightest change should be made to any convenience or inconvenience about it. Then, and only then, under such a roof, might I perhaps be as happy at Camé as I have been at Barton." "I like to think," replied Elinor, "that even with the disadvantage of better rooms and a wider staircase, you'll eventually find your own house as perfect as you now find this one." "There are certainly circumstances," said Willoughby, "that might make me love it greatly, but this place will always have one claim on my affection that no other can possibly share." Mrs. Dashwood looked with pleasure at Marianne, whose beautiful eyes were fixed so meaningfully on Willoughby that it was obvious how well she understood him. "How often I wished," he added, "when I was at Elenham a year ago, that Barton Cottage had people living in it. I never passed where I could see it without admiring its location and feeling sad that no one lived there. I had no idea that the very first news I'd hear from Mrs. Smith when I next came to the country would be that Barton Cottage had been rented. I felt immediate satisfaction and interest in that news, which nothing but some kind of intuition about the happiness I'd find here can explain. Don't you think that must be true, Marianne?" he said, speaking to her in a lower voice. Then, returning to his normal tone, he continued, "And yet you would ruin this house, Mrs. Dashwood. You'd destroy its simplicity with unnecessary improvements. And this dear parlor where we first met, where we've spent so many happy hours together since, you'd reduce it to an ordinary entryway, and everyone would rush through the room that has offered more real comfort and accommodation than any room of the finest dimensions in the world could possibly provide. Mrs. Dashwood again assured him that no such changes would be attempted. "You are a good woman," he replied warmly. "Your promise puts me at ease. Extend it a little further, and it will make me happy. Tell me that not only will your house stay the same, but that I'll always find you and your family as unchanged as your home, and that you'll always treat me with the kindness that has made everything about you so dear to me." The promise was readily given, and Willoughby's behavior throughout the entire evening showed both his affection and his happiness. "Will we see you tomorrow for dinner?" said Mrs. Dashwood as he was leaving. "I won't ask you to come in the morning, since we have to walk to the park to visit Lady Middleton." He promised to be with them by 4 o'clock. Chapter 15. Mrs. The Dashwoods visited Lady Middleton the next day, and 2 of her daughters went with her. But Marianne excused herself from joining the group, making up some minor excuse about having work to do. Her mother, who figured that Willoughby had promised the night before to call on her while they were out, was perfectly happy to let her stay home. When they returned from the park, they found Willoughby's carriage and servant waiting at the cottage, and Mrs. Dashwood was convinced that her guess had been right. So far everything had happened as she'd expected. But when she entered the house, she saw something no foresight could have prepared her for. They'd barely stepped into the hallway when Marianne came rushing out of the parlor, clearly in terrible distress, with her handkerchief pressed to her eyes. Without even noticing them, she ran upstairs. Surprised and alarmed, they went straight into the room she'd just left, where they found only Willoughby leaning against the mantelpiece with his back to them. He turned around when they came in, and his face showed that he was deeply affected by the same emotion that had overwhelmed Marianne. "Is something wrong with her?" cried Mrs. Dashwood as she entered. "Is she sick?" "I hope not," he replied, trying to look cheerful. With a forced smile, he quickly added, "It's me who should expect to be sick. I'm suffering under a very heavy disappointment." "Disappointment?" "Yes, I can't keep my plans with you. Mrs. Smith has this morning used her privilege as a wealthy woman over a poor dependent cousin by sending me on business to London. I just received my orders and said goodbye to Elinor, and to make things even more cheerful, I've now come to say goodbye to you." "To London, and you're leaving this morning?" "Almost this very moment. This is very unfortunate. But Mrs. Smith must be obeyed, and her business won't keep you away from us for long, I hope." He blushed as he replied, "You're very kind, but I have no plans to return to Devonshire anytime soon. My visits to Mrs. Smith are never repeated within a year." "And is Mrs. Smith your only friend? Is Elenham the only house in the neighborhood where you'll be welcome? For shame, Willoughby, do you need a formal invitation here?" His color deepened, and with his eyes fixed on the ground, he only replied, "Too good." Mrs. Dashwood looked at Elinor with surprise. Elinor felt equally amazed. For a few moments everyone was silent. Mrs. Dashwood spoke first. "I can only add, my dear Willoughby, that you'll always be welcome at Barton Cottage. I won't pressure you to return here immediately, because only you can judge how much that might please Mrs. Smith. On this point, I'm no more inclined to question your judgment than to doubt your feelings. My commitments right now," replied Willoughby awkwardly, "are such that I don't dare hope." He stopped. Mrs. Dashwood was too shocked to speak, and another pause followed. Willoughby broke it, saying with a weak smile, "It's foolish to drag this out. I won't torture myself any longer by staying among friends whose company I can't enjoy right now." He then quickly said goodbye to them all and left the room. They saw him get into his carriage, and within a minute it was out of sight. Mrs. Dashwood was too upset to speak, and immediately left the parlor to deal alone with the worry and alarm that this sudden departure had caused. Elinor's uneasiness was at least equal to her mother's. She thought about what had just happened with anxiety and distrust. Willoughby's behavior in saying goodbye to them, his embarrassment and fake cheerfulness, and above all his unwillingness to accept her mother's invitation, a reluctance so unlike a lover, so unlike himself, greatly disturbed her. One moment, she feared that he'd never had any serious intentions, and the next that some unfortunate fight had happened between him and her sister. The distress Marianne had shown when she left the room was exactly what a serious fight would explain, though when she considered how much Marianne loved him, a fight seemed almost impossible. But whatever the details of their separation might be, her sister's pain was undeniable, and she thought with the deepest compassion about that violent sorrow which Marianne was probably not just giving into for relief, but feeding and encouraging as if it were her duty. About half an hour later, her mother returned. Though her eyes were red, her expression wasn't entirely unhappy. "Our dear Willoughby is now several miles from Barton, Elinor," she said as she sat down to work, "and how heavy his heart must be as he travels. It's all very strange. To leave so suddenly. It seems like it happened in just a moment. And last night he was with us so happy, so cheerful, so loving, and now, after only 10 minutes' notice, gone and not planning to return, something more than what he told us must have happened. He didn't speak or act like himself. You must have seen the difference as well as I did. What could it be? Could they have had a fight? Why else would he have shown such unwillingness to accept your invitation? It wasn't that he didn't want to, Elinor. I could clearly see that. He didn't have the power to accept it. I've thought it all through, I assure you, and I can perfectly explain everything that at first seemed as strange to me as it did to you." "Can you really?" "Yes, I've explained it to myself in the most satisfactory way. But you, Elinor, who love to doubt whenever you can, it won't satisfy you, I know, but you won't talk me out of my faith in it. I'm convinced that Mrs. Smith suspects his feelings for Marianne and disapproves of them, perhaps because she has other plans for him, and for that reason is eager to get him away. The business she's sending him to handle is invented as an excuse to dismiss him. This is what I believe happened. He's also aware that she does disapprove of the connection, so he doesn't dare confess his engagement with Marianne to her right now. He feels obligated, because of his dependent situation, to go along with her schemes and stay away from Devonshire for a while. You'll tell me, I know, that this may or may not have happened, but I won't listen to any criticism unless you can point out another way of understanding this situation that's equally satisfactory. Now, Elinor, what do you have to say?" "Nothing, because you've anticipated my answer. Then you would have told me that it might or might not have happened. Oh, Elinor, how impossible your feelings are to understand. You'd rather believe something bad than something good. You'd rather look for misery for Marianne and guilt for poor Willoughby than find an excuse for him. You're determined to think him blameworthy because he said goodbye to us with less affection than his usual behavior has shown. Can't we make allowances for carelessness or for spirits depressed by recent disappointment? Can't we accept probabilities just because they're not certainties? Don't we owe something to a man we all have such reason to love and no reason in the world to think badly of? To the possibility of motives that are reasonable in themselves, though necessarily secret for now? And after all, what do you suspect him of? I can hardly say. But suspicion of something unpleasant is the inevitable result of such a change as we just witnessed in him. There's great truth, however, in what you've just said about the allowances we should make for him, and I want to be fair in my judgment of everyone. Willoughby may certainly have very good reasons for his behavior, and I hope he does, but it would have been more like Willoughby to admit them at once. Secrecy may be wise, but still I can't help wondering at his practicing it. Don't blame him, however, for departing from his character when the change is necessary. But you really do admit that what I've said in his defense is fair? I'm happy, and he's cleared of blame. Not entirely. It may be right to hide their engagement if they are engaged from Mrs. Smith, and if that's the case, it must be very wise for Willoughby to spend little time in Devonshire right now. But this is no excuse for hiding it from us. Hiding it from us? My dear child, do you accuse Willoughby and Marianne of concealment? This is strange indeed, when you've been criticizing them every day for being too obvious. I need no proof of their affection, said Elinor, but I do want proof of their engagement. I'm perfectly satisfied about both, yet neither of them has said a word to you on the subject. I haven't needed words when actions have spoken so clearly. Hasn't his behavior to Marianne and to all of us, for at least the last 2 weeks, declared that he loved and considered her his future wife, and that he felt for us the attachment of the closest relative? Haven't we perfectly understood each other? Haven't his looks, his manner, his attentive and affectionate respect asked daily for my consent? My Elinor, is it possible to doubt their engagement? How could such a thought occur to you? How could we suppose that Willoughby, convinced as he must be of your sister's love, would leave her, and leave her perhaps for months, without telling her of his affection, that they would part without sharing their feelings with each other? I admit, replied Elinor, that every circumstance except one favors their engagement. But that one is their complete silence on the subject, and for me it almost outweighs everything else. How strange this is! You must think terribly of Willoughby if, after all that has openly happened between them, you can doubt the nature of their relationship. Has he been acting a part in his behavior to your sister all this time? Do you suppose he's really indifferent to her? No, I can't think that. He must and does love her, I'm sure. But with a strange kind of tenderness, if he can leave her with such indifference, such carelessness about the future, as you attribute to him. You must remember, my dear mother, that I've never considered this matter as certain. I've had my doubts, I admit, but they're weaker than they were, and they may soon be entirely gone. If we find they write to each other, every fear of mine will be removed. A huge concession indeed. If you were to see them at the altar, you'd suppose they were going to be married. Ungracious girl, but I need no such proof. Nothing in my opinion has ever happened to justify doubt. No secrecy has been attempted, everything has been consistently open and unreserved. You can't doubt your sister's feelings. It must be Willoughby you suspect then. But why? Isn't he a man of honor and feeling? Has there been any inconsistency on his part to create alarm? Can he be deceitful? I hope not, I believe not, cried Elinor. I love Willoughby, sincerely love him, and suspicion of his integrity can't be more painful to you than to me. It's been involuntary, and I won't encourage it. I was startled, I admit, by the change in his manner this morning. He didn't speak like himself and didn't return your kindness with any warmth. But all this can be explained by his situation being what you've supposed. He just parted from my sister and seen her leave him in the greatest distress. If he felt obligated, from fear of offending Mrs. Smith, to resist the temptation of returning here soon, and yet aware that by declining your invitation and saying he was going away for some time, he would seem to act ungenerously and suspiciously toward our family, he might well be embarrassed and disturbed. In such a case, a plain and open confession of his difficulties would have been more honorable, I think, and more consistent with his general character. But I won't raise objections to anyone's conduct on such an unfair basis as a difference in judgment from myself, or a departure from what I might think right and consistent. You speak very properly. Willoughby certainly doesn't deserve to be suspected. Though we haven't known him long, he's no stranger in this part of the world. And who has ever spoken against him? If he'd been in a position to act independently and marry immediately, it might have been odd for him to leave us without acknowledging everything to me at once. But this isn't the case. It's an engagement that in some ways hasn't begun fortunately, because their marriage must be very far off. And even secrecy, as far as it can be maintained, may now be very wise. They were interrupted by Margaret coming in, and Elinor was then free to think over her mother's arguments, to acknowledge the probability of many of them, and hope for the truth of all. They saw nothing of Marianne until dinner time, when she entered the room and took her place at the table without saying a word. Her eyes were red and swollen, and it seemed as if she was barely holding back tears. She avoided looking at any of them, could neither eat nor speak, and after some time, when her mother silently pressed her hand with tender compassion, her small amount of strength was completely overcome. She burst into tears and left the room. This violent depression continued the whole evening. She had no power to control herself because she had no desire to. The slightest mention of anything related to Willoughby overwhelmed her instantly. And though her family was most anxiously concerned for her comfort, it was impossible for them, if they spoke at all, to avoid every subject that her feelings connected with him. Chapter 16. Marianne would have felt terrible if she had slept at all the first night after leaving Willoughby. She would have been embarrassed to face her family the next morning if she hadn't gotten up from bed needing more rest than when she went to sleep. But the emotions that would have made such calm composure shameful kept her from any danger of achieving it. She stayed awake all night and spent most of it crying. She woke up with a headache, couldn't talk, and didn't want to eat anything. Every moment she caused pain to her mother and sisters, and she rejected all their attempts to comfort her. Her sensitivity was powerful enough. After breakfast, she went out alone and wandered around the village of Elinor, dwelling on memories of past happiness and crying over her current misfortune for most of the morning. The evening passed in the same indulgence of emotion. She played every favorite song she used to play for Willoughby, every tune they had often sung together, and sat at the piano staring at every piece of music he had written out for her, until her heart was so heavy that no further sadness was possible. And she fed her grief this way every day. She spent entire hours at the piano, alternating between singing and crying, her voice often completely cut off by her tears. In books as well as music, she sought out the misery that comparing the past and present was sure to bring. She read nothing except what they used to read together. Such intense suffering couldn't be sustained forever. Within a few days it settled into a calmer sadness, but these activities she returned to daily, her solitary walks and silent thoughts, still produced occasional outbursts of sorrow as intense as ever. No letter came from Willoughby, and none seemed expected by Marianne. Her mother was surprised, and Elinor became worried again. But Mrs. Dashwood could find explanations whenever she wanted them, which at least satisfied her. "Remember, Elinor," she said, "how often Sir John picks up our letters himself from the post office and takes them there. We've already agreed that secrecy might be necessary, and we have to admit it couldn't be maintained if their correspondence went through Sir John's hands." Elinor couldn't deny this was true, and she tried to find in it a good enough reason for their silence. But there was one method so direct, so simple, and in her opinion so sensible for finding out what was really going on and instantly clearing up all the mystery, that she couldn't help suggesting it to her mother. "Why don't you just ask Marianne," she said, "whether she is or isn't engaged to Willoughby? Coming from you, her mother, and such a kind, indulgent mother, the question couldn't be offensive. It would be the natural result of your love for her. She used to be completely open, especially with you. I wouldn't ask such a question for anything in the world. Suppose it's possible that they aren't engaged, what distress wouldn't such a question cause? In any case, it would be completely unfair. I would never deserve her trust again, after forcing her to confess something that's currently meant to be unacknowledged to anyone. I know Marianne's heart. I know she loves me dearly, and that I won't be the last to know about this affair when circumstances make it appropriate to reveal it. I wouldn't try to force anyone's confidence, much less a child's, because a sense of duty would prevent the denial that her wishes might lead her to give." Elinor thought this generosity was excessive, considering her sister's youth, and pushed the matter further, but uselessly. Common sense, common concern, common caution were all overwhelmed by Mrs. Dashwood's romantic sensitivity. It was several days before anyone in her family mentioned Willoughby's name in front of Marianne. Sir John and Mrs. Jennings weren't so careful. Their jokes added pain to many painful hours. But one evening Mrs. Dashwood accidentally picked up a volume of Shakespeare and exclaimed, "We never finished Hamlet, Marianne. Our dear Willoughby left before we could get through it. We'll put it aside so that when he comes again, but it may be months, perhaps before that happens." "Months?" cried Marianne with strong surprise. "No, not many weeks." Mrs. Dashwood was sorry for what she had said, but it pleased Elinor, since it produced a reply from Marianne that showed such confidence in Willoughby and knowledge of his intentions. One morning, about a week after he left the area, Marianne was convinced to join her sisters in their usual walk, instead of wandering off by herself. Until now, she had carefully avoided any company during her walks. If her sisters planned to walk on the hills, she immediately snuck away toward the lanes. If they talked of the valley, she was just as quick to climb the hills and could never be found when the others set off. But finally she was secured by Elinor's efforts, since Elinor strongly disapproved of such constant isolation. They walked along the road through the valley, mostly in silence, because Marianne's mind couldn't be controlled, and Elinor, satisfied with achieving one goal, wouldn't try for more at that moment. Beyond the entrance of the valley, where the countryside, though still beautiful, was less wild and more open, a long stretch of the road they had traveled when first coming to Barton lay before them. When they reached that point, they stopped to look around and examine a view that formed the distant part of what they could see from the cottage, from a spot they had never happened to reach in any of their previous walks. Among the objects in the scene, they soon spotted a moving one. It was a man on horseback riding toward them. In a few minutes they could tell he was a gentleman, and a moment later Marianne exclaimed with delight, "It's him! It really is! I know it is!" She was hurrying to meet him when Elinor cried out, "Really, Marianne, I think you're mistaken. It's not Willoughby. The person isn't tall enough for him, and doesn't have his bearing." He does," cried Marianne. "I'm sure he does. His bearing, his coat, his horse. I knew how soon he would come." She walked eagerly forward as she spoke, and Elinor, to protect Marianne from drawing attention to herself, since she felt almost certain it wasn't Willoughby, quickened her pace and kept up with her. They were soon within 30 yards of the gentleman. Marianne looked again. Her heart sank, and she turned around abruptly and was hurrying back when both her sisters called out to stop her. A third voice, almost as familiar as Willoughby's, joined them in begging her to stop, and she turned around with surprise to see and welcome Edward Ferrars. He was the only person in the world who could be forgiven at that moment for not being Willoughby, the only one who could have gotten a smile from her. She wiped away her tears to smile at him, and in her sisters' happiness forgot her own disappointment for a while. He got off his horse and, giving it to his servant, walked back with them to Barton, which he was actually coming to visit. They all welcomed him warmly, but especially Marianne, who showed more warmth in greeting him than even Elinor herself. To Marianne, the meeting between Edward and her sister was just a continuation of that inexplicable coldness she had often observed at Norland in their behavior toward each other. On Edward's side particularly, there was a lack of everything a lover should look like and say on such an occasion. He was confused, seemed hardly aware of any pleasure in seeing them, looked neither delighted nor happy, said little except what questions forced from him, and showed Elinor no special sign of affection. Marianne saw and listened with growing surprise. She began almost to dislike Edward, and it ended, as every feeling must with her, by turning her thoughts back to Willoughby, whose manner formed a striking enough contrast to those of his potential brother-in-law. After a short silence that followed the first surprise and questions of meeting, Marianne asked Edward if he came directly from London. No, he had been in Devonshire for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, she repeated, surprised at his being so long in the same county as Elinor without seeing her before. He looked rather uncomfortable as he added that he had been staying with some friends near Plymouth. "Have you been in Sussex lately?" said Elinor. "I was at Norland about a month ago." "And how does dear Norland look?" cried Marianne. Dear Norland," said Elinor, "probably looks much as it always does at this time of year, the woods and paths thickly covered with dead leaves." "Oh," cried Marianne, "with what wonderful feelings I used to see them fall. How I used to delight as I walked to see them blown in showers around me by the wind. What emotions they inspired, the season, the air altogether. Now there's no one to notice them. They're seen only as a nuisance, swept hastily away and removed as much as possible from sight." "Not everyone," said Elinor, "has your passion for dead leaves." "No, my feelings are not often shared, not often understood, but sometimes they are." As she said this, she fell into thought for a few moments, but rousing herself again, "Now, Edward," she said, calling his attention to the view, "here is Barton Valley. Look up at it and be calm if you can. Look at those hills. Did you ever see their equals? To the left is Barton Park, among those woods and gardens. You can see the end of the house. And there, beneath that farthest hill, which rises so grandly, is our cottage." "It's a beautiful country," he replied, "but these low areas must be muddy in winter." "How can you think of mud with such sights before you?" "Because," he replied, smiling, "among the rest of the objects before me I see a very muddy lane." "How strange," said Marianne to herself as she walked on. "Do you have pleasant neighbors here? Are the Middletons nice people?" "Not at all," answered Marianne. "We couldn't be more unfortunately situated." "Marianne," cried her sister, "how can you say so? How can you be so unfair? They are a very respectable family, Mr. Ferrars, and toward us have behaved in the friendliest way. Have you forgotten, Marianne, how many pleasant days we owe to them?" "No," said Marianne in a low voice, "nor how many painful moments." Elinor ignored this and, turning her attention to their visitor, tried to maintain something like conversation with him by talking of their current home, its conveniences, and so on, drawing from him occasional questions and remarks. His coldness and reserve hurt her deeply. She was annoyed and half angry, but deciding to base her behavior toward him on the past rather than the present, she avoided every appearance of resentment or displeasure, and treated him as she thought he ought to be treated because of the family connection. Chapter 17. Mrs. Dashwood was only surprised for a moment to see him. In her opinion, his coming to Barton was the most natural thing in the world. Her joy and warmth lasted much longer than her surprise. She gave him the kindest welcome, and any shyness, coldness, or reserve couldn't survive such a reception. Those feelings had already started to fade before he even entered the house, and Mrs. Dashwood's charming manner completely overcame them. Indeed, a man could hardly be in love with either of her daughters without extending that affection to her as well. Elinor was satisfied to see him soon become more like his old self. His fondness for them all seemed to come back to life, and his interest in their well-being became obvious again. However, he still wasn't in good spirits. He praised their house, admired the view, was attentive and kind, but he still wasn't himself. The whole family noticed it, and Mrs. Dashwood, blaming his mother's lack of generosity, sat down to dinner feeling angry at all selfish parents. "What are Mrs. Ferrars's plans for you now, Edward?" she asked when dinner was over and they had gathered around the fire. "Are you still supposed to become a great public speaker against your will?" "No, I hope my mother is finally convinced that I have no more talent than desire for public life. But how will you make your name? You must become famous to satisfy your family. With no desire to spend money, no love for strangers, no profession, and no confidence, you might find it difficult." "I won't even try. I have no wish to be distinguished, and I have every reason to hope I never will be. Thank God I can't be forced into genius and eloquence. You have no ambition, I know that well. All your wishes are modest. As modest as everyone else's, I believe. Like everyone else. I want to be perfectly happy, but it has to be in my own way. Greatness won't make me so. How strange that it would, cried Marianne. What do wealth or status have to do with happiness? Status has very little to do with it, said Elinor, but wealth has a lot to do with it. Elinor, shame on you, said Marianne. Money can only bring happiness when there's nothing else to provide it. Beyond having enough to live comfortably, it can't offer any real satisfaction as far as personal fulfillment goes. Perhaps, said Elinor, smiling, we're talking about the same thing. Your idea of enough and my idea of wealth are probably very similar. Without them, in today's world, we'd both agree that we'd lack every kind of basic comfort. Your ideas are just more noble than mine, so what do you consider enough? About 1,800 or 2,000 a year, no more than that. Elinor laughed. 2,000 a year, that's what I call wealth. I knew that's how this would end. But 2,000 a year is actually a very modest income, said Marianne. A family can't really be maintained on less. I'm sure I'm not being extravagant in my expectations. A proper household staff, a carriage, maybe two, and hunting horses can't be supported on less. Elinor smiled again, hearing her sister describe so accurately their future expenses at Comem Magna. Hunting horses, repeated Edward. But why do you need hunting horses? Not everyone hunts. Marianne blushed as she replied, but most people do. I wish, said Margaret, coming up with a new idea, that someone would give us all a large fortune. Oh, if only they would, cried Marianne, her eyes sparkling with excitement and her cheeks glowing with delight at such imaginary happiness. We all agree on that wish, I suppose, said Elinor, despite wealth being inadequate. Oh my, cried Margaret. How happy I would be, I wonder what I'd do with it. Marianne looked as if she had no doubt about that. I'd be puzzled about how to spend such a large fortune myself, said Mrs. Dashwood, if my children were all going to be rich without my help. You'd have to start with improvements to this house, observed Elinor, and your problems would soon disappear. What magnificent orders would go from this family to London, said Edward. If that happened, what a wonderful day it would be for bookstores, music shops, and print sellers. You, Miss Dashwood, would place a standing order for every new print of quality to be sent to you. And as for Marianne, knowing her generous spirit, there wouldn't be enough music in London to satisfy her. And books. Thomson, Cowper, Scott, she'd buy them all over and over again. She'd buy every copy, I believe, to keep them from falling into the wrong hands. She'd have every book that tells her how to appreciate an old gnarled tree. Wouldn't you, Marianne? Forgive me if I'm being cheeky, but I wanted to show you that I haven't forgotten our old arguments. I love being reminded of the past, Edward. Whether it's sad or happy, I love to remember it. You'll never offend me by talking about old times. You're absolutely right about how I'd spend my money, at least some of it. My spare cash would definitely go toward building my collection of music and books. And the bulk of your fortune would go to supporting the authors or their families. No, Edward, I'd have other things to do with it. Perhaps you'd give it as a reward to whoever wrote the best defense of your favorite belief, that no one can ever be in love more than once in their life. Your opinion on that hasn't changed, I assume? Absolutely not. At my age, opinions are pretty well fixed. It's unlikely that I'd see or hear anything now that would change them. Marianne is as unchanging as ever, you see, said Elinor. She hasn't changed at all. She's only become a little more serious than she was. Now, Edward, said Marianne, you don't need to criticize me. You're not very cheerful yourself. Why do you think that? He replied with a sigh. But being cheerful was never part of my personality. I don't think it's part of Marianne's either, said Elinor. I'd hardly call her lighthearted. She's very serious, very passionate about everything she does. Sometimes she talks a lot and always with enthusiasm, but she's not often truly merry. I think you're right, he replied, and yet I've always thought of her as a lively person. I've often caught myself making those kinds of mistakes, said Elinor, completely misunderstanding someone's character in one way or another, imagining people to be much more cheerful or serious or clever or stupid than they really are. I can hardly explain why or how the mistake happened. Sometimes we're influenced by what people say about themselves, and very often by what others say about them, without taking time to think and judge for ourselves. But I thought it was right, Elinor, said Marianne, to be guided entirely by other people's opinions. I thought our judgment was only meant to serve our neighbors' opinions. That's always been your philosophy, I'm sure. No, Marianne, never. My philosophy has never aimed at suppressing understanding. All I've ever tried to influence is behavior. You're misunderstanding me. I admit I've often wished you would treat our acquaintances in general with more consideration, but when have I ever advised you to adopt their opinions or follow their judgment in serious matters? You haven't been able to convert your sister to your plan of general politeness, said Edward to Elinor. Are you making any progress? Quite the opposite, replied Elinor, looking meaningfully at Marianne. My opinion, he said, is completely on your side of the argument, but I'm afraid my behavior is much more like your sister's. I never want to offend, but I'm so ridiculously shy that I often seem rude when I'm just held back by my natural awkwardness. I've often thought that nature must have intended me to prefer simple company, since I'm so uncomfortable among refined strangers. Marianne doesn't have shyness to excuse any rudeness on her part, said Elinor. She knows her own worth too well for false modesty, replied Edward. Shyness is just the result of feeling inferior in some way. If I could convince myself that my manners were perfectly relaxed and graceful, I wouldn't be shy. But you'd still be reserved, said Marianne, and that's worse. Edward looked startled. Reserved? Am I reserved, Marianne? Yes, very. I don't understand you, he replied, turning red. Reserved? How? In what way? What should I tell you? What are you suggesting? Elinor looked surprised at his reaction, but trying to laugh it off, she said to him, Don't you know my sister well enough to understand what she means? Don't you know she calls everyone reserved who doesn't talk as quickly and admire what she admires as passionately as she does? Edward didn't answer. His seriousness and thoughtfulness returned completely, and he sat quietly for some time, lost in thought. Chapter 18. Elinor noticed her friend's depression with great concern. His visit left her only partially satisfied, while his own enjoyment seemed incomplete. It was obvious that he was unhappy. She wished it were just as obvious that he still cared for her with the same affection she had once been confident of inspiring. But so far, whether his feelings for her continued seemed very uncertain. The way he held back contradicted in one moment what a more animated look had suggested the moment before. He joined her and Marianne in the breakfast room the next morning before the others came down. Marianne, who was always eager to promote their happiness as much as she could, soon left them alone, but before she was halfway upstairs, she heard the parlor door open. Turning around, she was surprised to see Edward himself come out. I'm going into the village to see my horses, he said. Since you're not ready for breakfast yet, I'll be back soon. Edward returned with fresh admiration for the surrounding countryside. On his walk to the village, he had seen many parts of the valley at their best. The village itself, situated much higher than the cottage, offered a panoramic view of the whole area, which had pleased him greatly. This was a subject guaranteed to capture Marianne's attention, and she was beginning to describe her own admiration of these scenes and question him more closely about what had particularly struck him, when Edward interrupted her. You mustn't ask too much, Marianne. Remember, I know nothing about the picturesque, and I'll offend you with my ignorance and lack of taste if we get into specifics. I'll call hills steep when they should be bold, surfaces strange and awkward when they should be irregular and rugged, and distant objects out of sight when they should only be indistinct through the soft haze of the atmosphere. You'll have to be satisfied with whatever honest admiration I can give. I call it very fine country. The hills are steep, the woods seem full of good timber, and the valley looks comfortable and cozy, with rich meadows and several neat farmhouses scattered here and there. It perfectly matches my idea of fine country, because it combines beauty with usefulness. I'm sure it's picturesque too, since you admire it. I can easily believe it's full of rocks and cliffs, gray moss and brushwood, but all that's lost on me. I know nothing about the picturesque. I'm afraid that's all too true, said Marianne, but why should you boast about it? I suspect, said Elinor, that to avoid one kind of pretense, Edward falls into another, because he believes many people pretend to admire nature's beauty more than they really do, and he's disgusted by such pretensions. He pretends to be more indifferent and less discerning than he actually is. He's particular and will have his own kind of affectation. It's very true, said Marianne. That admiration of landscape has become mere empty talk. Everyone pretends to feel and tries to describe with the taste and elegance of whoever first defined what picturesque beauty was. I hate empty jargon of every kind, and sometimes I've kept my feelings to myself because I couldn't find any language to describe them except what was worn out and meaningless. I'm convinced, said Edward, that you really feel all the delight in a fine view that you claim to feel. But in return, your sister must allow me to feel no more than I claim. I like a fine view, but not according to picturesque principles. I don't like crooked, twisted, dead trees. I admire them much more when they're tall, straight, and flourishing. I don't like ruined, shabby cottages. I'm not fond of weeds or thistles or wild flowers. I get more pleasure from a cozy farmhouse than a watchtower and a group of tidy, happy villagers please me better than the finest bandits in the world. Marianne looked at Edward with amazement and at her sister with compassion. Elinor only laughed. The subject went no further, and Marianne remained thoughtfully silent until something new suddenly caught her attention. She was sitting by Edward, and when he took his tea from Mrs. Dashwood, his hand passed so directly in front of her that a ring with braided hair in the center became very noticeable on one of his fingers. "I never saw you wear a ring before, Edward," she exclaimed. "Is that Fanny's hair? I remember her promising to give you some, but I would have thought her hair was darker." Marianne spoke thoughtlessly what she really felt, but when she saw how much she had upset Edward, her own distress at her lack of consideration couldn't be exceeded by his. He blushed deeply, and glancing momentarily at Elinor, replied, "Yes, it's my sister's hair. The setting always makes it look a different shade. You know?" Elinor had caught his eye and looked self-conscious as well. That the hair was her own, she instantly felt as certain as Marianne did. The only difference in their conclusions was that what Marianne considered a free gift from his sister, Elinor knew must have been obtained by some theft or scheme unknown to herself. She wasn't in the mood, however, to take it as an insult, and pretending not to notice what had happened by immediately talking about something else. She privately resolved to take every opportunity from now on to examine the hair and satisfy herself beyond all doubt that it was exactly the same shade as her own. Edward's embarrassment lasted some time, and it ended in an even more settled absent-mindedness. He was particularly serious all morning. Marianne severely criticized herself for what she had said, but she might have forgiven herself more quickly if she had known how little offense it had caused her sister. Before midday, they were visited by Sir John and Mrs. Jennings, who, having heard of a gentleman's arrival at the cottage, came to look over the guest. With his mother-in-law's help, Sir John quickly discovered that the name Ferrars began with an F, and this prepared future teasing material against poor Elinor, which nothing but their recent acquaintance with Edward could have prevented from being used immediately. As it was, she only learned from some very meaningful looks how far their insight, based on Margaret's information, extended. Sir John never came to the Dashwoods without either inviting them to dinner at the park the next day or to tea that evening. On this occasion, for the better entertainment of their visitor, whose amusement he felt obligated to contribute to, he wanted to engage them for both. "You must have tea with us tonight," he said, "because we'll be quite alone, and tomorrow you absolutely must dine with us because we'll be a large party." Mrs. Jennings emphasized how necessary it was, "And who knows, you might get up a dance," she said, "and that will tempt you, Miss Marianne." "A dance?" cried Marianne. "Impossible, who would dance?" "Who? Why, yourselves and the Careys and Whitacres, of course. What, you thought nobody could dance because a certain person who shall remain nameless is gone?" "I wish with all my heart," cried Sir John, "that Willoughby were with us again." This, and Marianne's blushing, gave Edward new suspicions. "And who is Willoughby?" he said quietly to Miss Dashwood, beside whom he was sitting. She gave him a brief reply. Marianne's expression was more telling. Edward saw enough to understand not only what the others meant, but also Marianne's expressions that had puzzled him before. When their visitors left, he went immediately to her and said in a whisper, "I've been guessing. Should I tell you my guess?" "What do you mean? Should I tell you?" "Certainly." "Well then, I guess that Mr. Willoughby hunts." Marianne was surprised and confused, yet she couldn't help smiling at the quiet mischief in his manner. After a moment's silence, she said, "Oh, Edward, how can you? But the time will come, I hope. I'm sure you'll like him." "I don't doubt it," he replied, rather surprised by her earnestness and warmth. If he hadn't thought it was a joke for the benefit of her friends in general, based only on something or nothing between Mr. Willoughby and herself, he wouldn't have dared to mention it. Chapter 19. Edward stayed a week at the cottage despite Mrs. Everyone kept urging Dashwood to stay longer, but as if he was determined to torture himself, he seemed set on leaving just when he was enjoying his time with his friends most. His mood over the last 2 or 3 days, though still very inconsistent, had greatly improved. He was growing more and more attached to the house and surroundings, never mentioned leaving without sighing, said he had no obligations elsewhere, even wasn't sure where he should go when he left them. But still, he insisted he had to go. Never had a week pass so quickly, he could hardly believe it was over. He said this repeatedly, along with other things that showed how his feelings had changed and contradicted his actions. He had no pleasure at Norland. He hated being in town, but he had to go to either Norland or London. He valued their kindness above everything, and his greatest happiness was being with them. Yet he had to leave them at the end of a week, despite their wishes and his own, with no real constraints on his time. Elinor blamed all this strange behavior on his mother, and it was fortunate for her that he had a mother whose character she knew so little about that she could use her as an excuse for everything odd about her son. However disappointed and frustrated she was, and sometimes annoyed by his inconsistent behavior toward her, she was generally inclined to view his actions with all the generous understanding that had been more painfully forced from her regarding Willoughby's behavior by her mother. His lack of spirit, openness, and consistency were usually attributed to his lack of independence and his better knowledge of Mrs. Ferrars's personality and plans. The shortness of his visit and his determination to leave them came from the same restricted situation, the same unavoidable need to compromise with his mother. The old, well-established conflict between duty and desire, parent against child, was the cause of everything. She would have been glad to know when these difficulties would end, when this opposition would give way, when Mrs. Ferrars would change her ways and her son would be free to be happy. But she was forced to turn from such pointless wishes for comfort to renewing her confidence in Edward's affection, to remembering every sign of regard in his looks or words while he was at Barton, and above all to that flattering proof of it which he constantly wore on his finger. "I think, Edward," said Mrs. Dashwood as they sat at breakfast on his last morning, "you would be a happier man if you had some profession to occupy your time and give purpose to your plans and actions. It might inconvenience your friends somewhat, you wouldn't be able to give them as much of your time. But," she added with a smile, "you would definitely benefit in at least one way, you would know where to go when you left them." "I assure you," he replied, "that I've thought about this for a long time, just as you do now. It has been, is, and probably always will be a great misfortune to me that I've had no necessary work to occupy me, no profession to give me employment or provide me with anything like independence. But unfortunately my own pickiness, and that of my friends, have made me what I am, an idle, helpless person. We could never agree on a choice of profession. I always preferred the church, as I still do, but that wasn't impressive enough for my family. They recommended the army. That was far too flashy for me. Law was considered respectable enough. Many young men who had offices in the Temple made very good impressions in the best social circles and drove around town in very stylish carriages. But I had no interest in law, even in this less complex study of it that my family approved of. As for the Navy, it was fashionable, but I was too old when the idea was first brought up to join. And finally, since there was no real need for me to have any profession at all, since I could be just as dashing and expensive without a military uniform as with one, idleness was declared overall to be most advantageous and honorable, and an 18-year-old is generally not so eager to be busy that he'll resist his friends' encouragement to do nothing. So I was enrolled at Oxford and have been properly idle ever since. The result of which, I suppose, said Mrs. Dashwood, since leisure hasn't promoted your own happiness, is that your sons will be raised to pursue as many activities, jobs, professions, and trades as possible. They will be raised, he said seriously, to be as unlike myself as possible. In feeling, in action, in circumstances, in everything. Come now, this is all just your current low spirits talking, Edward. You're in a gloomy mood and imagine that anyone unlike yourself must be happy. But remember that the pain of parting from friends affects everyone at times, whatever their education or situation. Recognize your own potential for happiness. You need nothing but patience, or give it a more appealing name and call it hope. Your mother will eventually secure for you the independence you're so anxious for. It's her duty, and it must eventually become her pleasure to prevent your entire youth from being wasted in discontent. How much might just a few months accomplish? I think, replied Edward, that I could challenge many months to do me any good. This pessimistic attitude, though it couldn't be shared with Mrs. Dashwood, added extra pain to everyone's farewell, which happened soon after, and left an uncomfortable impression on Elinor's feelings especially, which took some effort and time to overcome. But since she was determined to overcome it, and prevent herself from appearing to suffer more than the rest of her family did over his departure, She didn't adopt the method so wisely used by Marianne on a similar occasion to increase and dwell on her sorrow by seeking silence, solitude, and idleness. Their methods were as different as their goals, and equally suited to achieving what each wanted. Elinor sat down at her drawing table as soon as he left the house, kept herself busy all day, neither sought out nor avoided mention of his name, seemed to interest herself almost as much as ever in the family's general affairs, and if this behavior didn't lessen her own grief, it at least prevented it from growing unnecessarily, and spared her mother and sisters much worry on her account. Such behavior, so exactly opposite to her own, seemed no more admirable to Marianne than her own had seemed wrong to Elinor. She had settled the matter of self-control very easily. With strong feelings it was impossible, with calm ones it had no merit. That her sister's feelings were calm, she didn't dare deny, though she was embarrassed to admit it. And she gave striking proof of the strength of her own feelings by still loving and respecting that sister despite this humbling realization. Without shutting herself away from her family, or leaving the house in determined solitude to avoid them, or staying awake all night to indulge in brooding, Elinor found that every day gave her enough quiet time to think of Edward and Edward's behavior in every possible way that her different moods at different times could produce, with tenderness, pity, approval, criticism, and doubt. There were plenty of moments when, if not through her mother and sisters being absent, at least through the nature of their activities, conversation was impossible among them, and she had all the effects of solitude. Her mind was inevitably free, her thoughts couldn't be directed elsewhere, and the past and future, on such an interesting subject, had to occupy her attention and fill her memory, reflection, and imagination. She was roused from this kind of daydream one morning, soon after Edward's departure, as she sat at her drawing table by the arrival of visitors. She happened to be completely alone. The closing of the little gate at the entrance of the green courtyard in front of the house caught her attention at the window, and she saw a large group walking up to the door. Among them were Sir John and Lady Middleton and Mrs. Jennings, but there were two others, a gentleman and lady, who were complete strangers to her. She was sitting near the window, and as soon as Sir John saw her, he left the rest of the party to go through the formality of knocking at the door, and stepping across the grass, made her open the window to speak to him, though the space between the door and window was so short that it was nearly impossible to speak at one without being heard at the other. "Well," said he, "we've brought you some strangers. How do you like them?" "Hush, they'll hear you." "Never mind if they do, it's only the Palmers. Charlotte is very pretty, I can tell you. You can see her if you look this way." Since Elinor was sure she'd see her in a couple of minutes without taking that liberty, she asked to be excused. "Where's Marianne? Has she run away because we've come? I see her piano is open." "She's out walking, I believe." They were now joined by Mrs. Jennings, who didn't have the patience to wait until the door was opened before she told her story. She came calling to the window, "How are you, my dear? How is Mrs. Dashwood? And where are your sisters? What, all alone? You'll be glad of a little company to sit with you. I've brought my other son and daughter to see you. Just imagine them coming so suddenly. I thought I heard a carriage last night while we were having our tea, but it never occurred to me that it could be them. I thought of nothing except whether it might be Colonel Brandon coming back again, so I said to Sir John, 'I think I hear a carriage. Perhaps it's Colonel Brandon coming back again?'" Elinor had to turn away from her in the middle of her story to welcome the rest of the party. Lady Middleton introduced the two strangers. Mrs. Dashwood and Margaret came downstairs at the same time, and they all sat down to look at each other, while Mrs. Jennings continued her story as she walked through the hallway into the parlor, followed by Sir John. Mrs. Palmer was several years younger than Lady Middleton and completely different from her in every way. She was short and plump, had a very pretty face, and the most cheerful expression that could possibly be imagined. Her manners were nowhere near as elegant as her sister's, but they were much more appealing. She came in with a smile, smiled throughout her entire visit except when she laughed, and smiled when she left. Her husband was a serious-looking young man of 25 or 26, with an air of more fashion and intelligence than his wife, but less willingness to please or be pleased. He entered the room looking self-important, nodded slightly to the ladies without saying a word, and after briefly looking them and their rooms over, picked up a newspaper from the table and continued reading it as long as he stayed. Mrs. Palmer, on the other hand, who was naturally inclined to be consistently polite and happy, had barely sat down before her admiration of the parlor and everything in it burst forth. "Well, what a delightful room this is. I never saw anything so charming. Just think, Mama, how much it's improved since I was here last. I always thought it was such a sweet place, ma'am," she said, turning to Mrs. Dashwood, "but you've made it so charming. Just look, sister, how delightful everything is. How I'd love such a house for myself. Wouldn't you, Mr. Palmer?" Mr. Palmer didn't answer her and didn't even look up from his newspaper. "Mr. Palmer doesn't hear me," she said, laughing. "He never does sometimes. It's so ridiculous." This was quite a new concept to Mrs. Dashwood. She had never been used to finding humor in anyone's inattention and couldn't help looking at them both with surprise. Mrs. Jennings, meanwhile, talked as loudly as she could and continued her account of their surprise the evening before at seeing their friends, without stopping until everything was told. Mrs. Palmer laughed heartily at the memory of their astonishment, and everyone agreed 2 or 3 times over that it had been quite a pleasant surprise. "You can imagine how glad we all were to see them," added Mrs. Jennings, leaning forward toward Elinor and speaking quietly as if she meant to be heard by no one else, though they were seated on opposite sides of the room. "But I can't help wishing they hadn't traveled quite so fast or made such a long journey of it, because they came all the way around through London on account of some business. And you know," she said, nodding meaningfully and pointing to her daughter, "it was wrong in her condition. I wanted her to stay home and rest this morning, but she insisted on coming with us. She was so eager to see you all." Mrs. Palmer laughed and said it wouldn't do her any harm. "She's expecting in February," continued Mrs. Jennings. Lady Middleton could no longer stand such a conversation and therefore made an effort to ask Mr. Palmer if there was any news in the paper. "No, none at all," he replied and continued reading. "Here comes Marianne," cried Sir John. "Now, Palmer, you'll see an incredibly pretty girl." He immediately went into the hallway, opened the front door, and ushered her in himself. Mrs. Jennings asked her, as soon as she appeared, if she hadn't been to Elenham, and Mrs. Palmer laughed so heartily at the question that it was clear she understood its significance. Mr. Palmer looked up when she entered the room, stared at her for several minutes, and then returned to his newspaper. Mrs. Palmer's attention was now caught by the drawings that hung around the room. She got up to examine them. "Oh, dear, how beautiful these are. Well, how delightful. Just look, Mamma, how sweet. I declare they're quite charming. I could look at them forever." And then, sitting down again, she very soon forgot there were any such things in the room. When Lady Middleton got up to leave, Mr. Palmer also rose, put down the newspaper, stretched, and looked around at them all. "My love, have you been asleep?" said his wife, laughing. He didn't answer her and only observed, after examining the room again, that it had very low ceilings and that the ceiling was crooked. He then bowed and left with the rest. Sir John had been very insistent that they all spend the next day at the park. Mrs. Dashwood, who chose not to dine with them more often than they dined at the cottage, absolutely refused for herself. Her daughters could do as they pleased. But they had no curiosity to see how Mr. and Mrs. Palmer ate their dinner and no expectation of pleasure from them in any other way. They therefore also tried to excuse themselves. The weather was uncertain and not likely to be good. But Sir John wouldn't be satisfied. The carriage would be sent for them and they had to come. Lady Middleton, too, though she didn't pressure their mother, pressured them. Mrs. Jennings and Mrs. Palmer joined their pleas. Everyone seemed equally eager to avoid a family gathering, and the young ladies were forced to give in. "Why do they ask us?" said Marianne as soon as they were gone. "The rent of this cottage is said to be low, but we have it on very difficult terms if we have to dine at the park whenever anyone is staying either with them or with us. They mean to be just as civil and kind to us now," said Elinor, "with these frequent invitations as they did with the ones we received from them a few weeks ago. The change isn't in them if their parties have become tedious and dull. We must look for the change somewhere else." Chapter 20. As the Miss Dashwoods entered the drawing-room, Mrs. Palmer came running in from the other direction, looking as cheerful and happy as before. She took all their hands warmly and said how delighted she was to see them again. "I'm so glad to see you," she said, sitting down between Elinor and Marianne. "The weather is so awful today that I was afraid you might not come, which would have been terrible since we're leaving again tomorrow. We have to go because the Westons are coming to visit us next week, you know. It was completely last minute that we came at all. I had no idea until I saw the carriage pulling up to the door, and then Mr. Palmer asked if I wanted to go with him to Barton. He's so funny, he never tells me anything. I'm sorry we can't stay longer, but we'll see each other again in London very soon, I hope." They had to put an end to that expectation. "Not going to London," cried Mrs. Palmer with a laugh. "I'll be so disappointed if you don't. I could find you the nicest house in the world, right next door to ours in Hanover Square. You absolutely must come. I'd be happy to chaperone you anytime until I'm confined if Mrs. Dashwood doesn't want to go out in society." They thanked her but had to refuse all her requests. "Oh, my love," cried Mrs. Palmer to her husband, who had just entered the room, "you must help me convince the Miss Dashwoods to come to London this winter." Her husband didn't answer. After nodding briefly to the ladies, he started complaining about the weather. "How horrible all this is," he said. "Weather like this makes everything and everyone disgusting. Rain makes things just as dull indoors as out. It makes you hate all your friends. What the hell was Sir John thinking, not having a billiard room in his house? So few people know what comfort is. Sir John is as stupid as the weather." The rest of the group soon arrived. "I'm afraid, Miss Marianne," said Sir John, "you weren't able to take your usual walk to Elinor today." Marianne looked very serious and said nothing. "Oh, don't be so shy in front of us," said Mrs. Palmer. "We know all about it, I promise you, and I really admire your taste because I think he's extremely handsome. We don't live very far from him in the country, you know. Not more than 10 miles, I'd say." "More like 30, said her husband. "Oh well, there's not much difference. I've never been to his house, but they say it's a lovely place." "The most awful place I've ever seen in my life," said Mr. Palmer. Marianne stayed completely silent, though her face showed she was interested in what they were saying. "Is it very ugly?" Mrs. Palmer continued. "Then it must be some other place that's so pretty, I suppose." When they sat down in the dining room, Sir John complained that there were only 8 of them altogether. "My dear," he said to his wife, "it's so annoying that we're so few. Why didn't you ask the Gilberts to join us today?" "Didn't I tell you, Sir John, when you mentioned it before that it couldn't be done? They had dinner with us last time." "You and I, Sir John," said Mrs. Jennings, "shouldn't worry about such formalities." "Then you would be very rude," cried Mr. Palmer. "My love, you disagree with everyone," said his wife with her usual laugh. "Do you know you're being quite rude?" "I didn't know I was disagreeing with anyone by calling your mother rude." "Yes, you can insult me all you want," said the good-natured old lady. "You've taken Charlotte off my hands and can't give her back, so I have the upper hand." Charlotte laughed heartily at the thought that her husband couldn't get rid of her, and said triumphantly that she didn't care how cross he was with her since they had to live together. No one could be more good-natured or more determined to be happy than Mrs. Palmer. Her husband's deliberate indifference, rudeness, and bad mood didn't bother her at all. When he scolded or insulted her, she found it highly entertaining. "Mr. Palmer is so funny," she whispered to Elinor. "He's always in a bad mood." After watching him for a while, Elinor wasn't inclined to believe he was as genuinely and naturally ill-tempered or rude as he wanted to appear. His mood might have been a little soured by finding himself, like many other men, married to a very silly woman through some inexplicable attraction to beauty. But she knew this kind of mistake was too common for any sensible man to be permanently hurt by it. She believed it was more a desire to seem distinguished that made him treat everyone with contempt and criticize everything around him. It was his way of trying to appear superior to other people. The motive was too common to be surprising, but his methods, while they might succeed in establishing his superiority and rudeness, weren't likely to endear him to anyone except his wife. "Oh, my dear Miss Dashwood," said Mrs. Palmer soon after, "I have such a favor to ask of you and your sister. Will you come and spend some time at Cleveland this Christmas? Please do, and come while the Westons are with us. You can't imagine how happy I'll be. It will be absolutely delightful. My love," she said to her husband, "don't you want the Miss Dashwoods to come to Cleveland?" "Certainly," he replied with a sneer. "I came to Devonshire for no other reason." "There now," said his wife, "you see Mr. Palmer is expecting you, so you can't refuse to come." They both eagerly and firmly declined her invitation. "But you absolutely must come. I'm sure you'll love it. The Westons will be with us, and it will be wonderful. You can't imagine what a lovely place Cleveland is, and we're so lively now because Mr. Palmer is always traveling around the county campaigning before the election. So many people we'd never met before have come to dinner with us. It's quite exciting. But poor thing, it's very tiring for him because he has to make everyone like him." Elinor could barely keep a straight face as she agreed about the difficulty of such a task. "How exciting it will be," said Charlotte, "when he's in Parliament, won't it? I'll laugh so much. It will be so ridiculous to see all his letters addressed to him with M.P., but you know he says he'll never frank letters for me. He says he won't. Don't you, Mr. Palmer?" Mr. Palmer didn't acknowledge her. "He can't stand writing, you know," she continued. "He says it's quite awful." "No," he said, "I never said anything so unreasonable. Don't blame me for all your language mistakes. There, you see how funny he is. He's always like this. Sometimes he won't speak to me for half a day, and then he comes out with something so amusing, about anything at all. She surprised Elinor very much as they returned to the drawing room by asking whether she didn't like Mr. Palmer tremendously. Certainly, said Elinor. He seems very pleasant. Well, I'm so glad you do. I thought you would, he's so nice. And Mr. Palmer is extremely pleased with you and your sisters, I can tell you. You can't imagine how disappointed he'll be if you don't come to Cleveland. I can't understand why you'd object to it. Elinor had to decline her invitation again and change the subject to stop her pleading. She thought that since they lived in the same county, Mrs. Palmer might be able to give a more detailed account of Willoughby's general character than could be learned from the Middletons' limited acquaintance with him. She was eager to hear from anyone some confirmation of his good qualities that might remove any possibility of fear from Marianne. She began by asking if they saw much of Mr. Willoughby at Cleveland and whether they knew him well. Oh dear, yes, I know him extremely well, replied Mrs. Palmer. Not that I've ever actually spoken to him, but I've seen him constantly in London. Somehow I was never staying at Barton while he was at Elinor. Mamma saw him here once before, but I was with my uncle at Weymouth. However, I'm sure we would have seen a lot of him in Somerset if it hadn't been so unlucky that we were never in the country at the same time. He's rarely at Came, I believe, but even if he were there constantly, I don't think Mr. Palmer would visit him because he's in the opposition party, you know, and besides, it's so far away. I know exactly why you're asking about him. Your sister is going to marry him. I'm thrilled about it because then I'll have her as a neighbor, you know. Honestly, replied Elinor, you know much more about this than I do if you have any reason to expect such a match. Don't try to deny it, because you know it's what everyone is talking about. I heard about it on my way through London. My dear Mrs. Palmer, I swear I did. I met Colonel Brandon Monday morning on Bond Street just before we left town, and he told me about it directly. You surprise me very much. Colonel Brandon told you about it. Surely you must be mistaken. Giving such news to someone who wouldn't be interested in it, even if it were true, isn't what I'd expect Colonel Brandon to do. But I promise you that's what happened, and I'll tell you how. When we met him, he turned around and walked with us, and we started talking about my brother and sister and various things. And I said to him, so, Colonel, I hear there's a new family at Barton Cottage, and Mamma tells me they're very pretty, and that one of them is going to marry Mr. Willoughby of Combe Magna. Is it true? You must know since you've been in Devonshire so recently. And what did the Colonel say? Oh, he didn't say much, but he looked like he knew it was true, so from that moment I was certain of it. It will be absolutely delightful. When will it happen? I hope Mr. Brandon was well? Oh yes, perfectly well and so full of praise for you. He did nothing but say wonderful things about you. I'm flattered by his praise. He seems like an excellent man, and I find him remarkably pleasant. So do I. He's such a charming man that it's a shame he's so serious and dull. Mamma says he was in love with your sister too. I assure you it would have been quite a compliment if he was, because he hardly ever falls in love with anyone. Is Mr. Willoughby well known in your part of Somerset? Asked Elinor. Oh yes, extremely well. Well, I don't think many people actually know him because Combe Magna is so far away, but they all think he's extremely pleasant, I assure you. Nobody is more liked than Mr. Willoughby wherever he goes, so you can tell your sister that. She's incredibly lucky to get him, I swear, though he's much luckier to get her because she's so very beautiful and charming that nothing could be good enough for her. However, I don't think she's much prettier than you, I promise. I think you're both extremely pretty, and so does Mr. Palmer, I'm sure, though we couldn't get him to admit it last night. Mrs. Palmer's information about Willoughby wasn't very substantial, but any positive testimony about him, however small, pleased her. I'm so glad we finally met, Charlotte continued. And now I hope we'll always be great friends. You can't imagine how much I wanted to meet you. It's so wonderful that you live at the cottage. Nothing could be better, and I'm so glad your sister is going to be well married. I hope you'll spend a lot of time at Combe Magna. It's a lovely place, from what everyone says. You've known Colonel Brandon for a long time, haven't you? Yes, a very long time, ever since my sister married. He was a close friend of Sir John's. I believe, she added in a low voice, he would have been very happy to marry me if he could have. Sir John and Lady Middleton wanted it very much. But Mamma didn't think the match was good enough for me, otherwise Sir John would have spoken to the Colonel about it, and we would have been married immediately. Didn't Colonel Brandon know about Sir John's proposal to your mother before it was made? Had he never admitted his feelings to you? Oh no, but if Mamma hadn't objected to it, I'm sure he would have loved the idea. He had only seen me twice at that point, before I finished school. However, I'm much happier as I am. Mr. Palmer is exactly the kind of man I like. Chapter 21. The Palmers returned to Cleveland, leaving the families at Barton together, but this didn't last long. Elinor had barely stopped thinking about their previous visitors, barely finished wondering why Charlotte seemed so happy for no reason, why Mr. Palmer acted so foolishly despite being intelligent, and why husbands and wives so often seemed mismatched, when Sir John and Mrs. Jennings's enthusiasm for socializing brought her new people to meet and study. On a morning trip to Exeter, they had run into two young women who Mrs. Jennings was delighted to discover were her relatives. That was all Sir John needed to invite them straight to the park as soon as they finished their business in Exeter. Their commitments in Exeter immediately gave way to such an invitation, and Lady Middleton was quite alarmed when Sir John returned with news that she would soon be receiving a visit from two girls she had never seen before, and whose elegance, or even basic respectability, she had no way of judging. Her husband's and mother's assurances on the subject meant nothing to her. The fact that they were relatives made it even worse, and Mrs. Jennings's attempts at comfort were unfortunately misguided when she advised her daughter not to worry about whether they were fashionable, since they were all cousins and would have to put up with each other. Since it was impossible now to prevent their visit, Lady Middleton resigned herself to the idea with all the grace of a well-bred woman, contenting herself with gently scolding her husband about it 5 or 6 times every day. The young women arrived, and their appearance was actually quite respectable and fashionable. They dressed smartly and had polite manners. They were delighted with the house and raved about the furniture, and they happened to be so devoted to children that Lady Middleton approved of them before they had been at the park for an hour. She declared them very agreeable girls indeed, which for her was enthusiastic praise. Sir John's confidence in his own judgment rose with this animated praise, and he set off immediately for the cottage to tell the Miss Dashwoods about the Miss Steele's arrival and assure them that they were the sweetest girls in the world. From praise like this, however, there wasn't much to be learned. Elinor knew perfectly well that the sweetest girls in the world could be found in every part of England, with every possible variation of appearance, personality, and intelligence. Sir John wanted the whole family to walk to the park immediately and meet his guests. What a generous, caring man! It pained him to keep even a distant cousin to himself. "Do come now," he said. "Please come, you must come, I insist you come, you can't imagine how much you'll like them. Lucy is incredibly pretty and so good-natured and pleasant. The children are already hanging around her as if she's an old friend. And they're both dying to meet you, because they heard in Exeter that you're the most beautiful women in the world. And I told them it's absolutely true and much more besides. I'm sure you'll be delighted with them. They brought a whole carriage full of toys for the children. How can you be so stubborn and not come? They're your cousins, you know, in a way. You're my cousins and they're my wife's, so you must be related." But Sir John couldn't persuade them. He could only get a promise that they would visit the park within a day or two, and then left them, amazed at their indifference, to walk home and brag again about their charms to the Miss Steeles, just as he had been bragging about the Miss Steeles to them. When their promised visit to the park and introduction to these young women finally happened, they found nothing to admire in the older one, who was nearly 30 with a very plain face that showed little intelligence. But in the younger one, who was only 22 or 23, they acknowledged considerable beauty. Her features were pretty, and she had bright, quick eyes and a lively manner that, while not actually elegant or graceful, made her distinctive. Their manners were especially polite, and Elinor soon gave them credit for some intelligence when she saw how consistently and cleverly they made themselves agreeable to Lady Middleton. They were constantly raving about her children, praising their beauty, seeking their attention, and indulging their whims. Whatever time they could spare from the demanding politeness this required was spent admiring whatever Lady Middleton was doing, if she happened to be doing anything, or getting patterns of some elegant new dress that had delighted them endlessly the day before. Fortunately for those who flatter through such weaknesses, a doting mother, though the greediest person alive when it comes to praise for her children, is also the most gullible. Her demands are excessive, but she'll believe anything. So Lady Middleton viewed the Miss Steele's excessive affection and patience with her children without the slightest surprise or suspicion. She watched with motherly satisfaction as all the rude interruptions and mischievous tricks her cousins endured were inflicted on them. She saw their sashes untied, their hair pulled, their work bags searched, and their scissors and knives stolen, and felt no doubt that everyone was having fun. It only surprised her that Elinor and Marianne sat so calmly by without joining in. "John is in such good spirits today," she said when he took Miss Steele's handkerchief and threw it out the window. "He's full of mischief." And soon after, when the second boy violently pinched the same woman's finger, she observed fondly, "How playful William is. And here's my sweet little Anna Maria," she added, tenderly stroking a 3-year-old girl who hadn't made noise for the last 2 minutes. "She's always so gentle and quiet. There was never such a quiet little thing." But unfortunately, while giving these hugs, a pin in her ladyship's headdress slightly scratched the child's neck, causing this model of gentleness to scream so violently that any genuinely noisy creature would have been hard-pressed to match it. The mother was extremely upset, but her alarm couldn't exceed that of the Miss Steeles, and all three did everything that love could suggest to ease the little sufferer's agony. The child was placed on her mother's lap, covered with kisses, had her wound bathed with lavender water by one of the Miss Steeles, who knelt to attend her, and had her mouth stuffed with candy by the other. With such rewards for her tears, the child was too smart to stop crying. She continued screaming and sobbing loudly, kicked her 2 brothers when they tried to touch her, and all their combined soothing was useless until Lady Middleton luckily remembered that in a similar crisis last week, apricot jam had successfully treated a bruised temple. The same remedy was eagerly suggested for this unfortunate scratch, and a brief pause in the young lady's screams when she heard this gave them reason to hope it wouldn't be rejected. She was therefore carried out of the room in her mother's arms to find this medicine, and since the 2 boys chose to follow despite their mother's earnest requests to stay behind, the 4 young women were left in a quiet that the room hadn't known for many hours. "Poor little things," said Miss Steele as soon as they were gone. "It could have been a very serious accident." "I hardly see how," said Marianne, "unless it had been under completely different circumstances. But this is the usual way of making something alarming out of nothing." "What a sweet woman Lady Middleton is," said Lucy Steele. Marianne was silent. It was impossible for her to say what she didn't feel, however minor the occasion, so the whole task of lying when politeness required it always fell to Elinor. She did her best when called upon, speaking of Lady Middleton with more warmth than she felt, though with far less than Miss Lucy showed. And Sir John, too, the older sister. What a charming man he is. Here, too, Miss Dashwood's praise, being simple and honest, came without fanfare. She merely observed that he was perfectly good-humored and friendly. "And what a charming little family they have. I never saw such beautiful children in my life. I swear I'm already crazy about them, and I'm always absolutely devoted to children." "I would guess so," said Elinor with a smile, "from what I witnessed this morning." "I think," said Lucy, "you find the little Middletons rather too spoiled. Perhaps they're a bit much, but it's so natural for Lady Middleton. For my part, I love to see children full of life and energy. I can't stand them when they're tame and quiet." "I confess," replied Elinor, "that while I'm at Barton Park, I never think of tame and quiet children with any dislike." A short silence followed this comment, which was broken by Miss Steele, who seemed eager for conversation and said rather abruptly, "And how do you like Devonshire, Miss Dashwood? I suppose you were very sorry to leave Sussex." Somewhat surprised by the familiarity of this question, or at least by how it was asked, Elinor replied that she was. "Norland is an incredibly beautiful place, isn't it?" added Miss Steele. "We've heard Sir John praise it extremely," said Lucy, who seemed to think some apology was needed for her sister's boldness. "I think everyone who ever saw the place must admire it," replied Elinor, "though no one can be expected to appreciate its beauty as we do. And did you have many handsome men there? I suppose you don't have as many in this part of the world. For my part, I think they're always a great addition." "But why should you think," said Lucy, looking embarrassed by her sister, "that there aren't as many genteel young men in Devonshire as in Sussex?" "Well, my dear, I'm sure I don't claim to say there aren't. I'm sure there are plenty of handsome men in Exeter. But you know, how could I tell what attractive men there might be around Norland? I was just worried the Miss Dashwoods might find it dull at Barton if they didn't have as many as they were used to. But perhaps you young ladies don't care about men and would just as soon be without them. For my part, I think they are very pleasant, as long as they dress well and behave properly. But I can't stand to see them dirty and sloppy. Now there's Mr. Rose in Exeter, an incredibly smart young man, quite a gentleman, clerk to Mr. Simpson, you know, but if you meet him in the morning, he's not fit to be seen. I suppose your brother was quite a catch, Miss Dashwood, before he married, since he was so rich." "I really can't tell you," replied Elinor. because I don't completely understand what you mean by that word, but I can say that if he ever was a catch before he married, he still is, because there's not the slightest change in him." "Oh my, you never think of married men as catches, they have other things to worry about." "Good Lord, Anne," cried her sister, "you can talk about nothing but men, you'll make Miss Dashwood think that's all you think about." And to change the subject, she began admiring the house and furniture. This sample of the Miss Steeles was enough. The older one's vulgar boldness and foolishness left her with no redeeming qualities, and since Elinor wasn't blinded by the younger one's beauty or shrewd look to her lack of real elegance and genuineness, she left the house with no desire to know them better. The Miss Steeles felt differently. They came from Exeter well supplied with admiration for Sir John Middleton, his family, and all his relatives, and they generously shared this with his attractive cousins, whom they declared to be the most beautiful, elegant, accomplished, and agreeable girls they had ever seen, and whom they were particularly eager to know better. And Elinor soon realized that getting to know them better was inevitable, because Sir John was completely on the Miss Steele's side, making their group too strong to oppose. She would have to submit to the kind of intimacy that consists of sitting together for an hour or two in the same room almost every day. Sir John couldn't do more than that, but he didn't realize anything more was needed. In his opinion, being together meant being close friends, and as long as his constant plans for meetings worked, he had no doubt they were becoming good friends. To be fair, he did everything he could to encourage openness between them by telling the Miss Steeles everything he knew or guessed about his cousin's private situations. Elinor hadn't seen them more than twice before the older one congratulated her on her sister being so lucky as to win over such a handsome man since coming to Barton. "It'll be wonderful to have her married so young," she said. "And I hear he's quite a catch and incredibly handsome. I hope you'll have as good luck yourself soon, but perhaps you already have someone special." Elinor couldn't expect Sir John to be more discreet about his suspicions regarding her feelings for Edward than he had been about Marianne. In fact, it was rather his favorite joke of the two, being somewhat newer and more speculative. Since Edward's visit, they had never dined together without his toasting her romantic prospects with so much meaning and so many nods and winks that everyone noticed. The letter F had also been constantly brought up and generated so many jokes that it had long been established with Elinor as the wittiest letter in the alphabet. The Miss Steeles, as she expected, now benefited from all these jokes, and they aroused curiosity in the older one to know the name of the gentleman being hinted at, curiosity that, though often rudely expressed, was perfectly consistent with her general nosiness about their family's affairs. But Sir John didn't toy long with the curiosity he loved to create, because he took at least as much pleasure in revealing the name as Miss Steele did in hearing it. "His name is Ferrars," he said in a very audible whisper, "but please don't tell anyone, it's a big secret." "Ferrars," repeated Miss Steele. "Mr. Ferrars is the lucky man? What, your sister-in-law's brother, Miss Dashwood? A very pleasant young man, I'm sure, I know him very well." "How can you say that, Anne?" cried Lucy, who usually corrected her sister's statements. "Though we've seen him once or twice at my uncle's, it's going too far to claim we know him very well." Elinor heard all this with attention and surprise. Who was this uncle? Where did he live? How did they meet him? She very much wanted the conversation to continue, though she didn't want to join in herself. But nothing more was said about it, and for the first time in her life, she thought Mrs. Jennings was lacking either in curiosity about gossip or in willingness to share it. The way Miss Steele had spoken about Edward increased her curiosity, because it seemed rather mean-spirited and suggested that the woman knew, or thought she knew, something unfavorable about him. But her curiosity went unsatisfied, because Miss Steele paid no further attention to Mr. Ferrars's name when it was hinted at or even openly mentioned by Sir John. Chapter 22. Marianne, who had never tolerated impertinence, vulgarity, or inferiority given Marianne's current emotional state, she was particularly unwilling to be pleased with the Miss Steeles or encourage their attempts at friendship. Elinor attributed the sisters' obvious preference for her company, especially Lucy's, to Marianne's consistently cold behavior, which discouraged any intimacy between them. Lucy never missed an opportunity to engage Elinor in conversation or try to strengthen their friendship through easy, frank discussions. Lucy was naturally clever, and her comments were often insightful and amusing. Elinor frequently found her agreeable company for short periods, but Lucy had received no real education. She was ignorant and illiterate. despite her constant efforts to appear impressive. She couldn't hide her lack of mental development and general knowledge from Miss Dashwood. Elinor saw Lucy's neglected abilities, which education could have made respectable, and pitied her for it. But she felt less sympathy for Lucy's complete lack of delicacy, moral principles, and honesty, which her behavior and flattery at the park revealed. Elinor could never be truly satisfied with the company of someone who combined insincerity with ignorance, whose lack of education prevented them from meeting as equals in conversation, and whose conduct toward others made any show of attention and respect toward herself completely worthless. "You'll think my question strange, I'm sure," Lucy said to her one day as they walked together from the park to the cottage. "But tell me, do you know your sister-in-law's mother, Mrs. Ferrars, personally?" Elinor did think the question very strange, and her expression showed it as she answered that she had never seen Mrs. Ferrars. "Really?" replied Lucy. "I'm surprised by that because I thought you must have seen her at Norland sometimes. Then perhaps you can't tell me what sort of woman she is." "No," Elinor returned, careful not to give her real opinion of Edward's mother and not wanting to satisfy what seemed like inappropriate curiosity. "I know nothing about her." "I'm sure you think I'm very strange for asking about her this way," said Lucy, watching Elinor closely as she spoke, "but perhaps there are reasons. I wish I could tell you, but I hope you'll believe that I don't mean to be rude." Elinor gave her a polite reply, and they walked on in silence for a few minutes. Lucy broke the silence by returning to the subject, saying with some hesitation, "I can't stand having you think I'm being inappropriately curious. I'm sure I'd rather do anything in the world than have someone whose good opinion is so valuable think that of me. And I'm sure I wouldn't hesitate to trust you. In fact, I'd welcome your advice on how to handle such an uncomfortable situation as mine. But there's no need to trouble you. I'm sorry you don't happen to know Mrs. Ferrars." "I'm sorry I don't," said Elinor in great surprise, "if knowing my opinion of her could be useful to you. But I never understood that you had any connection with that family, so I'm a little surprised, I admit, by such a serious inquiry into her character." "I'm sure you are, and I don't blame you for wondering, but if I dared tell you everything, you wouldn't be so surprised. Mrs. Ferrars means nothing to me right now, but the time may come, how soon depends on her, when we might be very closely connected." She looked down as she said this, charmingly modest, with just one sideways glance at her companion to see the effect of her words. "Good heavens!" cried Elinor. "What do you mean? Do you know Mr. Robert Ferrars? Can you?" She didn't feel thrilled at the idea of such a sister-in-law. "No," replied Lucy, "not Mr. Robert Ferrars. I've never seen him in my life." "But," she said, fixing her eyes on Elinor, "his older brother." What did Elinor feel at that moment? Astonishment that would have been as painful as it was strong if she hadn't immediately disbelieved the claim. She turned toward Lucy in silent amazement, unable to understand the reason for such a declaration. Though her face changed color, she remained firmly skeptical and felt in no danger of hysteria or fainting. "You may well be surprised," Lucy continued, "because you couldn't have had any idea of it before. I'm sure he never dropped the smallest hint of it to you or your family, because it was always meant to be a great secret, and I'm sure I've kept it faithfully until now. None of my relatives know about it except Anne, and I never would have mentioned it to you if I didn't have complete confidence in your discretion. I really thought my behavior in asking so many questions about Mrs. Ferrars must seem so odd that it needed to be explained. And I don't think Mr. Ferrars will be displeased when he knows I've trusted you, because I know he has the highest opinion of your whole family and considers you and the other Miss Dashwoods practically his own sisters." She paused. Elinor remained silent for a few moments. Her astonishment was at first too great for words, but finally forcing herself to speak carefully, she said with composure that fairly well concealed her surprise and anxiety, "May I ask if your engagement has lasted long?" "We've been engaged for 4 years. 4 years? Yes." Though greatly shocked, Elinor still couldn't believe it. "I didn't know," she said, "that you were even acquainted until recently. Our acquaintance goes back many years, however. He was under my uncle's care for quite a while, you know." "Your uncle?" "Yes, Mr. Pratt. Didn't you ever hear him mention Mr. Pratt?" "I think I have," replied Elinor, with an effort that increased as her emotions grew stronger. "He spent 4 years with my uncle, who lives at Longstaple, near Plymouth. That's where we met, because my sister and I often stayed with my uncle, and that's where our engagement began, though not until a year after he'd finished as a student. But he was almost always with us afterward. I was very reluctant to enter into it, as you can imagine, without his mother's knowledge and approval, but I was too young and loved him too much to be as cautious as I should have been. Though you don't know him as well as I do, Miss Dashwood, you must have seen enough of him to understand that he's quite capable of making a woman sincerely attached to him." "Certainly," answered Elinor, not knowing what she was saying. But after a moment's thought, she added with renewed confidence in Edward's honor and love, and her companion's dishonesty, "Engaged to Mr. Edward Ferrars. I admit I'm so completely surprised by what you're telling me that really, I beg your pardon. But surely there must be some mistake about the person or name. We can't mean the same Mr. Ferrars." "We can mean no other," cried Lucy, smiling. "Mr. Edward Ferrars, the eldest son of Mrs. Ferrars of Park Street and brother of your sister-in-law, Mrs. John Dashwood, is the person I mean. You must admit I'm not likely to be mistaken about the name of the man my entire happiness depends on." "It's strange," replied Elinor in painful confusion, "that I should never have heard him even mention your name." "No, considering our situation, it's not strange. Our first concern has been to keep the matter secret. You knew nothing of me or my family, so there was no reason to ever mention my name to you. And since he was always particularly afraid of his sister suspecting anything, that was reason enough for him not to mention it." She was silent. Elinor's confidence collapsed, but her self-control didn't collapse with it. "4 years you've been engaged," she said in a steady voice. "Yes, and God knows how much longer we may have to wait. Poor Edward, it completely discourages him." Then taking a small miniature from her pocket, she added, "To prevent any possibility of mistake, please look at this face. It doesn't do him justice, certainly, but I think you can't be deceived about who it was drawn for. I've had it for over 3 years." She placed it in Elinor's hands as she spoke, and when Elinor saw the painting, whatever other doubts her fear of making a hasty decision or her hope of detecting falsehood might allow to remain in her mind, she could have no doubt it was Edward's face. She returned it almost immediately, acknowledging the likeness. "I've never been able," continued Lucy, "to give him my picture in return, which frustrates me terribly, because he's always been so eager to have it, but I'm determined to sit for one at the very first opportunity." "You're absolutely right," replied Elinor calmly. They then walked a few steps in silence. Lucy spoke first. "I'm sure," she said, "I have no doubt you'll faithfully keep this secret, because you must know how important it is to us that it doesn't reach his mother. She would never approve of it, I'm sure. I'll have no fortune, and I imagine she's an extremely proud woman." "I certainly didn't seek your confidence," said Elinor, "but you're right in thinking I can be trusted. Your secret is safe with me, but forgive me if I express some surprise at such an unnecessary revelation. You must at least have felt that my knowing about it couldn't make it any safer." As she said this, she looked earnestly at Lucy, hoping to discover something in her expression, perhaps evidence that most of what she'd been saying was false. But Lucy's face showed no change. "I was afraid you'd think I was taking a great liberty with you," she said, "in telling you all this. I haven't known you long, personally at least, but I've known about you and your family for a long time. As soon as I saw you, I felt almost as if you were an old friend. Besides, in this case, I really thought some explanation was due to you after I made such specific inquiries about Edward's mother. And I'm so unlucky that I don't have anyone whose advice I can ask. Anne is the only person who knows about it, and she has no judgment at all. In fact, she does me much more harm than good, because I'm constantly afraid she'll betray me. She doesn't know how to keep quiet, as you must have noticed, and I was terrified the other day when Sir John mentioned Edward's name, in case she blurted it all out. You can't imagine what I go through mentally because of all this. I'm amazed I'm still alive after what I've suffered for Edward's sake these past 4 years. Everything's so uncertain and up in the air, and we see each other so rarely, we can hardly meet more than twice a year. I'm surprised my heart isn't completely broken." Here she took out her handkerchief, but Elinor didn't feel very sympathetic. "Sometimes," continued Lucy after wiping her eyes, "I think it would be better for both of us to break off the whole thing." As she said this, she looked directly at her companion. "But then other times I don't have the resolve for it. I can't bear the thought of making him so miserable, as I know the very mention of such a thing would do. And for my own sake, too, he's so dear to me, I don't think I could go through with it. What would you advise me to do in such a situation, Miss Dashwood? What would you do yourself?" "Forgive me," replied Elinor, startled by the question, "but I can't give you advice under such circumstances. Your own judgment must guide you. Of course," continued Lucy after a few minutes of silence on both sides, "his mother must provide for him some time or other, but poor Edward is so discouraged by it. Didn't you think he seemed terribly depressed when he was at Barton? He was so miserable when he left us at Longstaple to visit you that I was afraid you'd think he was actually ill. Did he come from your uncle's, then, when he visited us? Oh yes, he'd been staying with us for 2 weeks. Did you think he came directly from town? No, replied Elinor, painfully aware of every fresh detail that supported Lucy's truthfulness. I remember he told us he'd been staying 2 weeks with some friends near Plymouth. She also remembered her own surprise at the time that he mentioned nothing more about those friends, his complete silence even about their names. Didn't you think he seemed terribly low-spirited? Lucy repeated. We did indeed, particularly when he first arrived. I begged him to cheer up for fear you might suspect what was wrong, but it made him so sad, not being able to stay more than 2 weeks with us and seeing me so upset. Poor man. I'm afraid it's just the same with him now because he writes in such terrible spirits. I heard from him just before I left Exeter. She took a letter from her pocket and carelessly showed the address to Elinor. You know his handwriting, I'm sure. It's charming. But this isn't written as well as usual. He was tired, I suppose, because he'd filled the entire page to me. Elinor saw that it was his handwriting, and she could doubt no longer. The picture, she had allowed herself to believe, might have been obtained by accident. It might not have been Edward's gift. But correspondence between them could only exist under a definite engagement, could be authorized by nothing else. For a few moments, she was almost overcome, her heart sank, and she could hardly stand. But action was absolutely necessary, and she struggled so determinedly against the overwhelming pressure of her feelings that her success was quick, and for the moment, complete. Writing to each other, said Lucy, returning the letter to her pocket, is our only comfort during such long separations. Yes, I have one other comfort in his picture, but poor Edward doesn't even have that. If he had my picture, he says he'd be content. I gave him a lock of my hair set in a ring when he was at Longstaple last, and that was some comfort to him, he said, but not equal to a picture. Perhaps you noticed the ring when you saw him? I did, said Elinor, with a composure of voice that concealed emotion and distress beyond anything she had ever felt before. She was humiliated, shocked, devastated. Fortunately for her, they had now reached the cottage, and the conversation could go no further. After sitting with them a few minutes, the Miss Steeles returned to the park, and Elinor was then free to think and be miserable. Chapter 23. Despite Elinor's doubts about Lucy's honesty, Sirius thought to suspect it in this situation, where no temptation could justify the foolishness of making up such an outrageous lie. What Lucy had claimed to be true, therefore, Elinor could no longer doubt or dare to question. It was supported on all sides by such strong evidence and proof, contradicted by nothing except her own wishes. Their opportunity to meet at Mr. Pratt's house provided an undeniable and alarming foundation for everything else. Edward's visit near Plymouth, his depressed mood, his dissatisfaction with his own future, his uncertain behavior toward her, the Miss Steeles' intimate knowledge of Norland and their family connections, which had often surprised her. The picture, the letter, the ring, all of this formed such overwhelming evidence that it conquered every fear of judging him unfairly. It established as fact, which no favoritism could dismiss, his poor treatment of her. Her anger at such behavior, her outrage at having been deceived, made her think only of herself for a short time. But other thoughts and considerations soon arose. Had Edward been intentionally deceiving her? Had he pretended to care for her when he didn't? Was his engagement to Lucy a matter of the heart? No, whatever it might have been once, she couldn't believe it was that now. His love was entirely hers. She couldn't be wrong about that. Her mother's sisters, Fanny, all had been aware of his feelings for her at Norland. It wasn't just her own vanity. He certainly loved her. How this belief softened her heart, how much it tempted her to forgive. He had been wrong, terribly wrong, to stay at Norland after he first realized his feelings for her were stronger than they should be. In that, he couldn't be defended. But if he had hurt her, how much more had he hurt himself? If her situation was pitiful, his was hopeless. His poor judgment had made her miserable for a while, but it seemed to have robbed him of any chance of ever being happy. She might eventually find peace again, but what did he have to look forward to? Could he ever be reasonably happy with Lucy Steele? Could he, setting aside his feelings for her, with his integrity, his sensitivity, and his educated mind, be satisfied with a wife like Lucy, uneducated, manipulative, and selfish? The youthful infatuation of 19 would naturally blind him to everything but her beauty and good nature. But the 4 years since then, years that, if spent wisely, greatly improve one's understanding, must have opened his eyes to her lack of education. Meanwhile, That same time spent by Lucy in inferior social circles and more shallow pursuits had probably stripped away the simplicity that might once have made her beauty interesting. If his difficulties with his mother had seemed great when he supposedly wanted to marry her, how much greater were they likely to be now, when his fiancée was undoubtedly inferior in social connections and probably poorer than herself? These difficulties, with a heart so distant from Lucy, might not weigh heavily on his patience. But how depressing was the state of someone who could feel family opposition and unkindness as a relief? As these thoughts occurred to her one after another, she cried for him more than for herself. Supported by knowing she had done nothing to deserve her current unhappiness, and comforted by believing that Edward had done nothing to lose her respect, she thought she could even now, under the first shock of this devastating blow, control herself enough to hide any hint of the truth from her mother and sisters. She was so successful in meeting her own expectations that, when she joined them for dinner only 2 hours after first losing all her dearest hopes, no one would have guessed from looking at the sisters that Elinor was secretly mourning obstacles that would separate her forever from the man she loved, and that Marianne was thinking about the perfections of a man whose heart she felt completely belonged to her, and whom she expected to see in every carriage that passed their house. Having to hide from her mother and Marianne what had been told to her in confidence, though it required constant effort, didn't make Elinor's distress worse. On the contrary, it was a relief to be spared from sharing news that would cause them such pain, and to avoid hearing their condemnation of Edward, which would probably flow from their excessive love for her and which she didn't feel strong enough to bear. She knew she could get no help from their advice or conversation. Their tenderness and sorrow would only add to her distress, while her self-control would get no encouragement from their example or praise. She was stronger alone, and her own good judgment supported her so well that her resolve remained unshaken and her cheerful appearance as consistent as possible with such sharp and fresh regrets. As much as she had suffered from her first conversation with Lucy on the subject, she soon felt an urgent desire to have another one, for several reasons. She wanted to hear many details of their engagement repeated. She wanted to understand more clearly what Lucy really felt for Edward, whether there was any sincerity in her claims of tender feelings for him, and she particularly wanted to convince Lucy, by her willingness to discuss the matter again and her calmness in talking about it, that her interest was only as a friend. She very much feared that her involuntary distress during their morning conversation must have left that at least questionable. That Lucy was inclined to be jealous of her seemed very likely. It was clear that Edward had always spoken highly of her, not just from Lucy's claim, but from her willingness to trust her with such an obviously important secret after knowing her for such a short time. Even Sir John's teasing remarks must have carried some weight. But indeed, while Elinor remained so confident that Edward truly loved her, no other consideration was needed to make Lucy's jealousy natural. And that she was jealous, her very confession proved it. What other reason could there be for revealing the affair, except to inform Elinor of Lucy's superior claim on Edward and teach her to avoid him in the future? She had little difficulty understanding this much of her rival's intentions, while she was firmly determined to act as honor and honesty required, to fight her own feelings for Edward and see him as little as possible. She couldn't deny herself the comfort of trying to convince Lucy that her heart was unharmed. Since she could now hear nothing more painful on the subject than she had already been told, she didn't doubt her ability to go through a repetition of details calmly. But she couldn't immediately find an opportunity to do so, though Lucy was as eager as she was to take advantage of any chance. The weather wasn't often nice enough for walks, where they might most easily separate themselves from the others. Though they met at least every other evening either at the park or cottage, mostly at the former, they couldn't be expected to meet just for conversation. Such a thought would never occur to Sir John or Lady Middleton, so very little time was given for general chat, and none at all for private discussion. They met to eat, drink, and laugh together, playing cards or games that were sufficiently noisy. 1 or 2 such meetings had taken place without giving Elinor any chance to speak privately with Lucy, when Sir John called at the cottage one morning to beg them, in the name of charity, to all dine with Lady Middleton that day. He had to attend his club at Exeter, and she would otherwise be quite alone except for her mother and the 2 Miss Steeles. Elinor, who saw a better opportunity for her purpose in such a party, more freedom among themselves under Lady Middleton's calm and well-bred direction than when her husband brought them together for one noisy purpose, immediately accepted the invitation. Margaret, with her mother's permission, was equally agreeable, and Marianne, though always reluctant to join their parties, was persuaded by her mother, who couldn't bear to have her shut herself away from any chance of entertainment, to go as well. The young ladies went, and Lady Middleton was happily saved from the terrible solitude that had threatened her. The dullness of the meeting was exactly what Elinor had expected. It produced no new thoughts or expressions, and nothing could be less interesting than their entire conversation both in the dining room and drawing room. The children accompanied them to the latter, and while they remained there, she was too convinced of the impossibility of getting Lucy's attention to attempt it. They left only when the tea things were removed. The card table was then set up, and Elinor began to wonder at herself for ever hoping to find time for conversation at the park. They all stood up to prepare for a group card game. "I'm glad," said Lady Middleton to Lucy, "you're not going to finish poor little Anna Maria's basket this evening, because I'm sure it must hurt your eyes to work filigree by candlelight. We'll make it up to the dear little love tomorrow, and then I hope she won't mind too much." This hint was enough. Lucy remembered herself instantly and replied, "Indeed, you're very much mistaken, Lady Middleton. I'm only waiting to know whether you can manage your card game without me, or I would have been at my filigree already. I wouldn't disappoint the little angel for anything in the world. If you need me at the card table now, I'm determined to finish the basket after supper." "You're very good. I hope it won't hurt your eyes. Will you ring the bell for some work candles? My poor little girl would be so disappointed, I know, if the basket wasn't finished tomorrow. Though I told her it certainly wouldn't be, I'm sure she's counting on having it done." Lucy immediately pulled her work table near her and sat down with such eagerness and cheerfulness that she seemed to find no greater pleasure than making a filigree basket for a spoiled child. Lady Middleton suggested a round of casino to the others. No one objected except Marianne, who, with her usual disregard for the forms of general politeness, exclaimed, "Your ladyship will excuse me. You know I hate cards. I'll go to the piano. I haven't touched it since it was tuned." Without further ceremony, she turned away and walked to the instrument. Lady Middleton looked as if she thanked heaven that she had never made such a rude speech. "Marianne can never stay away from that instrument for long, you know, ma'am," said Elinor, trying to smooth over the offense. "I don't really wonder at it, because it's the best-toned piano I've ever heard." The remaining 5 were now ready to draw their cards. "Perhaps," continued Elinor, "if I happen to be cut out, I might be of some use to Miss Lucy Steele in rolling her papers. There's so much still to be done on the basket that I think it would be impossible for her to finish it alone this evening. I would enjoy the work very much if she would let me help." "Indeed, I would be very grateful for your help," cried Lucy, "because I find there's more to be done than I thought, and it would be terrible to disappoint dear Anna Maria after all." "Oh, that would be awful indeed," said Miss Steele. "Dear little soul, how I love her." "You're very kind," said Lady Middleton to Elinor. "Since you really like the work, perhaps you'd be just as happy not to join the game until the next round, or will you take your chances now?" Elinor gladly chose the first option, and thus, with a little of the diplomacy that Marianne could never bring herself to practice, she achieved her goal and pleased Lady Middleton at the same time. Lucy made room for her readily, and the 2 rivals were seated side by side at the same table, working together on the same project in perfect harmony. The piano, where Marianne, absorbed in her own music and thoughts, had by now forgotten that anyone else was in the room, was fortunately so close that Miss Dashwood judged she could safely introduce the interesting subject under cover of its noise, without any risk of being heard at the card table. Chapter 24. With firm but cautious words, Elinor began, "I wouldn't deserve the trust you've given me if I didn't want to continue this conversation or wasn't curious about what you've told me, so I won't apologize for bringing it up again." "Thank you," Lucy said warmly, "for breaking the ice. You've put my heart at ease because I was somehow afraid I had offended you by what I told you on Monday." "Offended me? How could you think that? Believe me," Elinor said with complete sincerity, "nothing could be further from my intention than to give you that impression. Could you have any reason for trusting me that wasn't honorable and flattering?" "And yet, I have to tell you," Lucy replied, her sharp little eyes full of meaning, "there seemed to be a coldness and displeasure in your manner that made me quite uncomfortable. I was sure you were angry with me, and I've been beating myself up ever since for having the nerve to bother you with my personal affairs. But I'm very glad to find out it was just my imagination, and that you really don't blame me. If you knew what a relief it was to unburden my heart by talking to you about what I think about every moment of my life, Your compassion would make you overlook everything else, I'm sure. I can easily believe that it was a great relief to you to tell me about your situation, and you can be sure that you'll never have reason to regret it. Your case is very unfortunate. You seem to be surrounded with difficulties, and you'll need all your mutual love to get you through them. Mr. Ferrars, I believe, is entirely dependent on his mother. He only has £2,000 of his own. It would be crazy to marry on that, though personally, I could give up any hope of more without a second thought. I've always lived on very little money and could handle any kind of poverty for him. But I love him too much to be selfish and rob him of everything his mother might give him if he married someone she approved of. We have to wait, maybe for many years. With almost any other man in the world, it would be terrifying, but nothing can take away Edward's love and loyalty, I know. That certainty must mean everything to you, and he's undoubtedly supported by the same trust in yours. If your mutual attachment had weakened, as it naturally would for many people under many circumstances during a 4-year engagement, your situation would truly be pitiful. Lucy looked up, but Elinor was careful to keep any suspicious expression off her face. Edward's love for me, Lucy said, has been thoroughly tested by our long, very long separation since we first got engaged, and it has held up so well that it would be unforgivable for me to doubt it now. I can honestly say that he has never given me a moment's worry on that account from the beginning. Elinor hardly knew whether to smile or sigh at this claim. Lucy continued, I'm naturally the jealous type, and because of our different positions in life, him being so much more out in society than me, and our constant separation, I was suspicious enough that I would have figured out the truth instantly if there had been the slightest change in his behavior toward me when we met, or any depression I couldn't explain, or if he had talked more about one woman than another, or seemed any less happy at Longstaple than he used to be. I don't mean to say that I'm particularly observant or perceptive in general, but in a case like this, I'm sure I couldn't be fooled. All this, Elinor thought, sounds very nice, but it can't fool either of us. But what, she said after a short silence, are your plans? Do you have any other option besides waiting for Mrs. Ferrars's death, which is a depressing and shocking last resort? Is her son determined to accept this, and all the tedious years of uncertainty it might involve you in, rather than risk her anger for a while by telling the truth? If we could be certain that it would only be for a while. But Mrs. Ferrars is a very stubborn, proud woman, and in her first fit of rage upon hearing it, she would very likely leave everything to Robert. The thought of that, for Edward's sake, scares away any desire I have for quick action. And for your own sake too, or you're carrying your selflessness beyond reason. Lucy looked at Elinor again and was silent. Do you know Mr. Robert Ferrars? Elinor asked. Not at all, I've never seen him, but I imagine he's very different from his brother, silly and a total show-off. A total show-off, repeated Miss Steele, who had caught those words during a sudden pause in Marianne's music. Oh, they're talking about their favorite boyfriends, I bet. No, sister, Lucy said, you're wrong there. Our favorite men are not show-offs. I can vouch for the fact that Miss Dashwood's isn't, said Mrs. Jennings, laughing heartily. He's one of the most modest, well-behaved young men I've ever seen. But as for Lucy, she's such a sly little thing, there's no figuring out who she likes. Oh, Miss Steele said, looking meaningfully around at them, I bet Lucy's boyfriend is just as modest and well-behaved as Miss Dashwood's. Elinor blushed despite herself. Lucy bit her lip and looked angrily at her sister. They all fell silent for a while. Lucy was the first to break it, speaking in a lower tone, though Marianne was then giving them excellent cover with a very dramatic concerto. I'll be honest with you about one plan that's recently occurred to me for making things work out. In fact, I have to let you in on the secret, since you're involved. I'm sure you've seen enough of Edward to know that he would prefer the church over any other profession. My plan is that he should become ordained as soon as possible, and then through your influence, which I'm sure you would be kind enough to use out of friendship for him, and I hope out of some regard for me, your brother might be persuaded to give him the Norland living, which I understand is quite good, and the current minister isn't likely to live much longer. That would be enough for us to marry on, and we could trust to time and luck for the rest. I would always be happy, Elinor replied, to show any sign of my respect and friendship for Mr. Ferrars. But don't you realize that my influence in such a case would be completely unnecessary? He is brother to Mrs. John Dashwood. That should be recommendation enough to her husband. But Mrs. John Dashwood wouldn't approve of Edward going into the ministry. Then I suspect my influence would do very little good. They were silent again for many minutes. Finally, Lucy said with a deep sigh, I think it would be wisest to end this whole business by breaking off the engagement. We seem to face difficulties from every direction, and though it would make us miserable for a while, we might be happier in the end. But you won't give me your advice, Miss Dashwood? No, Elinor answered with a smile that hid very troubled feelings. I certainly will not advise you on such a subject. You know very well that my opinion would have no weight with you, unless it happened to agree with what you want. You really misjudge me, Lucy replied with great seriousness. I don't know anyone whose judgment I value more highly than yours, and I truly believe that if you said to me, I advise you to end your engagement with Edward Ferrars by all means. It will be better for both of your happiness. I would decide to do it immediately. Elinor was embarrassed by the dishonesty of Edward's future wife, and replied, This compliment would effectively prevent me from giving any opinion on the subject, even if I had formed one. It gives me far too much power. The ability to separate two people so deeply attached is too much for an uninvolved person. It's because you are uninvolved, Lucy said with some irritation, emphasizing those words, that your judgment would rightfully carry such weight with me. If you could be suspected of being biased by your own feelings, your opinion wouldn't be worth having. Elinor thought it wisest not to respond to this, in case they might provoke each other to become inappropriately comfortable and unreserved. She was even partly determined never to mention the subject again. Another long pause followed this comment, and Lucy was again the first to break it. Will you be in London this winter, Miss Dashwood? She said with all her usual pleasantness. Certainly not. I'm sorry to hear that, the other replied, while her eyes brightened at this news. It would have given me such pleasure to meet you there, but I'm sure you'll go anyway. Your brother and sister will surely ask you to visit them. I won't be able to accept their invitation if they do. How disappointing. I was really counting on meeting you there. Anne and I are going at the end of January to visit some relatives who have been wanting us to come for several years. But I'm only going to see Edward. He'll be there in February, otherwise London would have no appeal for me. I'm not in the mood for it. Elinor was soon called to the card table when the first game ended, and the private conversation between the two women came to an end. Both submitted to this without reluctance, since nothing had been said on either side to make them dislike each other any less than before. Elinor sat down at the card table with the depressing conviction that Edward not only had no affection for the woman who was to be his wife, but that he didn't even have the chance of being reasonably happy in marriage, which genuine love on her side would have provided, since only self-interest could make a woman hold a man to an engagement when she seemed so completely aware that he was tired of it. From this point on, Elinor never brought up the subject again. When Lucy mentioned it, which she did frequently, and was particularly careful to inform her confidante whenever she received a letter from Edward, Elinor treated it with calm caution and ended the conversation as soon as politeness allowed. She felt such talks were an indulgence that Lucy didn't deserve and that were dangerous to herself. The Miss Steeles' visit to Barton Park lasted much longer than the original invitation suggested. They grew more popular. They couldn't be spared. Sir John wouldn't hear of them leaving, and despite their numerous long-standing commitments in Exeter, despite the absolute necessity of returning to fulfill them immediately, which was urgently mentioned at the end of every week, they were convinced to stay nearly 2 months at the park and to help properly celebrate that holiday, which requires more than the usual share of private balls and large dinners to proclaim its importance. Chapter 25. Though Mrs. Jennings usually spent most of the year visiting her children and friends, but she did have her own home. Since her husband's death, he had been a successful merchant in a less fashionable part of town. She spent every winter in a house on one of the streets near Portman Square. As January approached, she began thinking about returning home, and one day she suddenly and unexpectedly asked the elder Dashwood sisters to come with her. Without noticing her sisters' changing expression or the excited look that showed she was far from indifferent to the plan, Elinor immediately gave a grateful but firm refusal for both of them, believing she was speaking for them both. Her reason was their firm decision not to leave their mother at that time of year. Mrs. Jennings was somewhat surprised by the refusal and immediately repeated her invitation. "Oh, Lord, I'm sure your mother can spare you very well, and I do hope you'll do me the favor of coming with me. I've quite set my heart on it. Don't worry that you'll be any trouble to me because I won't go out of my way for you at all. I'll just send Betty by the coach, and I hope I can afford that. The 3 of us will fit very well in my carriage, and when we're in town, if you don't want to go wherever I go, that's fine. You can always go with one of my daughters. I'm sure your mother won't object, because I've had such good luck getting my own children settled that she'll think I'm just the right person to take charge of you. And if I don't get at least one of you well married before I'm done with you, it won't be my fault. I'll put in a good word for you with all the young men, you can count on it." "I have a feeling," said Sir John, "that Miss Marianne wouldn't object to such a plan if her older sister would agree to it. It's really too bad that she shouldn't have a little pleasure just because Miss Dashwood doesn't want it. So I'd advise you two to set off for town when you're tired of Barton, without saying a word to Miss Dashwood about it." "Well," cried Mrs. Jennings, "I'm sure I'd be absolutely delighted to have Miss Marianne's company, whether Miss Dashwood comes or not. The more the merrier, I say, though I thought it would be more comfortable for them to be together. That way, if they got tired of me, they could talk to each other and laugh at my old ways behind my back. But I must have one or the other, if not both of them. Lord bless me, how do you think I can live all alone by myself when I've always had Charlotte with me until this winter? Come, Miss Marianne, let's shake hands on the deal, and if Miss Dashwood changes her mind later, so much the better." "I thank you, ma'am, I sincerely thank you," said Marianne warmly. "Your invitation has earned my gratitude forever, and it would give me such happiness, yes, almost the greatest happiness I'm capable of, to be able to accept it. But my mother, my dearest, kindest mother, I understand the justice of what Elinor has said, and if she would be made less happy, less comfortable by our absence. Oh, no, nothing could tempt me to leave her. It shouldn't and mustn't be a struggle." Mrs. Jennings repeated her assurance that Mrs. Dashwood could spare them perfectly well. Elinor now understood her sister, and saw how her eagerness to be with Willoughby again made her indifferent to almost everything else. She made no further direct opposition to the plan, and simply referred it to her mother's decision, though she hardly expected to receive any support in her effort to prevent a visit she couldn't approve of for Marianne, and which she had particular personal reasons to avoid. Whatever Marianne wanted, her mother would be eager to promote. Elinor couldn't expect to influence her mother toward cautious behavior in a matter where she'd never been able to inspire distrust, and she didn't dare explain her own reasons for not wanting to go to London. That Marianne, as particular as she was, thoroughly familiar with Mrs. Jennings' manners, and consistently disgusted by them, should overlook every inconvenience of that kind and disregard whatever would be most painful to her sensitive feelings in pursuit of one goal, was such strong, complete proof of how important that goal was to her that Elinor, despite everything that had happened, wasn't prepared to witness it. When Mrs. Dashwood was told about the invitation, she was convinced that such a trip would be very amusing for both her daughters. Seeing through all their affectionate attention to her how much Marianne's heart was set on it, she wouldn't hear of their declining the offer on her account. She insisted they both accept it immediately, and then began to foresee, with her usual cheerfulness, all the advantages that would come to them all from this separation. "I'm delighted with the plan," she exclaimed. "It's exactly what I could wish. Margaret and I will benefit from it as much as you will. When you and the Middletons are gone, we'll get along so quietly and happily together with our books and our music. You'll find Margaret so improved when you come back. I also have a little plan for redecorating your bedrooms, which can now be done without inconveniencing anyone. It's very right that you should go to town. I want every young woman in your position to be familiar with London's manners and amusements. You'll be under the care of a motherly, good-natured woman whose kindness to you I don't doubt at all. And you'll probably see your brother, and whatever his faults or his wife's faults may be, when I consider whose son he is, I can't bear to have you so completely estranged from each other. Though with your usual concern for our happiness," said Elinor, "you've been removing every obstacle to the present plan that occurred to you, there's still one objection which, in my opinion, can't be so easily removed." Marianne's face fell. "And what," said Mrs. Dashwood, "is my dear prudent Elinor going to suggest? What formidable obstacle is she now going to bring up? Don't let me hear a word about the expense of it. My objection is this, though I think very well of Mrs. Jennings' heart, she's not a woman whose company can give us pleasure or whose protection will give us social standing." "That's very true," replied her mother, "but you'll hardly have any of her company apart from other people, and you'll almost always appear in public with Lady Middleton. If Elinor is scared away by her dislike of Mrs. Jennings," said Marianne, "at least it needn't prevent me from accepting her invitation. I have no such concerns, and I'm sure I could put up with every unpleasantness of that kind with very little effort." Elinor couldn't help smiling at this display of indifference toward the manners of a person she had often had difficulty persuading Marianne to treat with tolerable politeness. She decided to herself that if her sister insisted on going, She would go too, since she didn't think it proper for Marianne to be left to her own judgment alone, or for Mrs. Jennings to be left at Marianne's mercy for all the comfort of her domestic hours. She was more easily reconciled to this decision by remembering that Edward Ferrars, according to Lucy, wouldn't be in town before February, and their visit could be finished before then without being unreasonably cut short. "I want you both to go," said Mrs. Dashwood. "These objections are nonsense. You'll have much pleasure in being in London, and especially in being together. And if Elinor would ever allow herself to anticipate enjoyment, she would foresee it there from many sources. She might perhaps expect some from getting better acquainted with her sister-in-law's family." Elinor had often wished for a chance to weaken her mother's confidence in Edward's attachment to her, so the shock would be less when the whole truth was revealed. Now, though almost hopeless of success, she forced herself to begin her plan by saying as calmly as she could, "I like Edward Ferrars very much and will always be glad to see him. But as for the rest of the family, it makes no difference to me whether I ever meet them or not." Mrs. Dashwood smiled and said nothing. Marianne looked up in astonishment, and Elinor figured she might as well have kept quiet. After very little more discussion, it was finally settled that the invitation would be fully accepted. Mrs. Jennings received the news with great joy and many promises of kindness and care, and she wasn't the only one pleased by it. Sir John was delighted. For a man whose main anxiety was the fear of being alone, adding 2 more people to London's population was something. Even Lady Middleton took the trouble to be delighted, which was rather out of character for her. And as for the Miss Steeles, especially Lucy, they had never been so happy in their lives as this news made them. Elinor accepted the arrangement that went against her wishes with less reluctance than she had expected to feel. As far as she was concerned, it now didn't matter whether she went to town or not, and when she saw her mother so thoroughly pleased with the plan and her sister excited by it, restored to all her usual energy and elevated to more than her usual happiness, she couldn't be dissatisfied with the cause and would hardly allow herself to worry about the consequences. Marianne's joy was almost beyond happiness, so great was her emotional excitement and her impatience to leave. Her reluctance to leave her mother was her only source of calm, and at the moment of parting, her grief on that score was excessive. Her mother's distress was hardly less, and Elinor was the only one of the 3 who seemed to consider the separation as anything less than permanent. They left in the first week of January. The Middletons were to follow in about a week. The Miss Steeles stayed at the park and would only leave with the rest of the family. Chapter 26. Elinor found herself in the carriage with Mrs. Jennings and beginning a journey to London under her protection as her guest, without wondering at her own situation. Their acquaintance with that lady had been so short, they were so completely unsuited in age and disposition, and she had objected so strongly to such a plan just a few days before. But these objections had all been overcome or overlooked with that happy enthusiasm of youth that Marianne and her mother equally shared. Despite her occasional doubts about Willoughby's faithfulness, Elinor couldn't witness the rapture of delightful expectation that filled Marianne's whole soul and beamed in her eyes, without feeling how empty her own future looked by comparison, how cheerless her own state of mind was, and how gladly she would take on Marianne's anxieties to have the same exciting hope to look forward to. A short time, a very short time, would now decide what Willoughby's intentions were. He was probably already in town. Marianne's eagerness to leave showed she was counting on finding him there, and Elinor was determined not only to learn everything she could about his character through her own observations and what others might tell her, but also to watch his behavior toward her sister with such careful attention that she would know what he was and what he meant before they had met many times. If her observations turned out badly, she was determined to open her sister's eyes no matter what. If it turned out well, her efforts would be of a different kind. She would have to learn to avoid selfish comparisons and get rid of any regret that might lessen her satisfaction in Marianne's happiness. They traveled for 3 days, and Marianne's behavior during the journey was a good example of what future politeness and companionship with Mrs. Jennings might be expected to be. She sat in silence almost the entire way, wrapped up in her own thoughts, and hardly ever spoke voluntarily except when some beautiful scenery came into view and drew an exclamation of delight exclusively directed to her sister. To make up for this behavior, Elinor immediately took over the role of being polite that she had assigned herself, behaved with the greatest attention to Mrs. Jennings, talked with her, laughed with her, and listened to her whenever she could. Mrs. Jennings, for her part, treated them both with every possible kindness, was concerned about their comfort and enjoyment at every opportunity, and was only disappointed that she couldn't make them choose their own dinners at the inn or get them to admit they preferred salmon to cod, or roasted chicken to veal cutlets. They reached town by 3 o'clock on the third day, glad to be released from being confined in a carriage after such a journey, and ready to enjoy all the luxury of a good fire. The house was handsome and handsomely furnished, and the young ladies were immediately given a very comfortable room. It had formerly been Charlotte's, and over the mantelpiece still hung a landscape in colored silk that she had made, proof that her 7 years at a prestigious school in town had been worthwhile. Since dinner wouldn't be ready for less than 2 hours after their arrival, Elinor decided to use the time to write to her mother and sat down for that purpose. In a few moments, Marianne did the same. "I'm writing home, Marianne," said Elinor. "Shouldn't you wait a day or two for your letter?" "I'm not writing to my mother," replied Marianne hastily, as if wishing to avoid any further questions. Elinor said no more. It immediately occurred to her that Marianne must be writing to Willoughby, and she instantly concluded that however mysteriously they might wish to conduct the affair, they must be engaged. This conviction, though not entirely satisfactory, gave her pleasure, and she continued her letter with greater enthusiasm. Marianne's letter was finished in just a few minutes. It could only have been a note based on its length. It was then folded up, sealed, and addressed with eager speed. Elinor thought she could make out a large W in the address, and as soon as it was complete, Marianne rang the bell and asked the footman, who answered, to have the letter delivered to the postal service. This settled the matter at once. Her spirits continued very high, but there was a nervousness in them that prevented them from giving much pleasure to her sister, and this agitation increased as the evening approached. She could hardly eat any dinner, and when they returned to the drawing-room afterward, she seemed to be anxiously listening to the sound of every carriage. It was a great relief to Elinor that Mrs. Jennings, being busy in her own room, could see little of what was happening. The tea service was brought in, and Marianne had already been disappointed more than once by knocking at a neighboring door, when a loud knock was suddenly heard that couldn't be mistaken for one at any other house. Elinor felt certain it announced Willoughby's arrival, and Marianne, jumping up, moved toward the door. Everything was silent. She couldn't bear this for more than a few seconds. She opened the door, walked a few steps toward the stairs, and after listening for half a minute, returned to the room in all the agitation that being convinced she had heard him would naturally produce. In her excitement at that moment, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh, Elinor, it is Willoughby, indeed it is," and seemed almost ready to throw herself into his arms, when Colonel Brandon appeared. It was too great a shock to bear calmly, and she immediately left the room. Elinor was disappointed too, but at the same time her regard for Colonel Brandon ensured he was welcome with her, and she felt particularly hurt that a man so devoted to her sister should see that she felt nothing but grief and disappointment in seeing him. She instantly saw that he noticed this, that he even observed Marianne as she left the room with such amazement and concern that he hardly remembered what politeness required toward herself. "Is your sister ill?" he said. Elinor answered with some distress that she was, and then talked of headaches, low spirits, and exhaustion, everything to which she could decently attribute her sister's behavior. He listened with the most earnest attention, but seeming to collect himself, said no more on the subject, and began directly to speak of his pleasure at seeing them in London, making the usual inquiries about their journey and the friends they had left behind. In this calm way, with very little interest on either side, they continued to talk, both of them dejected, and the thoughts of both engaged elsewhere. Elinor very much wanted to ask whether Willoughby was in town, but she was afraid of causing him pain by asking about his rival. At length, to say something, she asked if he had been in London ever since she had seen him last. "Yes," he replied with some embarrassment, "almost ever since. I have been once or twice at Dallaford for a few days, but it has never been possible for me to return to Barton." This, and the way he said it, immediately brought back to her memory all the circumstances of his leaving that place, with the uneasiness and suspicions they had caused Mrs. Jennings, and she was afraid that her question had implied much more curiosity on the subject than she had ever felt. Mrs. Jennings soon came in. "Oh, Colonel," said she with her usual noisy cheerfulness, "I am extremely glad to see you. Sorry I could not come before, forgive me, but I have been forced to look around and settle my affairs." It's been a long while since I have been at home, and no one always has a world of little odd things to do after being away for any time. And then I have had to settle accounts with Cartwright. Lord, I have been as busy as a bee ever since dinner. But tell me, Colonel, how did you figure out that I should be in town today? I had the pleasure of hearing it at Mr. Palmer's, where I have been dining. Oh, you did? Well, and how is everyone at their house? How is Charlotte? I'll bet she's quite large by this time. Mrs. Palmer appeared quite well, and I am asked to tell you that you will certainly see her tomorrow. Yes, of course, I thought as much. Well, Colonel, I have brought 2 young ladies with me, you see. That is, you see only one of them now, but there is another somewhere. Your friend, Miss Marianne, too, which you will not be sorry to hear. I don't know what you and Mr. Willoughby will do between you about her. Yes, it's a fine thing to be young and handsome. Well, I was young once, but I never was very handsome, more's the pity. However, I got a very good husband, and I don't know what the greatest beauty can do more. Ah, poor man, he has been dead these 8 years and more. But Colonel, where have you been since we parted? And how is your business going? Come, come, let's have no secrets among friends. He replied with his usual mildness to all her questions, but without satisfying her curiosity. Elinor now began to make the tea, and Marianne was obliged to appear again. After her entrance, Colonel Brandon became more thoughtful and silent than he had been before, and Mrs. Jennings could not persuade him to stay long. No other visitor appeared that evening, and the ladies all agreed to go to bed early. Marianne woke up the next morning with recovered spirits and happy looks. The disappointment of the evening before seemed forgotten in the expectation of what was to happen that day. They had barely finished their breakfast when Mrs. Palmer's carriage stopped at the door, and in a few minutes she came laughing into the room, so delighted to see them all that it was hard to say whether she received more pleasure from meeting her mother or the Miss Dashwoods again. So surprised at their coming to town, though it was what she had rather expected all along. So angry at their accepting her mother's invitation after having declined her own, though at the same time she would never have forgiven them if they had not come. Mr. Palmer will be so happy to see you, said she. What do you think he said when he heard of your coming with Mamma? I forget what it was now, but it was something so funny. After an hour or two spent in what her mother called comfortable chat, or in other words, in every variety of questions about all their acquaintances on Mrs. Jennings's side, and in laughter without cause on Mrs. Palmer's, Mrs. Palmer proposed that they should all accompany her to some shops where she had business that morning. Mrs. Jennings and Elinor readily agreed, as they also had some purchases to make themselves, and Marianne, though declining at first, was persuaded to go as well. Wherever they went, she was clearly always on the lookout. In Bond Street especially, where much of their business was, her eyes were constantly searching, and in whatever shop the party entered, her mind was equally distracted from everything actually before them, from all that interested and occupied the others. Restless and dissatisfied everywhere, her sister could never get her opinion of any purchase, however much it might concern them both. She received no pleasure from anything, was only impatient to be home again, and could barely control her annoyance at Mrs. Palmer's slowness. Mrs. Palmer's eye was caught by everything pretty, expensive, or new. She wanted to buy everything, could decide on nothing, and wasted her time in rapture and indecision. It was late in the morning before they returned home, and as soon as they entered the house, Marianne flew eagerly upstairs. When Elinor followed, she found her turning from the table with a sorrowful expression that showed no Willoughby had been there. "Has no letter been left here for me since we went out?" she said to the footman who then entered with the packages. She was answered in the negative. "Are you quite sure of it?" she replied. "Are you certain that no servant, no porter has left any letter or note?" The man replied that none had. "How very odd," she said in a low and disappointed voice as she turned away to the window. "How odd indeed," repeated Elinor to herself, regarding her sister with uneasiness. If she had not known him to be in town, she would not have written to him as she did. She would have written to Comem Magna, and if he is in town, how odd that he should neither come nor write. "Oh, my dear mother, you must be wrong in permitting an engagement between a daughter so young and a man so little known to be carried on in so doubtful, so mysterious a manner. I long to ask questions, but how will my interference be received?" She decided, after some thought, that if things continued for many more days as unpleasant as they now were, she would strongly urge her mother to make some serious inquiry into the affair. Mrs. Palmer and 2 elderly ladies of Mrs. Jennings's close acquaintance, whom she had met and invited in the morning, dined with them. Mrs. Palmer left them soon after tea to fulfill her evening engagements, and Elinor was obliged to help make a whist table for the others. Marianne was of no use on these occasions, as she would never learn the game, But though her time was therefore her own, the evening was no more pleasant for her than for Elinor, for it was spent in all the anxiety of expectation and the pain of disappointment. She sometimes tried for a few minutes to read, but the book was soon thrown aside, and she returned to the more interesting activity of walking back and forth across the room, pausing for a moment whenever she came to the window, hoping to hear the long-expected knock. Chapter 27. If this mild weather continues much longer. Jennings, when they met at breakfast the following morning, Sir John won't like leaving Barton next week. It's such a shame for sportsmen to lose a day's fun. Poor things, I always feel sorry for them when they do, they seem to take it so hard. That's true, cried Marianne cheerfully, walking to the window as she spoke to check the weather. I hadn't thought of that. This weather will keep many sportsmen in the country. It was a lucky thought, and it completely restored her good mood. It really is perfect weather for them, she continued, sitting down at the breakfast table with a happy expression. How much they must be enjoying it, but, she added with a touch of worry returning, we can't expect it to last long. At this time of year, after all that rain, we won't have much more of it. Frost will set in soon, and probably severely. Maybe in another day or two, this unusually mild weather can't last much longer. In fact, it might even freeze tonight. Either way, said Elinor, hoping to prevent Mrs. Jennings from reading her sister's thoughts as clearly as she could, I'm sure we'll have Sir John and Lady Middleton in town by the end of next week. Oh yes, my dear, I guarantee we will. Mary always gets her way. And now, Elinor thought to herself, she'll write to Comet in today's mail. But if Marianne did write such a letter, it was written and sent with complete privacy that avoided all of Elinor's attempts to confirm it. Whatever the truth might be, and though Elinor was far from feeling completely satisfied about it, as long as she saw Marianne in good spirits, she couldn't be too uncomfortable herself. And Marianne was indeed in good spirits, happy about the mild weather, and even happier expecting frost. They spent most of the morning leaving calling cards at the houses of Mrs. Jennings's friends to let them know she was in town. The whole time, Marianne was busy watching which way the wind was blowing, studying changes in the sky, and imagining shifts in the temperature. Don't you think it's colder than it was this morning, Elinor? I definitely notice a difference. I can barely keep my hands warm even in my muff. It wasn't like this yesterday, I think. The clouds seem to be breaking up too. The sun will be out in a moment, and we'll have a clear afternoon. Elinor was both amused and pained by this, but Marianne kept at it, seeing signs of approaching frost every night in how bright the fire burned, and every morning in how the sky looked. The Miss Dashwoods had no more reason to be unhappy with Mrs. Jennings's lifestyle and circle of friends than with how she treated them, which was always kind. Everything in her household was managed very generously, and except for a few old business associates whom she'd never dropped, much to Lady Middleton's regret, she only visited people who wouldn't make her young guests uncomfortable. Finding herself more comfortably situated than she'd expected in this regard, Elinor was willing to accept the lack of real enjoyment from their evening parties, which were only card games whether at home or elsewhere, and offered little to interest her. Colonel Brandon, who had an open invitation to the house, was with them almost every day. He came to look at Marianne and talk to Elinor, who often found more satisfaction in conversation with him than in anything else that happened each day, but who also noticed with concern his continued feelings for her sister. She was afraid his regard was growing stronger. It hurt her to see how intently he often watched Marianne, and his mood was definitely worse than it had been at Barton. About a week after their arrival, they learned for certain that Willoughby was also in London. His calling card was on the table when they returned from their morning drive. "Good God!" cried Marianne. "He was here while we were out." Elinor, relieved to know he was definitely in London, ventured to say, "I'm sure he'll call again tomorrow." But Marianne hardly seemed to hear her, and when Mrs. Jennings came in, she escaped with the precious card. This discovery lifted Elinor's spirits, but restored to her sisters all and more than all her former anxiety. From that moment, her mind was never at peace. Expecting to see him every hour of the day made her unfit for anything. The next morning, when the others went out, she insisted on staying behind. Elinor's thoughts were full of what might be happening in Berkeley Street while they were gone, but one look at her sister when they returned was enough to tell her that Willoughby hadn't made a second visit. A note was just then brought in and placed on the table. "For me," cried Marianne, stepping quickly forward. "No, ma'am, for my mistress." But Marianne, unconvinced, picked it up immediately. "It really is for Mrs. Jennings. How annoying. So you are expecting a letter?" said Elinor, unable to stay quiet any longer. "Yes, a little, not much." After a short pause, "You don't confide in me, Marianne." "Really, Elinor, that criticism from you, you who don't confide in anyone?" "Me," returned Elinor, somewhat confused. "Really, Marianne, I have nothing to tell." "Neither do I," answered Marianne with energy. "So we're in the same situation. Neither of us has anything to tell, you because you don't share things, and me because I'm not hiding anything." Elinor, upset by this accusation of being secretive when she wasn't free to explain herself, didn't know how to ask Marianne to be more open under these circumstances. Mrs. Jennings soon appeared, and when the note was given to her, she read it aloud. It was from Lady Middleton, announcing their arrival in Conduit Street the night before and inviting her mother and cousins for the following evening. Business matters for Sir John and a bad cold for herself had prevented them from calling on Berkeley Street. The invitation was accepted, but when the time approached, though politeness to Mrs. Jennings required that they both go with her on such a visit, Elinor had difficulty persuading her sister to come. Marianne still hadn't seen anything of Willoughby, so she was both uninterested in entertainment elsewhere and unwilling to risk him calling again while she was out. When the evening was over, Elinor realized that people don't really change just by moving somewhere new. Though barely settled in town, Sir John had managed to gather nearly 20 young people around him and entertain them with a ball. However, this was something Lady Middleton didn't approve of. In the country, an impromptu dance was perfectly acceptable, but in London, where having a reputation for elegance was more important and harder to achieve, it was too risky for the sake of amusing a few girls to let it be known that Lady Middleton had given a small dance for 8 or 9 couples, with just 2 violins and a simple buffet. Mr. and Mrs. Palmer were there. They hadn't seen Mr. Palmer since arriving in town, since he was careful to avoid appearing to pay any attention to his mother-in-law and therefore never came near her. When the Dashwoods entered, he gave them no sign of recognition. He glanced at them slightly without seeming to know who they were and merely nodded to Mrs. Jennings from across the room. As she entered, Marianne glanced once around the room. That was enough, he wasn't there, and she sat down, equally unwilling to enjoy herself or help others enjoy themselves. After they'd been there about an hour, Mr. Palmer wandered over to the Miss Dashwoods to express his surprise at seeing them in town, though Colonel Brandon had already told him at his house that they'd arrived, and he'd said something very amusing when he heard they were coming. "I thought you were both in Devonshire," he said. "Did you?" replied Elinor. "When are you going back?" "I don't know," and that ended their conversation. Marianne had never been so unwilling to dance in her life as she was that evening, and never so tired from it. She complained about it as they returned to Berkeley Street. "Oh yes," said Mrs. Jennings, "we all know the reason for that. If a certain person who shall remain nameless had been there, you wouldn't have been tired at all. And to be honest, it wasn't very nice of him not to show up when he was invited." "Invited?" cried Marianne. "So my daughter Middleton told me, because apparently Sir John ran into him somewhere on the street this morning." Marianne said nothing more, but looked extremely hurt, impatient to do something that might help her sister. Elinor decided to write to her mother the next morning. She hoped that by making her worry about Marianne's health, she could get her to make the inquiries that had been put off for so long. She was even more determined to do this when she saw, after breakfast the next day, that Marianne was writing to Willoughby again. She couldn't imagine it would be to anyone else. Around midday, Mrs. Jennings went out by herself on business, and Elinor immediately began her letter. Marianne, too restless to do anything productive and too anxious for conversation, walked from one window to another or sat by the fire in gloomy thought. Elinor wrote very earnestly to her mother, telling her everything that had happened, her suspicions about Willoughby's unfaithfulness, and urging her by every argument of duty and love to demand that Marianne explain her real situation with him. She'd barely finished her letter when a knock announced a visitor, and Colonel Brandon was shown in. Marianne, who had seen him from the window and who hated any kind of company, left the room before he entered it. He looked more serious than usual, and though he seemed pleased to find Miss Dashwood alone, as if he had something particular to tell her, he sat for some time without saying anything. Elinor, convinced that he had some news about her sister, impatiently waited for him to begin. This wasn't the first time she'd felt this way. More than once before. He'd started with comments like, "Your sister looks unwell today," or "Your sister seems upset," and appeared on the verge of either revealing or asking something specific about her. After several minutes of silence, he finally broke it by asking in an agitated voice when he should congratulate her on gaining a brother. Elinor wasn't prepared for such a question, and having no ready answer, had to simply ask what he meant. He tried to smile as he replied, "Your sister's engagement to Mr. Willoughby is very widely known." "It can't be widely known," returned Elinor, "because her own family doesn't know about it." He looked surprised and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid my question was inappropriate, but I hadn't thought there was any secrecy intended since they openly write to each other and their marriage is being talked about everywhere." "How can that be? Who could have told you?" "Many people, some you don't know, others you're close to. Mrs. Jennings, Mrs. Palmer, and the Middletons. But I still might not have believed it, because when your mind doesn't really want to be convinced, it will always find reasons to doubt. But when the servant let me in today, I accidentally saw a letter in his hand addressed to Mr. Willoughby in your sister's handwriting. I came to ask, but I was convinced before I could ask the question. Is everything definitely settled? Is it impossible to? But I have no right, and I wouldn't have any chance of success. Forgive me, Miss Dashwood. I think I was wrong to say so much, but I hardly know what to do, and I'm completely depending on your good judgment. Tell me that it's all absolutely decided, that any attempt, that keeping it secret if secrecy is possible, is all that's left." These words, which told Elinor directly that he loved her sister, affected her deeply. She couldn't immediately say anything, and even when she'd recovered, she spent some time debating what would be the best response. She knew so little about the real situation between Willoughby and her sister that in trying to explain it, she might say either too much or too little. But since she was convinced that Marianne's feelings for Willoughby left no hope for Colonel Brandon's success, whatever might happen with those feelings, and since she also wanted to protect her sister from criticism, she thought it was wisest and kindest, after some consideration, to say more than she actually knew or believed. Therefore, she admitted that though she'd never been told directly how things stood between them, she had no doubt about their mutual love, and she wasn't surprised to hear about their correspondence. He listened to her with silent attention, and when she finished speaking, he immediately got up from his seat, and after saying in an emotional voice, "I wish your sister every possible happiness, and I hope Willoughby will try to deserve her," he said goodbye and left. This conversation gave Elinor no comfort to ease her other worries. On the contrary, it left her with a sad impression of Colonel Brandon's unhappiness, and her anxiety about the very event that would confirm it prevented her from even wishing his pain could be relieved. Chapter 28. Nothing happened over the next few days to make Elinor regret her decision lying to her mother, since Willoughby neither came nor wrote. Around that time, they were supposed to attend a party with Lady Middleton, though Mrs. Jennings couldn't go because her youngest daughter was sick. Marianne prepared for this party completely dejected, not caring how she looked, and seeming equally indifferent about whether she went or stayed. She had no look of hope or expression of pleasure. After tea, she sat by the drawing-room fire until Lady Middleton arrived, never once moving from her seat or changing position, lost in her own thoughts and oblivious to her sister's presence. When they were finally told that Lady Middleton was waiting for them at the door, she jumped as if she'd forgotten anyone was expected. They arrived at their destination right on time, and as soon as the line of carriages ahead of them allowed, they got out, climbed the stairs, heard their names announced loudly from one landing to another, and entered a room that was brilliantly lit, packed with guests, and unbearably hot. After they paid their respects by curtsying to their hostess, they were allowed to join the crowd and share in the heat and discomfort that their arrival only made worse. After spending some time saying little and doing even less, Lady Middleton sat down to play cards, and since Marianne wasn't in the mood to move around, she and Elinor were lucky enough to find chairs not too far from the card table. They hadn't been sitting there long when Elinor noticed Willoughby standing just a few yards away, deep in conversation with a very fashionable-looking young woman. She quickly caught his eye, and he immediately bowed, but he didn't try to speak to her or approach Marianne, even though he obviously saw her. Then he continued talking with the same woman. Elinor instinctively turned to Marianne to see if she had noticed. At that moment Marianne first saw him, and her whole face lit up with sudden joy. She would have moved toward him immediately if her sister hadn't grabbed her. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. He's there, oh, why doesn't he look at me? Why can't I speak to him?" Please stay calm," Elinor cried. "And don't show everyone here what you're feeling. Maybe he hasn't noticed you yet." But this was more than she could believe herself, and staying calm at such a moment was not only beyond Marianne's ability, it was beyond what she wanted. She sat in agonizing impatience that showed on every part of her face. Finally, he turned around again and looked at them both. She jumped up and, saying his name in an affectionate tone, held out her hand to him. He approached, but addressed himself more to Elinor than to Marianne, as if trying to avoid her eyes and determined not to notice her posture. He asked hurriedly about Mrs. Dashwood and how long they'd been in town. Elinor was so shocked by this behavior that she lost all composure and couldn't say a word, but her sister's feelings were immediately obvious. Her face turned bright red, and she exclaimed in a voice full of emotion, "Good God, Willoughby, what does this mean? Haven't you gotten my letters? Won't you shake hands with me?" He couldn't avoid it then, but her touch seemed painful to him, and he held her hand for only a moment. During all this time, he was clearly struggling to stay composed. Elinor watched his face and saw his expression become more calm. After a moment's pause, he spoke calmly. "I had the honor of calling at Berkeley Street last Tuesday, and I very much regretted that I wasn't fortunate enough to find you and Mrs. Jennings at home. I hope my card wasn't lost. But haven't you gotten my notes?" cried Marianne in wild anxiety. "There's some mistake, I'm sure, some terrible mistake. What can this mean? Tell me, Willoughby. For heaven's sake, tell me what's wrong?" He didn't reply. His face changed color and all his embarrassment returned. But as if catching the eye of the young woman he'd been talking to before made him feel he had to pull himself together, he recovered again. After saying, "Yes, I had the pleasure of receiving word that you'd arrived in town, which you were so kind to send me," he turned hastily away with a slight bow and rejoined his friend. Marianne, now looking terribly pale and unable to stand, sank into her chair. Elinor, expecting her to faint at any moment, tried to shield her from everyone else's attention while reviving her with smelling salts. "Go to him, Elinor," she cried as soon as she could speak, "and make him come to me. Tell him I must see him again, must speak to him right now. I can't rest, I won't have a moment's peace until this is explained. It's some terrible misunderstanding. Oh, go to him right now." "How can I do that? No, my dearest Marianne, you must wait. This isn't the place for explanations. Wait until tomorrow." But she could barely prevent Marianne from following him herself. It was impossible to persuade her to control her agitation, or to wait at least with some appearance of composure, until she could speak to him more privately and effectively. Marianne kept giving in to the misery of her feelings, continuously expressing her wretchedness in a low voice. Soon Elinor saw Willoughby leave the room through the door toward the staircase. Telling Marianne that he was gone, she urged that it would be impossible to speak to him again that evening, as another reason for her to be calm. Marianne immediately begged her sister to ask Lady Middleton to take them home, as she was too miserable to stay another minute. Lady Middleton, though in the middle of a card game, was too polite to object for even a moment when told that Marianne was unwell and wanted to leave. She handed over her cards to a friend, and they left as soon as the carriage could be found. Hardly a word was spoken during their return to Berkeley Street. Marianne was in silent agony, too overwhelmed even for tears. But since Mrs. Jennings luckily hadn't come home yet, they could go directly to their own room, where smelling salts restored her somewhat. She was soon undressed and in bed, and since she seemed to want to be alone, her sister left her. While waiting for Mrs. Jennings to return, Elinor had plenty of time to think over what had happened. She couldn't doubt that some kind of engagement had existed between Willoughby and Marianne, and it seemed equally clear that Willoughby was tired of it. However much Marianne might still nurture her own hopes, Elinor couldn't attribute such behavior to any mistake or misunderstanding. Nothing but a complete change of heart could explain it. Her anger would have been even stronger than it was if she hadn't witnessed the embarrassment that seemed to show he was conscious of his own bad behavior. This prevented her from believing he was so unprincipled as to have been playing with her sister's feelings from the beginning, without any serious intentions that would stand up to scrutiny. Distance might have weakened his feelings, and convenience might have made him decide to overcome them, but she couldn't bring herself to doubt that such feelings had once existed. As for Marianne, Elinor couldn't think without the deepest concern about the pain such an unhappy meeting must have already caused her, and the even worse pain that might await her as a likely result. Her own situation seemed better by comparison. While she could respect Edward as much as ever, no matter how they might be separated in the future, her mind could always find support. But every circumstance that could make such a disaster worse seemed to be coming together to increase Marianne's misery in a final separation from Willoughby, an immediate and permanent break with him. Chapter 29. Before the housemaid lit their fire the next day, or the sun warmed the cold, gloomy morning one morning in January, Marianne, only half-dressed, was kneeling against one of the window seats to catch what little light she could, writing as fast as her continuous flow of tears would allow. Elinor woke up to her sister's crying and agitation, and after watching her anxiously for a few moments said gently, "Marianne, may I ask?" "No, Elinor," she replied. "Don't ask anything. You'll know everything soon enough." She spoke with a kind of desperate calm, but it only lasted while she was talking. Immediately afterward, she broke down again with the same overwhelming grief. It took several minutes before she could continue with her letter, and the frequent bursts of crying that forced her to stop writing were proof enough that she knew she was probably writing to Willoughby for the last time. Elinor did everything she could to help quietly and unobtrusively. She would have tried to comfort her even more, but Marianne begged her frantically not to speak to her at all. Under these circumstances, it was better for both of them not to stay together long. Marianne's restless state of mind not only prevented her from staying in the room once she was dressed, but made her need both solitude and constant movement. She wandered around the house until breakfast time, avoiding everyone. At breakfast, she neither ate nor even tried to eat anything. Elinor focused all her attention not on urging her to eat or showing pity, but on trying to keep Mrs. Jennings's attention entirely on herself. Since breakfast was Mrs. Jennings's favorite meal, it lasted quite a while. They had just sat down around their usual work table afterward when a letter was delivered to Marianne. She eagerly grabbed it from the servant and, turning deathly pale, immediately ran out of the room. Elinor could tell as clearly as if she'd seen the address that it must be from Willoughby. She felt such a sick feeling in her heart that she could barely hold her head up, and she trembled so much she was afraid Mrs. Jennings would surely notice. That good lady, however, only saw that Marianne had received a letter from Willoughby, which seemed like a good joke to her. She treated it accordingly, laughing and hoping that Marianne would find it to her liking. She was too busy measuring lengths of wool for her rug to notice Elinor's distress at all. As soon as Marianne disappeared, she continued talking calmly. "I swear, I've never seen a young woman so desperately in love in my life. My own girls were nothing compared to her, and they used to be foolish enough. But Miss Marianne is completely changed. I hope with all my heart he won't keep her waiting much longer, because it's heartbreaking to see her looking so sick and miserable. Tell me, when are they getting married?" Even though Elinor had never felt less like talking, she forced herself to respond to this attack. Trying to smile, she replied, "Have you really convinced yourself that my sister is engaged to Mr. Willoughby? I thought it was just a joke, but such a serious question suggests you believe it. I must ask you not to deceive yourself any longer. I promise you that nothing would surprise me more than hearing they're going to be married." "Shame on you, Miss Dashwood. How can you say that? Don't we all know it has to be a match? They've been head over heels in love with each other from the first moment they met. Didn't I see them together in Devonshire every single day, all day long? And didn't I know that your sister came to town with me specifically to buy wedding clothes? Come on, this won't work. Just because you're being so secretive about it doesn't mean nobody else has any sense. It's been known all over town for ages. I tell everybody about it, and so does Charlotte." "Really, ma'am," said Elinor very seriously, "you're mistaken. You're actually doing something very unkind by spreading this rumor, and you'll find that you were wrong even though you won't believe me now." Mrs. Jennings laughed again, but Elinor didn't have the energy to say more. Eager to find out what Willoughby had written, she hurried to their room. When she opened the door, she saw Marianne stretched out on the bed, almost choking on her grief, with one letter in her hand and 2 or 3 others lying beside her. Elinor came close without saying a word, sat on the bed, took her hand, and kissed her affectionately several times. Then she broke down in tears that were almost as violent as Marianne's. Marianne couldn't speak, but she seemed to feel all the tenderness of this behavior. After they spent some time crying together, she put all the letters in Elinor's hands. Then she covered her face with her handkerchief and almost screamed in agony. Elinor knew that such grief, as shocking as it was to witness, had to run its course. She stayed with her until this extreme suffering had somewhat exhausted itself, then eagerly turned to Willoughby's letter and read. "Bond Street, January. My dear madam, I have just received your letter, for which I thank you sincerely. I'm very concerned to learn that there was something in my behavior last night that you didn't approve of. Though I have no idea how I could have been so unfortunate as to offend you, I beg your forgiveness for what I can assure you was completely unintentional. I will always remember my former friendship with your family, in Devonshire, with the greatest pleasure, and I hope it won't be damaged by any mistake or misunderstanding about my actions. My respect for your whole family is very sincere. But if I've been so unfortunate as to make you believe I felt more than I actually did, I blame myself for not being more careful about expressing that respect. You'll understand that I could never have meant more when you know that I've been engaged to someone else for a long time, and I believe this engagement will be fulfilled within a few weeks. It's with great regret that I obey your request to return the letters you honored me with, and the lock of hair you so kindly gave me. I am, dear madam, your most obedient humble servant, John Willoughby. You can imagine Miss Dashwood's fury at reading such a letter. Though she knew before she started that it would confess his unfaithfulness and confirm their separation forever, she hadn't expected such language to announce it. She couldn't have imagined Willoughby capable of abandoning every appearance of honor and delicate feeling, abandoning even basic gentlemanly courtesy, to send such a shamelessly cruel letter. Instead of expressing any regret along with his desire to be released, it admitted no broken promises and denied any special affection whatsoever. Every line was an insult, and it showed its writer to be completely corrupt. She stared at it for some time in angry amazement, then read it again and again. But each reading only increased her hatred of the man. Her feelings against him were so bitter that she didn't dare trust herself to speak, afraid she might hurt Marianne even more by treating their broken relationship not as her loss of something good, but as an escape from the worst possible evil, a lifelong connection with an unprincipled man, a real deliverance and most important blessing. As she thought deeply about the letter's contents, about the corrupt mind that could write it, and probably about a very different mind belonging to a very different person who had no connection to this affair, except what her heart gave him in everything that happened, Elinor forgot her sister's immediate distress. She forgot she had 3 unread letters on her lap, and completely forgot how long she'd been in the room. When she heard a carriage drive up and went to the window to see who could be coming so unreasonably early, she was amazed to see Mrs. Jennings's carriage, which she knew hadn't been ordered until 1 o'clock. Determined not to leave Marianne, though she doubted she could help her feel better right now, she hurried to excuse herself from going with Mrs. Jennings because her sister was unwell. Mrs. Jennings, with thoroughly good-natured concern for the cause, readily accepted the excuse. After Elinor saw her safely off, she returned to Marianne, whom she found trying to get up from the bed. She reached her just in time to prevent her from falling to the floor, faint and dizzy from long lack of proper rest and food. It had been many days since she'd had any appetite, and many nights since she'd really slept. Now that her mind was no longer supported by the fever of suspense, she felt the consequences in an aching head, a weak stomach, and general nervous faintness. A glass of wine that Elinor got for her immediately made her more comfortable, and she was finally able to show some appreciation for her sister's kindness by saying, "Poor Elinor, how unhappy I make you." "I only wish there was something I could do to comfort you," her sister replied. This, like everything else, was too much for Marianne, who could only cry out in the anguish of her heart, "Oh, Elinor, I am so miserable," before her voice was completely lost in sobs. Elinor couldn't watch this flood of uncontrolled grief in silence any longer. "Pull yourself together, dear Marianne," she cried. "If you don't want to kill yourself and everyone who loves you, think of your mother and how miserable she'll be while you suffer. For her sake you must try." I can't," cried Marianne. Leave me if I'm upsetting you. Leave me, hate me, forget me, but don't torture me like this." Oh, how easy for people who have no sorrow of their own to talk about trying. Happy, Elinor. You can't imagine what I'm going through. Do you call me happy, Marianne? If you only knew, and can you believe I could be happy while I see you so miserable? Forgive me, she said, throwing her arms around her sister's neck. I know you feel for me, I know what a heart you have, but still you must be happy. Edward loves you, what could possibly take away such happiness? Many, many things, said Elinor solemnly. No, cried Marianne wildly. He loves you and only you can't have any real grief. I can't have any happiness while I see you in this state. And you'll never see me any other way. My misery is something that can never be taken away. You mustn't talk like that, Marianne. Don't you have any comfort? No friends? Is your loss the kind that leaves no room for consolation, as much as you're suffering now? Think of how much worse you would have suffered if you discovered his true character later, if your engagement had gone on for months and months, as it might have, before he decided to end it. Every additional day of unhappy trust on your part would have made the blow more terrible. Engagement? Cried Marianne. There was no engagement. No engagement? No, he's not as worthless as you think. He hasn't broken any promises to me. But he told you he loved you. Yes, no, never directly. It was implied every day but never actually declared. Sometimes I thought it had been, but it never was. Yet you wrote to him? Yes, could that be wrong after everything that had happened? But I can't talk about it. Elinor said no more and turned back to the 3 letters, which now raised much stronger curiosity than before. She quickly read through all of them. The first, which her sister had sent him when they arrived in town, said, Berkeley Street. January, how surprised you'll be, Willoughby, to receive this, and I think you'll feel something more than surprise when you know I'm in town. An opportunity to come here, even though it's with Mrs. Jennings, was a temptation we couldn't resist. I hope you get this in time to come here tonight, but I won't count on it. Either way, I'll expect you tomorrow. For now, goodbye, M.D. Her second note, written the morning after the dance at the Middletons, said, I can't express my disappointment at missing you the day before yesterday, or my amazement at not getting any answer to a note I sent you over a week ago. I've been expecting to hear from you, and even more to see you, every hour of the day. Please come again as soon as possible and explain why I've been waiting in vain. You should come earlier another time, because we're usually out by 1. Last night we were at Lady Middleton's, where there was a dance. I was told you were invited to the party. But could that be true? You must be very different from when we parted if that could happen and you weren't there. But I won't believe that's possible, and I hope to receive your personal assurance very soon that it's not true. M.D. Her last note to him said, What am I supposed to think about your behavior last night, Willoughby? Again, I demand an explanation. I was prepared to meet you with the pleasure that our separation naturally created, with the familiarity that our intimacy at Barton seemed to justify. Instead, I was rejected. I spent a terrible night trying to excuse behavior that can only be called insulting. Though I haven't been able to think of any reasonable excuse for your behavior, I'm perfectly ready to hear your justification. Perhaps you've been misinformed or deliberately deceived about something concerning me that has lowered me in your opinion. Tell me what it is, explain why you acted that way, and I'll be satisfied if I can satisfy you. It would truly grieve me to be forced to think badly of you, but if I have to learn that you're not what we believed you to be, that your feelings for all of us were fake, that your behavior toward me was only meant to deceive, let me know as soon as possible. Right now my feelings are in a state of terrible uncertainty. I want to clear you of blame, but certainty either way would be easier than what I'm suffering now. If your feelings are no longer what they were, please return my notes and the lock of my hair that you have. M.D. Elinor would have preferred not to believe, for Willoughby's sake, that such loving and trusting letters could have received such an answer, but her condemnation of him didn't blind her to how inappropriate it had been to write them at all. She was silently grieving over the recklessness that had risked such unsolicited proof of affection, not justified by anything that had happened before and severely condemned by the result. When Marianne, seeing that she had finished the letters, told her that they contained nothing anyone else wouldn't have written in the same situation. I felt, she added, as solemnly engaged to him as if the strictest legal contract had bound us to each other. I can believe it, said Elinor, but unfortunately he didn't feel the same. He did feel the same, Elinor, for weeks and weeks he felt it. I know he did. Whatever may have changed him now, and nothing but the most evil manipulation could have done it, I was once as dear to him as I could possibly wish. This lock of hair, which he can now give up so easily, was begged from me with the most earnest pleading. If you had seen his look, his manner, if you had heard his voice at that moment. Have you forgotten the last evening we were together at Barton, the morning we parted too, when he told me it might be many weeks before we met again? His distress, can I ever forget his distress? For a moment or two she couldn't say more, but when this emotion had passed, she added more firmly, Elinor, I've been cruelly used, but not by Willoughby. Dearest Marianne, who else but him? Who could have influenced him? Everyone in the world, rather than his own heart. I'd rather believe every person I know conspired together to ruin me in his opinion than believe his nature is capable of such cruelty. This woman he writes about, whoever she is, or anyone else, except you, Mama, and Edward, might have been cruel enough to lie about me. Besides you 3, there isn't a person in the world I'd rather suspect of evil than Willoughby, whose heart I know so well. Elinor wouldn't argue, and only replied, Whoever has been your enemy, don't let them enjoy their malicious triumph, my dear sister, by showing how nobly the knowledge of your own innocence and good intentions supports your spirits. It's reasonable and admirable pride that resists such evil. No, no, cried Marianne, misery like mine has no pride. I don't care who knows I'm wretched. The triumph of seeing me this way can be open to the whole world. Elinor, people who suffer little can be proud and independent as they like. They can resist insults or return humiliation. But I can't. I must be wretched, and anyone who wants to can enjoy knowing it. But for my mother's sake and mine, I would do more than for my own sake, but to appear happy when I'm so miserable, oh, who could require that? Again they were both silent. Elinor walked thoughtfully from the fireplace to the window, from the window to the fireplace, without realizing she was getting warmth from one or seeing objects through the other. Marianne, sitting at the foot of the bed with her head leaning against one of the posts, picked up Willoughby's letter again and after shuddering over every sentence, exclaimed, "It's too much. Oh, Willoughby, Willoughby, could this really be from you? Cruel, cruel, nothing can excuse you." Elinor, "Nothing can. Whatever he might have heard against me, shouldn't he have doubted it? Shouldn't he have told me about it, given me the power to clear myself? The lock of hair, which you so obligingly bestowed on me, that's unforgivable. Willoughby, where was your heart when you wrote those words? How brutally insulting. Elinor, can he be justified? No, Marianne, not possibly. And yet this woman, who knows what tricks she may have used, how long she may have been planning this, and how cleverly she's contrived it. Who is she? Who can she be? Who did I ever hear him talk about as young and attractive among the women he knew? Oh, no one, he only talked to me about myself." Another pause followed. Marianne was greatly agitated, and it ended with her saying, "Elinor, I must go home, I must go and comfort Mamma. Can't we leave tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, Marianne?" "Yes, why should I stay here? I only came for Willoughby's sake, and now who cares about me, who thinks about me? It would be impossible to leave tomorrow. We owe Mrs. Jennings much more than politeness, and basic courtesy must prevent such a hasty departure. Well then, another day or two, perhaps, but I can't stay here long. I can't stay to endure all these people's questions and remarks. The Middletons and Palmers, how am I going to bear their pity? The pity of someone like Lady Middleton. Oh, what would he say to that?" Elinor advised her to lie down again, and for a moment she did so, but no position could give her comfort, and in restless mental and physical pain, she moved from one posture to another until she became more and more hysterical. Her sister could barely keep her on the bed at all and was afraid she might have to call for help. Some lavender drops, which she was finally persuaded to take, helped. From that time until Mrs. Jennings returned, she stayed on the bed, quiet and still. Chapter 30. Mrs. Jennings came straight to their room as soon as she got back and without waiting for permission to enter, opened the door and walked in looking genuinely concerned. "How are you doing, my dear?" she said with great compassion to Marianne, who turned her face away without trying to answer. "How is she, Miss Dashwood? Poor thing, she looks awful, no wonder. Yes, it's all too true. He's getting married very soon, the worthless man. I have no patience with him. Mrs. Taylor told me about it half an hour ago, and she heard it from a close friend of Miss Grey herself, or I'm sure I wouldn't have believed it. I was nearly ready to faint when I heard it. Well, I said, all I can say is that if this is true, he's treated a young lady I know absolutely terribly, and I hope with all my heart his wife makes his life miserable. And I'll always say that, my dear, you can count on it. I can't stand men behaving this way, and if I ever see him again, I'll give him the scolding of his life. But there's one comfort, my dear Miss Marianne, he's not the only young man in the world worth having, and with your pretty face you'll never lack admirers. Well, poor thing, I won't bother her any longer because she'd better have a good cry and get it over with. The Parrys and Sandersons are coming tonight, you know, and that will cheer her up." She then left, walking on tiptoe out of the room, as if she thought her young friend's distress could be made worse by noise. Marianne, to her sister's surprise, decided to join them for dinner. Elinor even advised her against it. But no, she would go downstairs. She could handle it very well, and there would be less fuss about her. Elinor, pleased to see her motivated by such reasoning, though doubting she could actually sit through dinner, said nothing more. She helped adjust Marianne's dress as best she could while Marianne still lay on the bed, and was ready to help her to the dining room as soon as they were called. Once there, though she looked terrible, she ate more and was calmer than her sister had expected. If she had tried to speak, or if she had been aware of even half of Mrs. Jennings's well-meaning but misguided attention to her, she couldn't have maintained this calm. But not a word escaped her lips, and being lost in her own thoughts kept her unaware of everything happening around her. Elinor, who appreciated Mrs. Jennings's kindness even though her efforts were often distressing and sometimes almost ridiculous, made the acknowledgments and returned the courtesies that her sister couldn't manage herself. Their good friend saw that Marianne was unhappy and felt that everything possible should be done to make her feel better. She therefore treated her with all the indulgent affection of a parent toward a favorite child on the last day of vacation. Marianne was given the best seat by the fire, tempted to eat with every delicacy in the house, and entertained with all the day's news. If Elinor hadn't seen in her sister's sad expression a damper on all cheerfulness, she might have been amused by Mrs. Jennings's attempts to cure a broken heart with various sweets and olives and a good fire. As soon as Marianne became aware of all this attention through its constant repetition, however, she couldn't stay any longer. With a hasty cry of misery and a gesture to her sister not to follow her, she got up immediately and rushed out of the room. "Poor soul," cried Mrs. Jennings as soon as she was gone. "How it breaks my heart to see her, and I swear she left without finishing her wine. And the dried cherries, too. Lord, nothing seems to help her. I'm sure if I knew of anything she'd like, I'd search the whole town for it. Well, it's the strangest thing to me that a man should treat such a pretty girl so badly. But when there's plenty of money on one side and almost none on the other, Lord help us, they don't care about such things at all. The lady then, Miss Grey I think you called her, is very rich? £50,000, my dear. Have you ever seen her? They say she's smart and stylish, but not beautiful. I remember her aunt very well, Biddy Henshaw. She married a very wealthy man, but the whole family is rich. £50,000, and from everything I hear, it won't come a moment too soon because they say he's completely broke. No wonder, racing around with his fancy carriage and horses. Well, there's no point talking about it, but when a young man, whoever he is, courts a pretty girl and promises marriage, he has no right to break his word just because he's poor and a richer girl is available. Why doesn't he, in such a case, sell his horses, give up his house, dismiss his servants, and completely change his lifestyle? I guarantee you Miss Marianne would have been willing to wait until things improved. But that won't work nowadays. The young men of this generation can never give up any pleasure. Do you know what kind of person Miss Grey is? Is she said to be pleasant? I never heard anything bad about her. In fact, I've hardly ever heard her mentioned, except that Mrs. Taylor did say this morning that one day Miss Walker hinted to her that she believed Mr. and Mrs. Ellison wouldn't be sorry to see Miss Grey married because she and Mrs. Ellison could never get along. And who are the Ellisons? Her guardians, my dear. But now she's of age and can choose for herself, and what a choice she's made. What now? After pausing a moment, your poor sister has gone to her own room, I suppose, to grieve alone. Isn't there something we can get to comfort her? Poor dear, it seems cruel to let her be by herself. Well, soon we'll have some friends over and that will distract her a little. What should we play? I know she hates whist, but isn't there some other card game she enjoys? Dear ma'am, this kindness isn't necessary. Marianne, I'm sure, won't leave her room again this evening. I'll try to persuade her to go to bed early because I'm sure she needs rest. Yes, I think that would be best for her. Let her choose her own supper and go to bed. Lord, no wonder she's been looking so bad and so depressed this past week or two, because this situation has probably been hanging over her head that long. And the letter that came today finished it. Poor soul. I'm sure if I had known, I wouldn't have teased her about it for anything. But you know, how could I have guessed such a thing? I was sure it was nothing but an ordinary love letter, and you know young people like being teased about those. Lord, how upset Sir John and my daughters will be when they hear about it. If I'd been thinking clearly, I might have stopped at Conduit Street on my way home and told them, but I'll see them tomorrow. I'm sure it would be unnecessary for you to warn Mrs. Palmer and Sir John never to mention Mr. Willoughby or make the slightest reference to what has happened in front of my sister. Their own good nature must show them how truly cruel it would be to appear to know anything about it when she's present. And the less that's ever said to me on the subject, the more my feelings will be spared, as you can easily understand, dear madam. Oh, Lord, yes, I certainly do understand. It must be terrible for you to hear it discussed. And as for your sister, I'm sure I wouldn't mention a word about it to her for the world. You saw I didn't say anything all through dinner. Sir John wouldn't either, nor my daughters, because they're all very thoughtful and considerate, especially if I give them a hint, which I certainly will. For my part, I think the less said about such things, the better, the sooner it's forgotten. And what good does talking ever do, you know? In this situation, it can only cause harm, more so perhaps than in many similar cases, because it's involved circumstances which, for everyone's sake, make it inappropriate for public discussion. I must give Mr. Willoughby this credit. He made no formal engagement with my sister. Good heavens, my dear, don't try to defend him. No formal engagement indeed, after taking her all through a Lenham house and deciding on the very rooms they would live in. Elinor, for her sister's sake, couldn't pursue the subject further, and she hoped it wasn't required for Willoughby's sake either, since while Marianne might lose much, he could gain very little from insisting on the complete truth. After a brief silence on both sides, Mrs. Jennings, with all her natural cheerfulness, burst out again. Well, my dear, it's true what they say about every cloud having a silver lining, because it will be all the better for Colonel Brandon. He'll have her in the end. Yes, he will. Mark my words, they'll be married by midsummer. Lord, how delighted he'll be with this news. I hope he comes tonight. It will be a much better match for your sister. 2,000 a year without debt or problems, except for the little illegitimate child, of course. Yes, I had forgotten her. But she can be apprenticed out at small cost, and then what does it matter? Delaford is a lovely place, I can tell you. Exactly what I call a nice old-fashioned place, full of comforts and conveniences, completely enclosed by great garden walls covered with the best fruit trees in the country, and such a mulberry tree in one corner. Lord, how Charlotte and I stuffed ourselves the only time we were there. Then there's a dovecote, some delightful fish ponds, and a very pretty canal, and everything, in short, that one could wish for. Moreover, it's close to the church and only a quarter-mile from the main road, so it's never dull, because if you just go sit in an old yew arbor behind the house, you can see all the carriages that pass by. Oh, it's a lovely place. A butcher nearby in the village and the parsonage within a stone's throw. In my opinion, 1,000 times prettier than Barton Park, where they have to send 3 miles for their meat and don't have a neighbor closer than your mother. Well, I'll encourage the Colonel as soon as I can. One relationship, you know, leads to another, if we can just get Willoughby out of her head. Yes, if we can do that, ma'am, said Elinor, we'll do very well with or without Colonel Brandon. Then, getting up, she went to join Marianne, whom she found, as expected, in her own room, leaning in silent misery over the small remains of a fire, which until Elinor's entrance had been her only light. You'd better leave me, was all the acknowledgment her sister gave her. I will leave you, said Elinor, if you'll go to bed. But this, from the momentary stubbornness of impatient suffering, she at first refused to do. However, her sister's earnest though gentle persuasion soon softened her into compliance, and Elinor saw her rest her aching head on the pillow, and she hoped, in a way, to get some peaceful rest before she left her. In the drawing-room, where she then went, she was soon joined by Mrs. Jennings, carrying a wine glass full of something. My dear, she said, entering, I just remembered that I have some of the finest old Constantia wine in the house that was ever tasted, so I've brought a glass for your sister. My poor husband, how he loved it. Whenever he had an attack of his old gout, he said it did him more good than anything else in the world. Please take it to your sister. Dear ma'am, replied Elinor, smiling at the difference between the ailments it was recommended for, how kind you are. But I just left Marianne in bed, and I hope almost asleep. And since I think nothing will help her as much as rest, if you don't mind, I'll drink the wine myself. Mrs. Jennings, though regretting that she hadn't been 5 minutes earlier, was satisfied with the compromise, and Elinor, as she drank most of it, reflected that though its effects on gout were currently unimportant to her, its healing powers on a broken heart might reasonably be tried on herself as well as on her sister. Colonel Brandon arrived while the group was having tea, and from the way he looked around the room for Marianne, Elinor immediately sensed that he neither expected nor wanted to see her there, and in short, that he already knew what caused her absence. Mrs. Jennings didn't have the same thought. Soon after his entrance, she walked across the room to the tea table where Elinor was serving, and whispered, "The Colonel looks as serious as ever. He knows nothing about it. Please tell him, my dear." He soon after drew a chair close to hers, and with a look that completely assured her he was well informed, asked about her sister. Marianne is not well, she said. She's been unwell all day, and we've persuaded her to go to bed. Perhaps then, he replied hesitantly, what I heard this morning there may be more truth in it than I could believe possible at first. What did you hear? That a gentleman, whom I had reason to think, in short, that a man whom I knew to be engaged, but how can I tell you? If you already know, as surely you must, I may be spared. You mean, answered Elinor with forced calm, Mr. Willoughby's marriage with Miss Grey. Yes, we do know it all. This seems to have been a day of general revelation because this very morning was the first time we learned of it. Mr. Willoughby is incomprehensible. Where did you hear it? In a stationer's shop on Pall Mall, where I had business. 2 ladies were waiting for their carriage, and one was telling the other about the planned match in a voice so careless of concealment that it was impossible for me not to hear everything. The name Willoughby, John Willoughby, frequently repeated, first caught my attention, and what followed was a definite statement that everything was now finally settled regarding his marriage with Miss Grey. It was no longer secret. It would happen even within a few weeks, with many details about preparations and other matters. One thing especially I remember, because it helped identify the man even more. As soon as the ceremony was over, they were to go to Combe Magna, his estate in Somersetshire. My shock, but it would be impossible to describe what I felt. The talkative lady I learned by asking, I stayed in the shop until they left, was a Mrs. Ellison, and that, as I've since been told, is the name of Miss Grey's guardian. It is. But have you also heard that Miss Grey has £50,000? In that, if anything, we may find an explanation. It may be so, but Willoughby is capable, at least I think. He stopped for a moment, then added in a voice that seemed to doubt itself, and your sister, how did she? Her suffering has been very severe. I can only hope it will be proportionately brief. It has been a most cruel blow. Until yesterday, I believe she never doubted his feelings, and even now, perhaps, but I'm almost convinced that he was never really attached to her. He has been very deceptive, and in some ways there seems to be a hardness of heart about him. Ah, said Colonel Brandon, there is indeed, but your sister does not, I think you said, she doesn't see it quite as you do. You know her personality, and can imagine how eagerly she would still defend him if she could. He made no answer, and soon afterward, when the tea things were cleared and the card games arranged, the subject was necessarily dropped. Mrs. Jennings, who had watched them with pleasure while they talked, and who expected to see the result of Miss Dashwood's news in some immediate cheerfulness from Colonel Brandon, like what might be expected from a man in the prime of youth, hope, and happiness, saw him with amazement remain the whole evening more serious and thoughtful than usual. Chapter 31. After a better night's sleep than expected, Marianne woke to the same misery. Elinor encouraged her to talk about her feelings as much as possible, and before breakfast was ready, they had gone over the situation again and again. Elinor remained steady in her convictions and gave the same caring advice, while Marianne continued to have the same intense emotions and changing opinions as before. Sometimes she could believe Willoughby was as unlucky and innocent as she was, and at other times she lost all comfort in her inability to excuse him. One moment she was completely indifferent to what everyone else thought, the next she wanted to hide from the world forever, and then she would resist it with fierce energy. In one thing, however, she was consistent. When it came down to it, she avoided Mrs. Jennings's presence whenever possible, and when forced to endure it, she remained stubbornly silent. She had hardened her heart against believing that Mrs. Jennings could feel any real compassion for her troubles. No, 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 it can't be, she cried. She can't feel anything. Her kindness isn't sympathy, her good nature isn't tenderness. All she wants is gossip, and she only likes me now because I'm giving it to her. Elinor didn't need this to know how unfairly her sister often judged others, led by the irritable sensitivity of her own mind and the too great importance she placed on refined emotions and polished manners. Like half the rest of the world, if more than half of people are clever and good, Marianne, with excellent abilities and an excellent character, was neither reasonable nor fair. She expected other people to have the same opinions and feelings as her own, and she judged their motives by how their actions immediately affected her. An incident occurred while the sisters were together in their room after breakfast that made Mrs. Jennings sink even lower in Marianne's opinion. Through her own emotional vulnerability, it happened to cause her fresh pain, even though Mrs. Jennings was acting from the purest goodwill. With a letter in her outstretched hand and her face brightly smiling, convinced she was bringing comfort, Mrs. Jennings entered their room saying, "Now, my dear, I'm bringing you something that I'm sure will do you good." Marianne heard enough. In an instant, her imagination showed her a letter from Willoughby, full of tenderness and regret, explaining everything that had happened, satisfying and convincing her, and immediately followed by Willoughby himself, rushing eagerly into the room to reinforce with the eloquence of his eyes the promises of his letter. But the fantasy of one moment was destroyed the next. Her mother's handwriting, never unwelcome until now, was before her, and in the sharp disappointment that followed such an ecstasy of more than hope, she felt as if she had never truly suffered until that instant. She couldn't find words to express the cruelty of Mrs. Jennings, even in her most eloquent moments, and now she could only reproach her with the tears that streamed from her eyes with passionate intensity, a reproach that was completely lost on Mrs. Jennings, who, after many expressions of pity, withdrew, still referring her to the comforting letter. But the letter, when she was calm enough to read it, brought little comfort. Willoughby filled every page. Her mother, still confident of their engagement and trusting as warmly as ever in his faithfulness, had only been prompted by Elinor's letter to beg Marianne for greater openness toward them both. The letter was written with such tenderness toward her, such affection for Willoughby, and such conviction of their future happiness together, that she wept with agony through the whole thing. All her impatience to be home again now returned. Her mother was dearer to her than ever, dearer through the very excess of her mistaken confidence in Willoughby, and she was wildly urgent to leave. Elinor, unable to decide whether it would be better for Marianne to be in London or at Barton, offered no advice except patience until their mother's wishes could be known. At length she got her sister's consent to wait for that information. Mrs. Jennings left them earlier than usual, for she couldn't be comfortable until the Middletons and Palmers were able to grieve as much as she did. Positively refusing Elinor's offer to accompany her, she went out alone for the rest of the morning. Elinor, with a very heavy heart, aware of the pain she was going to communicate and seeing from Marianne's letter how poorly she had succeeded in preparing the ground for it, sat down to write her mother an account of what had happened and ask for her directions for the future. Meanwhile, Marianne, who came into the drawing room when Mrs. Jennings left, remained fixed at the table where Elinor wrote, watching the progress of her pen, grieving for her sister over the hardship of such a task, and grieving even more deeply over its effect on their mother. They had continued this way for about 15 minutes when Marianne, whose nerves couldn't bear any sudden noise, was startled by a knock at the door. "Who can this be?" cried Elinor. "So early too, I thought we were safe." Marianne moved to the window. "It's Colonel Brandon," she said with annoyance. "We're never safe from him. He won't come in since Mrs. Jennings isn't home." "I won't trust to that," she said, retreating to her own room. A man who has nothing to do with his own time has no conscience about intruding on other people's. Her guess proved right, though it was based on unfairness and error, for Colonel Brandon did come in. Elinor, who was convinced that concern for Marianne brought him there, and who saw that concern in his disturbed and melancholy look, and in his anxious though brief inquiry after her, could not forgive her sister for thinking so little of him. "I met Mrs. Jennings in Bond Street," he said after the first greeting, "and she encouraged me to come on. I was more easily encouraged because I thought it likely that I might find you alone, which I very much wanted to do. My purpose, my wish, my only wish in wanting it, I believe it is to be a way of giving comfort. No, I must not say comfort, not immediate comfort, but conviction, lasting conviction to your sister's mind. My regard for her, for yourself, for your mother, will you allow me to prove it by relating some circumstances which nothing but very sincere regard, nothing but an earnest desire to be useful, I think I'm justified, though when so many hours have been spent convincing myself that I'm right, isn't there some reason to fear I may be wrong?" He stopped. "I understand you," said Elinor. "You have something to tell me about Mr. Willoughby that will reveal more about his character. You're telling it will be the greatest act of friendship that can be shown to Marianne. My gratitude will be immediate for any information toward that end, and hers must be gained by it in time. Please, please let me hear it." "You shall. To be brief, when I left Barton last October, but this will give you no idea, I must go further back. You'll find me a very awkward storyteller, Miss Dashwood. I hardly know where to begin. A short account of myself, I believe, will be necessary, and it shall be a short one. On such a subject," he sighed heavily, "I can have little temptation to be wordy." He stopped a moment to collect himself, and then, with another sigh, went on. "You have probably completely forgotten a conversation. It's not to be supposed that it could make any impression on you, a conversation between us one evening at Barton Park. It was the evening of a dance, in which I mentioned a lady I had once known, as resembling, in some ways, your sister Marianne." "Actually," answered Elinor, "I have not forgotten it." He looked pleased by this remembrance and added, "If I'm not deceived by the uncertainty and partiality of tender memory, there is a very strong resemblance between them, as much in mind as in person. The same warmth of heart, the same eagerness of imagination and spirits. This lady was one of my nearest relations, an orphan from infancy, and under my father's guardianship. We were nearly the same age, and from our earliest years we were playmates and friends. I can't remember a time when I didn't love Eliza, and my affection for her, as we grew up, was such as perhaps, judging from my present lonely and cheerless gravity, you might think me incapable of ever having felt. Hers for me was, I believe, as passionate as your sister's attachment to Mr. Willoughby, and it was, though from a different cause, no less unfortunate. At 17 she was lost to me forever. She was married against her will to my brother. Her fortune was large, and our family estate was heavily in debt. And this, I fear, is all that can be said for the conduct of one who was both her uncle and guardian. My brother didn't deserve her. He didn't even love her. I had hoped that her feelings for me would support her through any difficulty, and for some time it did, but at last the misery of her situation, for she experienced great cruelty, overcame all her strength, and though she had promised me that nothing, but how blindly I'm telling this. I've never told you how this was brought about. We were within a few hours of eloping together to Scotland. The treachery or the foolishness of my cousin's maid betrayed us. I was banished to the house of a distant relation, and she was allowed no freedom, no company, no entertainment, until my father's goal was achieved. I had depended on her strength too much, and the blow was severe. But if her marriage had been happy, as young as I was then, a few months would have reconciled me to it, or at least I wouldn't have cause to regret it now. But this wasn't the case. My brother had no regard for her. His pleasures weren't what they should have been, and from the first he treated her cruelly. The effect of this on a mind so young, so lively, so inexperienced as Mrs. Brandon's was all too natural. She resigned herself at first to all the misery of her situation, and it would have been fortunate if she had not lived to overcome those regrets that the memory of me caused. But can we wonder that, with such a husband to provoke unfaithfulness, and without a friend to advise or restrain her, for my father lived only a few months after their marriage, and I was with my regiment in the East Indies, she should fall? If I had remained in England, perhaps, but I meant to promote the happiness of both by removing myself for years, and for that purpose had arranged my transfer. The shock that her marriage gave me, he continued in a voice of great agitation, was nothing compared to what I felt when I heard, about 2 years later, of her divorce. It was that which cast this gloom, even now the memory of what I suffered. He could say no more, and rising hastily walked for a few minutes about the room. Elinor, affected by his story and even more by his distress, couldn't speak. He saw her concern, and coming to her, took her hand, pressed it, and kissed it with grateful respect. A few more minutes of silent struggle enabled him to continue with composure. It was nearly 3 years after this unhappy period before I returned to England. My first concern when I did arrive was naturally to search for her, but the search was as fruitless as it was heartbreaking. I couldn't trace her beyond her first seducer, and there was every reason to fear that she had left him only to sink deeper into a life of sin. Her legal allowance wasn't adequate to her fortune or sufficient for her comfortable support, and I learned from my brother that the power to receive it had been transferred some months before to another person. He imagined, and how calmly he could imagine it, that her extravagance and resulting distress had forced her to give it up for some immediate relief. At last, however, after I had been 6 months in England, I did find her. Concern for a former servant of my own who had since fallen on hard times led me to visit him in a debtor's prison where he was confined, and there, in the same house under similar confinement, was my unfortunate sister, so changed, so faded, worn down by intense suffering of every kind. I could hardly believe the melancholy and sickly figure before me was what remained of the lovely, blooming, healthy girl I had once adored. What I endured in seeing her like that, but I have no right to wound your feelings by attempting to describe it. I have pained you too much already. That she was, to all appearances, in the last stage of consumption was, yes, in such a situation it was my greatest comfort. Life could do nothing more for her beyond giving time for better preparation for death, and that was given. I saw her placed in comfortable lodgings with proper attendance. I visited her every day during the rest of her short life. I was with her in her last moments. Again, he stopped to recover himself, and Elinor expressed her feelings in an exclamation of tender concern for the fate of his unfortunate relative. "Your sister, I hope, won't be offended," he said, "by the resemblance I've imagined between her and my poor disgraced relative. Their fates, their fortunes, can't be the same. If the natural sweet disposition of the one had been protected by a stronger mind or a happier marriage, she might have been all that you will live to see the other become. But what does all this lead to? I seem to have been distressing you for nothing. Ah, Miss Dashwood, a subject like this, untouched for 14 years, it's dangerous to handle it at all. I will be more collected, more concise. She left in my care her only child, a little girl, the result of her first guilty relationship, who was then about 3 years old. She loved the child and had always kept it with her. It was a valued, precious trust to me, and I would gladly have fulfilled it in the strictest sense by overseeing her education myself, if the nature of our situations had allowed it. But I had no family, no home, and my little Eliza was therefore placed at school. I saw her there whenever I could, and after my brother's death, which happened about 5 years ago and left me in possession of the family property, she visited me at Dashwood. I called her a distant relation, but I'm well aware that I've generally been suspected of a much closer connection with her. It's now 3 years ago, she had just reached her 14th year, that I removed her from school to place her under the care of a very respectable woman living in Dorsetshire, who had charge of 4 or 5 other girls of about the same age. For 2 years I had every reason to be pleased with her situation. But last February, almost a year ago, she suddenly disappeared. I had allowed her, imprudently, as it turned out, at her earnest request, to go to Bath with one of her young friends who was attending her father there for his health. I knew him to be a very good sort of man, and I thought well of his daughter, better than she deserved, for with the most stubborn and ill-judged secrecy she would tell nothing, would give no clue, though she certainly knew everything. He, her father, a well-meaning but not sharp-eyed man, could really, I believe, give no information, for he had been generally confined to the house while the girls were roaming over the town and making whatever acquaintances they chose. He tried to convince me, as thoroughly as he was convinced himself, that his daughter was entirely uninvolved in the business. In short, I could learn nothing except that she was gone. All the rest, for 8 long months, was left to speculation. What I thought, what I feared may be imagined, and what I suffered too. "Good heavens!" cried Elinor. Could Willoughby be? "The first news I received of her," he continued, "came in a letter from herself last October. It was forwarded to me from Delaford, and I received it on the very morning of our planned party to Whitwell. This was the reason for my leaving Barton so suddenly, which I'm sure must have seemed strange to everyone at the time, and which I believe offended some people. Mr. Willoughby little imagined, I suppose, when his looks criticized me for rudeness in breaking up the party, that I was called away to help someone whom he had made poor and miserable. But if he had known it, what would it have mattered? Would he have been less cheerful or less happy in your sister's smiles? No, he had already done what no man who can feel for another would do. He had left the girl whose youth and innocence he had seduced in a situation of the utmost distress, with no respectable home, no help, no friends, not even knowing his address. He had left her promising to return. He neither returned nor wrote nor helped her. "This is beyond everything," exclaimed Elinor. "His character is now before you, extravagant, dissolute, and worse than both. Knowing all this, as I have known it for many weeks, imagine what I must have felt on seeing your sister as fond of him as ever, and on being assured that she was to marry him. Imagine what I must have felt for all your sakes. When I came to you last week and found you alone, I came determined to know the truth, though uncertain what to do when it was known. My behavior must have seemed strange to you then, but now you'll understand it. To allow you all to be so deceived to see your sister, but what could I do? I had no hope of interfering successfully, and sometimes I thought your sister's influence might yet reform him. But now, after such dishonorable treatment, who can tell what his designs on her were? Whatever they may have been, however, she may now, and will hereafter doubtless, turn with gratitude toward her own situation when she compares it with that of my poor Eliza. When she considers the wretched and hopeless situation of this poor girl, and pictures her to herself with an affection for him so strong, still as strong as her own, and with a mind tormented by self-reproach that must follow her through life. Surely this comparison must be useful to her. She will feel her own sufferings to be nothing. They come from no wrongdoing and can bring no disgrace. On the contrary, every friend must be made even more her friend by them. Concern for her unhappiness and respect for her strength under it must strengthen every attachment. Use your own judgment, however, in telling her what I've told you. You must know best what effect it will have. But if I hadn't seriously and wholeheartedly believed it might help, might lessen her regrets, I wouldn't have allowed myself to trouble you with this account of my family troubles, with a story that may seem intended to raise myself at others' expense." Elinor's thanks followed this speech with grateful earnestness, along with the assurance that she expected it would greatly benefit Marianne. "I have been more pained," she said, "by her efforts to excuse him than by everything else, for it irritates her mind more than the most complete conviction of his unworthiness could do. Now, though at first she will suffer much, I am sure she will soon become more at peace. Have you," she continued after a short silence, "ever seen Mr. Willoughby since you left him at Barton?" "Yes," he replied gravely, "once I have. One meeting was unavoidable." Elinor, startled by his manner, looked at him anxiously, saying, "What, have you met him too?" "I could meet him no other way. Eliza had confessed to me, though very reluctantly, the name of her lover, and when he returned to town, which was within 2 weeks after myself, we met by appointment. He to defend, I to punish his conduct. We both returned unwounded, and the meeting therefore never became public knowledge." Elinor sighed over what seemed the unfortunate necessity of this, but to a man and a soldier she didn't presume to criticize it. "Such," said Colonel Brandon after a pause, "has been the unhappy resemblance between the fate of mother and daughter, and so imperfectly have I fulfilled my trust. Is she still in town?" "No, As soon as she recovered from childbirth, for I found her near her delivery, I moved her and her child to the country, and there she remains. Soon afterward, remembering that he was probably keeping Elinor from her sister, he ended his visit, receiving from her again the same grateful acknowledgments, and leaving her full of compassion and respect for him. Chapter 32. When Miss Dashwood told her sister about this conversation, the effect on Marianne wasn't quite what Elinor had hoped to see. Not that Marianne seemed to doubt any part of what she'd been told. She listened to it all with steady, quiet attention, made no objections or comments, didn't try to defend Willoughby, and her tears seemed to show she knew it was all true. Though this convinced Elinor that Marianne now understood Willoughby's guilt, and though she was satisfied to see Marianne no longer avoiding Colonel Brandon when he visited, even speaking to him voluntarily with a kind of compassionate respect, and though her emotions were less violently agitated than before, she wasn't any less miserable. Her mind had settled, but into a gloomy depression. She felt the loss of Willoughby's good character even more heavily than she'd felt losing his love. His seduction and abandonment of Miss Williams, that poor girl's misery, and the doubt about what his intentions toward her might once have been, all of this weighed so heavily on her that she couldn't bring herself to talk about her feelings, even to Elinor. By keeping her sorrows to herself, she caused her sister more pain than the most open and frequent confessions could have. To describe Mrs. Dashwood's feelings or words when she received and answered Elinor's letter would only repeat what her daughters had already felt and said, a disappointment hardly less painful than Marianne's, and indignation even greater than Elinor's. Long letters from her arrived quickly, one after another, telling them everything she suffered and thought, expressing her anxious concern for Marianne and begging her to bear up with courage under this misfortune. How terrible Marianne's suffering must be when her mother could talk about needing courage. How mortifying and humiliating the source of those regrets that her mother wished she wouldn't dwell on. Going against her own comfort, Mrs. Dashwood had decided it would be better for Marianne to be anywhere else right then rather than at Barton, where everything she saw would bring back the past in the strongest and most painful way, constantly reminding her of Willoughby as she'd always known him there. She urged her daughters not to cut short their visit to Mrs. Jennings. The length of the visit, though never exactly decided, had been expected by everyone to last at least 5 or 6 weeks. The variety of activities, sights, and company that London offered, which couldn't be found at Barton, might hopefully distract Marianne sometimes from her own thoughts and even provide some entertainment, however much she might reject both ideas right now. Her mother considered her at least equally safe from seeing Willoughby again in town as in the country, since anyone who called themselves her friends would have to drop his acquaintance now. He couldn't deliberately seek them out. Carelessness couldn't leave them vulnerable to surprise encounters, and chance was less likely to work in his favor in the crowds of London than even in the quiet of Barton, where he might appear before her, when visiting Elinor after his marriage, something Mrs. Dashwood had gone from seeing as probable to expecting as certain. She had another reason for wanting her children to stay where they were. A letter from her son-in-law told her that he and his wife would be in town before mid-February, and she thought it right that they should sometimes see their brother. Marianne had promised to follow her mother's advice, so she accepted it without argument, even though it was completely different from what she wanted and expected. Though she felt it was entirely wrong, based on mistaken reasoning, and that requiring her to stay longer in London deprived her of the only possible comfort for her misery, her mother's personal sympathy, and condemned her to social situations that would prevent her from ever knowing a moment's peace. But it was a great consolation that what brought her unhappiness would benefit her sister. Elinor, meanwhile, suspected she wouldn't be able to avoid Edward entirely, but comforted herself by thinking that though their longer stay would work against her own happiness, it would be better for Marianne than returning immediately to Devonshire. Elinor's careful efforts to prevent her sister from ever hearing Willoughby's name mentioned weren't wasted. Marianne, without realizing it, benefited completely from this protection. Neither Mrs. Jennings, nor Sir John, nor even Mrs. Palmer herself ever spoke of him in front of her. Elinor wished the same consideration could have been extended to her, but that was impossible, and she had to listen day after day to everyone's outrage. Sir John couldn't believe it. A man he'd always had such good reason to think well of, such a good-natured fellow, he didn't believe there was a better writer in all of England. It was inexplicable. He wished him to the devil with all his heart. He wouldn't speak another word to him, no matter where they met, not for anything in the world. Not even if they were hunting by Barton Covert and had to wait together for 2 hours. What a scoundrel, what a deceitful dog. Just the last time they'd met, he'd offered him one of Folly's puppies. And this was how it ended. Mrs. Palmer was equally angry in her own way. She was determined to drop his acquaintance immediately, and she was very thankful she'd never really known him at all. She wished with all her heart that Comem Magna wasn't so near Cleveland, but it didn't matter since it was much too far to visit anyway. She hated him so much she was resolved never to mention his name again, and she'd tell everyone she met what a good-for-nothing he was. Mrs. Palmer showed the rest of her sympathy by finding out every detail she could about the upcoming marriage and sharing them with Elinor. She could soon report which coachmaker was building the new carriage, which painter was drawing Mr. Willoughby's portrait, and which shop was making Miss Grey's clothes. Lady Middleton's calm, polite indifference was a welcome relief to Elinor's spirits, which were often overwhelmed by the loud kindness of the others. It was a great comfort to know she didn't interest at least one person in their circle of friends, to know there was someone who would meet her without any curiosity about details or anxiety about her sister's health. Every quality is sometimes elevated by circumstances beyond its real value, and she was sometimes so worn down by intrusive sympathy that she valued good manners as more essential to comfort than good nature. Lady Middleton expressed her opinion about the affair once a day, or twice if the subject came up often, by saying, "It is very shocking indeed." Through this constant but gentle outlet, she was able not only to see the Miss Dashwoods from the beginning without the slightest emotion, but very soon to see them without remembering anything about the matter. Having thus upheld the dignity of her own sex and spoken her firm criticism of what was wrong in the other, she felt free to focus on her own social gatherings. She decided, though rather against Sir John's opinion, that since Mrs. Willoughby would be both elegant and wealthy, she would leave her calling card as soon as the woman was married. Colonel Brandon's tactful, unobtrusive questions were never unwelcome to Miss Dashwood. He'd more than earned the right to discuss her sister's disappointment intimately through the friendly dedication with which he'd tried to ease it, and they always talked with complete trust. His main reward for the painful effort of revealing past sorrows and present humiliations was the pitying look Marianne sometimes gave him and the gentleness in her voice whenever she was obliged to speak to him, or could bring herself to do so, though this didn't happen often. These signs assured him that his efforts had increased her goodwill toward him and gave Elinor hope that it might grow even more in the future. But Mrs. Jennings, who knew nothing about all this and only saw that the colonel remained as serious as ever, and that she could neither get him to propose himself nor let her do it for him, began after 2 days to think that instead of a midsummer wedding, they wouldn't marry until autumn, and by the end of a week that it wouldn't be a match at all. The good understanding between the colonel and Miss Dashwood seemed to suggest that the honors of the mulberry tree, the canal, and the yew arbor would all go to her, and Mrs. Jennings had stopped thinking about Mrs. Ferrars entirely. In early February, within 2 weeks of receiving Willoughby's letter, Elinor had the painful duty of telling her sister that he was married. She'd arranged to receive the news herself as soon as the ceremony was over, wanting to make sure Marianne didn't learn about it first from the newspapers, which she saw her eagerly reading every morning. Marianne received the news with determined composure. She made no comment and at first didn't cry, but after a short time the tears burst out, and for the rest of the day she was in a state almost as pitiful as when she'd first learned to expect this event. The Willoughbys left town as soon as they were married, and Elinor now hoped that since there was no danger of Marianne seeing either of them, she could persuade her sister, who hadn't left the house since receiving the first blow, to gradually start going out again as she had before. Around this time, the two Miss Steeles, who had recently arrived at their cousin's house in Bartlett's Buildings, Holborn, presented themselves again to their grander relatives in Conduit and Berkeley Streets and were welcomed by everyone with great warmth. Only Elinor was sorry to see them. Their presence always caused her pain, and she hardly knew how to graciously respond to Lucy's overwhelming delight at finding her still in town. "I would have been quite disappointed if I hadn't found you here still," she said repeatedly, emphasizing the word strongly. "But I always thought I would. I was almost sure you wouldn't leave London yet, even though you told me at Barton that you wouldn't stay more than a month. But I thought at the time that you'd most likely change your mind when it came down to it. It would have been such a shame to leave before your brother and sister arrived. And now I'm sure you won't be in any hurry to go. I'm amazingly glad you didn't keep your word." Elinor understood her perfectly and had to use all her self-control to make it seem like she didn't. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Jennings, "and how did you travel?" "Not by stagecoach, I assure you," replied Miss Steele with quick excitement. "We came by postchaise the whole way and had a very handsome gentleman escort us. Dr. Davies was coming to town, so we thought we'd travel with him in a postchaise, and he behaved very politely and paid 10 or 12 shillings more than we did." "Oh my," cried Mrs. Jennings. "Very nice indeed, and the doctor is single, I'll bet." "There now," said Miss Steele, pretending to smile shyly. "Everyone teases me about the doctor, and I can't think why. My cousins say they're sure I've made a conquest, but I swear I never think about him from one moment to the next. Look, here comes your boyfriend, Nancy," my cousin said the other day when she saw him crossing the street to the house. "My boyfriend indeed," I said. "I can't think who you mean. The doctor is no boyfriend of mine." "Oh sure, that's very pretty talk, but it won't work. The doctor's your man, I can see." "No, really," replied her cousin with fake sincerity, "and I beg you to deny it if you ever hear anyone talking about it." Mrs. Jennings immediately gave her the satisfying promise that she certainly would not, and Miss Steele was completely happy. "I suppose you'll go stay with your brother and sister, Miss Dashwood, when they come to town," said Lucy, returning to her attack after a pause in her hostile hints. "No, I don't think we will." "Oh yes, I'm sure you will." Elinor wouldn't humor her with further argument. "How wonderful that Mrs. Dashwood can spare you both for such a long time." "Long time indeed," interrupted Mrs. Jennings. "Why, their visit has barely begun." Lucy fell silent. "I'm sorry we can't see your sister, Miss Dashwood," said Miss Steele. "I'm sorry she's not well." Marianne had left the room when they arrived. "You're very kind. My sister will be equally sorry to miss the pleasure of seeing you, but she's been suffering from nervous headaches lately, which make her unfit for company or conversation." "Oh dear, what a shame. But old friends like Lucy and me, I think she could see us and I'm sure we wouldn't say a word." Elinor politely declined the suggestion. Her sister was perhaps lying down or in her dressing gown and therefore unable to come to them. "Oh, if that's all," cried Miss Steele, "we can just as easily go see her." Elinor was beginning to find this rudeness too much for her temper, but she was saved the trouble of stopping it by Lucy's sharp rebuke. This, as on many occasions, while it didn't make one sister any sweeter, helped control the other's behavior. Chapter 33. After some opposition, Marianne gave in to her sister's requests and agreed to go out with her and Mrs. Jennings one morning for half an hour. She made it clear, however, that she wouldn't be making any visits herself and would only accompany them to Gray's in Sackville Street, where Elinor was negotiating to exchange some of her mother's old-fashioned jewelry. When they stopped at the door, Mrs. Jennings remembered that there was a lady at the other end of the street she ought to visit. Since she had no business at Gray's, they decided that while her young friends took care of their business, she would pay her visit and return for them. When the Miss Dashwoods went upstairs, they found so many people ahead of them in the room that no one was available to help with their order, and they had to wait. All they could do was sit down at the end of the counter that seemed to promise the quickest service. Only one gentleman was standing there, and Elinor probably hoped to appeal to his politeness for quicker service. But his discriminating eye and refined taste proved to be more important to him than politeness. He was ordering a toothpick case for himself, and until its size, shape, and decorations were decided, all of which, after examining and debating for 15 minutes over every toothpick case in the shop, were finally arranged according to his own creative ideas, he had no time to give the two ladies any attention except for 3 or 4 very obvious stares. This kind of notice was enough to imprint on Elinor's memory a person and face of strong, natural, complete insignificance, though dressed in the height of fashion. Marianne was spared the troubling feelings of contempt and resentment at this rude examination of their appearance, and at his affected manner in deciding among all the different awful toothpick cases presented for his inspection, by remaining completely unaware of it all. She was just as able to withdraw into her own thoughts and ignore what was happening around her in Mr. Gray's shop as in her own bedroom. Finally, the matter was settled. The ivory, gold, and pearls all received their assignments, and the gentleman, having named the last day his existence could continue without possessing the toothpick case, put on his gloves with leisurely care. Giving the Miss Dashwoods another glance, but one that seemed to demand rather than express admiration, he walked off with the happy air of real conceit and affected indifference. Elinor wasted no time in moving her business forward and was about to conclude it when another gentleman appeared at her side. She turned to look at his face and was surprised to find it was her brother. Their affection and pleasure in meeting was just enough to make a very respectable appearance in Mr. Gray's shop. John Dashwood was genuinely not sorry to see his sisters again. It actually gave him satisfaction, and his inquiries after their mother were respectful and attentive. Elinor learned that he and Fanny had been in town for 2 days. "I very much wanted to call on you yesterday," he said, "but it was impossible. We had to take Harry to see the wild animals at Exeter Exchange, and we spent the rest of the day with Mrs. Ferrars." Harry was extremely pleased. "This morning I fully intended to call on you if I could possibly find a spare half-hour, but one always has so much to do when first arriving in town. I came here to order a seal for Fanny, but tomorrow I think I'll certainly be able to call on Berkeley Street and be introduced to your friend Mrs. Jennings. I understand she's a woman of very good fortune. And the Middletons, too, you must introduce me to them. As my mother-in-law's relatives, I'll be happy to show them every respect. They're excellent neighbors to you in the country, I understand." "Excellent indeed. Their attention to our comfort, their friendliness in every way, is more than I can express. I'm extremely glad to hear it, honestly, extremely glad indeed. But that's how it should be. They're people of large fortune, they are related to you, and every courtesy and accommodation that could make your situation pleasant might reasonably be expected. And so you're most comfortably settled in your little cottage and want for nothing. Edward brought us the most charming report of the place, the most complete thing of its kind that ever was," he said, "and you all seem to enjoy it beyond anything. It was a great satisfaction for us to hear it, I assure you." Elinor did feel a little ashamed of her brother and was not sorry to be spared the necessity of answering him by the arrival of Mrs. Jennings's servant, who came to tell her that his mistress was waiting for them at the door. Mr. Dashwood escorted them downstairs, was introduced to Mrs. Jennings at the door of her carriage, and after repeating his hope of being able to call on them the next day, took his leave. He did pay his visit as promised. He came with an excuse from their sister-in-law for not coming too. She's so busy with her mother that she really has no time to go anywhere. Mrs. Jennings, however, assured him immediately that she wouldn't stand on ceremony, since they were all cousins or something like it, and she would certainly visit Mrs. John Dashwood very soon and bring her sisters to see her. His manner toward them, though calm, was perfectly kind. Toward Mrs. Jennings, very politely civil, and when Colonel Brandon came in soon after him, he looked at him with a curiosity that seemed to say he only needed to know he was rich to be equally civil to him. After staying with them for half an hour, he asked Elinor to walk with him to Conduit Street and introduce him to Sir John and Lady Middleton. The weather was remarkably fine, and she readily agreed. As soon as they were out of the house, his questions began. "Who is Colonel Brandon? Is he a man of fortune?" "Yes, he has very good property in Dorsetshire." "I'm glad of it. He seems a most gentlemanly man, and I think, Elinor, I may congratulate you on the prospect of a very respectable position in life." "Me, brother, what do you mean?" "He likes you. I watched him closely and am convinced of it." "What's the amount of his fortune?" "I believe about 2,000 a year." 2,000 a year. And then, working himself up to a pitch of enthusiastic generosity, he added, "Elinor, I wish with all my heart it were twice as much for your sake." "Indeed, I believe you," replied Elinor, "but I'm very sure that Colonel Brandon has not the smallest wish of marrying me." "You're mistaken, Elinor, very much mistaken. Very little effort on your part would secure him. Perhaps just now he may be undecided. The smallness of your fortune may make him hesitate. His friends may all advise him against it. But some of those little attentions and encouragements that ladies can so easily give will win him over, despite himself. And there's no reason why you shouldn't try for him. It's not as if there's any prior attachment on your side. In short, you know that as far as that kind of attachment goes, it's quite out of the question. Objections are insurmountable. You have too much sense not to see all that. Colonel Brandon must be the man, and I'll spare no courtesy to make him pleased with you and your family. It's a match that must give universal satisfaction. In short, it's the kind of thing that, lowering his voice to an important whisper, will be extremely welcome to all parties." Catching himself, however, he added, "That is, I mean to say, your friends are all truly anxious to see you well settled. Fanny particularly, for she has your interests very much at heart, I assure you. And her mother too, Mrs. Ferrars, a very good-natured woman. I'm sure it would give her great pleasure, she said as much the other day." Elinor wouldn't give any answer. "It would be something remarkable now," he continued, Something amusing if Fanny should have a brother and I a sister settling at the same time, and yet it's not very unlikely. Is Mr. Edward Ferrars, said Elinor with determination, going to be married? It's not actually settled, but there's such a thing being discussed. He has an excellent mother. Mrs. Ferrars, with the utmost generosity, will come forward and settle 1,000 a year on him if the match takes place. The lady is the Honourable Miss Morton, only daughter of the late Lord Morton, with £30,000. A very desirable connection on both sides, and I have no doubt it will happen in time. 1,000 a year is a great deal for mother to give away, to transfer forever, but Mrs. Ferrars has a noble spirit. To give you another instance of her generosity, the other day, as soon as we came to town, knowing that money couldn't be very plentiful with us just now, she put bank notes into Fanny's hands to the amount of £200. And it's extremely welcome, for we must live at great expense while we're here. He paused for her agreement and sympathy, and she forced herself to say, your expenses both in town and country must certainly be considerable, but your income is a large one. Not so large, I dare say, as many people suppose. I don't mean to complain, however. It's undoubtedly comfortable, and I hope will be better in time. The enclosure of Norland Common, now in progress, is a serious drain. And then I've made a small purchase within this past 6 months, East Kingham Farm. You must remember the place, where old Gibson used to live. The land was so very desirable for me in every respect, so immediately next to my own property, that I felt it my duty to buy it. I couldn't have answered to my conscience to let it fall into any other hands. A man must pay for his convenience, and it has cost me a great deal of money. More than you think it's really and intrinsically worth. Well, I hope not. I might have sold it again the next day for more than I gave, but regarding the purchase money, I might have been very unlucky indeed. The stocks were so low at that time that if I hadn't happened to have the necessary sum in my banker's hands, I would have had to sell at a very great loss. Elinor could only smile. We've also had other great and unavoidable expenses since first coming to Norland. Our respected father, as you well know, left all the Stanhill furnishings that remained at Norland, and very valuable they were to your mother. Far be it from me to complain about his doing so. He had an undoubted right to dispose of his own property as he chose. But as a consequence, we've been obliged to make large purchases of linen, china, and so on to replace what was taken away. You may guess, after all these expenses, how very far we must be from being rich and how welcome Mrs. Ferrars's kindness is. Certainly, said Elinor, and assisted by her generosity, I hope you may yet live to be in comfortable circumstances. Another year or two may do much toward it, he replied seriously, but there's still a great deal to be done. Not a stone has been laid of Fanny's greenhouse, and nothing but the plan of the flower garden has been marked out. Where is the greenhouse to be? On the hill behind the house. The old walnut trees have all been cut down to make room for it. It will be a very fine sight from many parts of the park, and the flower garden will slope down just in front of it and be extremely pretty. We've cleared away all the old thorns that grew in patches over the slope. Elinor kept her concern and criticism to herself, and was very thankful that Marianne wasn't present to share the irritation. Having now said enough to make his poverty clear, and eliminate the necessity of buying a pair of earrings for each of his sisters on his next visit to Gray's, his thoughts took a more cheerful turn, and he began to congratulate Elinor on having such a friend as Mrs. Jennings. She seems a most valuable woman indeed. Her house, her style of living, all indicate an extremely good income, and it's an acquaintance that has not only been of great use to you so far, but may prove materially advantageous in the end. Her inviting you to town is certainly a great thing in your favor, and indeed, it shows such great regard for you that in all probability when she dies you won't be forgotten. She must have a great deal to leave. Nothing at all, I should think, for she only has her widow's portion, which will go to her children. But it can't be imagined that she lives up to her income. Few people of common sense will do that, and whatever she saves, she'll be able to dispose of. And don't you think it more likely that she should leave it to her daughters than to us? Her daughters are both extremely well married, and therefore I can't see the necessity of her remembering them further. Whereas, in my opinion, by taking so much notice of you and treating you in this kind of way, she has given you a sort of claim on her future consideration that a conscientious woman wouldn't disregard. Nothing could be kinder than her behavior, and she can hardly do all this without being aware of the expectation it raises. But she raises none in those most concerned. Indeed, brother, your anxiety for our welfare and prosperity carries you too far. Well, to be sure, he said, seeming to catch himself, people have little, very little in their power. But my dear Elinor, what's the matter with Marianne? She looks very unwell, has lost her color, and has grown quite thin. Is she ill? She's not well. She's had a nervous complaint for several weeks. I'm sorry for that. At her time of life, any kind of illness destroys the bloom forever. Hers has been very short-lived. She was as handsome a girl last September as I ever saw, and as likely to attract men. There was something in her style of beauty to please them particularly. I remember Fanny used to say that she would marry sooner and better than you did, not that she isn't extremely fond of you, but that's how it struck her. She'll be mistaken, however. I question whether Marianne now will marry a man worth more than 500 or 600 a year at most, and I'm very much mistaken if you don't do better. Dorsetshire. I know very little of Dorsetshire, but, my dear Elinor, I'll be extremely glad to know more of it, and I think I can promise you'll have Fanny and me among the earliest and most pleased of your visitors. Elinor tried very seriously to convince him that there was no likelihood of her marrying Colonel Brandon, but it was an expectation of too much pleasure to himself to be given up, and he was really determined to seek intimacy with that gentleman and promote the marriage by every possible attention. He had just enough guilt for having done nothing for his sisters himself to be extremely anxious that everybody else should do a great deal. An offer from Colonel Brandon, or a legacy from Mrs. Jennings, was the easiest means of making up for his own neglect. They were lucky enough to find Lady Middleton at home, and Sir John came in before their visit ended. Plenty of courtesies were exchanged on all sides. Sir John was ready to like anybody, and though Mr. Dashwood didn't seem to know much about horses, he soon decided he was a very good-natured fellow. Lady Middleton saw enough fashion in his appearance to think his acquaintance worth having, and Mr. Dashwood went away delighted with both. I'll have a wonderful report to give Fanny, he said as he walked back with his sister. Lady Middleton is really a most elegant woman, the kind of woman I'm sure Fanny will be glad to know. And Mrs. Jennings, too, an extremely well-behaved woman, though not as elegant as her daughter. Your sister needn't have any hesitation even about visiting her, which, to tell the truth, has been a little the case, and very naturally. We only knew that Mrs. Jennings was the widow of a man who had made all his money in trade, and Fanny and Mrs. Ferrars were both strongly convinced that neither she nor her daughters were the kind of women Fanny would like to associate with. But now I can give her a most satisfactory account of both. Chapter 34. Mrs. John Dashwood was so confident in her husband's judgment that she visited both Mrs. Jennings and her daughter the very next day. Her confidence paid off. She found even Mrs. Jennings, the woman her sisters-in-law were staying with, quite worthy of her attention. As for Lady Middleton, she thought her one of the most charming women in the world. Lady Middleton was equally pleased with Mrs. Dashwood. There was a kind of cold-hearted selfishness on both sides that drew them to each other, and they connected over their bland propriety and general lack of understanding. However, the same manners that impressed Lady Middleton didn't appeal to Mrs. Jennings at all. To her, Mrs. Dashwood appeared to be nothing more than a proud-looking woman with an unfriendly manner, who greeted her husband's sisters without any warmth and had almost nothing to say to them. During the 15 minutes she spent on Berkeley Street, she sat in silence for at least 7.5 minutes. Elinor desperately wanted to know whether Edward was in town, though she didn't dare ask. But nothing would have made Fanny mention his name voluntarily, not until she could announce his engagement to Miss Morton, or until her husband's hopes regarding Colonel Brandon came to fruition. She believed Elinor and Edward were still so attached to each other that they needed to be kept apart at every opportunity. However, the information Fanny wouldn't provide soon came from another source. Lucy quickly sought out Elinor's sympathy, complaining that she couldn't see Edward even though he had arrived in town with Mr. and Mrs. Dashwood. He didn't dare come to Bartlett's buildings for fear of being discovered, and though they were both desperate to meet, all they could do for now was write letters. Edward confirmed he was in town by calling twice at Berkeley Street. On both occasions, his calling card was found on the table when the ladies returned from their morning activities. Elinor was pleased he had called, but even more pleased that she had missed him. The Dashwoods were so thrilled with the Middletons that, though they weren't usually generous, they decided to host them for dinner. Shortly after their acquaintance began, they invited them to dine at their rented house in Harley Street, a very nice place they had taken for 3 months. The Dashwood sisters and Mrs. Jennings were also invited, and John Dashwood made sure to include Colonel Brandon, who was always happy to be wherever the Miss Dashwoods were. He received John's eager politeness with some surprise but much more pleasure. They were going to meet Mrs. Ferrars, but Elinor couldn't find out whether her sons would be there too. Still, the prospect of seeing her was enough to make Elinor interested in the dinner party. Though she could now meet Edward's mother without the intense anxiety that once would have accompanied such a meeting, and though she could now face her with complete indifference about what Mrs. Ferrars thought of her, her desire to be in the woman's company, her curiosity about what she was like, was as strong as ever. Her anticipation for the party soon increased, though more unpleasantly than pleasantly, when she learned that the Miss Steeles would also be there. They had recommended themselves so well to Lady Middleton, and made themselves so agreeable through their constant attention that, even though Lucy certainly wasn't elegant, and her sister wasn't even refined, Lady Middleton was as ready as Sir John to invite them to spend a week or two in Conduit Street. It was particularly convenient for the Miss Steeles that their visit should begin a few days before the party, as soon as they learned of the Dashwoods' invitation. Their connection to Mrs. John Dashwood as nieces of the gentleman who had cared for her brother for many years might not have been enough to earn them seats at her table, but as Lady Middleton's guests, they had to be welcomed. Lucy, who had long wanted to meet the family personally, to get a closer look at their characters and her own challenges, and to have a chance to try to please them, had seldom been happier in her life than when she received Mrs. John Dashwood's invitation. The effect on Elinor was very different. She immediately realized that Edward, who lived with his mother, would surely be invited to a party given by his sister if his mother was invited. To see him for the first time after everything that had happened, in Lucy's company, she hardly knew how she could bear it. These fears were perhaps not entirely reasonable and certainly not based on truth. However, they were relieved not by her own reasoning, but by Lucy's good intentions. Lucy thought she was delivering disappointing news when she told Elinor that Edward definitely wouldn't be in Harley Street on Tuesday. She even hoped to make it worse by suggesting he was staying away because of his extreme feelings for her, which he couldn't hide when they were together. The important Tuesday arrived that would introduce the two young ladies to this intimidating future mother-in-law. "Pity me, dear Miss Dashwood," said Lucy as they walked up the stairs together. The Middletons had arrived so close behind Mrs. Jennings that they all followed the servant at the same time. "There's nobody here but you who can understand how I feel. I can hardly stand. Good gracious. In a moment I'll see the person my entire happiness depends on, who's going to be my mother." Elinor could have given her immediate comfort by suggesting it might be Miss Morton's mother rather than her own they were about to meet, but instead she assured Lucy with great sincerity that she did pity her, much to Lucy's amazement, who, though genuinely uncomfortable, had hoped to at least make Elinor unbearably envious. Mrs. Ferrars was a small, thin woman, stiffly upright in her posture and seriously sour in her expression. Her complexion was sallow, and her features were small, without beauty and naturally without expression. But a fortunate furrowing of her brow had saved her face from complete blandness by giving it the strong characteristics of pride and ill temper. She wasn't a woman of many words. Unlike most people, she matched her speech to her ideas. Of the few words that did escape her, none were directed at Miss Dashwood, whom she looked at with the spirited determination to dislike her no matter what. Elinor couldn't be made unhappy by this behavior now. A few months ago it would have hurt her terribly, but Mrs. Ferrars no longer had the power to distress her. The difference in her manner toward the Miss Steeles, a difference that seemed deliberately designed to humiliate her more, only amused her. She couldn't help smiling to see how gracious both mother and daughter were toward the very person Lucy was particularly favored, who, if they had known what she knew, they would have been most anxious to insult. Meanwhile, she herself, who had comparatively no power to hurt them, was pointedly ignored by both. But while she smiled at such misplaced graciousness, she couldn't help thinking about the mean-spirited foolishness it came from, or watch the calculated attention the Miss Steeles used to encourage it, without thoroughly despising all four of them. Lucy was thrilled to be so honorably distinguished, and Miss Steele only needed to be teased about Dr. Davies to be perfectly happy. The dinner was grand, with numerous servants, and everything showed the mistress's love of display and the master's ability to afford it. Despite the improvements and additions being made to the Norland estate, and despite its owner having once come close to being forced to sell at a loss, nothing suggested the poverty he had tried to claim. No shortage of any kind appeared except in conversation, and there the deficiency was considerable. John Dashwood had little to say that was worth hearing, and his wife had even less. But this wasn't particularly disgraceful, since it was very much the case with most of their guests, who almost all suffered from one qualification or another that made them disagreeable: lack of sense, either natural or cultivated, lack of elegance, lack of spirit, or lack of good temper. When the ladies withdrew to the drawing room after dinner, this poverty of conversation was particularly obvious. The gentlemen had at least provided some variety in their discussion: politics, land management, and horse training. But now that was over. Only one subject engaged the ladies until coffee arrived: comparing the heights of Harry Dashwood and Lady Middleton's second son William, who were nearly the same age. If both children had been there, the matter could have been settled easily by measuring them at once. But since only Harry was present, it was all guesswork and opinions on both sides, and everyone had a right to be equally confident in their view and repeat it as often as they liked. The sides were drawn as follows. The two mothers, though each secretly convinced her own son was taller, politely decided in favor of the other. The two grandmothers, with equal bias but more honesty, earnestly supported their own descendants. Lucy, equally eager to please both parents, thought both boys were remarkably tall for their age and couldn't imagine there could be the slightest difference between them. Miss Steele, with even greater diplomacy, quickly supported whichever side was speaking at the moment. Elinor, having once given her opinion in favor of William, which offended Mrs. Ferrars and Fanny even more, didn't see the need to argue further. When Marianne was asked for her opinion, she offended everyone by declaring she had none to give, since she had never thought about it. Before leaving Norland, Elinor had painted a very pretty pair of screens for her sister-in-law. They had just been mounted and brought home and now decorated the drawing room. When John Dashwood followed the other gentleman into the room, these screens caught his eye, and he eagerly handed them to Colonel Brandon for his admiration. "These were done by my eldest sister," he said. "As a man of taste, I'm sure you'll be pleased with them. I don't know if you've ever seen any of her work before, but she's generally considered to draw extremely well." The colonel, though claiming no expertise in art, warmly admired the screens, as he would have admired anything painted by Miss Dashwood. When the other's curiosity was naturally aroused, the screens were passed around for everyone to see. Mrs. Ferrars, not realizing they were Elinor's work, particularly asked to look at them. After they received Lady Middleton's approving comments, Fanny presented them to her mother, helpfully informing her that they were done by Miss Dashwood. Said Mrs. Ferrars, "very pretty." Without really looking at them, she returned them to her daughter. Perhaps Fanny thought for a moment that her mother had been quite rude enough, because she blushed slightly and immediately said, "They are very pretty, aren't they, ma'am?" But then the fear of having been too polite and encouraging probably came over her, because she quickly added, "Don't you think they are something like Miss Morton's style of painting, ma'am? She paints most beautifully. How lovely her last landscape is. Beautiful indeed, but she does everything well." Marianne couldn't stand this. She was already very displeased with Mrs. Ferrars, and such poorly timed praise of another person at Elinor's expense, though she didn't understand what was really behind it, immediately provoked her to say warmly, "This is a very strange kind of admiration. What is Miss Morton to us? Who knows or cares about her? It's Elinor we think and speak of." With that, she took the screens from her sister-in-law's hands to admire them properly herself. Mrs. Ferrars looked extremely angry and, drawing herself up even more stiffly, delivered this bitter response: "Miss Morton is Lord Morton's daughter." Fanny looked very angry too, and her husband was terrified by his sister's boldness. Elinor was much more hurt by Marianne's outburst than by what had caused it, but Colonel Brandon's eyes, as they focused on Marianne, showed that he noticed only what was admirable in it, the loving heart that couldn't bear to see a sister slighted in the smallest way. Marianne's feelings didn't stop there. Mrs. Ferrars's cold, insulting behavior toward her sister seemed to predict such difficulties and distress for Elinor that her own wounded heart made her think of it with horror. Urged by a strong impulse of loving sensitivity, she moved after a moment to her sister's chair, and putting one arm around her neck and pressing her cheek close to hers, said in a low but urgent voice, "Dear, dear Elinor, don't mind them. Don't let them make you unhappy." She could say no more. Her emotions completely overwhelmed her, and hiding her face on Elinor's shoulder, she burst into tears. Everyone's attention was drawn to them, and almost everyone was concerned. Colonel Brandon stood up and went to them without thinking. Mrs. Jennings, with a very knowing "Ah, poor dear," immediately offered her smelling salts. Sir John felt so furious at whoever had caused this emotional distress that he instantly moved to sit close to Lucy Steele and whispered to her a brief account of the whole shocking incident. In a few minutes, however, Marianne had recovered enough to end the commotion and sit back down with the rest, though her spirits remained affected by what had happened for the entire evening. Poor Marianne, her brother said to Colonel Brandon in a low voice as soon as he could get his attention. She doesn't have as good health as her sister. She's very nervous. She doesn't have Elinor's constitution. And one must admit there's something very trying for a young woman who has been a beauty to lose her personal attractions. You probably wouldn't think it, but Marianne was remarkably beautiful a few months ago, quite as beautiful as Elinor. Now you can see it's all gone. Chapter 35. Elinor's curiosity to see Mrs. Ferrars was satisfied. She had found in her everything that could make any further connection between the families undesirable. She had seen enough of her pride, her nastiness, and her determined prejudice against herself to understand all the difficulties that would have complicated the engagement and delayed the marriage between Edward and herself had he been otherwise free. And she had seen almost enough to be thankful for her own sake that one greater obstacle protected her from suffering under any other of Mrs. Ferrars's creation, protected her from all dependence upon her whims or any worry about her good opinion. Or at least, if she couldn't quite bring herself to rejoice in Edward's being tied to Lucy, she decided that if Lucy had been more pleasant, she ought to have rejoiced. She wondered that Lucy's spirits could be so elevated by Mrs. Ferrars's politeness, that her self-interest and her vanity should blind her so much as to make the attention which seemed only paid her, because she was not Elinor, appear a compliment to herself, or to allow her to derive encouragement from a preference only given her because her real situation was unknown. But that it was so had not only been clear from Lucy's eyes at the time, but was declared over again the next morning more openly, for at her particular request, Lady Middleton dropped her off in Berkeley Street on the chance of seeing Elinor alone to tell her how happy she was. The chance proved lucky, for a message from Mrs. Palmer soon after she arrived carried Mrs. Jennings away. "My dear friend," cried Lucy, as soon as they were by themselves, "I come to talk to you of my happiness. Could anything be so flattering as Mrs. Ferrars's way of treating me yesterday, so extremely gracious as she was? You know how I dreaded the thought of seeing her, but the very moment I was introduced, there was such graciousness in her behavior as really seemed to say she had quite taken a fancy to me. Now wasn't it so? You saw it all, and weren't you quite struck with it? She was certainly very civil to you." "Civil? Did you see nothing but only civility?" "I saw a great deal more. Such kindness as fell to nobody but me. No pride, no arrogance, and your sister just the same, all sweetness and graciousness." Elinor wished to talk of something else, but Lucy still pressed her to admit that she had reason for her happiness, and Elinor was obliged to go on. "Undoubtedly, if they had known your engagement," said she, "nothing could be more flattering than their treatment of you, but as that was not the case." "I guessed you would say so," replied Lucy quickly, "but there was no reason in the world why Mrs. Ferrars should seem to like me if she didn't, and her liking me is everything. You won't talk me out of my satisfaction. I am sure it will all end well, and there will be no difficulties at all, compared to what I used to think. Mrs. Ferrars is a charming woman, and so is your sister. They are both delightful women indeed. I wonder I should never hear you say how agreeable Mrs. Dashwood was." To this, Elinor had no answer to make and didn't attempt any. "Are you ill, Miss Dashwood? You seem low, you don't speak, surely you aren't well." "I never was in better health." "I am glad of it with all my heart, but really you didn't look it. I should be sorry to have you ill, you, who have been the greatest comfort to me in the world. Heaven knows what I should have done without your friendship." Elinor tried to make a civil answer, though doubting her own success, but it seemed to satisfy Lucy, for she directly replied, "Indeed, I am perfectly convinced of your regard for me, and next to Edward's love, it is the greatest comfort I have." "Poor Edward! But now there is one good thing. We shall be able to meet, and meet pretty often, for Lady Middleton's delighted with Mrs. Dashwood, so we shall be a good deal in Harley Street, I dare say, and Edward spends half his time with his sister. Besides, Lady Middleton and Mrs. Ferrars will visit now, and Mrs. Ferrars and your sister were both so good to say more than once they should always be glad to see me. They are such charming women. I am sure if ever you tell your sister what I think of her, you cannot speak too highly." But Elinor would not give her any encouragement to hope that she would tell her sister. Lucy continued, "I am sure I should have seen it in a moment if Mrs. Ferrars had taken a dislike to me. If she had only made me a formal curtsy, for instance, without saying a word, and never after had taken any notice of me, and never looked at me in a pleasant way, you know what I mean. If I had been treated in that forbidding sort of way, I should have given it all up in despair. I could not have stood it. for where she does dislike, I know it is most violent." Elinor was prevented from making any reply to this civil triumph by the door being thrown open, the servant announcing Mr. Ferrars, and Edward immediately walking in. It was a very awkward moment, and the expression of each showed that it was so. They all looked exceedingly foolish, and Edward seemed to have as great an inclination to walk out of the room again as to advance farther into it. The very circumstance, in its most unpleasant form, which they would each have been most anxious to avoid, had fallen on them. They were not only all three together, but were together without the relief of any other person. The ladies recovered themselves first. It was not Lucy's business to put herself forward, and the appearance of secrecy must still be kept up. She could therefore only look her tenderness, and after slightly addressing him, said no more. But Elinor had more to do, and so anxious was she, for his sake and her own, to do it well, that she forced herself, after a moment's thought, to welcome him with a look and manner that were almost easy and almost open. And another struggle, another effort still improved them. She would not allow the presence of Lucy, nor the consciousness of some injustice towards herself, to deter her from saying that she was happy to see him, and that she had very much regretted being from home when he called before in Berkeley Street. She would not be frightened from paying him those attentions which, as a friend and almost a relation, were his due by the observant eyes of Lucy, though she soon perceived them to be narrowly watching her. Her manners gave some reassurance to Edward, and he had courage enough to sit down, but his embarrassment still exceeded that of the ladies in a proportion which the case rendered reasonable, though his sex might make it rare. For his heart had not the indifference of Lucy's, nor could his conscience have quite the ease of Elinor's. Lucy, with a demure and settled air, seemed determined to make no contribution to the comfort of the others, and would not say a word. And almost everything that was said proceeded from Elinor, who was obliged to volunteer all the information about her mother's health, their coming to town, etc., which Edward ought to have inquired about, but never did. Her efforts didn't stop here, for she soon afterwards felt herself so heroically disposed as to determine, under pretense of fetching Marianne, to leave the others by themselves. And she really did it, and that in the handsomest manner, for she lingered several minutes on the landing, with the most high-minded courage, before she went to her sister. When that was once done, however, it was time for Edward's raptures to cease, for Marianne's joy hurried her into the drawing-room immediately. Her pleasure in seeing him was like every other of her feelings, strong in itself and strongly expressed. She met him with a hand that would be taken, and a voice that expressed the affection of a sister. "Dear Edward," she cried, "this is a moment of great happiness. This would almost make amends for everything." Edward tried to return her kindness as it deserved, but before such witnesses he dared not say half what he really felt. Again they all sat down, and for a moment or two all were silent, while Marianne was looking with the most speaking tenderness, sometimes at Edward and sometimes at Elinor, regretting only that their delight in each other should be checked by Lucy's unwelcome presence. Edward was the first to speak, and it was to notice Marianne's altered looks and express his fear of her not finding London agree with her. "Oh, don't think of me," she replied with spirited earnestness, though her eyes were filled with tears as she spoke. "Don't think of my health. Elinor is well, you see. That must be enough for us both." This remark was not calculated to make Edward or Elinor more easy, nor to win the good will of Lucy, who looked up at Marianne with no very kind expression. "Do you like London?" said Edward, willing to say anything that might introduce another subject. "Not at all. I expected much pleasure in it, but I have found none. The sight of you, Edward, is the only comfort it has afforded, and thank heaven, you are what you always were." She paused, no one spoke. "I think, Elinor," she presently added, "we must employ Edward to take care of us in our return to Barton. In a week or two, I suppose, we shall be going, and I trust Edward will not be very unwilling to accept the charge." Poor Edward muttered something, but what it was, nobody knew, not even himself. But Marianne, who saw his agitation and could easily trace it to whatever cause best pleased herself, was perfectly satisfied, and soon talked of something else. "Spent such a day, Edward, in Harley Street yesterday, so dull, so wretchedly dull, but I have much to say to you on that head, which cannot be said now." And with this admirable discretion did she defer the assurance of her finding their mutual relatives more disagreeable than ever, and of her being particularly disgusted with his mother, till they were more in private. "But why were you not there, Edward? Why did you not come?" "I was engaged elsewhere." "Engaged? But what was that, when such friends were to be met?" "Perhaps, Miss Marianne," cried Lucy, eager to take some revenge on her, "you think young men never stand upon engagements if they have no mind to keep them, little as well as great." Elinor was very angry, but Marianne seemed entirely insensible of the sting, for she calmly replied, "Not so indeed, for seriously speaking, I am very sure that conscience only kept Edward from Harley Street, and I really believe he has the most delicate conscience in the world, the most scrupulous in performing every engagement however minute, and however it may make against his interest or pleasure. He is the most fearful of giving pain, of wounding expectation, and the most incapable of being selfish of anybody I ever saw. Edward, it is so, and I will say it. What? Are you never to hear yourself praised? Then you must be no friend of mine, for those who will accept of my love and esteem must submit to my open commendation." The nature of her commendation, in the present case, however, happened to be particularly ill-suited to the feelings of 2/3 of her audience, and was so very discouraging to Edward that he very soon got up to go away. "Going so soon," said Marianne. "My dear Edward, this must not be." And drawing him a little aside, she whispered her conviction that Lucy could not stay much longer, but even this encouragement failed, for he would go. And Lucy, who would have outlasted him had his visit lasted 2 hours, soon afterwards went away. "What can bring her here so often?" said Marianne on her leaving them. "Could not she see that we wanted her gone? How annoying to Edward!" "Why so? We were all his friends, and Lucy has been the longest known to him of any. It is but natural that he should like to see her as well as ourselves." Marianne looked at her steadily and said, "You know, Elinor, that this is a kind of talking which I cannot bear. If you only hope to have your assertion contradicted, as I must suppose to be the case, you ought to remember that I am the last person in the world to do it. I cannot stoop to be tricked out of assurances that are not really wanted." She then left the room, and Elinor dared not follow her to say more, for bound as she was by her promise of secrecy to Lucy, she could give no information that would convince Marianne. And painful as the consequences of her still continuing in an error might be, she was obliged to submit to it. All that she could hope was that Edward would not often expose her or himself to the distress of hearing Marianne's mistaken warmth, nor to the repetition of any other part of the pain that had attended their recent meeting. And this she had every reason to expect. Chapter 36. A few days after this meeting, the newspapers announced that Thomas Palmer's wife had given birth. Charlotte safely gave birth to a son and heir, very interesting and satisfying news, at least to all their close friends who already knew about it beforehand. This event, so important to Mrs. Jennings's happiness, temporarily changed how she spent her time, and equally affected her young friends' schedules. Since she wanted to be with Charlotte as much as possible, she went there every morning as soon as she was dressed and didn't return until late evening. The Miss Dashwoods, at the Middletons' special request, spent every single day on Conduit Street. For their own comfort, they would have much preferred to stay at Mrs. Jennings's house, at least in the mornings, but it wasn't something they could argue against when everyone else wanted it differently. So their time was handed over to Lady Middleton and the 2 Miss Steeles, who actually valued their company as little as they claimed to want it. The Dashwood sisters had too much sense to be appealing companions to Lady Middleton, and the Miss Steeles viewed them with jealousy, seeing them as intruding on their territory and sharing the attention they wanted to keep for themselves. Though Lady Middleton's behavior toward Elinor and Marianne couldn't have been more polite, she didn't actually like them at all. Since they neither flattered her nor her children, she couldn't believe they were good-natured. And because they enjoyed reading, she imagined they were sarcastic, perhaps without really knowing what it meant to be sarcastic, but that didn't matter. It was a common criticism that was easy to make. Their presence restricted both Lady Middleton and Lucy. It prevented one from being idle and the other from conducting her business. Lady Middleton felt embarrassed doing nothing in front of them, and Lucy feared they would despise her for the flattery she was usually proud to think up and deliver. Miss Steele was the least bothered by their presence, and they had the power to completely win her over. If either of them had just given her a full, detailed account of everything between Marianne and Mr. Willoughby, she would have felt amply rewarded for giving up the best seat by the fire after dinner when they arrived. But this peace offering never came. Though she often made pitying comments about her sister to Elinor and dropped remarks about men's fickleness in front of Marianne, all she got was an indifferent look from the first or disgust from the second. An even smaller effort could have made her their friend, if they had only teased her about the doctor. But they were no more inclined to please her than anyone else was, so if Sir John ate dinner away from home, she might spend an entire day hearing no other jokes on the subject except what she was kind enough to make about herself. Mrs. Jennings was completely unaware of all these jealousies and complaints. She thought it was wonderful for the girls to be together and congratulated her young friends every night on escaping the company of a stupid old woman for so long. She sometimes joined them at Sir John's, sometimes at her own house, but wherever it was, she always arrived in excellent spirits, full of joy and self-importance. She attributed Charlotte's recovery to her own care and was ready to give such exact, detailed updates on her condition that only Miss Steele was curious enough to want to hear them. One thing did bother her, and she complained about it daily. Mr. Palmer held the common but unpaternal opinion among men that all babies look alike, though she could clearly see striking resemblances between this baby and every one of his relatives on both sides at different times. There was no convincing his father of it. She couldn't persuade him to believe it wasn't exactly like every other baby the same age, nor could she even get him to acknowledge the simple fact that it was the finest child in the world. I now come to a misfortune that befell Mrs. John Dashwood around this time. It happened that while her two sisters were visiting her on Harley Street with Mrs. Jennings, another acquaintance dropped by, something that didn't seem likely to cause any trouble. But when people's imaginations run wild and lead them to make wrong assumptions about our behavior based on small details, our happiness is somewhat at the mercy of chance. In this case, this latest visitor let her imagination get so far ahead of truth and probability that just from hearing the Miss Dashwood's names and understanding they were Mr. Dashwood's sisters, she immediately assumed they were staying on Harley Street. This misunderstanding resulted in invitation cards being sent a day or two later for them, as well as their brother and sister, to a small musical party at her house. The consequence was that Mrs. John Dashwood had to submit not only to the extremely great inconvenience of sending her carriage for the Miss Dashwoods, but, what was even worse, had to endure the unpleasantness of appearing to treat them with attention. And who could tell if they might expect to go out with her a second time? True, she would always have the power to disappoint them, but that wasn't enough. When people are determined to behave in a way they know is wrong, they feel hurt by any expectation of better behavior from them. Marianne had gradually gotten so used to going out every day that it had become a matter of indifference to her whether she went or not. She prepared quietly and mechanically for every evening's engagement, though without expecting the slightest amusement from any of them, and very often without knowing until the last moment where she was going. She had become so perfectly indifferent to her dress and appearance that she didn't give it half the thought during her entire preparation that Miss Steele gave it in the first 5 minutes after she was ready. Nothing escaped Miss Steele's detailed observation and general curiosity. She saw everything and asked about everything, was never satisfied until she knew the price of every part of Marianne's outfit, could have guessed the total number of her dresses better than Marianne herself, and hoped to find out before they parted how much her laundry cost per week and how much she had to spend on herself each year. The rudeness of this kind of examination was usually finished off with a compliment that, though meant to soften the blow, Marianne considered the greatest rudeness of all. After enduring questions about the value and make of her dress, the color of her shoes, and how her hair was arranged, she could almost count on being told that, "My word, you look very smart, and I dare say you'll make a great many conquests." With such encouragement, she was sent off to her brother's carriage on this occasion. They were ready to get in 5 minutes after it stopped at the door, a punctuality that didn't please their sister-in-law, who had gone ahead to her acquaintance's house and was hoping for some delay on their part that might inconvenience either herself or her coachman. The evening's events weren't very remarkable. The party, like other musical parties, included many people who genuinely appreciated the performance and many more who had no taste for it at all. The performers themselves were, as usual, considered by themselves and their close friends to be the best amateur performers in England. Since Elinor was neither musical nor pretending to be, she didn't hesitate to look away from the grand piano whenever she wanted to, and even with a harp and cello present, she felt free to focus on any other object in the room. During one of these wandering glances, she noticed among a group of young men the very person who had lectured them about toothpick cases at Gray's. She soon saw him looking at her and speaking familiarly with her brother. She had just decided to find out his name from her brother when they both approached her, and Mr. Dashwood introduced him as Mr. Robert Ferrars. He addressed her with easy politeness and gave her a bow that assured her as clearly as words could have that he was exactly the conceited fool Lucy had described him to be. It would have been fortunate for her if her feelings for Edward had depended less on his own merit than on his closest relative's merit. Then his brother's beau would have finished what their mother's and sister's ill humor had begun. But while she wondered at the difference between the two young men, she didn't find that one's empty conceit made her lose all sympathy for the other's modesty and worth. Robert explained to her himself why they were different during a quarter-hour's conversation. Talking about his brother and lamenting the extreme awkwardness that he really believed kept Edward from mixing in proper society, he honestly and generously attributed it much less to any natural deficiency than to the misfortune of private education. He himself, though probably not naturally superior in any particular way, was perfectly fitted to mix in society simply from the advantage of attending public school. "I swear," he added, "I believe that's all it is, and I often tell my mother so when she's worrying about it. My dear mother, I always say to her, you must stop worrying. The damage is done now, and it was entirely your own doing. Why did you let Uncle Sir Robert persuade you against your own judgment to put Edward under private tutoring at the most critical time of his life? If you had just sent him to Westminster like me, instead of sending him to Mr. Pratt's, all this would have been prevented. That's how I always look at it, and my mother is perfectly convinced she made a mistake." Elinor didn't argue with his opinion because, whatever she might think about the general advantages of public school, she couldn't think of Edward's time in Mr. Pratt's family with any satisfaction. "You live in Devonshire, I think," was his next observation, "in a cottage near Dawlish." Elinor corrected him about its location, and he seemed rather surprised that anyone could live in Devonshire without living near Dawlish. However, he gave his hearty approval to their type of house. "For my part," he said, "I'm extremely fond of cottages. There's always so much comfort and elegance about them. I swear, if I had any money to spare, I'd buy a little land and build one myself within a short distance of London, where I could drive down any time, gather a few friends around me, and be happy. I advise everyone who's going to build a cottage. My friend Lord Courtland came to me the other day specifically to ask my advice and showed me 3 different plans by Bonomi. I was supposed to decide on the best one. 'My dear Courtland,' I said, immediately throwing them all in the fire, 'don't choose any of them, but by all means build a cottage. And I imagine that will be the end of it. Some people think there can't be proper accommodations or space in a cottage, but that's completely wrong. Last month I was at my friend Elliot's near Dartford. Lady Elliot wanted to give a dance. But how can it be done?' she said. 'My dear Ferrars, please tell me how it can be managed. There isn't a room in this cottage that will hold 10 couples, and where can we put the supper?' I immediately saw there would be no difficulty, so I said, 'My dear Lady Elliot, don't worry. The dining room will easily fit 18 couples. Card tables can be set up in the drawing room. The library can be opened for tea and other refreshments, and the supper can be served in the main hall.' Lady Elliot was delighted with the idea. We measured the dining room and found it would hold exactly 18 couples, and everything was arranged precisely according to my plan. So you see, if people just know how to go about it, every comfort can be enjoyed in a cottage just as well as in the most spacious house." Elinor agreed with everything, since she didn't think he deserved the compliment of rational disagreement. Since John Dashwood enjoyed music no more than his eldest sister, his mind was equally free to focus on other things. A thought struck him during the evening, which he shared with his wife for her approval when they got home. Considering Mrs. Dennison's mistake in assuming his sisters were their house guests had suggested that they should actually be invited to become such while Mrs. Jennings's commitments kept her away from home. The expense would be nothing, the inconvenience no greater, and it was altogether something his conscience told him was necessary to completely fulfill his promise to his father. Fanny was startled by the proposal. "I don't see how it can be done," she said, "without offending Lady Middleton, since they spend every day with her. Otherwise, I'd be extremely glad to do it. You know I'm always ready to pay them any attention I can, as my taking them out this evening shows, but they are Lady Middleton's guests. How can I take them away from her?" Her husband, though very humbly, didn't see the strength of her objection. "They've already spent a week this way on Conduit Street, and Lady Middleton couldn't be upset about their giving the same number of days to such close relatives." Fanny paused a moment, then said with fresh energy, "My dear, I would ask them with all my heart if I could, but I had just decided to ask the Miss Steeles to spend a few days with us. They're very well-behaved, good girls, and I think we owe them the attention since their uncle did so well by Edward. We can ask your sisters some other year, but the Miss Steeles may not be in town again. I'm sure you'll like them. Indeed, you do like them already, and so does my mother, and they're such favorites with Harry." Mr. Dashwood was convinced. He saw the necessity of inviting the Miss Steeles immediately, and his conscience was satisfied by resolving to invite his sisters another year. At the same time, however, he slyly suspected that another year would make the invitation unnecessary by bringing Elinor to town as Colonel Brandon's wife and Marianne as their visitor. Fanny, rejoicing in her escape and proud of the quick thinking that had achieved it, wrote the next morning to Lucy requesting her company and her sisters for a few days on Harley Street as soon as Lady Middleton could spare them. This was enough to make Lucy genuinely and reasonably happy. Mrs. Dashwood seemed to actually be working for her, encouraging all her hopes and promoting all her plans. Such an opportunity to be with Edward and his family was the most important thing for her interests, and such an invitation was the most gratifying to her feelings. It was an advantage that couldn't be too gratefully acknowledged or too quickly used. The visit to Lady Middleton, which hadn't had any definite end date before, was instantly discovered to have always been meant to last just 2 more days. When the note was shown to Elinor within 10 minutes of its arrival, it gave her, for the first time, some share in Lucy's expectations. Such a mark of unusual kindness, granted after such a short acquaintance, seemed to indicate that the goodwill toward her arose from something more than mere spite against herself, and might be developed, with time and skill, to accomplish everything Lucy wanted. Her flattery had already overcome Lady Middleton's pride and gained entry to Mrs. John Dashwood's guarded heart, and these results suggested the possibility of greater success. The Miss Steeles moved to Harley Street, and everything Elinor heard about their influence there strengthened her expectation of what would happen. Sir John, who visited them more than once, brought back reports of the favor they enjoyed that anyone would find striking. Mrs. Dashwood had never been so pleased with any young women in her life as she was with them. She had given each of them a needle book made by some refugee, called Lucy by her first name, and didn't know if she'd ever be able to part with them. Chapter 37. Mrs. Palmer was doing so well after 2 weeks that her mother felt she no longer needed to spend all her time with her. Content to visit once or twice a day, Mrs. Jennings returned to her own home and usual routines and found the Miss Dashwoods very ready to join her again. About 3 or 4 days after they had settled back into Berkeley Street, Mrs. Jennings came home from her regular visit to Mrs. Palmer and entered the drawing room where Elinor was sitting alone. She had such an air of urgent importance that Elinor prepared to hear something extraordinary. Without giving her time to think, Mrs. Jennings began immediately to justify this impression. "Good Lord, my dear Miss Dashwood, have you heard the news?" "No, ma'am, what is it?" "Something so strange, but you'll hear it all. When I got to Mr. Palmer's, I found Charlotte quite worked up about the child. She was sure it was very ill. It cried and fussed and was covered in spots. So I looked at it right away, and good Lord, my dear, I said, it's nothing in the world but baby rash, and the nurse said the same thing. But Charlotte wouldn't be satisfied, so Mr. Donovan was sent for. Luckily he had just come from Harley Street, so he stepped over immediately, and as soon as he saw the child, he said exactly what we did, that it was nothing but baby rash, and then Charlotte felt better. So, just as he was leaving again, it occurred to me. I'm sure I don't know how I thought of it, but it popped into my head to ask him if there was any news. At that, he smiled and hemmed and looked serious, and seemed to know something, and finally he said in a whisper, in case any unpleasant reports should reach the young ladies in your care about their sister's condition, I think it best to say that I believe there's no great cause for alarm. I hope Mrs. Dashwood will do very well. What, is Fanny ill? That's exactly what I said, my dear. Good Lord, I said, is Mrs. Dashwood ill? So then it all came out, and the long and short of it from what I can gather seems to be this. Mr. Edward Ferrars, the very young man I used to tease you about, though as it turns out I'm extremely glad there was never anything in it, Mr. Edward Ferrars, it seems, has been engaged for over a year to my cousin Lucy. There's news for you, my dear, and not a soul knowing a thing about it except Nancy. Could you have believed such a thing was possible? There's nothing surprising about them liking each other, but that thing should have gone so far between them with nobody suspecting it. That's strange. I never happened to see them together, or I'm sure I would have figured it out immediately. Well, so this was kept a great secret, for fear of Mrs. Ferrars, and neither she nor your brother or sister suspected a word of it, until this very morning, when poor Nancy, who you know is well-meaning but not very bright, let it all slip out. Good Lord, she thought to herself, they are all so fond of Lucy, I'm sure they won't make any trouble about it. So off she went to your sister, who was sitting all alone doing needlework, with no idea what was coming, because she had just been telling your brother, only 5 minutes before, that she thought of making a match between Edward and some lord's daughter or other. I forget who. So you can imagine what a blow it was to all her vanity and pride. She went into violent hysterics immediately, with such screams that your brother heard them from his dressing room downstairs, where he was sitting thinking about writing a letter to his estate manager in the country. So up he rushed immediately, and a terrible scene took place, because Lucy had arrived by then, completely unaware of what was happening. Poor thing, I pity her. And I must say, I think she was treated very badly, because your sister scolded like a fury and soon drove her into a fainting fit. Nancy fell to her knees and cried bitterly, and your brother paced around the room saying he didn't know what to do. Mrs. Dashwood declared they couldn't stay another minute in the house, and your brother was forced to get down on his knees too, to persuade her to let them stay until they had packed their clothes. Then she went into hysterics again, and he was so frightened that he sent for Mr. Donovan, and Mr. Donovan found the house in complete uproar. The carriage was at the door ready to take my poor cousins away, and they were just getting in when he arrived. Poor Lucy was in such a state, he says, she could hardly walk, and Nancy was almost as bad. I declare, I have no patience with your sister, and I hope with all my heart it will be a match in spite of her. Good Lord, what a state poor Mr. Edward will be in when he hears of it, to have his love treated so scornfully, because they say he's extremely fond of her, as well he should be. I wouldn't be surprised if he's absolutely furious, and Mr. Donovan thinks the same. He and I talked about it a great deal, and the best part is that he's gone back to Harley Street so he can be nearby when Mrs. Ferrars is told about it because she was sent for as soon as my cousins left the house. Your sister was sure she would have hysterics too, and she probably will for all I care. I have no pity for either of them. I can't stand people making such a fuss about money and status. There's no earthly reason why Mr. Edward and Lucy shouldn't marry. I'm sure Mrs. Ferrars can afford to do well by her son, and though Lucy has practically nothing herself, she knows better than anyone how to make the most of everything. I dare say, if Mrs. Ferrars would only give him $500 a year, she would live as well on it as anybody else would on $800. Good Lord, how comfortable they could be in a cottage like yours, or a little bigger, with 2 maids and 2 men. I think I could even help them find a housemaid, because my Betty has a sister who's out of work and would suit them perfectly. Here Mrs. Jennings stopped talking, and since Elinor had had time to collect her thoughts, she was able to give appropriate answers and make the kind of observations the subject naturally called for. She was happy to find that she wasn't suspected of any special interest in the matter, that Mrs. Jennings, as she had lately hoped, had stopped imagining her attached to Edward at all. Most of all, she was grateful for Marianne's absence. It meant she could discuss the affair without embarrassment and give her judgment, she believed, impartially on everyone's behavior. She could hardly decide what she really expected to happen, though she tried hard to push away the idea that it could end any other way than with Edward and Lucy's marriage. She was anxious to hear what Mrs. Ferrars would say and do, though there could be no doubt about her reaction, and even more anxious to know how Edward would handle himself. She felt deep compassion for him, very little for Lucy, and it took some effort to manage even that little, and none at all for the rest of them. Since Mrs. Jennings could talk of nothing else, Elinor soon realized she needed to prepare Marianne for these discussions. There was no time to lose in telling her the truth and trying to help her hear others talk about it without showing any distress for her sister or resentment toward Edward. It was a painful task for Elinor. She was about to take away what she truly believed was her sister's main comfort, to give details about Edward that she feared would ruin him forever in Marianne's opinion, and to make Marianne feel all her own disappointment over again through what would seem like strong similarities in their situations. But unpleasant as the job was, it had to be done, so Elinor hurried to get it over with. She had no desire to dwell on her own feelings or to present herself as suffering greatly, except insofar as the self-control she had practiced since first learning of Edward's engagement might show Marianne what was possible. Her account was clear and simple, and though she couldn't tell it without emotion, it wasn't accompanied by violent agitation or overwhelming grief. That belonged to her listener, because Marianne listened with horror and cried excessively. Elinor had to comfort others even in her own distress, just as she did in theirs. She readily offered all the comfort she could by assuring Marianne of her own peace of mind and strongly defending Edward from every charge except poor judgment. But for some time, Marianne wouldn't believe either thing. Edward seemed like a second Willoughby, and since Elinor admitted she had loved him most sincerely, how could she feel less than Marianne herself did? As for Lucy Steele, Marianne considered her so completely unlikable and so absolutely incapable of attracting a sensible man that she couldn't be persuaded at first to believe, and then to forgive, any former affection Edward might have had for her. She wouldn't even admit it was natural, and Elinor left her to be convinced by the only thing that could convince her, a better understanding of human nature. Her first explanation had only stated the fact of the engagement and how long it had existed. Marianne's emotions had then taken over and put an end to any orderly details. For some time, all Elinor could do was soothe her distress, calm her fears, and counter her anger. Marianne's first question, which led to more details, was, "How long have you known this, Elinor? Has he written to you?" "I've known for 4 months. When Lucy first came to Barton Park last November, she told me about her engagement in confidence." At these words, Marianne's eyes showed the amazement her lips couldn't express. After a pause of wonder, she exclaimed, "4 months? You've known this for 4 months?" Elinor confirmed it. "What? While you were taking care of me in all my misery, this was on your heart, and I blamed you for being happy. It wouldn't have been right for you to know then how far from happy I was." "4 months?" cried Marianne again. "So calm, so cheerful, how did you manage it?" "By feeling that I was doing my duty. My promise to Lucy required me to keep it secret. I owed it to her to avoid giving any hint of the truth, and I owed it to my family and friends not to create worry about me that I couldn't ease." Marianne seemed deeply struck by this. "I've often wanted to tell you and my mother the truth," Elinor added. "Once or twice I tried, but without breaking my promise, I could never have convinced you." 4 months. "And yet you loved him?" "Yes, but I didn't love only him. While the comfort of others mattered to me, I was glad to spare them from knowing how much I felt. Now I can think and speak of it with little emotion. I don't want you to suffer on my account, because I assure you I no longer suffer much myself. I have many things to support me. I'm not aware of having caused the disappointment through any carelessness of my own. I've borne it as much as possible without spreading it to others. I don't blame Edward for any serious wrongdoing. I wish him very happy, and I'm so sure he'll always do his duty that though he may feel some regret now, in the end he'll be content. Lucy isn't lacking in sense, and that's the foundation everything good can be built on. After all, Marianne, despite everything appealing about the idea of a single, constant attachment, and everything that can be said about one's happiness depending entirely on one particular person, it isn't meant to be. It isn't right. It isn't possible for it to be so. Edward will marry Lucy. He'll marry a woman superior in looks and understanding to half her sex, and time and habit will teach him to forget he ever thought anyone else superior to her. "If that's how you think," said Marianne, "if the loss of what's most valued can be so easily made up by something else, then your resolution and self-control are perhaps a little less surprising. I can understand them better now. I see what you mean. You don't think I've ever felt much. For 4 months, Marianne, I've had all this weighing on my mind without being free to speak of it to a single person, knowing it would make you and my mother very unhappy when you found out, yet unable to prepare you for it in the least. I was told about it. It was practically forced on me by the very person whose prior engagement ruined all my hopes, and told to me, I thought, triumphantly. I've had to oppose this person's suspicions by trying to appear indifferent when I cared most deeply, and not just once. I've had to listen to her hopes and excitement again and again. I've known myself to be separated from Edward forever, without hearing anything that could make me want the connection less. Nothing has proved him unworthy, nor has anything shown him indifferent to me. I've had to fight against the unkindness of his sister and the rudeness of his mother, and I've suffered the pain of attachment without enjoying its benefits. All this has been going on at a time when, as you know too well, it hasn't been my only unhappiness. If you can think me capable of feeling, surely you can imagine that I've suffered now. The peace of mind I've managed to achieve in thinking about this matter, the consolation I've been willing to accept, have been the result of constant and painful effort. They didn't spring up by themselves, they didn't come to lift my spirits at first. No, Marianne, back then, if I hadn't been bound to silence, perhaps nothing could have kept me, not even what I owed to my dearest friends, from openly showing that I was very unhappy. Marianne was completely subdued. "Oh, Elinor," she cried, "you've made me hate myself forever. How cruel I've been to you, you who have been my only comfort, who have put up with me in all my misery, who seem to be suffering only for me. Is this my gratitude? Is this the only way I can repay you? Because your goodness makes me ashamed of myself, I've been trying to dismiss it." The most tender embraces followed this confession. In the mood she was now in, Elinor had no trouble getting whatever promise she wanted from her. At her request, Marianne agreed never to speak of the affair to anyone with the slightest bitterness, to meet Lucy without showing any increased dislike, and even to see Edward himself, if they should happen to meet, without any lessening of her usual friendliness. These were major concessions, but when Marianne felt she had caused harm, no effort to make amends was too much for her. She kept her promise to be discreet admirably. She listened to everything Mrs. Jennings had to say on the subject with an unchanging expression, disagreed with nothing, and was heard 3 times to say, "Yes, ma'am." She listened to praise of Lucy with only a shift from one chair to another, and when Mrs. Jennings talked of Edward's affection, it only cost her a catch in her throat. Such progress toward heroism in her sister made Elinor feel equal to anything herself. The next morning brought another test in a visit from their brother, who came with a very serious expression to discuss the dreadful affair and bring news of his wife. "You've heard, I suppose," he said with great solemnity as soon as he was seated, "of the very shocking discovery that happened in our house yesterday." They all nodded their agreement. It seemed too serious a moment for speech. "Your sister," he continued, "has suffered terribly. Mrs. Ferrars too, in short. It's been a scene of such complicated distress, but I hope the storm may pass without any of us being completely overcome. Poor Fanny, she was in hysterics all yesterday, but I don't want to alarm you too much. Donovan says there's nothing seriously to worry about, her constitution is strong, and her determination equal to anything. She's borne it all with the courage of an angel. She says she'll never think well of anybody again, and one can't wonder at it. After being so deceived, meeting with such ingratitude when so much kindness had been shown, so much trust had been placed. It was purely from the goodness of her heart that she invited those young women to her house, simply because she thought they deserved some attention, were harmless, well-behaved girls, and would be pleasant company. Otherwise, we both very much wanted to invite you and Marianne to stay with us while your kind friend there was caring for her daughter. And now to be repaid like this, I wish with all my heart, says poor Fanny in her loving way, that we had asked your sisters instead of them." Here he paused to be thanked, which being done, he continued. What poor Mrs. Ferrars suffered when Fanny first told her can't be described. While she had been planning the most suitable marriage for him with the truest affection, how could she suppose he could be secretly engaged to someone else all along? Such a suspicion could never have entered her head. If she suspected any preference elsewhere, it couldn't be in that direction. There, surely, she said, I might have thought myself safe. She was completely distraught. We talked it over together about what should be done, and finally she decided to send for Edward. He came, but I'm sorry to tell you what happened next. Everything Mrs. Ferrars could say to make him end the engagement, helped as you can well imagine by my arguments and Fanny's pleas, was useless. Duty, affection, everything was ignored. I never thought Edward so stubborn, so unfeeling before. His mother explained her generous plans if he married Miss Morton, told him she would settle the Norfolk estate on him, which, free of land tax, brings in a good 1,000 a year. Even offered, when things became desperate, to make it 1,200. And against this, if he still insisted on this low connection, she showed him the certain poverty the match would bring. His own £2,000, she declared, would be all he'd get. She would never see him again, and far from giving him the smallest help, if he entered any profession hoping for better support, she would do everything in her power to prevent his advancement. Here Marianne, in a burst of indignation, clapped her hands together and cried, Good God, can this be possible? Well may you wonder, Marianne, replied her brother, at the stubbornness that could resist such arguments. Your shock is very natural. Marianne was about to argue back, but she remembered her promises and held back. All this, however, he continued, was urged in vain. Edward said very little, but what he did say was in the most determined manner. Nothing would make him give up his engagement. He would stick to it, whatever it cost him. Then, cried Mrs. Jennings with blunt honesty, no longer able to stay silent, he's acted like an honorable man. I beg your pardon, Mr. Dashwood, but if he had done otherwise, I would have thought him a scoundrel. I have some personal interest in this business, as well as you, because Lucy Steele is my cousin, and I believe there isn't a better kind of girl in the world, or one who deserves a good husband more. John Dashwood was very surprised, but his nature was calm, not easily provoked, and he never wanted to offend anybody, especially anybody with money. So he replied without any resentment, I would never speak disrespectfully of any relative of yours, madam. Miss Lucy Steele is, I'm sure, a very deserving young woman, but in this case, you know, the connection must be impossible. And to have entered into a secret engagement with a young man in her uncle's care, the son of a woman of such very large fortune as Mrs. Ferrars, is perhaps altogether a little extraordinary. In short, I don't mean to criticize the behavior of anyone you care about, Mrs. Jennings. We all wish her extremely happy, and Mrs. Ferrars's conduct throughout has been exactly what every conscientious, good mother in similar circumstances would do. It has been dignified and generous. Edward has made his choice, and I fear it will be a bad one. Marianne sighed her similar concern, and Elinor's heart ached for Edward's feelings as he defied his mother's threats for a woman who couldn't reward him properly. "Well, sir," said Mrs. Jennings, "and how did it end?" "I'm sorry to say, ma'am, in a very unhappy break. Edward is banished forever from his mother's notice. He left her house yesterday, but where he's gone or whether he's still in town, I don't know because we of course can't make inquiries." "Poor young man, and what will become of him?" "What indeed? Ma'am, it's a depressing thought. Born to the prospect of such wealth. I can't imagine a more hopeless situation. The interest on £2,000, how can a man live on that? And when you add the memory that he could have, except for his own foolishness, been receiving £2,500 a year within 3 months, because Miss Morton has £30,000, I can't picture a more miserable condition. We must all feel for him, and all the more because it's completely beyond our power to help him." "Poor young man," cried Mrs. Jennings. "I'm sure he'd be very welcome to room and board at my house, and I'd tell him so if I could see him. It's not right that he should be living at his own expense now, in lodgings and taverns." Elinor's heart thanked her for such kindness toward Edward, though she couldn't help smiling at how she expressed it. "If he had only done as well for himself," said John Dashwood, "as all his friends were willing to do for him, he could now be in his proper position and would want for nothing. But as it is, it must be beyond anyone's power to help him. And there's one more thing being prepared against him that must be worse than everything else. His mother has decided, with a very natural kind of spirit, to settle that estate on Robert immediately, which could have been Edward's under proper conditions. I left her this morning with her lawyer, discussing the business." "Well," said Mrs. Jennings, "that's her revenge. Everyone has their own way, but I don't think mine would be to make one son independent because another had annoyed me." Marianne got up and walked around the room. "Can anything be more galling to a man's spirit," continued John, "than to see his younger brother in possession of an estate that could have been his own? Poor Edward, I feel for him sincerely." A few more minutes spent in the same kind of rambling concluded his visit. With repeated assurances to his sisters that he really believed there was no serious danger in Fanny's illness, and that they needn't worry much about it, he left. The 3 ladies were unanimous in their opinions about the present situation, at least regarding Mrs. Ferrars's conduct, the Dashwoods, and Edward's. Marianne's indignation burst out as soon as he left the room, and since her intensity made reserve impossible for Elinor and unnecessary for Mrs. Jennings, they all joined in a very spirited criticism of the whole group. Chapter 38. Mrs. Jennings was very generous in praising Edward's behavior, but only Elinor and Marianne understood what it really meant. They alone knew how little he had to gain from being disobedient, and how small his consolation was, beyond knowing he'd done the right thing, now that he'd lost his friends and fortune. Elinor was proud of his integrity, and Marianne forgave all his past mistakes out of sympathy for what he was suffering. But even though this public revelation had restored the trust between them, it wasn't a topic either of them liked to discuss when they were alone. Elinor avoided it on principle, since Marianne's overly warm and confident assurances that Edward still loved her only reinforced beliefs that Elinor would rather forget. And Marianne's courage quickly failed her when she tried to talk about something that always left her feeling worse about herself than ever, because it inevitably led to comparisons between Elinor's behavior and her own. She felt the full force of that comparison, but not in the way her sister had hoped, to motivate her to make an effort now. Instead, she felt it with all the pain of constant self-blame. She bitterly regretted that she had never made an effort before, but it only brought the torture of guilt without any hope of improvement. Her mind was so weakened that she still believed making an effort now was impossible, and so it only discouraged her more. For a day or two after that, they heard nothing new about what was happening on Harley Street or at Bartlett's buildings. But even though they already knew so much that Mrs. Jennings could have kept busy spreading that information without looking for more, she had decided from the beginning to pay her cousins a visit of comfort and inquiry as soon as she could. Only the inconvenience of having more visitors than usual had prevented her from going to them sooner. The third day after they learned the details was such a fine, beautiful Sunday that it drew many people to Kensington Gardens, even though it was only the second week in March. Mrs. Jennings and Elinor were among them, but Marianne, who knew that the Willoughbys were back in town and constantly dreaded running into them, chose to stay home rather than venture into such a public place. One of Mrs. Jennings's close friends joined them soon after they entered the gardens, and Elinor was happy that by staying with them and taking up all of Mrs. Jennings's conversation, this left her free to think quietly. She saw nothing of the Willoughbys, nothing of Edward, and for some time nothing of anyone who could possibly be interesting to her, whether serious or cheerful. But finally, to her surprise, she was approached by Miss Steele, who, though looking rather shy, expressed great pleasure at meeting them. When she received encouragement from Mrs. Jennings's particular kindness, she left her own group for a short time to join theirs. Mrs. Jennings immediately whispered to Elinor, "Get everything out of her, my dear. She'll tell you anything if you ask. You can see I can't leave Mrs. Clark." Luckily for both Mrs. Jennings's curiosity and Elinor's, she was willing to tell everything without being asked, otherwise they would have learned nothing. "I'm so glad to see you," said Miss Steele, taking her arm familiarly. "I wanted to see you more than anyone in the world." Then, lowering her voice, "I suppose Mrs. Jennings has heard all about it. Is she angry?" "Not at all, I believe, with you." "That's good. And Lady Middleton, is she angry?" "I can't imagine that she would be." "I'm incredibly glad about that. Good heavens, I've had such a time of it. I never saw Lucy in such a rage in my life. She swore at first that she would never fix up a new bonnet for me or do anything else for me again for as long as she lived. But now she's gotten over it and we're as good friends as ever. Look, she made me this bow for my hat and put in the feather last night. Now you're going to laugh at me too, but why shouldn't I wear pink ribbons? I don't care if it is the doctor's favorite color. I'm sure I never would have known he liked it better than any other color if he hadn't happened to mention it. My cousins have been teasing me so much. I swear sometimes I don't know where to look when I'm around them." She had wandered off to a topic that Elinor had nothing to say about, so she soon decided it was best to find her way back to the original subject. "Well, Miss Dashwood," she said triumphantly, "people can say what they want about Mr. Ferrars declaring he wouldn't have Lucy, but that's not true at all, I can tell you. And it's quite shameful for such mean-spirited rumors to be spread around. Whatever Lucy might have thought about it herself, you know, it was nobody else's business to decide it was certain." "I never heard anything like that suggested before, I assure you," said Elinor. "Oh, didn't you? But it was said, I know very well, and by more than one person. Miss Godby told Miss Sparks that nobody in their right mind could expect Mr. Ferrars to give up a woman like Miss Morton, with £30,000, for Lucy Steele who had nothing at all. And I heard it from Miss Sparks myself. And besides that, my cousin Richard said himself that when it came down to it, he was afraid Mr. Ferrars would back out. And when Edward didn't come near us for 3 days, I didn't know what to think myself. I believe in my heart Lucy gave it up for lost, because we left your brother's house on Wednesday, and we saw nothing of him all Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and didn't know what had happened to him. Once Lucy thought about writing to him, but then she decided against it. But this morning he came just as we got home from church, and then it all came out, how he had been summoned to Harley Street on Wednesday and talked to by his mother and all of them, and how he had declared in front of them all that he loved nobody but Lucy, and nobody but Lucy would he marry. And how he had been so upset by what happened that as soon as he left his mother's house, he had gotten on his horse and ridden out into the country somewhere. And how he had stayed at an inn all Thursday and Friday, trying to get over it. And after thinking it all over and over again, he said it seemed to him that now that he had no fortune and nothing at all, it would be quite unfair to keep her tied to the engagement, because it would be a loss for her. He had nothing but £2,000 and no hope of anything else, and if he went into the church, as he was thinking of doing, he could get nothing but a position as a curate, and how were they supposed to live on that? He couldn't bear to think of her not doing better, so he begged her, if she had any inclination to do so, to end the matter immediately and leave him to manage on his own. I heard him say all this as clearly as could be, and it was entirely for her sake, and on her account, that he said a word about breaking it off, and not for his own. I swear he never said a word about being tired of her, or wanting to marry Miss Morton, or anything like that. But of course Lucy wouldn't listen to such talk, so she told him directly, with a great deal of sweet talk and love, you know, and all that, oh my. One can't repeat such things, you know. She told him directly that she had no intention in the world of breaking it off, because she could live with him on very little, and however little he might have, she would be very glad to share it all, or something like that. So then he was incredibly happy, and they talked for some time about what they should do, and they agreed he should take orders immediately, and they would have to wait to be married until he got a position. And just then I couldn't hear any more, because my cousin called from downstairs to tell me Mrs. Richardson had come in her coach and would take one of us to Kensington Gardens. So I had to go into the room and interrupt them, to ask Lucy if she'd like to go, but she didn't want to leave Edward. So I just ran upstairs and put on a pair of silk stockings and left with the Richardsons. I don't understand what you mean by interrupting them, said Elinor. You were all in the same room together, weren't you? No, indeed we weren't. Really, Miss Dashwood, do you think people make love when anybody else is around? Oh, for shame, surely you know better than that. She laughed affectedly. No, they were shut up in the drawing room together, and all I heard was just by listening at the door. What? Cried Elinor. Have you been repeating to me what you only learned by listening at the door? I'm sorry I didn't know that before, because I certainly wouldn't have let you give me details of a conversation you had no right to overhear. How could you behave so unfairly toward your sister? Oh, that's nothing. I just stood at the door and heard what I could. And I'm sure Lucy would have done the same thing to me. A year or two ago, when Martha Sharp and I had so many secrets together, she never hesitated to hide in a closet or behind a screen just to hear what we said. Elinor tried to talk about something else, but Miss Steele couldn't be kept away from what was on her mind for more than a couple of minutes. Edward talks about going to Oxford soon, she said, but right now he's staying at number, Pall Mall. What a nasty woman his mother is, isn't she? And your brother and sister weren't very kind either. But I won't say anything against them to you, and to be sure they did send us home in their own carriage, which was more than I expected. And for my part, I was terrified that your sister would ask us for the sewing kits she had given us a day or two before, but nothing was said about them, and I made sure to keep mine out of sight. Edward has some business at Oxford, he says, so he has to go there for a while. And after that, as soon as he can find a bishop, he'll be ordained. I wonder what position he'll get. Good heavens! She giggled as she spoke. I bet I know what my cousins will say when they hear about it. They'll tell me I should write to the doctor to get Edward the position at his new church. I know they will, but I'm sure I wouldn't do such a thing for all the world. Really, I'll say immediately. I wonder how you could think of such a thing, me write to the doctor indeed. Well, said Elinor, it's good to be prepared for the worst. You have your answer ready. Miss Steele was about to reply on the same subject, but the approach of her own group made a different response necessary. Oh, here come the Richardsons. I had so much more to say to you, but I can't stay away from them any longer. I assure you they're very respectable people. He makes a tremendous amount of money, and they keep their own coach. I don't have time to speak to Mrs. Jennings about it myself, but please tell her I'm quite happy to hear she's not angry with us, and Lady Middleton the same. And if anything should happen to take you and your sister away, and Mrs. Jennings should want company, I'm sure we'd be very glad to come and stay with her for as long as she likes. I suppose Lady Middleton won't invite us again anytime soon. Goodbye. I'm sorry Miss Marianne wasn't here. Give her my regards. Oh, you're wearing your spotted muslin. I'm surprised you weren't afraid it would get torn. That was her parting concern. After this, she only had time to say goodbye to Mrs. Jennings before Mrs. Richardson claimed her company. Elinor was left with knowledge that might occupy her thoughts for some time, though she had learned very little more than what she had already foreseen and expected. Edward's marriage to Lucy was as firmly decided as ever, and the timing remained as completely uncertain as she had concluded it would be. Everything depended, exactly as she had expected, on his getting a church position, of which there currently seemed not the slightest chance. As soon as they returned to the carriage, Mrs. Jennings was eager for information. But since Elinor wanted to spread as little as possible of intelligence that had been so unfairly obtained in the first place, she limited herself to briefly repeating only those simple facts that she felt sure Lucy, for the sake of her own reputation, would want to be known. The continuation of their engagement and the steps that could be taken to bring about its conclusion was all she shared. This prompted the following natural remark from Mrs. Jennings. Wait for him to get a church position? Yes, we all know how that will end. They'll wait a year, and when nothing good comes of it, they'll settle for a curate's salary of £50 a year, plus the income from his £2,000 and whatever little bit Mr. Steele and Mr. Pratt can give her. Then they'll have a child every year, and Lord help them how poor they'll be. I must see what I can give them toward furnishing their house. 2 maids and 2 men, indeed, as I talked about the other day. No, they'll have to get one strong girl to do all the work. Betty's sister would never work for them now. The next morning brought Elinor a letter through the mail from Lucy herself. It read as follows: Bartlett's Buildings, March. I hope my dear Miss Dashwood will excuse the liberty I'm taking in writing to her, but I know your friendship for me will make you pleased to hear such a good report of myself and my dear Edward, after all the troubles we have been through lately, so I won't apologize further, but will go on to say that, thank God, though we have suffered terribly, we are both quite well now and as happy as we must always be in each other's love. We have had great trials and great persecution, but at the same time we gratefully acknowledge many friends, yourself not the least among them, whose great kindness I will always gratefully remember, as will Edward too, who I have told about it. I'm sure you will be glad to hear, as will dear Mrs. Jennings, that I spent 2 happy hours with him yesterday afternoon. He wouldn't hear of our parting, though I earnestly urged him to it, as I thought my duty required, for the sake of prudence, and would have parted forever on the spot if he would consent to it. But he said it should never be. He didn't care about his mother's anger, as long as he could have my love. Our prospects aren't very bright, to be sure, but we must wait and hope for the best. He will be ordained shortly, and should it ever be in your power to recommend him to anybody who has a church position to give, I'm very sure you won't forget us and dear Mrs. Jennings too. I trust she will speak a good word for us to Sir John or Mr. Palmer, or any friend who might be able to help us. Poor Anne was much to blame for what she did, but she did it for the best, so I say nothing. I hope Mrs. Jennings won't think it too much trouble to give us a call. Should she come this way any morning, it would be a great kindness, and my cousins would be proud to meet her. My paper reminds me to conclude, and I beg to be most gratefully and respectfully remembered to her, and to Sir John and Lady Middleton and the dear children when you happen to see them, and love to Miss Marianne. I am, etc. As soon as Elinor had finished reading it, she did what she concluded was the writer's real intention, by placing it in Mrs. Jennings's hands. Mrs. Jennings read it aloud with many comments of satisfaction and praise. Very good indeed, how nicely she writes. Yes, that was quite right to let him back out if he wanted to. That was just like Lucy. Poor thing, I wish I could get him a church position with all my heart. She calls me dear Mrs. Jennings, you see, she's as good-hearted a girl as ever lived. Very well written indeed. That sentence is very nicely put. Yes, I will go and see her. Definitely, how thoughtful she is to think of everybody. Thank you, my dear, for showing it to me. It's as pretty a letter as I ever saw, and does Lucy's head and heart great credit. Chapter 39. The Dashwood sisters had now been in London for over 2 months, and Marianne's eagerness to leave grew stronger each day. She longed for the fresh air, freedom, and peace of the countryside, and imagined that if any place could bring her comfort, Barton would be it. Elinor was almost as eager as her sister for them to leave, but she wasn't quite as determined to go immediately because she understood the difficulties of such a long journey, which Marianne refused to acknowledge. However, Elinor began seriously considering how to make it happen, and had already mentioned their wishes to their kind hostess, who tried to talk them out of it with all the warmth of her good intentions. Then a plan was suggested that, although it would keep them from home a few weeks longer, seemed to Elinor much more sensible than any other option. The Palmers were going to move to Cleveland around the end of March for the Easter holidays, and Mrs. Jennings and both her friends received a very warm invitation from Charlotte to go with them. This wouldn't have been enough on its own for someone as particular as Miss Dashwood, but it was backed up with such genuine politeness by Mr. Palmer himself, combined with the great improvement in his behavior toward them since her sister's unhappiness became known, that she was happy to accept it. When she told Marianne what she had done, however, her first response wasn't very encouraging. "Cleveland," she cried with great distress. "No, I can't go to Cleveland." "You're forgetting," said Elinor gently, "that it's not located, that it's not near, but it's in Somersetshire. I can't go to Somersetshire. That's where I was looking forward to going." "No, Elinor, you can't expect me to go there." Elinor wouldn't argue about whether it was right to overcome such feelings. She only tried to counter them by appealing to other emotions. She presented it as a plan that would set a definite time for returning to their dear mother, whom Marianne so much wanted to see, in a more practical and comfortable way than any other option, and perhaps without any greater delay. From Cleveland, which was only a few miles from Bristol, the distance to Barton was no more than 1 day's journey, though it would be a long day. Their mother's servant could easily come there to escort them home, and since there would be no need to stay more than a week at Cleveland, they could be home in little more than 3 weeks. Since Marianne's love for her mother was genuine, it had to triumph easily over the imaginary problems she had invented. Mrs. Jennings was so far from being tired of her guests that she urged them very earnestly to return with her again from Cleveland. Elinor was grateful for the kindness, but it couldn't change her plan. With their mother's agreement readily obtained, everything related to their return was arranged as much as possible, and Marianne found some comfort in calculating exactly how many hours still separated her from Barton. "Oh, Colonel, I don't know what you and I will do without the Miss Dashwoods," was Mrs. Jennings's greeting to him when he first visited her after their departure was settled. "They're absolutely determined to go home from the Palmers, and how lonely we'll be when I come back. Good Lord, we'll just sit and stare at each other, as dull as 2 cats." Perhaps Mrs. Jennings hoped that by painting such a vivid picture of their future boredom, she could provoke him to make the offer that would give him an escape from it. If so, she soon had good reason to think she had succeeded, because when Elinor moved to the window to more quickly measure a print she was going to copy for her friend, he followed her there with a meaningful look and talked with her for several minutes. The effect of his conversation on the lady couldn't escape her observation either, though she was too honorable to listen and had even changed her seat on purpose so she wouldn't hear. Moving to one close by the piano where Marianne was playing, she couldn't help noticing that Elinor changed color, looked agitated, and was too focused on what he was saying to continue her work. Even more confirmation of her hopes came during a pause when Marianne switched from one piece to another. Some of the Colonel's words inevitably reached her ears, in which he seemed to be apologizing for how poor his house was. This put the matter beyond doubt. She was surprised that he thought it necessary to do so, but supposed it was proper etiquette. She couldn't make out what Elinor said in reply, but judged from the movement of her lips that she didn't think it was any real problem, and Mrs. Jennings admired her in her heart for being so honest. They then talked on for a few minutes longer without her catching a word, when another lucky pause in Marianne's performance brought her these words in the Colonel's calm voice. "I'm afraid it can't happen very soon." Astonished and shocked by such an unromantic comment, she was almost ready to cry out, "Good Lord, what could possibly prevent it?" But checking her impulse, she confined herself to this silent thought. "This is very strange. Surely he doesn't need to wait until he's older." This delay on the Colonel's part, however, didn't seem to offend or upset his companion in the least, because when they ended their conversation shortly afterward and moved in different directions, Mrs. Jennings clearly heard Elinor say, in a voice that showed she felt what she was saying, "I'll always consider myself very much obligated to you." Mrs. Jennings was delighted with her gratitude and only wondered how, after hearing such a response, the Colonel could take his leave of them as he immediately did, with complete composure, and go away without making any reply. She hadn't thought her old friend could be such an indifferent suitor. What had really passed between them was this. "I've heard," he said with great sympathy, "about the injustice your friend Mr. Ferrars has suffered from his family. If I understand the situation correctly, he's been completely disowned by them for continuing his engagement to a very worthy young woman. Have I been correctly informed? Is that what happened?" Elinor told him it was. "The cruelty, the foolish cruelty," he replied with deep feeling, "of separating or trying to separate 2 young people who have been attached to each other for so long is terrible. Mrs. Ferrars doesn't know what she might be doing, what she might drive her son to. I've met Mr. Ferrars 2 or 3 times on Harley Street, and I'm very impressed with him. He's not a young man you can get to know intimately in a short time, but I've seen enough of him to wish him well for his own sake, and as a friend of yours, I wish it even more. I understand he intends to become a clergyman. Would you be so good as to tell him that the living at Dashwood, which just became vacant according to today's mail, is his if he thinks it worth accepting? But perhaps, given his unfortunate circumstances, it may be silly to seem to have doubts. I only wish it were more valuable. It's a rectory, but a small one. The previous minister, I believe, made no more than £200 per year, and though it could certainly be improved, I'm afraid not enough to provide him with a very comfortable income. Such as it is, however, I'll take great pleasure in giving it to him. Please assure him of that." Elinor's astonishment at this request could hardly have been greater if the Colonel had actually been proposing to her. The position that just 2 days before she had considered hopeless for Edward was now being provided to enable him to marry, and she, of all people in the world, was chosen to give it to him. Her emotion was exactly what Mrs. Jennings had attributed to a very different cause. But whatever other feelings, less pure and less pleasant, might have played a part in that emotion, her respect for his general kindness and her gratitude for the particular friendship that together prompted Colonel Brandon to this act were strongly felt and warmly expressed. She thanked him with all her heart, spoke of Edward's character and principles with the praise she knew they deserved, and promised to undertake the task with pleasure, if it was really his wish to delegate such an agreeable duty to another. But at the same time, she couldn't help thinking that no one could perform it as well as he could himself. It was a duty that, unwilling to put Edward in the painful position of receiving a favor from her, she would have been very glad to avoid herself. But Colonel Brandon, for equally delicate reasons, also declined to do it, yet seemed so eager for it to be done through her that she wouldn't make any further objections. Edward, she believed, was still in town, and fortunately she had heard his address from Miss Steele. She could therefore undertake to inform him of it that very day. After this was settled, Colonel Brandon began to talk about his own advantage in securing such a respectable and pleasant neighbor, and then he mentioned with regret that the house was small and poor, a problem which Elinor, as Mrs. Jennings had supposed, made light of, at least regarding its size. "The smallness of the house," she said, "I can't imagine would be any inconvenience to them, since it will be proportionate to their family and income." The Colonel was surprised to find that she was considering Mr. Ferrars's marriage as the definite result of this appointment, because he didn't think it possible that the de Lafford living could provide enough income for anyone in his position to risk settling down on, and he said so. "This little rectory can do no more than make Mr. Ferrars comfortable as a bachelor. It can't enable him to marry. I'm sorry to say that my help ends with this, and my influence hardly extends further. If, however, by some unforeseen chance it should be in my power to help him more, I'd have to think very differently of him than I do now if I weren't as ready to be useful to him then as I sincerely wish I could be at present. What I'm doing now indeed seems like nothing at all, since it can advance him so little toward what must be his only source of happiness. His marriage must still be a distant goal. At least, I'm afraid it can't happen very soon." This was the sentence that, when misunderstood, so reasonably offended the delicate feelings of Mrs. Jennings. But after this account of what really passed between Colonel Brandon and Elinor while they stood at the window, the gratitude expressed by the latter when they parted may perhaps appear, in general, no less reasonably motivated and no less properly worded than if it had come from a marriage proposal. Chapter 40. "Well, Miss Dashwood," said Mrs. Jennings smiled knowingly as soon as the gentleman had left the room. "I won't ask you what the Colonel has been saying to you," she said. "Though I honestly tried to stay out of earshot, I couldn't help catching enough to understand what he was there for, and I have to tell you I've never been more pleased in my life. I wish you all the happiness in the world with all my heart." "Thank you, ma'am," said Elinor. "It brings me great joy, and I'm deeply touched by Colonel Brandon's kindness. There aren't many men who would act as he has done. So few people have such a compassionate heart. I've never been more surprised in my life." "Good Lord, my dear, you're being very modest. I'm not the least bit surprised by it, because I've been thinking lately that nothing was more likely to happen. You're judging from your knowledge of the Colonel's general kindness, but you certainly couldn't have predicted that the opportunity would come so soon." "Opportunity?" Mrs. Jennings repeated. "Oh, well, when a man has made up his mind about something like this, somehow or other he'll find an opportunity soon enough. Well, my dear, I wish you joy again and again. If there was ever a happy couple in the world, I think I'll soon know where to look for them." "You mean you plan to go to de Lafford to visit them, I suppose?" said Elinor with a faint smile. "Yes, my dear, I certainly do. And as for the house being run down, I don't know what the Colonel is thinking. It's as good a house as I've ever seen. He mentioned it being in need of repairs." "Well, whose fault is that? Why doesn't he repair it? Who should do it but himself?" They were interrupted by the servant coming in to announce that the carriage was at the door. Mrs. Jennings immediately began preparing to leave. "Well, my dear, I have to go before I've had half our conversation, but we can finish it all this evening since we'll be quite alone. I won't ask you to come with me. I'm sure your mind is too full of this matter to care for company. Besides, you must be dying to tell your sister all about it." Marianne had left the room before the conversation began. "Certainly, ma'am, I'll tell Marianne about it, but I won't mention it to anyone else right now." "Oh, very well," said Mrs. Jennings, rather disappointed. "Then you wouldn't want me to tell Lucy, would you? I'm thinking of going as far as Holborn today. No, ma'am, not even Lucy, please. Waiting one day won't matter much. Until I've written to Mr. Ferrars, I think it shouldn't be mentioned to anyone else. I'll do that right away. It's important not to lose any time with him, since he'll obviously have a lot to do regarding his ordination. This speech completely puzzled Mrs. Jennings at first. She couldn't immediately understand why Mr. Ferrars needed to be written to about it in such a hurry. After a few moments of thinking, however, a very happy idea occurred to her, and she exclaimed, "Oh, I see, I understand you. Mr. Ferrars is going to be the man. Well, so much the better for him. Yes, of course, he must be ordained and ready. I'm very glad to see things are moving along so well between you. But my dear, isn't this rather unusual? Shouldn't the Colonel write the letter himself? Surely he's the proper person to do it." Elinor didn't quite understand the beginning of Mrs. Jennings's speech, and she didn't think it was worth asking about, so she only replied to the end of it. "Colonel Brandon is such a considerate man that he'd rather have someone else announce his intentions to Mr. Ferrars than do it himself. And so you're forced to do it. Well, that's an odd kind of consideration, however. I won't disturb you." She saw Elinor preparing to write. "You know your own business best, so goodbye, my dear. I haven't heard anything that's pleased me so much since Charlotte gave birth." And she left, but returned again in a moment. "I've just been thinking of Betty's sister, my dear. I'd be very happy to find her such a good employer. But whether she'd work as a lady's maid, I really can't say. She's an excellent housemaid and very good with a needle. However, you can think about all that when you have time." "Certainly, ma'am," replied Elinor, not really listening to much of what she said, and more anxious to be alone than to discuss the topic. How she should begin, how she should express herself in her note to Edward, was now her only concern. The particular circumstances between them made difficult what would have been the easiest thing in the world for anyone else. She was equally afraid of saying too much or too little, and sat thinking over her paper with the pen in her hand, until she was interrupted by the entrance of Edward himself. He had met Mrs. Jennings at the door on her way to the carriage, as he came to leave his farewell card. After apologizing for not returning herself, she had insisted he come in, saying that Miss Dashwood was upstairs and wanted to speak with him on very important business. Elinor had just been congratulating herself, in the midst of her confusion, that however difficult it might be to express herself properly in a letter, it was at least better than giving the information in person, when her visitor entered, forcing her into this most difficult situation of all. Her surprise and confusion were very great at his sudden appearance. She hadn't seen him since his engagement became public, and therefore not since he knew that she was aware of it. This, combined with her awareness of what she had been thinking about and what she had to tell him, made her feel particularly uncomfortable for several minutes. He too was very distressed, and they sat down together in a most awkward state of embarrassment. Whether he had asked her pardon for his intrusion when he first came into the room, he couldn't remember. But to be safe, he made his apology formally as soon as he could say anything, after taking a chair. "Mrs. Jennings told me," he said, "that you wished to speak with me. At least I understood her that way, or I certainly wouldn't have intruded on you like this. Though at the same time, I would have been extremely sorry to leave London without seeing you and your sister, especially since it will most likely be some time. It's not likely that I'll have the pleasure of meeting you again soon. I go to Oxford tomorrow." "You wouldn't have gone, however," said Elinor, recovering herself and determined to get through what she dreaded as quickly as possible, "without receiving our good wishes, even if we hadn't been able to give them in person." Mrs. Jennings was quite right in what she said. "I have something important to tell you, which I was just about to communicate by letter. I've been given a most pleasant task." She breathed rather faster than usual as she spoke. "Colonel Brandon, who was here only 10 minutes ago, has asked me to tell you that, understanding you mean to take orders, he has great pleasure in offering you the living of Delaford, which has just become vacant, and only wishes it were more valuable. Let me congratulate you on having such a respectable and well-judging friend, and join in his wish that the living, it's about 200 a year, were much more substantial, and such as might better enable you to, as might be more than a temporary help to you, such, in short, as might fulfill all your hopes for happiness." What Edward felt, since he couldn't say it himself, can't be expected that anyone else should say for him. He looked all the amazement that such unexpected, such unthought-of information couldn't fail to create, but he said only these two words. "Colonel Brandon?" "Yes," continued Elinor, gathering more courage as some of the worst was over. "Colonel Brandon means it as a sign of his concern for what has lately happened, for the cruel situation in which your family's unjustifiable behavior has placed you. a concern which I'm sure Marianne, myself, and all your friends must share. And also as proof of his high regard for your general character and his particular approval of your behavior in this situation. Colonel Brandon give me a living? Can it be possible? The unkindness of your own relatives has made you amazed to find friendship anywhere. No, he replied with sudden awareness, not to find it in you. I can't be unaware that I owe it all to you, to your goodness. I feel it, I would express it if I could, but as you well know, I'm no speaker. You're very much mistaken. I assure you that you owe it entirely, or at least almost entirely, to your own merit and Colonel Brandon's recognition of it. I had no hand in it. I didn't even know, until I understood his plan, that the living was vacant. It had never even occurred to me that he might have such a living to give. As a friend of mine, of my family, he may perhaps, indeed I know he has, even greater pleasure in giving it. But I give you my word, you owe nothing to my asking. Truth forced her to acknowledge some small part in the action, but she was at the same time so unwilling to appear as Edward's benefactor that she admitted it with hesitation, which probably helped to confirm the suspicion that had recently entered his mind. For a short time, he sat deep in thought after Elinor had stopped speaking. At last, and as if it took some effort, he said, "Colonel Brandon seems a man of great worth and respectability. I've always heard him spoken of as such, and I know your brother thinks highly of him. He's undoubtedly a sensible man and perfectly a gentleman in his manners." "Indeed," replied Elinor, "I believe you'll find him on further acquaintance all that you've heard him to be. Since you'll be such close neighbors, I understand the parsonage is almost next to the main house. It's particularly important that he should be all this." Edward made no answer, but when she had turned away her head, he gave her a look so serious, so earnest, so unhappy, that seemed to say he might later wish the distance between the parsonage and the main house much greater. "Colonel Brandon lives in St. James Street, I think," he said soon afterwards, rising from his chair. Elinor told him the number of the house. "I must hurry away then, to give him those thanks which you won't allow me to give you, to assure him that he has made me a very, an extremely happy man." Elinor didn't try to keep him, and they parted with a very sincere assurance on her side of her continuing good wishes for his happiness in whatever changes might come to him. On his side, there was more of an attempt to return the same goodwill than the ability to express it. "When I see him again," said Elinor to herself as the door shut him out, "I'll see him as Lucy's husband." And with this pleasant thought, she sat down to reconsider the past, recall the words, and try to understand all of Edward's feelings, and of course to think about her own with dissatisfaction. When Mrs. Jennings came home, though she returned from seeing people she had never met before and about whom she should therefore have had a great deal to say, her mind was much more occupied by the important secret she possessed than by anything else. She returned to it again as soon as Elinor appeared. "Well, my dear," she cried, "I sent you up the young man. Didn't I do right? And I suppose you had no great difficulty. You didn't find him very unwilling to accept your proposal?" "No, ma'am, that wasn't very likely." "Well, and how soon will he be ready? Because it seems everything depends on that." "Really," said Elinor, "I know so little about these kinds of procedures that I can hardly even guess the time or preparation necessary. But I suppose 2 or 3 months will complete his ordination." "2 or 3 months?" cried Mrs. Jennings. "Good Lord, my dear, how calmly you talk about it. And can the Colonel wait 2 or 3 months? Good heavens, I'm sure it would make me completely impatient. And though one would be very glad to do a kindness for poor Mr. Ferrars, I don't think it's worth waiting 2 or 3 months for him. Surely somebody else could be found who would do just as well, somebody who's already ordained." "My dear ma'am," said Elinor, "what can you be thinking of? Colonel Brandon's only goal is to be of use to Mr. Ferrars." "Good Lord, my dear, surely you don't mean to convince me that the Colonel is only marrying you for the sake of giving 10 guineas to Mr. Ferrars." The misunderstanding couldn't continue after this, and an explanation immediately took place. Both gained considerable amusement for the moment, without any real loss of happiness to either, since Mrs. Jennings only exchanged one form of delight for another, and still didn't give up her expectation of the first. Yes, the parsonage is only a small one," she said, after the first burst of surprise and satisfaction was over, "and very likely needs repairs. But to hear a man apologizing, as I thought, for a house that I know has 5 sitting rooms on the ground floor, and I think the housekeeper told me could make up 15 beds. And to you, who had been used to living in Barton Cottage, it seems quite ridiculous. But my dear, we must encourage the Colonel to do something to the parsonage and make it comfortable for them before Lucy moves there. But Colonel Brandon doesn't seem to think the living is enough to allow them to marry. The Colonel is being silly, my dear, Because he has 2,000 a year himself, he thinks nobody else can marry on less. Take my word for it, if I'm alive, I'll be visiting Dashwood Parsonage before Michaelmas, and I'm sure I won't go if Lucy isn't there. Elinor quite agreed with her opinion about the likelihood of their not waiting for anything more. Chapter 41. Edward expresses his gratitude to Colonel Brandon and shares his joy with Lucy by the time he reached Bartlett's buildings. His joy was so overwhelming that she was able to tell Mrs. Jennings, who visited her again the next day with congratulations, that she had never seen him in such high spirits before in her life. Her own happiness and excitement were absolutely certain, and she wholeheartedly joined Mrs. Jennings in expecting that they would all be comfortably settled together in Dashwood Parsonage before Michaelmas. At the same time, she was so far from being reluctant to give Elinor the credit that Edward would give her that she spoke of her friendship for them both with the most grateful warmth. She was ready to acknowledge all their debt to her, and openly declared that no effort on Miss Dashwood's part for their benefit, either now or in the future, would ever surprise her, because she believed her capable of doing anything in the world for those she truly valued. As for Colonel Brandon, she was not only ready to worship him like a saint, but was also truly eager that he should be treated like one in all practical matters. She was anxious that his income should be raised to the maximum, and was almost determined to take advantage, at Dashwood, of his servants, his carriage, his cows, and his poultry as much as she possibly could. It had now been over a week since John Dashwood had called at Berkeley Street, and since then they had shown no concern for his wife's illness beyond one casual inquiry. Elinor began to feel it was necessary to pay her a visit. This was an obligation, however, that not only went against her own wishes, but also had no encouragement from her companions. Marianne, not satisfied with absolutely refusing to go herself, was very insistent on preventing her sister from going at all. And Mrs. Jennings, though her carriage was always available to Elinor, so strongly disliked Mrs. John Dashwood that not even her curiosity to see how she looked after the recent revelation, nor her strong desire to offend her by taking Edward's side, could overcome her reluctance to be in her company again. The result was that Elinor set out by herself to pay a visit that no one could really have less desire to make, and to risk a private conversation with a woman whom neither of the others had as much reason to dislike. Mrs. Dashwood was not receiving visitors, but before the carriage could turn away from the house, her husband happened to come out. He expressed great pleasure in meeting Elinor, told her that he had just been about to call at Berkeley Street, and, assuring her that Fanny would be very happy to see her, invited her to come in. They walked upstairs to the drawing room. Nobody was there. "Fanny is in her own room, I suppose," he said. "I'll go to her shortly because I'm sure she won't have the slightest objection in the world to seeing you. Quite the opposite, in fact. Especially now there can't be any, but anyway, you and Marianne were always great favorites. Why wouldn't Marianne come?" Elinor made what excuse she could for her. "I'm not sorry to see you alone," he replied, "because I have a lot to say to you. This position of Colonel Brandon's, can it be true? Has he really given it to Edward? I heard it yesterday by chance and was coming to you specifically to ask more about it." "It's perfectly true. Colonel Brandon has given the living of Dashwood to Edward." "Really? Well, this is very surprising. No family relationship, no connection between them. And now that church positions bring such a high price. What was the value of this one?" "About 200 a year." "Very well, and for the next appointment to a position of that value, assuming the previous holder had been old and sickly, and likely to give it up soon, he might have gotten, I'd say, £1,400. And how did he not settle that matter before this person's death? Now it would indeed be too late to sell it, but a man of Colonel Brandon's intelligence. I wonder that he should be so careless about a point of such common, such natural, concern. Well, I'm convinced that there's a great deal of inconsistency in almost every human character. I suppose, however, thinking about it, that the case may probably be this. Edward is only to hold the position until the person to whom the colonel has really sold the appointment is old enough to take it. Yes, that's the truth, depend on it." Elinor contradicted this very firmly, however, and by explaining that she had personally been involved in conveying the offer from Colonel Brandon to Edward, and therefore must understand the terms on which it was given, forced him to accept her authority. "It's truly astonishing," he cried after hearing what she said. "What could be the colonel's motive? A very simple one, to be helpful to Mr. Ferrars. Well, whatever Colonel Brandon may be, Edward is a very lucky man. you won't mention the matter to Fanny. However, because though I've broken it to her, and she's handling it quite well, she won't like to hear it discussed much." Elinor had some difficulty restraining herself from observing that she thought Fanny might have accepted calmly a financial gain for her brother that couldn't possibly impoverish either her or her child. "Mrs. Ferrars," he added, lowering his voice to the tone appropriate for such an important subject, "knows nothing about it at present, and I believe it will be best to keep it completely hidden from her as long as possible. When the marriage takes place, I'm afraid she'll have to hear about it all. But why should such caution be necessary? Though we can't suppose that Mrs. Ferrars could have the slightest satisfaction in knowing that her son has enough money to live on, that must be completely out of the question. Yet why, after her recent behavior, is she supposed to feel anything at all? She's finished with her son. She cast him off forever, and has made everyone under her influence cast him off as well. Surely, after doing that, she can't be expected to feel any impression of sorrow or joy on his account. She can't be interested in anything that happens to him. She wouldn't be so foolish as to throw away the comfort of a child, and yet keep the anxiety of a parent." "Ah, Elinor," said John, "your reasoning is very good, but it's based on ignorance of human nature. When Edward's unfortunate marriage takes place, you can be sure his mother will feel as much as if she had never disowned him, and therefore every circumstance that might speed up that dreadful event must be hidden from her as much as possible. Mrs. Ferrars can never forget that Edward is her son. You surprise me. I would think it must have nearly slipped her memory by now. You're very wrong about her. Mrs. Ferrars is one of the most loving mothers in the world." Elinor was silent. "We're thinking now," said Mr. Dashwood after a short pause, "of Robert's marrying Miss Morton." Elinor, smiling at the serious and decisive importance of her brother's tone, calmly replied, "The lady, I suppose, has no choice in the matter." "Choice? What do you mean?" "I only mean that I suppose, from your way of speaking, it must be the same to Miss Morton whether she marries Edward or Robert." "Certainly, there can be no difference, because Robert will now for all practical purposes be considered the eldest son, and as for anything else, they are both very pleasant young men. I don't know that one is superior to the other." Elinor said no more, and John was also silent for a short time. His thoughts ended this way. "About one thing, my dear sister," he said kindly, taking her hand and speaking in a solemn whisper, "I can assure you, and I will do so, because I know it must please you. I have good reason to think. Indeed, I have it from the best authority, or I wouldn't repeat it, because otherwise it would be very wrong to say anything about it. But I have it from the very best authority, not that I ever precisely heard Mrs. Ferrars say it herself, but her daughter did, and I have it from her, that in short, whatever objections there might be against a certain connection, you understand me, it would have been far preferable to her. It wouldn't have given her half the distress that this does. I was extremely pleased to hear that Mrs. Ferrars considered it in that light, a very gratifying circumstance, you know, to us all. It would have been beyond comparison, she said, the lesser evil of the two, and she would be glad to settle now for nothing worse. But however, all that is quite out of the question, not to be thought of or mentioned. As for any attachment, you know, it never could be, all that is in the past. But I thought I would just tell you this because I knew how much it must please you. Not that you have any reason to regret, my dear Elinor. There's no doubt you're doing extremely well, quite as well or better, perhaps, all things considered. Has Colonel Brandon been to see you lately?" Elinor had heard enough, if not to flatter her vanity and boost her self-importance, then to disturb her nerves and fill her mind. She was therefore glad to be spared from having to say much in reply, and from the danger of hearing anything more from her brother, by the entrance of Mr. Robert Ferrars. After a few minutes of chat, John Dashwood, remembering that Fanny was still unaware of her sister's presence, left the room to find her. Elinor was left to get better acquainted with Robert, who, by his carefree indifference and happy self-satisfaction, while enjoying such an unfair share of his mother's love and generosity, at the expense of his banished brother, earned only by his own wasteful lifestyle while his brother showed integrity, was confirming her most unfavorable opinion of his mind and character. They had barely been alone for 2 minutes before he began to speak of Edward, because he too had heard of the church position and was very curious about it. Elinor repeated the details as she had given them to John, and their effect on Robert, though very different, was no less striking than it had been on him. He laughed extremely hard. The idea of Edward being a clergyman and living in a small parsonage amused him beyond measure. And when he added the ridiculous image of Edward reading prayers in a white surplice and announcing the marriage banns between John Smith and Mary Brown, he could imagine nothing more absurd. Elinor, while she waited in silence and unmoving seriousness for the end of such foolishness, couldn't stop herself from staring at him with a look that expressed all the contempt he aroused. It was a look, however, very well used because it relieved her own feelings and told him nothing. He was brought back from wit to wisdom, not by any criticism from her, but by his own awareness. "We may treat it as a joke," he said at last, recovering from the fake laugh that had considerably extended the genuine amusement of the moment. "But honestly, it's a very serious matter. Poor Edward, he's ruined forever. I'm extremely sorry for it because I know him to be a very good-hearted person, as well-meaning a fellow perhaps as any in the world. You mustn't judge him, Miss Dashwood, from your brief acquaintance. Poor Edward. His manners are certainly not the most natural. But we're not all born, you know, with the same abilities, the same social skills. Poor fellow, to see him in a group of strangers, it was certainly pitiful enough. But honestly, I believe he has as good a heart as anyone in the kingdom, and I swear to you I was never so shocked in my life as when it all came out. I couldn't believe it. My mother was the first person who told me about it, and I, feeling called upon to act decisively, immediately said to her, 'My dear madam, I don't know what you may intend to do about this. But as for myself, I must say that if Edward does marry this young woman, I will never see him again.' That's what I said immediately. I was extremely shocked indeed. Poor Edward, he's completely ruined himself, shut himself out forever from all respectable society. But as I said directly to my mother, I'm not the least surprised by it. From his type of upbringing, it was always to be expected. My poor mother was half crazy. Have you ever seen the lady?" "Yes, once while she was staying in this house, I happened to drop in for 10 minutes and I saw quite enough of her. The most awkward country girl, without style or elegance and almost without beauty. I remember her perfectly. Just the kind of girl I would expect to captivate poor Edward. I offered immediately, as soon as my mother told me about the situation, to talk to him myself and discourage him from the match. But it was too late then, I found, to do anything, because unfortunately, I wasn't around at first and knew nothing about it until after the break had occurred, when it wasn't appropriate for me, you know, to interfere. But if I had been informed of it a few hours earlier, I think it's very likely that something might have been accomplished. I certainly would have presented it to Edward very strongly. 'My dear fellow,' I would have said, 'consider what you're doing. You're making a most disgraceful connection, and one that your family unanimously disapproves of. I can't help thinking, in short, that some solution might have been found. But now it's all too late. He'll have to live in poverty, you know. That's certain, absolutely certain.'" He had just settled this point with great composure when the entrance of Mrs. John Dashwood ended the subject. But though she never spoke of it outside her own family, Elinor could see its effect on her mind in the somewhat confused expression with which she entered, and an attempt at warmth in her behavior toward herself. She even went so far as to express concern that Elinor and her sister were leaving town so soon, as she had hoped to see more of them. An effort in which her husband, who followed her into the room and hung adoringly on her every word, seemed to find everything that was most affectionate and graceful. Chapter 42. Another brief visit to Harley Street, where Elinor received her brother's congratulations, with Colonel Brandon planning to follow them to Cleveland in a day or two. This completed all the family business in town. Fanny gave them a half-hearted invitation to come to Norland if they ever happened to be in the area, which was extremely unlikely to happen. John gave Elinor a warmer, though private, promise that he would promptly visit her at Delaford. These were the only hints of any future meetings in the country. Elinor found it amusing that all her friends seemed determined to send her to Delaford, a place that, of all others, she would now least want to visit or live in. Not only did her brother and Mrs. Jennings consider it her future home, but even Lucy, when they parted, had pressed her to visit there. Very early in April, and fairly early in the day, the two groups from Hanover Square and Berkeley Street left their homes to meet at an appointed spot on the road. For Charlotte and her child's comfort, they would take more than 2 days to travel. Mr. Palmer, traveling faster with Colonel Brandon, would join them at Cleveland soon after their arrival. Marianne had found little comfort during her time in London and had been eager to leave for a long time. But when the moment came to say goodbye to the house where she had last enjoyed hope and confidence in Willoughby, feelings now destroyed forever, she felt great pain. She couldn't leave the place where Willoughby remained, busy with new relationships and new plans in which she could have no part, without shedding many tears. Elinor felt more genuinely satisfied about leaving. She had no troubling thoughts to dwell on, no one she was leaving behind who would cause her even a moment's regret to be separated from forever. She was pleased to be free from Lucy's oppressive friendship, grateful that her sister was getting away without being seen by Willoughby since his marriage, and she looked forward hopefully to what a few months of peace at Barton might do to restore Marianne's peace of mind and strengthen her own. They traveled safely. The second day brought them into Somerset County, which lived alternately as either cherished or forbidden territory in Marianne's imagination. On the morning of the third day, they arrived at Cleveland. Cleveland was a spacious, recently built house situated on a sloping lawn. It had no park, but the gardens were fairly extensive. Like every other place of similar importance, it had open shrubbery and enclosed woodland paths. A smooth gravel road winding around planted areas led to the front. The lawn was dotted with trees, and the house itself was surrounded by fir trees, mountain ash, and acacia. A thick screen of these trees, mixed with tall Lombardy poplars, hid the service buildings. Marianne entered the house with her heart swelling with emotion, knowing she was only 80 miles from Barton and less than 30 from Combe Magna. Before she had been inside for 5 minutes, while the others were busy helping Charlotte show her child to the housekeeper, she slipped away again. She stole through the winding shrubbery, which was just beginning to bloom beautifully, to reach a distant hill. There, from its small Greek temple, her eyes could wander over a wide stretch of countryside to the southeast and rest lovingly on the farthest ridge of hills on the horizon, imagining that from their peaks she might be able to see Combe Magna. In these moments of precious, priceless misery, she was glad through her agonized tears to be at Cleveland. As she returned to the house by a different path, feeling all the wonderful freedom of country life, the ability to wander from place to place in free and luxurious solitude, she decided to spend almost every hour of every day during her stay with the Palmers indulging in such solitary walks. She returned just in time to join the others as they left the house to explore the immediate grounds. The rest of the morning passed easily as they strolled around the kitchen garden, examining the flowering plants on its walls and listening to the gardener's complaints about plant diseases. They wandered through the greenhouse, where Charlotte laughed at the loss of favorite plants that had been carelessly left exposed and damaged by lingering frost. They visited the poultry yard, where the disappointed hopes of the dairymaid, caused by hens abandoning their nests, being stolen by foxes, or the rapid decline of a promising young brood, provided fresh sources of amusement. The morning was fine and dry, and Marianne, in planning her outdoor activities, hadn't expected any change in weather during their stay at Cleveland. She was therefore very surprised to find herself prevented from going out again after dinner by steady rain. She had counted on a twilight walk to the Greek temple and perhaps all over the grounds. Even a cold or damp evening wouldn't have stopped her, but she couldn't convince herself that heavy, steady rain would be pleasant for walking. Their group was small and the hours passed quietly. Mrs. Palmer had her child and Mrs. Jennings had her needlework. They talked about the friends they had left behind, discussed Lady Middleton's social plans, and wondered whether Mr. Palmer and Colonel Brandon would get farther than reading that night. Elinor, though not very interested, joined in their conversation. Marianne, who had a talent for finding the library in any house no matter how much the family might avoid it, soon found herself a book. Mrs. Palmer did everything that constant and friendly good humor could do to make them feel welcome. Her openness and warmth more than made up for her lack of sophistication and elegance, which often made her fall short in polite manners. Her kindness, enhanced by such a pretty face, was charming. Her foolishness, though obvious, wasn't disgusting because it wasn't conceited. Elinor could have forgiven everything except her laugh. The two gentlemen arrived the next day for a very late dinner, pleasantly expanding their group and providing welcome variety to their conversation, which a long morning of continued rain had made quite dull. Elinor had seen so little of Mr. Palmer, and in that little had seen such variation in how he addressed her sister and herself, that she didn't know what to expect from him with his own family. However, she found him perfectly gentlemanly in his behavior toward all his visitors, only occasionally rude to his wife and her mother. She found him quite capable of being pleasant company, prevented from being so consistently only by his tendency to think himself much superior to people in general, as he must feel himself to be compared to Mrs. Jennings and Charlotte. As for the rest of his character and habits, as far as Elinor could tell, they showed no traits unusual for his gender and age. He was particular about his food and irregular in his schedule. He was fond of his child while pretending to ignore it, and he wasted mornings playing billiards that should have been devoted to business. Overall, she liked him much better than she had expected, and in her heart wasn't sorry that she couldn't like him more. She wasn't sorry to be reminded by observing his self-indulgence, selfishness, and conceit to rest contentedly on memories of Edward's generous nature, simple tastes, and modest feelings. She now received news of Edward, or at least some of his affairs, from Colonel Brandon, who had recently been to Dorsetshire. Treating her both as an unbiased friend of Mr. Ferrars and as his own confidant, he talked to her extensively about the parsonage at Delaford, described its shortcomings, and told her what he planned to do to improve them. His behavior toward her in this and every other matter, his obvious pleasure in meeting her after an absence of only 10 days, his readiness to talk with her, and his respect for her opinion, might well justify Mrs. Jennings's belief in his romantic interest. This might have been enough to make her suspect it herself, if Elinor hadn't still believed, as she had from the beginning, that Marianne was his real favorite. But as it was, such an idea had hardly ever entered her head, except when Mrs. Jennings suggested it. She couldn't help believing herself the better observer of the two. She watched his eyes while Mrs. Jennings only thought about his behavior. His looks of anxious concern for Marianne's feelings when she developed the beginning of a heavy cold in her head and throat, concern that went unspoken and therefore completely escaped Mrs. Jennings's notice, revealed to Elinor the intense feelings and unnecessary alarm of a lover. 2 delightful twilight walks on the 3rd and 4th evenings of her stay there, not just on the dry gravel of the shrubbery but all over the grounds, especially in the most distant parts where there was more wildness, where the trees were oldest and the grass was longest and wettest, had given Marianne a severe cold. This was made worse by the additional foolishness of sitting in her wet shoes and stockings. Though for a day or two she dismissed or denied it, the cold forced itself on everyone's concern and her own attention through worsening symptoms. Advice poured in from everyone and, as usual, was all rejected. Though she felt heavy and feverish, with aching limbs, a cough, and a sore throat, she believed a good night's rest would cure her entirely. Elinor had difficulty persuading her, when she went to bed, to try even 1 or 2 of the simplest remedies. Chapter 43. Marianne rose at her usual time the next morning and said she felt better. She tried to prove she was getting better by doing her usual activities. But spending the day shivering by the fire with a book she couldn't read or lying exhausted on the sofa didn't suggest much improvement. When she finally went to bed early that evening, feeling worse than before, Colonel Brandon was amazed at her sister's calm attitude. Though Elinor had cared for and nursed Marianne all day against Marianne's wishes, forcing her to take proper medicine at night, she trusted, like Marianne, that sleep would cure everything and felt no real alarm. However, a very restless and feverish night disappointed both their expectations. When Marianne, after insisting on getting up, admitted she couldn't sit up and voluntarily returned to bed, Elinor was ready to follow Mrs. Jennings's advice and send for the Palmers' doctor. He came and examined his patient. Though he encouraged Miss Dashwood to expect her sister would recover in just a few days, he declared her condition had a dangerous tendency and mentioned the word infection, which immediately alarmed Mrs. Palmer about her baby. Mrs. Jennings, who had thought Marianne's illness more serious than Elinor from the beginning, looked very grave at Mr. Harris's report. Confirming Charlotte's fears and caution, she urged that Mrs. Palmer leave immediately with her infant. Mr. Palmer, though he thought their concerns were silly, found his wife's anxiety and demands too great to resist. Her departure was quickly arranged. Within an hour of Mr. Harris's arrival, she left with her little boy and his nurse for the house of a relative of Mr. Palmer's, who lived a few miles on the other side of Bath. Her husband promised, at her urgent request, to join her in a day or 2, and she was almost equally insistent that her mother come with her. Mrs. Jennings, however, with a kindness that made Elinor truly love her, declared she wouldn't leave Cleveland as long as Marianne remained ill. She would try, through her own careful attention, to take the place of the mother she had taken Marianne away from. Elinor found her a most willing and active helper on every occasion, eager to share all the work, and often materially useful through her better nursing experience. Poor Marianne, weak and low from her illness and feeling terrible all over, could no longer hope that tomorrow would find her recovered. The thought of what tomorrow would have brought, if not for this unlucky illness, made every symptom worse. They were supposed to begin their journey home that day, and with one of Mrs. Jennings's servants accompanying them the whole way, they would have surprised their mother the following morning. The little she said was all complaints about this unavoidable delay, though Elinor tried to lift her spirits and make her believe, as she truly believed herself then, that it would be very brief. The next day brought little or no change in the patient's condition. She certainly wasn't better, and except for the lack of improvement, didn't appear worse. Their group was further reduced when Mr. Palmer, though very reluctant to go both from genuine compassion and good nature, and from disliking to appear frightened away by his wife, was finally persuaded by Colonel Brandon to keep his promise of following her. While he was preparing to leave, Colonel Brandon himself, with much greater effort, began talking about leaving as well. Here, however, Mrs. Jennings's kindness intervened most helpfully. To send the colonel away while his love was in such distress about her sister would deprive them both of every comfort, she thought. So she told him directly that his staying at Cleveland was necessary to her. She would need him to play cards in the evening while Miss Dashwood was upstairs with her sister. She urged him so strongly to remain that he, who was fulfilling his heart's first wish by agreeing, couldn't long even pretend to hesitate, especially since Mrs. Jennings's request was warmly supported by Mr. Palmer, who seemed relieved to leave behind someone so well able to assist or advise Miss Dashwood in any emergency. Marianne was, of course, kept unaware of all these arrangements. She didn't know she had caused the owners of Cleveland to leave about 7 days after their arrival. She wasn't surprised not to see Mrs. Palmer, and since it didn't concern her either, she never mentioned her name. 2 days passed since Mr. Palmer's departure, and her condition remained much the same with little variation. Mr. Harris, who visited her daily, still spoke confidently of a speedy recovery, and Miss Dashwood was equally optimistic. But the others' expectations were far less cheerful. Mrs. Jennings had decided very early in the illness that Marianne would never recover, and Colonel Brandon, who was mainly useful for listening to Mrs. Jennings's gloomy predictions, wasn't in a state of mind to resist their influence. He tried to reason away fears that the doctor's different opinions seemed to make absurd, but the many hours each day when he was left completely alone were too favorable for admitting every depressing thought. He couldn't shake the belief that he would never see Marianne again. On the morning of the third day, however, both their gloomy expectations were nearly swept away when Mr. Harris arrived and declared his patient significantly better. Her pulse was much stronger, and every symptom more favorable than on his previous visit. Elinor, confirmed in every pleasant hope, was completely cheerful, rejoicing that in her letters to her mother, she had followed her own judgment rather than her friends in making light of the illness that delayed them at Cleveland. She almost fixed on the time when Marianne would be able to travel. But the day didn't end as well as it began. Toward evening, Marianne became ill again, growing heavier, more restless, and more uncomfortable than before. Her sister, however, still optimistic, was willing to attribute the change to nothing more than the fatigue of sitting up to have her bed made. After carefully giving her the prescribed medicine, she saw her sink at last into sleep, from which she expected the most beneficial results. Her sleep, though not as quiet as Elinor wished, lasted a considerable time. Anxious to observe its effects herself, she decided to stay with her throughout. Mrs. Jennings, knowing nothing of any change in the patient, went to bed unusually early. Her maid, who was one of the main nurses, was relaxing in the housekeeper's room, and Elinor remained alone with Marianne. Marianne's rest became more and more disturbed. Her sister, who watched with constant attention her continual changes of position and heard the frequent but unclear sounds of complaint that passed her lips, was almost wishing to wake her from such painful sleep. Then Marianne, suddenly awakened by some accidental noise in the house, started up hastily and with feverish wildness cried out, "Is Mama coming?" "Not yet," cried the other, hiding her terror and helping Marianne lie down again, "but she will be here, I hope, before long. It's a great distance, you know, from here to Barton." "But she must not go around by London," cried Marianne in the same hurried manner. "I shall never see her if she goes by London." Elinor noticed with alarm that she wasn't quite herself, and while trying to soothe her, quickly felt her pulse. It was lower and quicker than ever. With Marianne still talking wildly about Mama, her alarm increased so rapidly that she decided to send immediately for Mr. Harris and dispatch a messenger to Barton for her mother. To consult with Colonel Brandon on the best way to accomplish the latter was a thought that immediately followed her decision. As soon as she had called the maid to take her place by her sister, she hurried down to the drawing room, where she knew he was usually found at a much later hour than this. It was no time for hesitation. Her fears and her difficulties were immediately before him. Her fears, he had no courage, no confidence to try removing them. He listened to them in silent despair. But her difficulties were instantly solved, for with a readiness that seemed to show the occasion, and the service were prearranged in his mind, he offered himself as the messenger who should fetch Mrs. Dashwood. Elinor made no resistance that wasn't easily overcome. She thanked him with brief though heartfelt gratitude, and while he went to hurry off his servant with a message to Mr. Harris and an order for post horses immediately, she wrote a few lines to her mother. The comfort of such a friend at that moment as Colonel Brandon, or such a companion for her mother, how gratefully it was felt. A companion whose judgment would guide, whose presence must relieve, and whose friendship might comfort her. As far as the shock of such a summons could be lessened for her, his presence, his manner, his assistance would lessen it. He, meanwhile, whatever he might feel, acted with all the firmness of a composed mind, made every necessary arrangement with utmost speed, and calculated exactly the time she might expect his return. Not a moment was lost in delay of any kind. The horses arrived even before they were expected, and Colonel Brandon, only pressing her hand with a solemn look and a few words spoken too quietly to reach her ear, hurried into the carriage. It was then about 12 o'clock, and she returned to her sister's room to wait for the doctor's arrival and to watch by her the rest of the night. It was a night of almost equal suffering for both. Hour after hour passed in sleepless pain and delirium on Marianne's side, and in the most cruel anxiety on Elinor's, before Mr. Harris appeared. Her fears, once raised, paid by their excess for all her former confidence. The servant who sat up with her, she wouldn't allow Mrs. Jennings to be called, only tortured her more with hints of what her mistress had always thought. Marianne's thoughts were still, at intervals, focused incoherently on her mother, and whenever she mentioned her name, it stabbed poor Elinor's heart. She blamed herself for having treated so many days of illness lightly, and desperate for some immediate relief, imagined that all relief might soon be useless, that everything had been delayed too long. She pictured her suffering mother arriving too late to see this darling child, or to see her lucid. She was about to send again for Mr. Harris, or if he couldn't come, for some other doctor, when the former, but not until after 5 o'clock arrived. His opinion, however, somewhat compensated for his delay. Though acknowledging a very unexpected and unpleasant change in his patient, he wouldn't allow the danger to be serious, and talked of the relief a fresh treatment would bring with a confidence that, to a lesser degree, was shared by Elinor. He promised to call again in 3 or 4 hours, and left both the patient and her anxious attendant more composed than he had found them. With deep concern and many reproaches for not being called to help Mrs. Jennings heard in the morning what had happened. Her former fears, now restored with greater reason, left her no doubt of the outcome. Though trying to speak comfort to Elinor, her conviction of her sister's danger wouldn't let her offer the comfort of hope. Her heart was truly grieved. The rapid decline, the early death of a girl so young, so lovely as Marianne, would have struck even a less interested person with concern. She had other claims on Mrs. Jennings's compassion. She had been her companion for 3 months, was still under her care, and was known to have been greatly wronged and long unhappy. The distress of her sister, too, particularly a favorite, was before her. And when Mrs. Jennings considered that Marianne might probably be to her mother what Charlotte was to herself, her sympathy for her sufferings was very sincere. Mr. Harris was punctual in his second visit, but he came to be disappointed in his hopes of what the last treatment would produce. His medicines had failed, the fever was unchanged, and Marianne, only more quiet, not more herself, remained in a heavy stupor. Elinor, catching all and more than all his fears instantly, suggested calling in more medical advice. But he thought it unnecessary. He still had something more to try, some fresh treatment, in whose success he was as confident as the last. His visit concluded with encouraging assurances that reached the ear but couldn't enter Miss Dashwood's heart. She was calm, except when she thought of her mother, but she was almost hopeless. In this state she continued until noon, barely stirring from her sister's bed, her thoughts wandering from one image of grief to another suffering friend, her spirits utterly oppressed by Mrs. Jennings's conversation, who didn't hesitate to attribute the severity and danger of this attack to the many weeks of previous illness that Marianne's disappointment had brought on. Elinor felt all the truth of the idea, and it gave fresh misery to her thoughts. About noon, however, she began, but with a caution, a dread of disappointment that for some time kept her silent, even to her friend, to hope she could detect a slight improvement in her sister's pulse. She waited, watched, and examined it again and again, and at last, with an agitation more difficult to hide under outward calmness than all her previous distress, ventured to share her hopes. Mrs. Jennings, though forced on examination to acknowledge a temporary improvement, tried to keep her young friend from indulging any thought of its continuing. Elinor, going over every warning against hope, told herself likewise not to hope, but it was too late. Hope had already entered, and feeling all its anxious flutter, she bent over her sister to watch, she hardly knew for what. Half an hour passed, and the favorable symptoms still blessed her. Others even arose to confirm it. Her breath, her skin, her lips all encouraged Elinor with signs of improvement, and Marianne fixed her eyes on her with a rational, though weak, gaze. Anxiety and hope now oppressed her equally, leaving her no moment of peace until Mr. Harris's arrival at 4 o'clock. His assurances, his congratulations on a recovery in her sister even exceeding his expectations, gave her confidence, comfort, and tears of joy. Marianne was significantly better in every respect, and he declared her entirely out of danger. Mrs. Jennings, perhaps satisfied with the partial justification of her predictions that had been found in their recent alarm, allowed herself to trust his judgment and admitted, with genuine joy and soon with unmistakable cheerfulness, the probability of complete recovery. Elinor couldn't be cheerful. Her joy was of a different kind and led to anything rather than gaiety. Marianne restored to life, health, friends, and to her devoted mother was an idea that filled her heart with sensations of exquisite comfort and expanded it in fervent gratitude. But it led to no outward demonstrations of joy, no words, no smiles. All within Elinor's breast was satisfaction, silent and strong. She continued by her sister's side with little interruption the whole afternoon, calming every fear, answering every question from her weakened spirits, providing every comfort, and watching almost every look and breath. The possibility of a relapse would of course occasionally occur to remind her what anxiety was. But when she saw, on her frequent and careful examination, that every symptom of recovery continued, and saw Marianne at 6 o'clock sink into a quiet, steady, and apparently comfortable sleep, she silenced every doubt. The time was now approaching when Colonel Brandon might be expected back. At 10 o'clock, she trusted, or at least not much later, her mother would be relieved from the dreadful suspense in which she must now be traveling toward them. The Colonel, too, perhaps hardly less an object of pity. Oh, how slowly time passed, which still kept them in ignorance. At 7 o'clock, leaving Marianne still sweetly asleep, she joined Mrs. Jennings in the drawing-room for tea. She had been kept from eating much at breakfast by her fears, and at dinner by their sudden reversal, so the present refreshment, with such feelings of contentment as she brought to it, was particularly welcome. Mrs. Jennings would have persuaded her, when it was over, to get some rest before her mother's arrival and allow her to take her place by Marianne. But Elinor felt no fatigue, no possibility of sleep at that moment, and she wouldn't be kept away from her sister for an unnecessary instant. Mrs. Jennings therefore went with her upstairs to the sick room to satisfy herself that all was well, then left her there again to her responsibility and her thoughts, and retired to her own room to write letters and sleep. The night was cold and stormy. The wind roared around the house and rain beat against the windows, but Elinor, all happiness within, didn't notice it. Marianne slept through every gust, and the travelers, they had a rich reward in store for every present inconvenience. The clock struck 8. Had it been 10, Elinor would have been convinced that at that moment she heard a carriage driving up to the house. So strong was her belief that she did, despite the near impossibility of their having already arrived, that she moved to the adjoining dressing room and opened a window shutter to be sure of the truth. She instantly saw that her ears hadn't deceived her. The bright lamps of a carriage were immediately in view. By their uncertain light, she thought she could see it was drawn by 4 horses, and this, while it showed the extent of her poor mother's alarm, gave some explanation for such unexpected speed. Never in her life had Elinor found it so difficult to be calm as at that moment. The knowledge of what her mother must be feeling as the carriage stopped at the door, her doubt, her dread, perhaps her despair, and of what she had to tell her. With such knowledge, it was impossible to be calm. All that remained was to be quick, and therefore, staying only until she could leave Mrs. Jennings's maid with her sister, she hurried downstairs. The commotion in the entrance hall, as she passed along an inner hallway, assured her that they were already in the house. She rushed to the drawing room, she entered it, and saw only Willoughby. Chapter 44. Elinor recoils in horror at the sight of him and follows her heart's first impulse. She was about to leave the room immediately, and her hand was already on the door handle when she stopped because he quickly stepped forward and said in a commanding rather than pleading voice, "Miss Dashwood, please stay for half an hour, for 10 minutes, I beg you." "No, sir," she replied firmly. "I will not stay. Your business can't be with me. The servants must have forgotten to tell you that Mr. Palmer isn't home." "Even if they had told me," he cried passionately, "that Mr. Palmer and all his relatives were in hell, it wouldn't have turned me away from the door. My business is with you and only you." "With me?" she said in complete amazement. "Well, sir, be quick, and if you can manage it, less dramatic. Sit down, and I'll be both." She hesitated, unsure what to do. The possibility of Colonel Brandon arriving and finding her there crossed her mind. But she had promised to listen to him, and both her curiosity and her sense of honor were engaged. After a moment's thought, deciding that being practical required speed and that agreeing would help move things along faster, she walked silently to the table and sat down. He took the chair across from her, and for half a minute neither spoke. "Please be quick, sir," said Elinor impatiently. "I don't have time to waste." He sat deep in thought and seemed not to hear her. "Your sister," he said abruptly a moment later, "is out of danger. I heard it from the servant. Thank God, but is it true? Is it really true?" Elinor wouldn't speak. He repeated the question with even greater urgency. "For God's sake, tell me, is she out of danger, or isn't she? We hope she is." He stood up and walked across the room. "If I had known that half an hour ago. But since I'm here," he said, speaking with forced cheerfulness as he returned to his seat, "what does it matter? For once, Miss Dashwood, it will be the last time, perhaps. Let's be cheerful together. I'm in a wonderful mood for fun. Tell me honestly," he said as his cheeks flushed deeper, "do you think I'm more of a villain or a fool?" Elinor looked at him with even greater astonishment. She began to think he must be drunk. The strangeness of such a visit and such behavior seemed impossible to understand otherwise. With this thought, she immediately stood up, saying, "Mr. Willoughby, I suggest you return to Camas right now. I don't have time to stay with you any longer. Whatever your business with me might be, it would be better remembered and explained tomorrow." "I understand you," he replied with a knowing smile and a perfectly calm voice. "Yes, I'm very drunk. A pint of beer with my cold beef at Marlborough was enough to overwhelm me." "At Marlborough?" cried Elinor, more and more confused about what he was getting at. "Yes, I left London this morning at 8 o'clock, and the only 10 minutes I've spent out of my carriage since then got me lunch at Marlborough." The steadiness of his manner and the intelligence in his eyes as he spoke convinced Elinor that whatever other unforgivable foolishness might have brought him to Cleveland, it wasn't alcohol. After a moment's thought, she said, "Mr. Willoughby, you should realize, and I certainly do, that after what has happened, your coming here like this and forcing yourself on my attention requires a very specific excuse. What do you mean by it?" "I mean," he said with serious intensity, "if I can, to make you hate me 1 degree less than you do now. I mean to offer some kind of explanation, some kind of apology for the past, to open my whole heart to you, and by convincing you that though I've always been an idiot, I haven't always been a scoundrel, to get something like forgiveness from from your sister." "Is this the real reason you came?" "I swear it is," he answered with a warmth that brought back all the old Willoughby to her memory, and despite herself made her think he was sincere. "If that's all, you can already be satisfied, because Marianne does, she has long forgiven you." "Has she?" he cried in the same eager tone. "Then she forgave me before she should have, but she'll forgive me again and on more reasonable grounds. Now will you listen to me?" Elinor nodded her agreement. "I don't know," he said after a pause while she waited expectantly, and he thought, "how you might have explained my behavior toward your sister, or what evil motive you might have attributed to me. Perhaps you'll hardly think better of me, but it's worth trying, and you'll hear everything. When I first became close to your family, I had no other intention, no other purpose in the friendship than to spend my time pleasantly while I was forced to remain in Devonshire, more pleasantly than I had ever done before. Your sister's beautiful appearance and charming personality couldn't help but please me, and her behavior toward me almost from the beginning was of a kind. It's amazing, when I think back on what it was, and what she was, that my heart should have been so unfeeling, but at first I must admit, only my vanity was boosted by it. Careless about her happiness, thinking only of my own entertainment, giving in to feelings I had always been too much in the habit of indulging, I tried by every means possible to make myself appealing to her, without any intention of returning her affection. Miss Dashwood, at this point, looking at him with the angriest contempt, stopped him by saying, "It's hardly worth it, Mr. Willoughby, for you to tell this story, or for me to listen any longer. Such a beginning as this can't be followed by anything worthwhile. Don't pain me by letting me hear anything more on the subject." "I insist you hear all of it," he replied. My fortune was never large, and I had always been extravagant, always used to associating with people who had more money than I did. Every year since I came of age, or even before, I believe had added to my debts. And though my old cousin Mrs. Smith's death was supposed to set me free, that event was uncertain and possibly far off, so it had been my intention for some time to fix my financial situation by marrying a wealthy woman. To attach myself to your sister, therefore, was not something to be considered. And with a selfishness and cruelty, which no angry or contemptuous look, even from you, Miss Dashwood, could ever condemn too much, I was acting this way, trying to win her affection without any thought of returning it. But one thing can be said for me. Even in that horrible state of selfish vanity, I didn't know the extent of the harm I was planning, because I didn't then know what it was to love. But have I ever known it? Well, might that be doubted, because if I had really loved, could I have sacrificed my feelings to vanity, to greed? Or, what's worse, could I have sacrificed hers? But I did it. To avoid relative poverty, which her affection and her companionship would have stripped of all its horrors, I have, by raising myself to wealth, lost everything that could make it a blessing. You did then, said Elinor, a little softened, believe yourself at one time attached to her? To have resisted such attractions, to have withstood such tenderness? Is there a man on earth who could have done it? Yes, I found myself gradually, sincerely fond of her, and the happiest hours of my life were what I spent with her, when I felt my intentions were completely honorable and my feelings blameless. Even then, however, when I was fully determined to propose to her, I improperly allowed myself to put off, from day to day, the moment of doing it, from an unwillingness to enter into an engagement while my finances were so badly troubled. I won't justify this here, nor will I stop for you to criticize the absurdity, and the worse than absurdity, of hesitating to pledge my word where my honor was already committed. The outcome has proved that I was a cunning fool, providing with great care for a possible opportunity of making myself contemptible and miserable forever. At last, however, I had made up my mind, and I had decided, as soon as I could get her alone, to justify the attention I had so consistently paid her, and openly assure her of an affection I had already taken such pains to display. But in the meantime, in the very few hours that were to pass before I could have an opportunity of speaking with her privately, something happened, an unlucky circumstance, to ruin all my resolution and with it all my comfort. A discovery took place. Here he hesitated and looked down. Mrs. Smith had somehow been informed, I imagine by some distant relative whose interest it was to deprive me of her favor, of an affair, a relationship, but I don't need to explain myself further. He added, looking at her with heightened color and a questioning expression, your particular closeness, you've probably heard the whole story long ago. I have, returned Elinor, blushing as well, and hardening her heart again against any compassion for him. I have heard it all, and how you will explain away any part of your guilt in that dreadful business, I confess is beyond my understanding. Remember, cried Willoughby, from whom you got the story. Could it have been impartial? I acknowledge that her situation and her character should have been respected by me. I don't mean to justify myself, but at the same time, I can't let you suppose that I have nothing to say in my defense, that because she was injured she was perfect, and because I was a libertine, she must be a saint. If the violence of her emotions, the weakness of her understanding, I don't mean, however, to defend myself. Her affection for me deserved better treatment, and I often, with great self-reproach, recall the tenderness which, for a very short time, had the power of creating some return. I sincerely wish it had never been. But I have injured more than just her, and I have injured one whose affection for me, may I say it, was hardly less warm than hers, and whose mind, oh, how infinitely superior. Your indifference, however, toward that unfortunate girl, I must say it, unpleasant as discussing such a subject may be to me, your indifference is no excuse for your cruel neglect of her. Don't think yourself excused by any weakness, any natural lack of understanding on her side, for the deliberate cruelty so evident on yours. You must have known that while you were enjoying yourself in Devonshire pursuing new schemes, always cheerful, always happy, she was reduced to extreme poverty. But I swear I didn't know it, he replied warmly. I didn't remember that I had forgotten to give her my address, and common sense should have told her how to find it out. Well, sir, and what did Mrs. Smith say? She confronted me with the offense at once, and you can imagine my confusion. The purity of her life, the strictness of her ideas, her ignorance of the world, everything was against me. I couldn't deny the facts themselves, and every attempt to soften it was useless. She was already inclined, I believe, to doubt the morality of my behavior in general, and was also dissatisfied with the very little attention, the very small portion of my time that I had given her during my visit. In short, it ended in a complete break. I might have saved myself with one action. At the height of her moral outrage, good woman, she offered to forgive the past if I would marry Eliza. That was impossible, and I was formally dismissed from her favor and her house. The night following this affair, I was to leave the next morning, was spent by me deliberating on what my future conduct should be. The struggle was great, but it ended too soon. My affection for Marianne, my complete conviction of her attachment to me, it was all insufficient to outweigh that dread of poverty or overcome those false ideas about the necessity of riches, which I was naturally inclined to feel, and expensive society had increased. I had reason to believe I was secure of my present wife if I chose to court her, and I persuaded myself to think that nothing else in common sense remained for me to do. A difficult scene, however, awaited me before I could leave Devonshire. I was supposed to dine with you that very day, so some apology was necessary for breaking this engagement. But whether I should write this apology or deliver it in person was a point of long debate. To see Marianne, I felt, would be dreadful, and I even doubted whether I could see her again and stick to my resolution. On that point, however, I underestimated my own resolve, as events proved. Because I went, I saw her miserable, and left her miserable, and left her hoping never to see her again. "Why did you visit Mr. Willoughby?" said Elinor reproachfully. "A note would have served every purpose. Why was it necessary to call?" "It was necessary for my own pride. I couldn't bear to leave the country in a way that might lead you, or the rest of the neighborhood, to suspect any part of what had really passed between Mrs. Smith and me, and I therefore decided to call at the cottage on my way to Honiton. The sight of your dear sister, however, was truly dreadful, and to make matters worse, I found her alone. You were all gone somewhere. I had left her only the evening before, so firmly resolved to do right. A few hours were to have engaged her to me forever, and I remember how happy, how cheerful my spirits were as I walked from the cottage to Elenham, satisfied with myself, delighted with everybody. But in this, our last friendly meeting, I approached her with a sense of guilt that almost took away my power to pretend. Her sorrow, her disappointment, her deep regret when I told her I was forced to leave Devonshire so immediately, I'll never forget it, combined with such trust, such confidence in me. Oh God, what a heartless scoundrel I was. They were both silent for a few moments. Elinor spoke first. "Did you tell her you would return soon?" "I don't know what I told her," he replied impatiently. "Less than was owed to the past, without a doubt, and very likely much more than was justified by the future. I can't think about it. It won't do. Then your dear mother came to torture me further with all her kindness and confidence. Thank heaven it did torture me. I was miserable. Miss Dashwood, you can't imagine the comfort it gives me to look back on my own misery. I owe such a grudge to myself for the stupid, rascally foolishness of my own heart, that all my past sufferings under it are only triumph and satisfaction to me now. Well, I went, left all that I loved, and went to those to whom, at best, I was only indifferent. My journey to town, traveling with my own horses and therefore so slowly, no one to speak to, my own thoughts so cheerful, when I looked forward everything so inviting. When I looked back at Barton, the picture so soothing, oh, it was a blessed journey." He stopped. "Well, sir," said Elinor, who, though pitying him, grew impatient for his departure, "and this is all?" "Ah, no, have you forgotten what happened in town? That awful letter, did she show it to you?" "Yes, I saw every note that passed. When the first of hers reached me, and it did immediately because I was in town the whole time, what I felt is, in the common phrase, impossible to express. In simpler words, perhaps too simple to raise any emotion, my feelings were very, very painful. Every line, every word was, in the overused metaphor which their dear writer, if she were here, would forbid, a dagger to my heart. To know that Marianne was in town was, in the same language, a thunderbolt. Thunderbolts and daggers, what a scolding she would have given me. Her taste, her opinions, I believe they are better known to me than my own, and I'm sure they are dearer." Elinor's heart, which had undergone many changes during this extraordinary conversation, was now softened again, yet she felt it her duty to check such thoughts in her companion. "This isn't right, Mr. Willoughby. Remember that you are married. Tell me only what you consciously think I need to hear." Marianne's note, by assuring me that I was still as dear to her as in former days, that despite the many, many weeks we had been separated, she was as constant in her own feelings, and as full of faith in my constancy as ever, awakened all my remorse. I say awakened, because time in London, business and distractions had somewhat quieted it, and I had been becoming a fine hardened villain, fancying myself indifferent to her, and choosing to fancy that she too must have become indifferent to me. I talked to myself of our past attachment as a mere idle, trivial business, shrugging my shoulders as proof of it being so, and silencing every reproach, overcoming every scruple, by secretly saying now and then, I'll be heartily glad to hear she is well married. But this note made me know myself better. I felt that she was infinitely dearer to me than any other woman in the world, and that I was treating her shamefully. But everything was then just settled between Miss Grey and me. To retreat was impossible. All I had to do was avoid you both. I sent no answer to Marianne, intending by that to preserve myself from her further notice. For some time I was even determined not to call in Berkeley Street, but at last, judging it wiser to affect the air of a cool, common acquaintance than anything else, I watched you all safely out of the house one morning and left my name. Watched us out of the house. Exactly. You would be surprised to hear how often I watched you, how often I was on the point of running into you. I have entered many a shop to avoid your sight as the carriage drove by. Living as I did in Bond Street, there was hardly a day when I didn't catch a glimpse of one or another of you. Nothing but the most constant watchfulness on my side, a most invariably prevailing desire to keep out of your sight, could have separated us so long. I avoided the Middletons as much as possible, as well as everybody else who was likely to be a mutual acquaintance. Not knowing they were in town, however, I ran into Sir John, I believe, the first day he arrived and the day after I had called at Mrs. Jennings's. He asked me to a party, a dance at his house that evening. If he hadn't told me as an inducement that you and your sister were to be there, I would have felt it too certain to risk being near him. The next morning brought another short note from Marianne, still affectionate, open, artless. Trusting everything that could make my conduct most hateful, I couldn't answer it. I tried, but couldn't write a sentence. But I thought of her, I believe, every moment of the day. If you can pity me, Miss Dashwood, pity my situation as it was then. With my head and heart full of your sister, I was forced to play the happy lover to another woman. Those 3 or 4 weeks were worse than everything before. Well, at last, as you know, you were forced on me, and what a sweet figure I cut. What an evening of agony it was. Marianne, beautiful as an angel on one side, calling me Willoughby in such a tone. Oh, God, holding out her hand to me, asking me for an explanation, with those bewitching eyes fixed in such speaking concern on my face. And Sophia, jealous as the devil on the other hand, looking all that was, well, it doesn't matter, it's over now. Such an evening. I ran away from you all as soon as I could, but not before I had seen Marianne's sweet face as white as death. That was the last look I ever had of her, the last way she appeared to me. It was a horrible sight. Yet when I thought of her today as really dying, it was a kind of comfort to me to imagine that I knew exactly how she would appear to those who saw her last in this world. She was before me, constantly before me, as I traveled, in the same look and color. A short pause of mutual thoughtfulness followed. Willoughby, rousing himself first, broke it. Well, let me hurry and be gone. Your sister is certainly better, certainly out of danger. We are assured of it. Your poor mother, too, doting on Marianne. But the letter, Mr. Willoughby, your own letter, have you anything to say about that? Yes, that in particular. Your sister wrote to me again, you know, the very next morning. You saw what she said. I was having breakfast at the Ellisons, and her letter, with some others, was brought to me there from my lodgings. It happened to catch Sophia's eye before it caught mine, and its size, the elegance of the paper, the handwriting altogether, immediately gave her suspicion. Some vague report had reached her before of my attachment to some young lady in Devonshire, and what had passed within her observation, the preceding evening had identified who the young lady was and made her more jealous than ever. Affecting that air of playfulness, therefore, which is delightful in a woman one loves, she opened the letter directly and read its contents. She was well paid for her audacity. She read what made her wretched. Her wretchedness I could have borne, but her rage, her spite, at all events it had to be appeased. And in short, what do you think of my wife's style of letter-writing? Delicate, tender, truly feminine, wasn't it? Your wife, the letter was in your own handwriting. Yes, but I only had the credit of slavishly copying such sentences as I was ashamed to put my name to. The original was all her own happy thoughts and gentle expression. But what could I do? We were engaged, everything in preparation, the day almost fixed, but I'm talking like a fool. Preparation? Day. In honest words, her money was necessary to me, and in a situation like mine, anything had to be done to prevent a break. And after all, what did it matter to my reputation in the opinion of Marianne and her friends, in what language my answer was phrased? It could only have one end. My business was to declare myself a scoundrel, and whether I did it with politeness or rudeness was of little importance. I am ruined forever in their opinion, I said to myself. I am shut out forever from their society. They already think me an unprincipled fellow. This letter will only make them think me a complete villain. Such were my reasonings as, in a sort of desperate carelessness, I copied my wife's words and parted with the last relics of Marianne. Her 3 notes, unluckily they were all in my wallet, or I would have denied their existence and hoarded them forever. I was forced to give them up and couldn't even kiss them. And the lock of hair, that too I had always carried about me in the same wallet, which was now searched by Madame with the most charming violence. The dear lock, all. Every memento was torn from me. "You are very wrong, Mr. Willoughby, very blameworthy," said Elinor, while her voice, despite herself, betrayed her compassionate emotion. "You shouldn't speak this way, either of Mrs. Willoughby or my sister. You made your own choice. It wasn't forced on you. Your wife has a right to your politeness, to your respect at least. She must be attached to you or she wouldn't have married you. To treat her with unkindness, to speak of her dismissively is no atonement to Marianne, nor can I suppose it a relief to your own conscience." "Don't talk to me of my wife," he said with a heavy sigh. "She doesn't deserve your compassion. She knew I had no regard for her when we married." "Well, married we were, and came down to Comem Magna to be happy, and afterwards returned to town to be fashionable. And now do you pity me, Miss Dashwood? Or have I said all this for nothing? Am I, even if only by 1 degree, am I less guilty in your opinion than I was before? My intentions weren't always wrong. Have I explained away any part of my guilt?" "Yes, you have certainly removed something a little. You have proved yourself, on the whole, less faulty than I had believed you. You have proved your heart less wicked, much less wicked. But I hardly know, the misery that you have inflicted, I hardly know what could have made it worse. Will you repeat to your sister when she recovers what I have been telling you? Let me be a little lighter in her opinion as well as in yours. You tell me that she has forgiven me already. Let me be able to imagine that a better knowledge of my heart, and of my present feelings, will draw from her a more spontaneous, more natural, more gentle, less dignified forgiveness. Tell her of my misery and my penitence. Tell her that my heart was never unfaithful to her, and if you will, that at this moment she is dearer to me than ever. I will tell her all that is necessary to what may comparatively be called your justification. But you haven't explained to me the particular reason for your coming now, or how you heard of her illness. Last night, in Drury Lane lobby, I ran into Sir John Middleton, and when he saw who I was, for the first time in 2 months, he spoke to me. That he had cut me ever since my marriage, I had seen without surprise or resentment. Now, however, his good-natured, honest, simple soul, full of indignation against me and concern for your sister, couldn't resist the temptation of telling me what he knew ought to, though probably he didn't think it would, upset me horribly. As bluntly as he could speak it, therefore, he told me that Marianne Dashwood was dying of a fever at Cleveland. A letter that morning received from Mrs. Jennings declared her danger most immediate. The Palmers have all gone off in a panic, etc. I was too shocked to be able to pass myself off as indifferent even to the unperceptive Sir John. His heart was softened seeing mine suffer, and so much of his ill will was done away that, when we parted, he almost shook my hand while he reminded me of an old promise about a pointer puppy. What I felt on hearing that your sister was dying, and dying too, believing me the greatest villain on earth, scorning, hating me in her final moments, because how could I know what horrible motives might not have been attributed to me? One person I was sure would represent me as capable of anything. What I felt was dreadful. My resolution was soon made, and at 8 o'clock this morning I was in my carriage. Now you know all. Elinor made no answer. Her thoughts were silently fixed on the irreparable damage which too early an independence and its resulting habits of idleness, dissipation, and luxury had made in the mind. The character, the happiness of a man who, to every advantage of person and talents, had a disposition naturally open and honest, and a feeling, affectionate nature. The world had made him extravagant and vain. Extravagance and vanity had made him cold-hearted and selfish. Vanity, while seeking its own guilty triumph at the expense of another, had involved him in a real attachment, which extravagance, or at least its offspring necessity, had required to be sacrificed. Each faulty tendency in leading him to evil had led him likewise to punishment. The attachment from which, against honor, against feeling, against every better interest he had outwardly torn himself, now, when no longer allowable, governed every thought. And the connection for the sake of which he had, with little scruple, left her sister to misery, was likely to prove a source of unhappiness to himself of a far more incurable nature. From thoughts of this kind, she was recalled at the end of some minutes by Willoughby, who, rousing himself from equally painful reflection, started up in preparation for going and said, "There's no use in staying here. I must be off." "Are you going back to town?" "No, to Comem Magna. I have business there. From there to town in a day or two. Goodbye." He held out his hand. She couldn't refuse to give him hers. He pressed it with affection. "And you do think something better of me than you did," he said, letting it fall and leaning against the mantelpiece as if forgetting he was supposed to go. Elinor assured him that she did, that she forgave him, pitied him, wished him well, was even interested in his happiness, and added some gentle advice about the behavior most likely to promote it. His answer wasn't very encouraging. "As to that," he said, "I must get through the world as well as I can. Domestic happiness is out of the question. If, however, I'm allowed to think that you and yours feel an interest in my fate and actions, it may be the means, it may put me on my guard. At least, it may be something to live for. Marianne is certainly lost to me forever. If I were even by some blessed chance free again," Elinor stopped him with a reproach. "Well," he replied, "once more goodbye. I'll now go away and live in dread of one event." "What do you mean?" "Your sister's marriage. You are very wrong. She can never be more lost to you than she is now. But she will be gained by someone else. And if that someone should be the very person whom, of all others, I could least bear, but I won't stay to rob myself of all your compassionate goodwill by showing that where I have most injured I can least forgive. Goodbye, God bless you." And with these words, he almost ran out of the room. Chapter 45. Elinor, after his departure away, remained overwhelmed by a flood of conflicting thoughts that all seemed to lead to sadness, making it impossible for her to think even of her sister. Willoughby, the man she had despised as completely worthless just half an hour ago, despite all his faults, now stirred up sympathy for the pain those faults had caused him. This made her think of him with tenderness and regret as someone now forever separated from her family, feelings that she soon admitted to herself were based more on his wishes than his actual worth. She realized that her feelings for him had been influenced by things that shouldn't really matter: his unusual good looks, his open, affectionate, and lively personality, which wasn't really a virtue, and his passionate love for Marianne, which wasn't even appropriate for him to feel. But she knew these feelings were there, and that it would be a long time before his influence over her would fade. When she finally returned to Marianne, who was still unconscious, she found her sister just waking up, as refreshed by her long, peaceful sleep as Elinor had hoped. Elinor's heart was full. Everything, the past, the present, the future, Willoughby's visit, Marianne's recovery, and her mother's expected arrival, threw her into such emotional turmoil that she felt no fatigue, only fear that she might reveal her feelings to her sister. But she didn't have to worry about that for long, because within half an hour of Willoughby's departure, she heard another carriage arriving. Eager to spare her mother even a moment of horrible suspense, she immediately ran to the hall and reached the front door just in time to catch and support her mother as she entered. Mrs. Dashwood, whose terror as they approached the house had almost convinced her that Marianne was dead, had no voice to ask about her daughter, no voice even to greet Elinor. But Elinor, not waiting for greetings or questions, immediately gave her the joyful news. Her mother, responding with all her usual warmth, was instantly as overwhelmed by happiness as she had been by fear. She was helped into the drawing room between her daughter and Colonel Brandon, and there, crying tears of joy though still unable to speak, she hugged Elinor again and again, turning at intervals to squeeze Colonel Brandon's hand with a look that expressed both her gratitude and her certainty that he shared in the joy of the moment. He did share it, but in an even deeper silence than her own. As soon as Mrs. Dashwood had recovered herself, her first wish was to see Marianne, and within 2 minutes she was with her beloved child, made even more precious by separation, unhappiness, and danger. Elinor's delight in watching their reunion was only tempered by her worry that it might disturb Marianne's rest. But Mrs. Dashwood could be calm and even sensible when her child's life was at stake, and Marianne, content to know her mother was near and aware that she was too weak for conversation, willingly accepted the silence and quiet that all her caregivers insisted upon. Mrs. Dashwood would stay up with her all night, and Elinor, at her mother's request, went to bed. But the rest that seemed necessary after one completely sleepless night and many hours of exhausting anxiety was prevented by her agitated state of mind. Willoughby, poor Willoughby, as she now allowed herself to call him, was constantly in her thoughts. She wouldn't have missed hearing his explanation for the world, and now she alternately blamed and forgave herself for judging him so harshly before. But the thought of having to tell her sister about it was invariably painful. She dreaded doing it, dreaded what effect it might have on Marianne, and wondered whether, after such an explanation, Marianne could ever be happy with another man. For a moment she wished Willoughby were a widower. Then, remembering Colonel Brandon, she scolded herself and felt that her sister's love should go to him, for his suffering and faithfulness far more than his rivals, and wished for anything except Mrs. Willoughby's death. The shock of Colonel Brandon's urgent message at Barton had been softened for Mrs. Dashwood by her own earlier alarm. She had been so worried about Marianne that she had already decided to leave for Cleveland that very day without waiting for more news, and had made such progress with her travel plans before his arrival that the Careys were expected at any moment to take Margaret away, since her mother didn't want to bring her where there might be infection. Marianne continued to improve every day, and the radiant cheerfulness of Mrs. Dashwood's appearance and spirits proved that she was, as she repeatedly declared, one of the happiest women in the world. Elinor couldn't hear this declaration or see the evidence of it without sometimes wondering whether her mother ever thought of Edward. But Mrs. Dashwood, trusting the restrained account of her own disappointment that Elinor had sent her, was so carried away by her overwhelming joy that she could think only of what would increase it. Marianne had been restored to her from a danger that, as she was beginning to realize, her own poor judgment in encouraging the unfortunate attachment to Willoughby had helped create. And in Marianne's recovery, she had another source of joy that Elinor didn't know about. She shared this with her daughter as soon as they had a chance to talk privately. "Finally, we're alone. My dear Elinor, you don't yet know about all my happiness. Colonel Brandon loves Marianne. He told me so himself." Her daughter, feeling alternately pleased and pained, surprised and not surprised, listened in silent attention. "You're never like me, dear Elinor, or I'd be amazed at how calm you are now. If I had sat down to wish for any possible good for our family, I would have chosen Colonel Brandon marrying one of you as the most desirable outcome, and I believe Marianne will be happier with him than you would be." Elinor was tempted to ask why she thought so, since she was sure that no reason based on an unbiased consideration of their ages, personalities, or feelings could be given. But her mother was always carried away by her imagination on any interesting subject, so instead of asking, she just smiled. "He opened his heart to me completely yesterday as we traveled. It came out quite unexpectedly, completely unplanned. I, as you can imagine, could talk of nothing but my child, and he couldn't hide his distress. I saw that it equaled my own, and he, perhaps thinking that mere friendship wouldn't justify such deep sympathy, or rather not thinking at all, I suppose, gave in to irresistible feelings and told me about his earnest, tender, constant love for Marianne. He has loved her, my Elinor, from the very first moment he saw her." Here, however, Elinor realized she was hearing not Colonel Brandon's actual words or declarations, but the natural embellishments of her mother's active imagination, which shaped everything to be as delightful as she wanted it to be. His feelings for her, infinitely beyond anything Willoughby ever felt or pretended to feel, so much warmer, more sincere and constant, have lasted through all his knowledge of dear Marianne's unhappy infatuation with that worthless young man. And without selfishness, without encouraging any hope, he could have watched her be happy with someone else. Such a noble mind, such openness, such sincerity, no one could be deceived about his character. "Colonel Brandon's character as an excellent man is well established," said Elinor. "I know it is," replied her mother seriously, "or after such a warning, I would be the last to encourage such feelings or even to be pleased by them. But his coming for me as he did, with such active, ready friendship, is enough to prove him one of the most worthy men." "His character, however," answered Elinor, "doesn't rest on just one act of kindness, which his love for Marianne would have prompted him to do even if basic humanity hadn't. Mrs. Jennings and the Middletons have known him well for a long time. They both love and respect him, and even my own knowledge of him, though recently acquired, is considerable. I value and respect him so highly that if Marianne can be happy with him, I'll be as ready as you are to think our connection the greatest blessing in the world." "What answer did you give him? Did you allow him to hope?" "Oh, my dear, I couldn't talk of hope then, either to him or to myself. Marianne might have been dying at that very moment, but he didn't ask for hope or encouragement. It was an involuntary confidence, an irrepressible outpouring to a comforting friend, not a request to a parent. Yet after a while I did say, for at first I was completely overcome, that if she lived, as I trusted she would, my greatest happiness would be in promoting their marriage. And since we arrived, since our wonderful relief, I've repeated this to him more fully and given him every encouragement I can." Time, just a little time, I tell him, will fix everything. Marianne's heart won't be wasted forever on a man like Willoughby. His own good qualities will soon win it. Judging from the Colonel's mood, however, you haven't made him equally optimistic. No, he thinks Marianne's feelings are too deep for any change except over a very long time, and even if her heart became free again, he's too unsure of himself to believe that with such a difference in age and personality he could ever win her love. But there he's completely wrong. His age is only enough beyond hers to be an advantage, to make his character and principles stable. And his personality, I'm convinced, is exactly what would make your sister happy. His appearance and manners are also in his favor. My bias doesn't blind me. He's certainly not as handsome as Willoughby, but at the same time, there's something much more appealing about his face. There was always something, if you remember, in Willoughby's eyes at times that I didn't like. Elinor couldn't remember it, but her mother, without waiting for her agreement, continued. And his manners. The Colonel's manners are not only more pleasing to me than Willoughby's ever were, but they are the kind I know would be more genuinely attractive to Marianne. Their gentleness, their sincere attention to other people, and their natural, unaffected simplicity suit her real personality much better than the liveliness, often artificial and often inappropriate, of the other man. I'm very sure that even if Willoughby had turned out to be as truly good as he's proved to be the opposite, Marianne would never have been as happy with him as she will be with Colonel Brandon. She paused. Her daughter couldn't quite agree with her, but since her disagreement wasn't heard, it caused no offense. At Delaford, she'll be within easy reach of me, added Mrs. Dashwood, even if I stay at Barton. And very likely, since I hear it's a large village, there must certainly be some small house or cottage nearby that would suit us just as well as where we live now. Poor Elinor, here was a new plan for getting her to Delaford, but she remained determined to resist. His fortune, too. At my age, you know, everyone cares about that. And though I neither know nor want to know what it really is, I'm sure it must be substantial. Here they were interrupted by someone else entering, and Elinor withdrew to think it all over privately, to wish success for her friend, and yet, in wishing it, to feel a pang of sympathy for Willoughby. Chapter 46. Marianne's brief illness and quick recovery. With youth, natural strength, and her mother's presence to help, Marianne's recovery went so smoothly that she was able to move into Mrs. Palmer's dressing room within 4 days of her mother's arrival. Once there, at her own request, she was eager to thank him for bringing her mother. Colonel Brandon was invited to visit her. His emotion when he entered the room, seeing how illness had changed her, and receiving the pale hand she immediately held out to him, was so intense that Elinor suspected it came from something more than his love for Marianne, or the knowledge that others were aware of his feelings. She soon noticed in his sad eyes and changing expression as he looked at her sister the likely return of many painful memories, brought back by the resemblance between Marianne and Eliza that he had already acknowledged, and now strengthened by her hollow eyes, sickly complexion, and weak posture as she lay there expressing her special gratitude. Mrs. Dashwood watched just as carefully as her daughter, but with a very different perspective and therefore seeing very different things. She saw nothing in the Colonel's behavior except the most natural and obvious emotions, while in Marianne's actions and words she convinced herself that something more than gratitude was already beginning to show. After another day or two, with Marianne visibly growing stronger every 12 hours, Mrs. Dashwood, urged by both her own wishes and her daughter's, began to talk about returning to Barton. Her plans would determine what her two friends did. Mrs. Jennings couldn't leave Cleveland while the Dashwoods were staying, and Colonel Brandon was soon convinced by their joint request to consider his own stay there equally fixed, if not equally necessary. At his and Mrs. Jennings's request in return, Mrs. Dashwood was persuaded to accept the use of his carriage for her journey back, to better accommodate her sick daughter. The Colonel, at the joint invitation of Mrs. Dashwood and Mrs. Jennings, whose active good nature made her friendly and welcoming for other people as well as herself, agreed with pleasure to return the favor by visiting the cottage in a few weeks. The day of departure arrived. Marianne said a particularly long farewell to Mrs. Jennings, so earnestly grateful, so full of respect and kind wishes that it seemed to come from her heart's secret acknowledgement of past rudeness. She said goodbye to Colonel Brandon with the warmth of a friend, and he carefully helped her into the carriage, seeming anxious that she should take up at least half of it. Mrs. Dashwood and Elinor followed, and the others were left to talk about the travelers and feel their own loneliness, until Mrs. Jennings was called to her carriage to find comfort in gossiping with her maid about losing her 2 young companions. Colonel Brandon immediately afterward took his solitary way to Dashwood. The Dashwoods were 2 days on the road, and Marianne handled the journey on both days without serious fatigue. Everything that the most devoted love and anxious care could do to make her comfortable was provided by each watchful companion, and each found their reward in her physical ease and calm spirits. For Elinor, observing the latter was particularly gratifying. She had seen her sister week after week constantly suffering, oppressed by heartache that she had neither the courage to speak of nor the strength to hide. Now she saw with a joy that no one else could equally share an apparent peace of mind that, being the result of serious reflection as she hoped, would eventually lead to contentment and happiness. As they approached Barton and entered scenes where every field and tree brought some particular, painful memory, Marianne grew silent and thoughtful. Turning her face away from their notice, she sat earnestly gazing through the window. But Elinor could neither wonder at this nor blame her. When she saw, as she helped Marianne from the carriage, that she had been crying, she saw only an emotion too natural to raise anything less tender than pity, and in its quiet restraint deserving of praise. In all of her subsequent behavior, she could trace the direction of a mind awakened to reasonable effort. As soon as they entered their common sitting room, Marianne looked around it with an expression of determined firmness, as if resolved at once to get used to the sight of every object connected with memories of Willoughby. She said little, but every sentence aimed at cheerfulness, and though a sigh sometimes escaped her, it never passed without being followed by a smile. After dinner, she wanted to try her piano. She went to it, but the first music her eyes rested on was an opera that Willoughby had gotten for her, containing some of their favorite duets and bearing her own name in his handwriting on the cover. That wouldn't do. She shook her head, put the music aside, and after running her fingers over the keys for a minute, complained that her fingers felt weak and closed the instrument again. However, she declared firmly as she did so that she would practice much more in the future. The next morning brought no lessening of these happy signs. On the contrary, with mind and body alike strengthened by rest, she looked and spoke with more genuine spirit, looking forward to Margaret's return and talking of the dear family group that would then be restored, of their shared activities and cheerful company, as the only happiness worth wanting. "When the weather settles, and I've recovered my strength," she said, "we'll take long walks together every day. We'll walk to the farm at the edge of the hill and see how the children are doing. We'll walk to Sir John's new plantings at Barton Cross and the Abeland, and we'll often go to the old ruins of the Priory and try to trace its foundations as far as we're told they once reached. I know we'll be happy. I know the summer will pass happily. I plan never to get up later than 6, and from that time, until dinner, I'll divide every moment between music and reading. I've made my plan and am determined to begin a course of serious study. Our own library is too familiar to me to use for anything beyond simple entertainment, but there are many works worth reading at the park, and there are others of more recent publication that I know I can borrow from Colonel Brandon. By reading only 6 hours a day, I'll gain over the course of a year a great deal of knowledge that I now feel I lack." Elinor respected her for a plan that began so nobly, though she smiled to see the same eager imagination that had been leading her to extreme lazy indolence and selfish, complaining, now working to introduce excess into a scheme of such reasonable activity and virtuous self-control. Her smile changed to a sigh, however, when she remembered that her promise to Willoughby was still unfulfilled, and she feared she had something to tell that might again unsettle Marianne's mind and ruin, at least for a time, this promising prospect of productive peace. Wanting to delay the difficult moment, she decided to wait until her sister's health was more secure before she told her. But the resolution was made only to be broken. Marianne had been home 2 or 3 days before the weather was fine enough for someone as weak as herself to venture out. But at last a soft, mild morning appeared, one that might tempt the daughter's wishes and gain the mother's confidence. Marianne, leaning on Elinor's arm, was allowed to walk as long as she could without fatigue in the lane in front of the house. The sisters set out at a pace as slow as Marianne's weakness in exercise she hadn't tried since her illness required. They had advanced only far enough beyond the house to get a full view of the hill, the important hill behind, when, pausing with her eyes turned toward it, Marianne calmly said, "There, exactly there, pointing with one hand, on that jutting mound, there I fell, and there I first saw Willoughby." Her voice dropped with the word, but recovering quickly she added, "I'm thankful to find that I can look at the spot with so little pain. Will we ever talk about that subject, Elinor?" she said hesitantly. Or would it be wrong? I can talk about it now, I hope, as I should. Elinor gently encouraged her to be open. As for regret, said Marianne, I'm done with that as far as he's concerned. I don't mean to tell you what my feelings were for him, but what they are now. At present, if I could be satisfied on one point, if I could be allowed to think that he wasn't always pretending, not always deceiving me. But above all, if I could be assured that he never was as wicked as my fears have sometimes imagined him, since the story of that unfortunate girl. She stopped. Elinor gratefully treasured her words as she answered, If you could be assured of that, you think you'd be at peace. Yes, my peace of mind is doubly involved in it, for not only is it horrible to suspect someone who has been what he has been to me of such schemes, but what must it make me appear to myself? What, in a situation like mine, but the most shamefully unguarded love could expose me to? How then, asked her sister, would you explain his behavior? I would assume him, oh, how gladly would I assume him, only unfaithful, very, very unfaithful. Elinor said no more. She was debating whether to begin her story immediately or wait until Marianne was stronger, and they walked on for a few minutes in silence. I'm not wishing him too much good, said Marianne at last with a sigh, when I hope his private thoughts are no more unpleasant than my own. He'll suffer enough from them. Do you compare your behavior with his? No, I compare it with what it should have been. I compare it with yours. Our situations have been very different. They've been more similar than our behavior. Don't, my dearest Elinor, let your kindness defend what I know your judgment must criticize. My illness has made me think. It has given me time and calm for serious reflection. Long before I was well enough to talk, I was perfectly able to think. I considered the past. I saw in my own behavior since we met him last autumn nothing but a series of bad judgment toward myself and unkindness to others. I saw that my own feelings had prepared my suffering, and that my lack of strength under them had almost led me to the grave. My illness, I well knew, had been entirely brought on by myself through such neglect of my own health as I had felt even at the time was wrong. Had I died, it would have been suicide. I didn't know my danger until the danger was past, but with the feelings these thoughts gave me, I'm amazed at my recovery, amazed that my very eagerness to live, to have time to make amends to my God and to you all, didn't kill me at once. Had I died, in what particular misery would I have left you, my nurse, my friend, my sister? You, who had seen all the irritable selfishness of my recent days, who had known all the complaints of my heart, how would I have lived in your memory? My mother, too, how could you have comforted her? I can't express my own disgust with myself. Whenever I looked back, I saw some duty neglected or some failing indulged. Everyone seemed injured by me. The kindness, the constant kindness of Mrs. Jennings, I had repaid with ungrateful contempt. To the Middletons, to the Palmers, the Steeles, to every casual acquaintance even, I had been rude and unfair, the heart hardened against their good qualities and a temper irritated by their very attention. To John, to Fanny, yes, even to them, little as they deserve, I had given less than their due. But you above all, above my mother, had been wronged by me. I, and only I, knew your heart and its sorrows, yet how did it influence me? Not to any compassion that could help you or myself. Your example was before me, but to what use? Was I more considerate of you and your comfort? Did I copy your patience, or lessen your burdens, by taking any part in those duties of general courtesy or particular gratitude that you had been left to handle alone? No. No less when I knew you to be unhappy than when I had believed you at ease did I turn away from every effort of duty or friendship, barely allowing sorrow to exist except in me, regretting only that heart which had deserted and wronged me, and leaving you, for whom I claimed unlimited love, to be miserable for my sake. Here the rapid flow of her self-accusing spirit stopped, and Elinor, eager to comfort though too honest to flatter, immediately gave her the praise and support that her honesty and repentance so well deserved. Marianne pressed her hand and replied, You're very good. The future must be my proof. I've made my plan, and if I'm capable of sticking to it, my feelings will be controlled and my temper improved. They won't worry others anymore or torture myself. I'll now live solely for my family. You, my mother and Margaret, must from now on be all the world to me. You'll share my love entirely among you. From you, from my home, I'll never again have the smallest reason to move. And if I do mix in other society, it will only be to show that my spirit is humbled, my heart changed, and that I can practice the courtesies, the smaller duties of life, with gentleness and patience. As for Willoughby, to say that I'll soon or that I'll ever forget him would be pointless. His memory can't be overcome by any change of circumstances or opinions, but it will be controlled, it will be checked by religion, by reason, by constant activity. She paused and added in a low voice, "If I could only know his heart, everything would become easy." Elinor, who had been thinking for some time about whether it was right or wrong to quickly risk telling her story, without feeling any closer to a decision than at first, heard this. Realizing that since reflection did nothing, action must do everything, she soon found herself leading to the facts. She managed the telling, she hoped, skillfully. She prepared her anxious listener carefully, related simply and honestly the main points on which Willoughby based his apology, did justice to his repentance, and softened only his claims of present affection. Marianne said not a word. She trembled. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, and her lips became whiter than even sickness had left them. 1,000 questions sprang up from her heart, but she dared not ask one. She caught every word with breathless eagerness. Her hand, without her knowing, tightly pressed her sister's, and tears covered her cheeks. Elinor, worried she was getting tired, led her toward home, until they reached the door of the cottage, easily guessing what her curiosity must be, though no question was allowed to speak it. She talked of nothing but Willoughby and their conversation together, and was carefully detailed in every particular of speech and look where such detail could be safely shared. As soon as they entered the house, Marianne, with a kiss of gratitude and these 2 words just audible through her tears, "Tell Mama," left her sister and walked slowly upstairs. Elinor wouldn't try to disturb such reasonable solitude as she now sought. With a mind anxiously anticipating the result and resolving to bring up the subject again if Marianne failed to do so, she turned into the parlor to fulfill her parting request. Chapter 47. Mrs. Dashwood couldn't help but be moved by this defense of someone she had once favored. She was relieved that he had been cleared of some of the accusations against him. She felt sorry for him and wished him happiness, but the feelings from the past couldn't be brought back. Nothing could restore him to Marianne with unbroken faith and an unblemished character. Nothing could erase the knowledge of what Marianne had suffered because of him, or remove his guilt in how he had treated Eliza. Nothing could restore him to his former place in her regard, or harm Colonel Brandon's chances with Marianne. If Mrs. Dashwood had heard Willoughby's story directly from him, as her daughter had, if she had witnessed his distress and been influenced by his appearance and manner, her compassion would probably have been greater. But Elinor had neither the power nor the desire to stir up such feelings in someone else through her second-hand account, feelings that had initially been awakened in herself. Reflection had calmed her judgment and sobered her opinion of what Willoughby deserved. She wanted, therefore, to tell only the simple truth and present only the facts that were really relevant to his character, without any embellishment of tenderness that might mislead anyone. In the evening, when all 3 of them were together, Marianne began to speak of him again on her own. But it clearly took effort. You could see it in the restless, anxious thoughtfulness she had been sitting in for some time, her rising color as she spoke, and her unsteady voice. "I want to assure you both," she said, "that I see everything the way you want me to." Mrs. Dashwood would have interrupted her immediately with soothing words, but Elinor, who really wanted to hear her sister's unbiased opinion, made an urgent gesture for her to stay quiet. Marianne slowly continued. "What Elinor told me this morning is a great relief to me. I've now heard exactly what I wanted to hear." For a few moments her voice failed her, but recovering herself, she added with greater calm than before, "I'm now perfectly satisfied. I want nothing to change. I never could have been happy with him after knowing, as sooner or later I would have had to know, all of this. I would have had no confidence, no respect. Nothing could have changed those feelings." I know it," her mother cried. "Happy with a man who lives so recklessly, with someone who destroyed the peace of our dearest friend and the best of men? No, my Marianne doesn't have the kind of heart that could be made happy with such a man. Her conscience, her sensitive conscience, would have felt everything that her husband's conscience should have felt." Marianne sighed and repeated, "I want nothing to change." "You're looking at this," said Elinor, "exactly as any good mind with sound judgment must look at it. And I'm sure you can see, as well as I can, not only in this but in many other ways, plenty of reason to be convinced that marrying him would have involved you in many certain troubles and disappointments. And you would have been poorly supported by his affection, which was much less certain than yours. If you had married, you would always have been poor. Even he admits he's extravagant, and everything he does shows that self-denial is a concept he barely understands. His demands and your inexperience together, living on a small, very small, income, would have brought on hardships that wouldn't have been any less painful to you just because you had never known or thought about them before. Your sense of honor and honesty would have led you, I know, once you understood your situation, to try every economy that seemed possible to you. And perhaps, as long as your frugality only cut back on your own comfort, you might have been allowed to practice it. But beyond that, and how little could your efforts alone do to stop the financial ruin that had begun before your marriage? Beyond that, if you had tried, however reasonably, to cut back on his pleasures, isn't it likely that instead of convincing someone so selfish to agree to it, you would have lessened your own influence over his heart and made him regret the marriage that had gotten him into such difficulties? Marianne's lips trembled, and she repeated the word selfish in a tone that seemed to ask, "Do you really think he's selfish?" "Everything he's done," Elinor replied, "from beginning to end of this whole affair has been based on selfishness. It was selfishness that first made him play with your feelings. Later, when his own feelings were involved, it made him delay confessing it. And finally, it's what made him leave Barton. His own enjoyment, or his own comfort, was his guiding principle in every single thing." "That's very true. My happiness was never what he cared about." "Right now," Elinor continued, "he regrets what he's done. And why does he regret it? Because he's found that it hasn't worked out for him. It hasn't made him happy. His financial situation is fine now. He doesn't suffer from that kind of problem anymore. He just thinks he's married a woman with a less pleasant personality than yours. But does that mean he would have been happy if he had married you? The problems would have been different. He would have suffered from money troubles, which he now thinks are nothing because they're gone. He would have had a wife whose personality he couldn't complain about, but he would always have been needy, always poor. And he probably would have quickly learned to rank the countless comforts of a clear estate and good income as far more important to domestic happiness than just having a wife with a good temper." "I have no doubt about that," said Marianne, "and I have nothing to regret, nothing except my own foolishness." "You should blame your mother's poor judgment instead, my child," said Mrs. Dashwood. "She should be held responsible." Marianne wouldn't let her continue. Elinor, satisfied that each of them understood their own mistakes, wanted to avoid any review of the past that might hurt her sister's spirits, so she immediately went on with the first topic. "I think we can fairly draw one conclusion from this whole story, that all of Willoughby's difficulties stem from his first offense against virtue, in how he treated Eliza Williams. That crime has been the source of every smaller one and of all his current unhappiness." Marianne agreed wholeheartedly with this observation, and her mother was led by it to list Colonel Brandon's suffering and good qualities, as warmly as friendship and purpose could inspire her. Her daughter didn't look, however, as if she was hearing much of it. As Elinor had expected, she saw over the next 2 or 3 days that Marianne didn't continue to gain strength as she had been doing. But while her determination remained strong and she still tried to appear cheerful and comfortable, her sister could safely trust that time would help her health. Margaret returned, and the family was all together again, quietly settled back at the cottage. If they weren't pursuing their usual activities with quite as much energy as when they first came to Barton, at least they were planning to do so enthusiastically in the future. Elinor grew impatient for some news of Edward. She had heard nothing about him since leaving London, nothing new about his plans, nothing certain even about where he was living now. Some letters had been exchanged between her and her brother because of Marianne's illness, and in the first of John's letters, there had been this sentence: "We know nothing about our unfortunate Edward, and we can't ask questions about such a forbidden subject, but we assume he's still at Oxford." That was all the information about Edward that the correspondence gave her, because his name wasn't even mentioned in any of the following letters. However, she wasn't doomed to remain ignorant of what he was doing for long. Their servant had been sent to Exeter on business one morning, and when he was serving at the table and had answered his mistress's questions about how his errand had gone, he volunteered this information. "I suppose you know, ma'am, that Mr. Ferrars is married." Marianne gave a violent start, stared at Elinor, saw her turning pale, and fell back in her chair in hysterics. Mrs. Dashwood, whose eyes had instinctively looked in the same direction as she answered the servant's question, was shocked to see from Elinor's face how much she was really suffering. A moment later, equally distressed by Marianne's condition, she didn't know which child needed her attention more. The servant, who only saw that Miss Marianne had been taken ill, had the sense to call one of the maids. She and Mrs. Dashwood helped Marianne into the other room. By that time, Marianne was feeling a bit better, and her mother left her in Margaret's and the maid's care and returned to Elinor. Though still very upset, Elinor had recovered her reasoning and voice enough to just begin questioning Thomas about where he had gotten his information. Mrs. Dashwood immediately took over that task, and Elinor got the benefit of the information without having to make the effort to seek it. "Who told you that Mr. Ferrars was married, Thomas?" "I saw Mr. Ferrars myself, ma'am, this morning in Exeter, and his lady too, Miss Steele, as she used to be. They were stopped in a carriage at the door of the New London Inn when I went there with a message from Sally at the park to her brother, who is one of the post boys. I happened to look up as I went by the carriage, and I saw right away that it was the youngest Miss Steele. So I took off my hat, and she recognized me and called to me, and asked after you, ma'am, and the young ladies, especially Miss Marianne. She told me to give you her compliments and Mr. Ferrars's their best compliments and service, and said how sorry they were that they didn't have time to come and see you. But they were in a great hurry to keep going, because they were going further down for a little while. However, when they come back, they'd be sure to come and see you. But did she tell you she was married, Thomas? Yes, ma'am. She smiled and said how she had changed her name since she was in these parts. She was always a very friendly and talkative young lady, and very well behaved, so I took the liberty of wishing her joy. Was Mr. Ferrars in the carriage with her? Yes, ma'am, I just saw him leaning back in it, but he didn't look up. He was never much of a gentleman for talking. Elinor's heart could easily explain why he didn't put himself forward, and Mrs. Dashwood probably found the same explanation. Was there anyone else in the carriage? No, ma'am, only the two of them. Do you know where they came from? They came straight from town, as Miss Lucy, Mrs. Ferrars told me. And are they going further west? Yes, ma'am, but not to stay long. They'll be back again soon, and then they'd be sure to call here. Mrs. Dashwood now looked at her daughter, but Elinor knew better than to expect them. She recognized Lucy's style in the whole message and was very confident that Edward would never come near them. She quietly observed to her mother that they were probably going down to Mr. Pratt's near Plymouth. Thomas seemed to have finished his news. Elinor looked as if she wanted to hear more. Did you see them leave before you came away? No, ma'am, the horses were just being brought out, but I couldn't stay any longer. I was afraid of being late. Did Mrs. Ferrars look well? Yes, ma'am, she said she was very well, and in my opinion she was always a very handsome young lady, and she seemed very happy. Mrs. Dashwood couldn't think of any other questions, and Thomas and the tablecloth, both no longer needed, were soon dismissed. Marianne had already sent word that she wouldn't eat anything more. Mrs. Dashwood and Elinor had equally lost their appetites, and Margaret might consider herself very lucky that despite all the anxiety both her sisters had experienced lately, and all the reason they had often had to be careless about their meals, she had never been forced to go without her dinner before. When the dessert and wine were set out, and Mrs. Dashwood and Elinor were left by themselves, they remained together for a long time in similar thoughtfulness and silence. Mrs. Dashwood was afraid to risk any comment and didn't dare offer consolation. She now realized that she had been wrong to rely on Elinor's portrayal of her own feelings. She correctly concluded that everything had been deliberately softened at the time to spare her from additional unhappiness, since she had been suffering so much for Marianne then. She found that she had been misled by her daughter's careful, considered attention into thinking that the attachment, which she had once understood so well, was much slighter in reality than she had believed, or than it was now proven to be. She feared that under this mistaken belief she had been unfair, inattentive, even almost unkind to her Elinor. Marianne's suffering, because it was more acknowledged and more immediately visible, had taken up too much of her tenderness and led her to forget that in Elinor she might have a daughter suffering almost as much, certainly with less reason to blame herself and with greater courage. Chapter 48. Elinor now understood the difference between expecting an unpleasant event and actually experiencing it. Her mind could be told to think about it rationally, but that didn't make it any easier. She realized now that despite herself, she had always held on to hope while Edward remained single that something would happen to prevent his marriage to Lucy. She had imagined that he might change his mind, that friends might intervene, or that Lucy might find a better opportunity elsewhere, something that would make everyone happier. But he was married now, and she blamed herself for the secret hope that had made the news so much more painful. It surprised her at first that he had married so soon, before he could even be ordained and take possession of his position at the church. But she quickly understood how Lucy, always looking out for herself and eager to secure him, would ignore everything except the risk of waiting. They were married in London and now rushing down to her uncle's house. What had Edward felt being just 4 miles from Barton, seeing her mother's servant, hearing Lucy's message? They would probably settle at Delaford soon. Delaford, the place she was so curious about but wanted to avoid at the same time. She could picture them instantly in their parsonage, Lucy as the busy, scheming manager, trying to look fashionable while being incredibly frugal, ashamed if anyone discovered half her money-saving tricks. She would focus entirely on her own interests, trying to win favor with Colonel Brandon, Mrs. Jennings, and every wealthy friend they had. As for Edward, she didn't know what she saw in him, or what she wanted to see. Happy or unhappy, nothing about him pleased her anymore. She turned away from every image of him. Elinor hoped that someone from their London connections would write to announce the wedding and provide more details, but day after day passed without any letter or news. Though she wasn't sure anyone was actually to blame, she found fault with every absent friend. They were all thoughtless or lazy. "When do you plan to write to Colonel Brandon?" she asked, the question coming from her impatient desire for something to happen. "I wrote to him last week, my dear, and I expect to see him rather than hear from him again. I really pushed for him to visit us, so I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up today, tomorrow, or any day now." This gave her something to look forward to. Colonel Brandon must have some information to share. She had barely decided this when she spotted a man on horseback outside the window. He stopped at their gate. It was a gentleman. It was Colonel Brandon himself. Now she could learn more, and she trembled with anticipation. But it wasn't Colonel Brandon, not his bearing or his height. If it were possible, she would have to say it was Edward. She looked again. He had just gotten off his horse. She couldn't be mistaken. It was Edward. She moved away and sat down. "He's coming from Mr. Pratt specifically to see us. I will stay calm. I will control myself." She quickly realized the others had also noticed the mistake. She saw her mother and Marianne change color, saw them look at her and whisper to each other. She would have given anything to be able to speak and make them understand that she hoped they wouldn't act cold or dismissive toward him, but she couldn't find her voice and had to leave everything to their judgment. No one spoke aloud. They all waited silently for their visitor to appear. His footsteps could be heard on the gravel path. In a moment he was in the hallway, and then he was standing before them. His expression as he entered the room wasn't happy enough, even for Elinor. His face was pale with anxiety, and he looked afraid of how they might receive him, knowing he didn't deserve a kind welcome. Mrs. Dashwood, however, trying to follow what she believed were her daughter's wishes, the daughter whose judgment she now wanted to trust in everything, greeted him with forced pleasantness, shook his hand, and congratulated him. He blushed and stammered out an incomprehensible response. Elinor's lips had moved along with her mother's, and when the moment passed, she wished she had shaken his hand too. But it was too late, and trying to look welcoming, she sat back down and talked about the weather. Marianne had retreated as far out of sight as possible to hide her distress, and Margaret, understanding part but not all of the situation, felt she should act dignified and took a seat as far from him as she could, maintaining complete silence. When Elinor finished commenting on how dry the season had been, an extremely awkward silence fell. Mrs. Dashwood broke it, feeling obliged to express hope that he had left Mrs. Ferrars in good health. He replied hastily in the affirmative. Another pause. Elinor, determined to make an effort despite fearing the sound of her own voice, asked, "Is Mrs. Ferrars at Longstaple?" "At Longstaple," he replied, looking surprised. "No, my mother is in town." "I meant," said Elinor, picking up some needlework from the table, "to ask about Mrs. Edward Ferrars." She didn't dare look up, but her mother and Marianne both stared at him. He blushed, seemed confused, looked uncertain, and after some hesitation said, "Perhaps you mean my brother, you mean Mrs. Robert Ferrars." "Mrs. Robert Ferrars." Marianne and her mother repeated in complete amazement. Though Elinor couldn't speak, even her eyes were fixed on him with the same impatient wonder. He got up and walked to the window, apparently not knowing what to do. He picked up a pair of scissors lying there, and while destroying both the scissors and their case by cutting the latter to pieces, said hurriedly, "Perhaps you don't know, you may not have heard that my brother recently married the youngest, Miss Lucy Steele." Everyone except Elinor echoed his words in unspeakable amazement. She sat with her head bent over her work, so agitated she hardly knew where she was. "Yes," he said, "they were married last week and are now at Dawlish." Elinor couldn't take it anymore. She almost ran from the room, and as soon as the door closed, burst into tears of joy that she thought would never stop. Edward, who until then had looked anywhere but at her, saw her rush away and perhaps saw, or even heard, her emotion. Immediately afterward, he fell into deep thought that no comments, questions, or affectionate words from Mrs. Dashwood could break through. Finally, without saying a word, he left the room and walked toward the village, leaving the others in complete amazement and confusion about this wonderful and sudden change in his situation. A confusion they could only try to resolve through their own guesses. Chapter 49. The mysterious circumstances of his release. Everyone was certain that Edward was free, and they could all easily predict what he would do with that freedom. After experiencing the troubles of one reckless engagement made without his mother's consent, something he'd endured for more than 4 years, nothing less could be expected when that failed than for him to immediately enter into another one. His mission at Barton was actually simple. He only wanted to ask Elinor to marry him. Considering he wasn't completely inexperienced with such questions, it was strange that he felt so uncomfortable about it this time, so much in need of encouragement and fresh air. How quickly he worked up the proper resolve, how soon an opportunity presented itself, what he said, and how she responded don't need to be told in detail. This much is enough. When they all sat down to dinner at 4 o'clock, about 3 hours after his arrival, he had won his lady, secured her mother's consent, and was not only declaring his love like any rapturous lover, but was genuinely one of the happiest men alive. His situation was indeed unusually joyful. He had more than the ordinary triumph of accepted love to fill his heart and lift his spirits. He was freed, without any blame to himself, from an entanglement that had long made him miserable, from a woman he had long stopped loving. And he was instantly elevated to security with another woman, something he must have thought of with near despair once he began to desire it. He wasn't brought from doubt or uncertainty, but from misery to happiness. The change showed itself in such genuine, flowing, grateful cheerfulness as his friends had never seen in him before. His heart was now open to Elinor, all its weaknesses and mistakes confessed, his first boyish attachment to Lucy discussed with all the philosophical dignity of his 24 years. It was a foolish, pointless infatuation on my part, he said, the result of knowing nothing about the world and having nothing to do. If my brother had given me some active profession when I left Mr. Pratt's care at 18, I think, no, I'm sure, it never would have happened. Though I left Longstaple thinking I had an unshakable preference for his niece. If I'd had any career or goal to occupy my time and keep me away from her for a few months, I would have quickly gotten over the imagined attachment, especially by mixing more with the world, as I would have had to do in that case. But instead of having anything to do, instead of having any profession chosen for me, or being allowed to choose one myself, I came home to be completely idle. For the first year afterward, I didn't even have the token occupation that attending university would have provided, since I didn't enter Oxford until I was 19. So I had absolutely nothing in the world to do but imagine myself in love. Since my mother didn't make our home completely comfortable, since I had no friend or companion in my brother and disliked meeting new people, it was natural for me to spend time at Longstaple, where I always felt at home and was always welcome. I spent most of my time there from age 18 to 19. Lucy seemed everything that was sweet and accommodating. She was pretty too, at least I thought so then. I'd seen so few other women that I couldn't make comparisons or see any flaws. Considering everything, I hope that foolish as our engagement was, foolish as it's since proven to be in every way, it wasn't an unnatural or inexcusable piece of folly at the time. The change that a few hours had brought to the minds and happiness of the Dashwoods was so great that it promised them all a sleepless night. Mrs. Dashwood was too happy to be comfortable. She didn't know how to love Edward enough, or praise Elinor enough, how to be grateful enough for his release without hurting his feelings, or how to give them privacy for unrestricted conversation while still enjoying the sight and company of both, as she wished. Marianne could only express her happiness through tears. Comparisons kept occurring to her, regrets kept arising, and her joy, though as sincere as her love for her sister, was the kind that gave her neither energy nor words. But Elinor, how can her feelings be described? From the moment she learned that Lucy was married to someone else and Edward was free, to the moment he justified the hopes that had instantly followed, she was everything by turns except calm. But once that second moment had passed, when every doubt and worry was removed, when she compared her situation to what it had been so recently, saw him honorably released from his former engagement, saw him instantly taking advantage of that release to propose to her and declare an affection as tender and constant as she had always believed it to be, she was overwhelmed by her own happiness. Though the human mind is naturally inclined to easily get used to any change for the better, it took several hours for her spirits to settle or for her heart to find any degree of peace. Edward was now staying at the cottage for at least a week. Whatever other demands might be made on him, it was impossible that less than a week should be devoted to enjoying Elinor's company, or be enough to say half of what needed to be said about the past, present, and future. Though a few hours of hard work talking nonstop will cover more topics than can really exist between any two reasonable people, it's different with lovers. Between them, no subject is finished, no communication is complete until it's been gone over at least 20 times. Lucy's marriage, the constant and understandable amazement among them, all naturally formed one of the lovers' earliest discussions. Elinor's particular knowledge of both parties made it appear to her, from every angle, as one of the most extraordinary and incomprehensible circumstances she'd ever heard. How they could have been thrown together, and what attraction could have drawn Robert to marry a girl whose beauty she'd heard him speak of without any admiration, a girl already engaged to his brother, and on whose account that brother had been disowned by his family, was beyond her ability to understand. To her heart, it was a delightful situation. To her imagination, it was even ridiculous, but to her reason and judgment, it was completely puzzling. Edward could only attempt an explanation by supposing that perhaps, when they first met accidentally, one person's vanity had been so worked on by the other's flattery as to gradually lead to everything else. Elinor remembered what Robert had told her on Harley Street about his opinion of what his own intervention in his brother's affairs might have accomplished if applied in time. She repeated it to Edward. That was exactly like Robert, was his immediate observation. And that, he added, might have been in his head when their acquaintance first began, and Lucy might at first have thought only of securing his good offices in my favor. Other plans might have come later. How long it had been going on between them, however, he was as unable as she was to figure out. At Oxford, where he'd remained by choice ever since leaving London, he'd had no way of hearing about her except from herself, and her letters to the very end had been as frequent and affectionate as usual. He'd never had the slightest suspicion to prepare him for what followed. When it finally hit him in a letter from Lucy herself, he'd been for some time, he believed, half stupefied by the wonder, horror, and joy of such deliverance. He put the letter in Elinor's hands. Dear Sir, being very sure I have long lost your affections, I have thought myself free to give my own to another, and have no doubt of being as happy with him as I once used to think I might be with you. But I refuse to accept a hand while the heart belonged to another. I sincerely wish you happiness in your choice, and it won't be my fault if we are not always good friends, as our close relationship now makes proper. I can safely say I bear you no ill will, and am sure you will be too generous to do us any harm. Your brother has gained my affections entirely, and since we could not live without one another, we have just returned from the altar, and are now on our way to Dawlish for a few weeks, which place your dear brother is very curious to see. But I thought I would first trouble you with these few lines, and shall always remain your sincere well-wisher, friend and sister, Lucy Ferrars. I have burned all your letters, and will return your picture at the first opportunity. Please destroy my scribbles, but you are very welcome to keep the ring with my hair. Elinor read it and returned it without comment. I won't ask your opinion of it as a piece of writing, said Edward. I wouldn't have wanted you to see a letter of hers in the old days for anything in the world. In a sister it's bad enough, but in a wife, how I used to blush over her writing. I believe I can say that since the first 6 months of our foolish business, this is the only letter I ever got from her where the content made up for the poor style. However it came about, said Elinor after a pause, they are certainly married, and your mother has brought the most appropriate punishment on herself. The independence she settled on Robert out of resentment against you has put it in his power to make his own choice. She has actually been bribing one son with £1,000 a year to do the very thing she disinherited the other for intending to do. She will hardly be less hurt by Robert's marrying Lucy than she would have been by your marrying her. She'll be more hurt by it, because Robert was always her favorite. She'll be more hurt by it, and for the same reason will forgive him much sooner. Edward didn't know the current state of affairs between them, since he hadn't yet attempted any communication with his family. He'd left Oxford within 24 hours after Lucy's letter arrived, and with only one goal, the fastest road to Barton, he'd had no time to form any plan that wasn't directly connected to that road. He couldn't do anything until he was sure of his fate with Miss Dashwood, and from his speed in seeking that fate, it can be supposed that despite the jealousy with which he'd once thought of Colonel Brandon, despite how modestly he rated his own worth and how politely he spoke of his doubts, he didn't really expect a very cruel reception. It was his job to say he did, though, and he said it very nicely. What he might say on the subject a year later must be left to the imagination of husbands and wives. That Lucy had certainly meant to deceive and to leave with a flourish of malice against him in her message through Thomas was perfectly clear to Elinor. Edward himself, now fully enlightened about her character, had no hesitation in believing her capable of the worst kind of deliberate cruelty. Though his eyes had been opened long ago, even before his acquaintance with Elinor began, to her ignorance and narrow-mindedness in some of her opinions, he had equally attributed these to her lack of education. Until her last letter reached him, he had always believed her to be well-meaning, good-hearted, and thoroughly devoted to him. Only such a belief could have prevented him from ending an engagement that, long before its discovery exposed him to his mother's anger, had been a constant source of unease and regret. "I thought it was my duty," he said, "regardless of my feelings, to give her the choice of continuing the engagement or not when I was disowned by my mother and seemed to have no friend in the world to help me. In such a situation, where there seemed to be nothing to tempt anyone's greed or vanity, how could I suppose, when she so earnestly and warmly insisted on sharing my fate, whatever it might be, that anything but the most unselfish love motivated her? Even now, I can't understand what drove her, or what imagined advantage it could be to her to be tied to a man she didn't care about at all, and who only had £2,000 in the world. She couldn't have foreseen that Colonel Brandon would give me a living. No, but she might have supposed that something would work out in your favor, that your own family might eventually relent, and in any case, she lost nothing by continuing the engagement, since she's proven that it restricted neither her feelings nor her actions. The connection was certainly respectable and probably gained her respect among her friends. If nothing better came along, it would be better for her to marry you than stay single." Edward was immediately convinced that nothing could have been more natural than Lucy's behavior or more obvious than her motive. Elinor scolded him, harshly, as women always scold the recklessness that flatters them, for having spent so much time with them at Norland when he must have felt his own inconsistency. "Your behavior was certainly very wrong," she said, "because, to say nothing of my own conviction, our relatives were all led by it to imagine and expect what, as you were then situated, could never be." He could only plead ignorance of his own heart and mistaken confidence in the strength of his engagement. "I was simple enough to think that because I was pledged to another, there could be no danger in being with you, and that awareness of my engagement would keep my heart as safe and sacred as my honor. I felt that I admired you, but I told myself it was only friendship. Until I began to make comparisons between you and Lucy, I didn't know how far I'd gone. After that, I suppose I was wrong to remain so much in Sussex, and the arguments I used to convince myself it was wise were no better than these. The danger is my own. I'm not hurting anybody but myself." Elinor smiled and shook her head. Edward was pleased to hear that Colonel Brandon was expected at the cottage, since he really wanted not only to know him better, but to have a chance to convince him that he no longer resented his giving him the living of Delaford. "Which, at present," he said, "after thanks as ungraciously delivered as mine were on the occasion, he must think I've never forgiven him for offering." Now he felt amazed that he'd never yet been to the place, but he'd taken so little interest in the matter that he owed all his knowledge of the house, garden, and church land, the extent of the parish, condition of the land, and rate of the tithes to Elinor herself, who had heard so much about it from Colonel Brandon, and listened with such attention that she was completely informed on the subject. Only one question remained undecided between them, only one difficulty had to be overcome. They were brought together by mutual love, with the warmest approval of their real friends. Their intimate knowledge of each other seemed to make their happiness certain. They just needed something to live on. Edward had £2,000 and Elinor one, which, with the Delaford living, was all they could call their own. It was impossible for Mrs. Dashwood to contribute anything, and neither of them was quite in love enough to think that £350 a year would provide them with life's comforts. Edward wasn't entirely without hope of some favorable change in his mother's attitude toward him, and he counted on that for the rest of their income. But Elinor had no such expectation. Since Edward would still be unable to marry Miss Morton, and his choosing her had been described in Mrs. Ferrars's flattering language as only a lesser evil than his choosing Lucy Steele, she feared that Robert's offense would serve no purpose other than to enrich Fanny. About 4 days after Edward's arrival, Colonel Brandon appeared to complete Mrs. Dashwood's satisfaction and give her the distinction of having, for the first time since living at Barton, more company than her house could hold. Edward was allowed to keep the privilege of first arrival, so Colonel Brandon walked to his old quarters at the park every night, from where he usually returned in the morning early enough to interrupt the lovers' first private conversation before breakfast. A 3-week stay at Dashwood, where in his evening hours at least he'd had little to do but calculate the difference between 36 and 17, had brought him to Barton in a frame of mind that needed all the improvement in Marianne's looks, all the kindness of her welcome, and all the encouragement of her mother's words to make it cheerful. Among such friends and such flattery, however, he did revive. No rumor of Lucy's marriage had reached him yet. He knew nothing of what had happened, and the first hours of his visit were spent listening and wondering. Everything was explained to him by Mrs. Dashwood, and he found fresh reason to rejoice in what he'd done for Mr. Ferrars, since it ultimately promoted Elinor's interests. It's unnecessary to say that the gentlemen grew in each other's good opinion as they became better acquainted, since it couldn't be otherwise. Their similarity in good principles and good sense, in disposition and way of thinking, would probably have been enough to unite them in friendship without any other attraction. But their being in love with two sisters, and two sisters who were fond of each other, made that mutual regard inevitable and immediate, which might otherwise have required time and judgment to develop. The letters from London, which a few days before would have made every nerve in Elinor's body thrill with excitement, now arrived to be read with more amusement than emotion. Mrs. Jennings wrote to tell the wonderful story, to express her honest outrage against the deceiving girl, and pour out her sympathy for poor Mr. Edward, who she was sure had absolutely doted on the worthless girl, and was now, by all accounts, almost broken-hearted at Oxford. "I do think," she continued, "nothing was ever carried on so secretly. It was only 2 days before Lucy called and sat a couple of hours with me. Not a soul suspected anything, not even Nancy, who, poor soul, came crying to me the day after, in a great fright about Mrs. Ferrars, as well as not knowing how to get to Plymouth. Lucy, it seems, borrowed all her money before she went off to be married, supposedly to make a show with, and poor Nancy didn't have 7 shillings in the world. So I was very glad to give her 5 guineas to take her down to Exeter, where she plans to stay 3 or 4 weeks with Mrs. Burgess, hoping, as I tell her, to encounter the doctor again. And I must say that Lucy's selfishness in not taking them along in the carriage is worse than anything. Poor Mr. Edward, I can't get him out of my head, but you must send for him to come to Barton, and Miss Marianne must try to comfort him." Mr. Dashwood's letter was more serious. Mrs. Ferrars was the most unfortunate of women. Poor Fanny had suffered agonies of sensitivity, and he considered their survival of such a blow with grateful wonder. Robert's offense was unpardonable, but Lucy's was infinitely worse. Neither of them were ever to be mentioned to Mrs. Ferrars again, and even if she might eventually be induced to forgive her son, his wife would never be acknowledged as her daughter or permitted to appear in her presence. The secrecy with which everything had been carried on between them was reasonably treated as enormously increasing the crime, because if anyone had suspected it, proper measures would have been taken to prevent the marriage. He called on Elinor to join him in regretting that Lucy's engagement with Edward hadn't been fulfilled instead, rather than her becoming the means of spreading misery further in the family. He continued, "Mrs. Ferrars has never yet mentioned Edward's name, which doesn't surprise us, but to our great astonishment, we haven't received a line from him about this. Perhaps he's kept silent by fear of giving offense, and I shall therefore give him a hint in a letter to Oxford that his sister and I both think a letter of proper submission from him, addressed perhaps to Fanny and shown by her to their mother, might not be taken badly. We all know the tenderness of Mrs. Ferrars's heart, and that she wants nothing so much as to be on good terms with her children." This paragraph was important to Edward's prospects and conduct. It decided him to attempt a reconciliation, though not exactly in the way suggested by his brother and sister. "A letter of proper submission," he repeated. "Would they have me beg my mother's pardon for Robert's ingratitude to her and betrayal of me? I can make no submission. I'm not made humble or repentant by what's happened. I'm very happy, but that wouldn't interest them. I know of no submission that's proper for me to make." "You can certainly ask to be forgiven," said Elinor, "because you have given offense. I think you might now venture so far as to express some regret for ever forming the engagement that brought on your mother's anger." He agreed that he might. "And when she has forgiven you, perhaps a little humility might be wise while acknowledging a second engagement, almost as imprudent in her eyes as the first." He had nothing to argue against it, but still resisted the idea of a letter of proper submission. Therefore, to make it easier for him, since he declared himself much more willing to make humble concessions in person than on paper, it was decided that instead of writing to Fanny, He should go to London and personally request her good offices in his favor. And if they really do interest themselves, said Marianne in her new spirit of fairness, in bringing about a reconciliation, I'll think that even John and Fanny aren't entirely without merit. After a visit on Colonel Brandon's part of only 3 or 4 days, the two gentlemen left Barton together. They were to go immediately to Dashwood so Edward could get some personal knowledge of his future home and help his patron and friend decide what improvements were needed. From there, after staying a couple of nights, he would continue his journey to town. Chapter 50. After Mrs. Properly resisted Mrs. Ferrars was just angry and stubborn enough to avoid the criticism she always seemed to fear, the criticism of being too nice. She allowed Edward into her presence and declared him her son once again. Her family situation had been extremely unstable lately. For many years she'd had 2 sons, but Edward's disgrace and disownment a few weeks ago had cost her one. When Robert suffered the same fate, she was left without any sons for 2 weeks. Now, with Edward's restoration, she had one again. Despite being allowed back into the family, Edward didn't feel secure about his future until he revealed his current engagement. He worried that announcing this news might cause another sudden change in his mother's attitude and get him cast out as quickly as before, so he told her cautiously, and she listened with surprising calm. Mrs. Ferrars initially tried her best to talk him out of marrying Miss Dashwood, using every argument she could think of. She told him that Miss Morton would give him a wife of higher social standing and greater wealth. She emphasized that Miss Morton was a nobleman's daughter with £30,000, while Miss Dashwood was only a private gentleman's daughter with no more than £3,000. But when she realized that, although Edward completely agreed with her facts, he had no intention of being influenced by them, she decided it was wiser to give in based on past experience. After the kind of ungracious delay that protected her dignity and prevented any suspicion that she actually wanted to help, she officially consented to Edward and Elinor's marriage. Next came the question of what she would contribute to increase their income. Here it became clear that even though Edward was now her only son, he definitely wasn't treated like the eldest. While Robert automatically inherited £1,000 a year, nobody objected to Edward taking religious orders for at most £250 annually. Nothing was promised for the present or future beyond the £10,000 that had been given to Fanny. However, this was as much as Edward and Elinor wanted, and more than they'd expected. Mrs. Ferrars herself seemed to be the only person surprised that she wasn't giving more, based on her awkward excuses. With an income adequate for their needs now secured, they had nothing to wait for once Edward took possession of his church position, except for the house to be ready. Colonel Brandon, eager to accommodate Elinor, was making considerable improvements to it. After waiting some time for the work to be completed and experiencing the usual 1,000 disappointments and delays from the workers' inexplicable slowness, Elinor broke her firm resolution not to marry until everything was ready. The ceremony took place in Barton Church early in the autumn. They spent the first month of marriage with their friend at the main house, where they could oversee the progress on the parsonage and direct everything on site. They could choose wallpaper, plan gardens, and design a curved driveway. Mrs. Jennings's predictions, though somewhat mixed up, were mostly fulfilled. She was able to visit Edward and his wife at their parsonage by late September, and she found in Elinor and her husband what she truly believed to be one of the happiest couples in the world. They had nothing left to wish for except Colonel Brandon and Marianne's marriage and better pasture for their cows. Almost all their relatives and friends visited them when they first settled in. Mrs. Ferrars came to inspect the happiness she was almost ashamed of having authorized, and even the Dashwoods made the expensive journey from Sussex to honor them. "I won't say I'm disappointed, my dear sister," said John, as they walked together one morning in front of Dashwood House. "That would be saying too much, since you've certainly been one of the most fortunate young women in the world. But I admit, it would give me great pleasure to call Colonel Brandon my brother-in-law. His property here, his estate, his house, everything is in such respectable and excellent condition. And his woods, I haven't seen such timber anywhere in Dorsetshire as what's standing in Dashwood Hanger. And though Marianne might not seem exactly the person to attract him, I think it would be wise for you to have them stay with you frequently. Since Colonel Brandon spends so much time at home, nobody can tell what might happen when people are thrown together and see little of anyone else. You'll always be able to show her to advantage and so on. In short, you might as well give her a chance. You understand me." But although Mrs. Ferrars did visit them and always treated them with pretended decent affection, they were never honored with her real favor and preference. That belonged to Robert's foolishness and his wife's cunning, and they earned it within a few months. Lucy's selfish cleverness, which had first gotten Robert into trouble, was the main tool for getting him out of it. Her respectful humility, constant attention, and endless flattery, as soon as she had the slightest opportunity to use them, reconciled Mrs. Ferrars to his choice and completely restored him to her favor. Lucy's entire behavior in this affair, and the success that rewarded it, can be held up as the most encouraging example of what earnest, relentless attention to self-interest can accomplish in securing every advantage, no matter how the progress seems blocked, with no sacrifice except time and conscience. When Robert first sought her acquaintance and secretly visited her at Bartlett's Buildings, it was only for the reason his brother suspected. He simply meant to persuade her to break off the engagement. Since there was nothing to overcome but their mutual affection, he naturally expected that 1 or 2 meetings would settle the matter. But he was wrong on that point alone. Although Lucy soon gave him hope that his persuasion would eventually convince her, another visit and another conversation were always needed to produce this conviction. She always had lingering doubts when they parted, which could only be removed by another half-hour's discussion with him. This secured his regular attendance, and the rest followed naturally. Instead of talking about Edward, they gradually came to talk only about Robert, a subject on which he always had more to say than any other, and in which she soon showed interest equal to his own. In short, it quickly became obvious to both that he had completely replaced his brother in her affections. He was proud of his conquest, proud of tricking Edward, and very proud of marrying secretly without his mother's consent. What happened immediately afterward is well known. They spent several happy months at Dawlish, where she had many relatives and old acquaintances to snub, and he drew several plans for magnificent cottages. From there, they returned to town and obtained Mrs. Ferrars's forgiveness by the simple method of asking for it, which Lucy had suggested. The forgiveness initially included only Robert, which was reasonable. Lucy, who had owed his mother no duty and therefore couldn't have violated any, remained unforgiven for several more weeks. But persistence in humble behavior and messages, self-blame for Robert's offense, and gratitude for the unkind treatment she received eventually earned her the haughty notice that overwhelmed her with its graciousness. This soon led, by rapid stages, to the highest level of affection and influence. Lucy became as essential to Mrs. Ferrars as either Robert or Fanny, while Edward was never truly forgiven for once intending to marry her. And Elinor, though superior in fortune and birth, was spoken of as an intruder, Lucy was considered and openly acknowledged to be a favorite child in every way. They settled in town, received very generous help from Mrs. Ferrars, and were on the best possible terms with the Dashwoods. Setting aside the constant jealousies and ill will between Fanny and Lucy, which their husbands naturally joined, as well as the frequent domestic arguments between Robert and Lucy themselves, nothing could exceed the harmony in which they all lived together. What Edward had done to lose his rights as eldest son might have puzzled many people, and what Robert had done to gain them might have puzzled them even more. However, it was an arrangement justified by its results, if not its cause. Nothing in Robert's lifestyle or conversation ever suggested he regretted the extent of his income, either as leaving his brother too little or bringing himself too much. And judging by Edward's conscientious fulfillment of his duties, his growing attachment to his wife and home, and his consistently cheerful spirits, he seemed equally content with his situation and free from any desire to change places. Elinor's marriage separated her from her family as little as possible without making the Barton cottage completely useless, since her mother and sisters spent more than half their time with her. Mrs. Dashwood had both practical and personal reasons for visiting de Lafford so frequently. Her desire to bring Marianne and Colonel Brandon together was almost as strong as John's, though more generous. It was now her favorite project. Precious as her daughter's company was to her, she wanted nothing more than to give up constantly enjoying it for the sake of her valued friend. Seeing Marianne settled at the mansion house was equally Edward and Elinor's wish. They both understood his sorrows and their own obligations, and by general agreement, Marianne was to be everyone's reward. With such a conspiracy against her, with such intimate knowledge of his goodness, with conviction of his deep attachment to her, which finally, though long after it was obvious to everyone else, dawned on her, what could she do? Marianne Dashwood was born to an extraordinary fate. She was born to discover that her own opinions were false and to contradict her favorite principles through her actions. She was born to overcome an affection formed as late in life as 17, and with no feeling stronger than deep respect and warm friendship, to voluntarily give her hand to another man. And that other man was someone who had suffered as much as she had from a previous attachment, whom she had considered too old to marry 2 years before, and who still sought the practical protection of a flannel undershirt. But that's what happened. Instead of falling victim to irresistible passion, as she had once fondly expected, instead of remaining forever with her mother and finding her only pleasures in solitude and study, as she had later decided in her calmer, more sensible judgment, she found herself at 19 accepting new attachments, taking on new duties, living in a new home, a wife, the head of a household, and the patron of a village. Colonel Brandon was now as happy as all those who loved him best believed he deserved to be. In Marianne, he found consolation for every past sorrow. Her affection and companionship restored his mind to liveliness and his spirits to cheerfulness. That Marianne found her own happiness in creating his was equally the conviction and delight of every observing friend. Marianne could never love halfway, and her whole heart became, in time, as devoted to her husband as it had once been to Willoughby. Willoughby couldn't hear of her marriage without pain, and his punishment was soon completed by Mrs. Smith's voluntary forgiveness. By stating that his marriage to a woman of good character was the reason for her mercy, she gave him reason to believe that if he had behaved honorably toward Marianne, he might have been both happy and wealthy at once. That his repentance for the misconduct that brought its own punishment was sincere need not be doubted, nor that he long thought of Colonel Brandon with envy and of Marianne with regret. But don't expect that he was forever inconsolable, that he fled from society, developed a habitually gloomy temperament, or died of a broken heart. He did none of these things. He lived to exert himself and frequently to enjoy life. His wife wasn't always bad-tempered, nor his home always uncomfortable, and in his horses and dogs and in every kind of sport, he found considerable domestic happiness. However, despite his rudeness in surviving her loss, he always kept that strong regard for Marianne, which made him interested in everything that happened to her and made her his secret standard of feminine perfection. Many a beautiful woman would be dismissed by him in later years as not comparing to Mrs. Brandon. Mrs. Dashwood was wise enough to stay at the cottage without attempting to move to Delaford. Fortunately for Sir John and Mrs. Jennings, when Marianne was taken from them, Margaret had reached an age perfectly suitable for dancing and quite eligible for being supposed to have a suitor. Between Barton and Delaford, there was the constant communication that strong family affection would naturally create. Among the merits and happiness of Elinor and Marianne, let it be counted as not the least significant that though they were sisters living almost within sight of each other, they could live without disagreement between themselves or causing coolness between their husbands. Other works in this series discover more modern translations of Jane Austen's timeless classics. Jane Austen, in modern English series, experience all of Jane Austen's beloved novels translated into contemporary 21st century American English, making these literary masterpieces accessible to modern readers while preserving the author's original tone and intent. View the complete series on Amazon. You have been listening to Sense and Sensibility, rewritten in modern English. Written by E.K. Stewart, rewritten from the Jane Austen classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant.